I've arrived. My hair's crazy, but I've arrived. Soul Train, what up, Twiz? Hello, Seminole. Hello, hello, hello. Ba-na-na. Ba-na-na. Hello? Hello. What up, yeah, Kay? Oh, yeah, that was 3 hours ago. Soul Train, thank you for the 25 months. What music they listen to today? I don't. So quiet.
Let's get drunk. And what? You say you're outside. And what?
Oh, I turned the wrong one up.
I do too much. You want me to tie you down, but I'd
No, I didn't talk to Andy. I'm not gonna message him while he's at a LAN.
Hey there, guys, gals, and
Hey there, guys and gals, he says.
Here in the HyperX Arena,
Been a
Las Vegas.
while.
My name's Gormizer.
Haven't been able
and
to
it is
tune
going
in
to be
because of work
an
schedule
action-packed
changes.
Day. We've got
What's
a
your
lot
current
of
view
Smite
on Smite?
going on. Of course, in a second here, we're going to talk a little bit about
Money
what
Bloodlust,
happened
thank you for the 13
yesterday.
months.
It was a long day.
What
I
up,
would not
Uthan?
blame
Thank you for the
you if you weren't
48.
there for
Smite
all
2
of
is
it.
better
Of
than
course,
Smite 1 ever was.
One thing that you want to make sure that you do.
Good save, Tally.
Both of them happening this weekend. Maybe one a little more urgent than the other, just because one of them is limited. The other one is that Smite 2 is free to play. And that's going to be true, period. That's just true all the time. That's true today, that's true tomorrow, and it's true for the future. So if you want to, right now, you can go out, you can preferred gaming platform, pick up Smite 2, give it a chance, give it a play. It is incredibly fun. A lot of new gods, a lot of new stuff to do. The map is insane. And of course, if you're anything like me, and all watching competitive does is make me wish I was that good, but also B, just to play. I just gotta get in, whether it's queuing in Assault, which is in the game right now, Arena, going into
The
Conquest,
Discord link doesn't
trying
work,
to
you're
emulate
banned
what you see, whatever it is,
from Discord.
make sure that you pick it up now because Smite 2 is free to play. And if you're watching, good news.
That or
specifically
you
on
don't
Twitch,
have an
we've got
email
drops that are
linked to your
going on
account. You've
active
never
track.
verified your account.
These are the ones that I was saying. They're a little more
Email or phone
time-sensitive.
number.
You're going to be able
Yeah,
to
if you
pick
don't
up
have your
these,
account set up
including
as
tomorrow if
verified,
watch over
you
Team
cannot join.
Dragons Bologna. But today, if you watch 2 hours, you can receive the Chaos Champion badge, which will go really well with yesterday's Order Champion badge. And you can get the Up the Ante Global emote. So a couple of things that you're going to be able to pick up as you tune in throughout the day. But I'm not alone on the desk. I've got a couple of guys.
Season
Next to
1
me, I've got
big
Trelly
release.
and Hazer. I looked at Hazer first because, you know,
This
scanning
is the big
to my
release
left,
of Smite,
and
my
I
guy.
almost went Hazer and Trelly.
When
That was
Smite
the
goes
order I
from
looked at
beta
you
to
in
not
my
beta,
hand.
it's just
would've
an
been- it
overnight
would've been
thing.
an
It's
honor.
nothing special.
It is a true honor. That
I
guy's
would've been-
smart.
Yeah, I would have been very happy to
See how many cue cards
See
he
how
has?
Alone,
easy
David
this
the
goes?
41.
Me and Bobby, we just fight. Like, me and Hazer just get along so
You
well.
didn't even have to be here for Bobby to want to fight you. he was on it.
Can you
How
guys
do you
hear
guys feel
them talking
Yeah,
good?
good. I'm excited to get our first best of 5 of the day, and I feel like yesterday
That's
really
big.
teed things up nicely. It was really fun to see the NA versus
up, Dragon?
the NA versus NA and the
Or
EMEA
Drag, not
versus
Dragon.
EMEA matchups.
Absolute.
And now we get to see some cross-region stuff, which is exciting.
Not to mention, the energy in the arena is electric. You know,
Yep.
walking through,
Oh, yeah.
seeing the fans, seeing everyone getting hyped up. They all know we're going to see some great Smite
Louder?
2 today, and I can't help but agree.
And I feel like this is the area, and of course we're going to.
I think they're quieter today.
We are in this portion. Actually, you know what?
Like, legitimately,
I
I
can
think
show you
they're
the bracket
quieter
so you know
today.
what I'm talking about. The best of 5 up the top, right? 5Ms and Risk. That's going to be really, really fun to watch. But of course, like you said, Hazer, Smoke Break, Food Drive, that being an elimination match is also a pretty big deal. Winner of that one will go up against the loser of the first one. We're going to eliminate 2 more teams today. We're going down to just 2 left by the end of today. All that'll be left.
Yeah, Soul Train.
The best
Smite
of
was
5
still in
grand
beta, I
finals
think,
tomorrow.
like,
First
through multiple
champion
seasons.
of Smite 2, and in here, the Smite 2 Founder Series. So that's
5M's
gonna be
is
a lot
Cyclones
of exciting
team.
stuff. But,
Risk is
you
Genetics
might
team.
see, I mean, first off, yesterday, bunch of
That's
2
gonna be a good set.
Nice little 2-1. The
I'm gonna
closest out, I think, was really
Yes,
interesting
Food
towards
Drive,
the very end.
Roll, Smoke Break,
But
unless
up
Smoke Break
front,
wakes the fuck
and
up.
It's always one of those things.
Those
I
are my
say kind of
initial
betrays it. Some of those sets,
choices.
you know, you feel the 2-0 and you're like, yes, that was a 2-0. But when we look at very specifically that first one where it was 5Ms and Food Drive, it is a 2-0. 5Ms turns out just really good at Smite, but there was a lot of contests there.
Cyclone team is the only team that looks like they
the 2-0
got their
doesn't
shit
really
down.
delay.
Right, I agree. I
Food
don't
Drive
think that
looks
the 2-0
good,
really
but their
tells the
god
tale there.
pools
However,
and their
it did
drafts
seem
I
to
don't
me
like.
Food Drive for Globe were kind of caught
seems
off
like they have
guard by
one
the
strategy.
that 5Ms cooked
Like,
up. Giving
literally
up
one
the
fucking
Afro
strategy,
ruler
and
was
it
a
bugs
very
me.
clear wake-up call.
Yeah.
They were like, wait, we probably shouldn't have done that. They corrected it in the second game, and they looked a lot better. They made, you know, much longer into game number 2. But still, the Screech and Gargoyle, no one getting CC immunity. You got to
What
keep
up,
looking
Brexus?
back to that last fight where 3 ults were up, and Valo still almost cleaned up that entire team fight, which is an insane mark to make. I mean, but you had late game Loki, so that's kind of the thing. They got to the point where their comp really could have succeeded. I just think one more beads on that squad really could have changed. And maybe we
Yeah,
could
their
talk
picks
about
and
game
bans
3.
were not.
Regardless, 5Ms clearly put in
My
the
favorite.
work to learn this sort of
Clearly,
meta.
it's what they want
brought
to
both
play,
of
so they're
themselves.
drafting what they
And
want. I just
it's
don't
up
like.
to,
Like,
you know,
I don't like
squads
Loki.
that they're going to be looking at now to say, hey,
I
are these
don't
guys-
like that they
do
have to
a
run the
cap on
chalk
meta? Is this
swap,
what
or
everyone
they
has to
don't
try to
have
adapt
like
to?
their fights are bad.
Or is there more strats that we haven't seen yet?
Yeah, the interesting thing about that set from 5Ms is the two comps they played were just nothing alike
Yep.
one another, totally different in every role. They were just and they played very, very well with both. So you have to wonder the depth of strategy that they have. It's going to be a tough job for Team Risk to do their picks and bans up against that
I
squad.
didn't even realize Cyclone picked
I'm
up the
really excited to see
dagger
him
there
because
before
I
killing
think,
him.
You know, last night we were talking about it and we were like, I remember someone saying,
I'm
like,
surprised
"Oh,
Cyclone
man,
didn't dive.
You really just can't let.
I know he
5Ms
got really
get after
low,
him
but
for,
I'm
like,
surprised he
period.
didn't
Like,
dive
they probably,
with
like,
the
if
dagger
they
here.
get that, you might just need to say GG next. Like, you're gonna have a 25, 24-minute game, and then you're gonna know. Then after thinking about it for a little bit, I kind of realized that might just be legitimately true of anybody. Those gods are pretty good.
Yep.
And so it feels like they got not just like a really good start draft and like first off getting a nice win like that under your belt.
Right.
The first thing on stage got to be good for the
Loki's not a good team fight god. So he requires his team to do all the team fighting, and he has to either pick off the people who get separated, which is unlikely to happen in high tier games, like competitive games,
and then immediately
or he
you see
needs
that,
to be
okay,
able to
come
clean
here,
up.
let's talk about what we need to do and what's
He's able to
going on.
engage when they're
And
already
I love
low.
that mentality. Like I love that kind of energy, which is even better because I know
They
we're
did
gonna
move
get
the
it
camera up a
lot
little
in
bit.
this episode.
And because
Not
they
much.
listen to the comms, we know.
No, I
it's,
think they zoomed
Let's
in.
go.
I think
Okay,
they're
shut up,
just
shut up, shut up.
closer.
Everyone group up. Like he's immediately like, do not get lost in this moment. We need to stay
Yep.
locked in.
Ambraxis,
And
fuck
Mike's just
you.
such a great leader, man. You
But
get to see it
it's
every
not
single
over
time.
till it's over.
Exactly.
But that, I mean, that was a set, and again, we got to see Food Driver Clip. We saw it a little bit later, and we'll talk about them, I think, a little bit later. But they you know, didn't get the first showing that they wanted to.
Right.
They did later. Spoiler alert. If you were watching yesterday, you already know. The next one up, though, again, it was kind of an interesting matchup because Smoke Break, Risk. We had seen them. If it was the Risk that we had seen, you know, a month ago, we kind of were thinking, all right, we're going to be seeing a 5Ms versus Smoke Break best of 5. That'll be interesting. It was not the Team Risk from a month ago. It was the Team Risk from every other moment of the
2
Founders
months ago.
Series. Yeah, the guys that just dominate. The guys that just didn't give you room to breathe and have an avenue. And Smoke Break still made a set of it, but it was just one of those moments, Hazer, where it did really feel like a return to form.
Yeah, absolutely. We
Mr.
thought
Bando,
going
do you
into
know
that
what
set, it was gonna
crossover
be a
skins
battle
are?
of Could the Team Risk duo dominate Smoke Break, and could the Team Smoke Break solo jungle combo
What's up, Ball Rip?
dominate Risk? And Variety and
Oh, what's up,
Lasper did
Ozer?
very, very well on that solo side of the map to just stall things out, make sure that they weren't taking deaths, and meanwhile, Streak Up and Genetics just absolutely crushing it in that duo lane. I think that's going to be the battle that we're going to look out for in that best of 5, is that battle of the duo lane. 2 duo lanes who absolutely dominated in their opening
Yeah,
sets.
you pretty much have
you
like
have to
the
watch
2
out for
best
whenever
supports
Shriek and Genetic are
by a
looking hot, and in
lot
this case,
playing in the next
I don't know who's going to
set.
be able to knock them off that rhythm.
You
It's
have
awkward because, again, as Gord mentioned,
best
we saw
ADC
them
in
look
Cyclone.
a little bit awkward. And
You
that last land, Gordon, it seemed
have
like they didn't quite have a wrap on what everyone was going to be
probably
playing. Their meta
pretty
wasn't
even
quite fleshed
solos,
out.
but different god
But after
pools.
watching their first performance, I mean, I can definitely see
And
that they understand this
then,
so much better
I don't know about
than they did about
jungle.
a month ago. So I imagine
Jungle, I think you have 2
homework
different play
needs to be done,
styles.
right?
I
Think
think
about,
they're
okay,
both
how
good.
can
I
you
think
shut down
Scream's
this duo
probably
lane? 'Cause it's not as
the
if
better at
5Ms
the
is
multiple
also,
play
like,
styles.
playing through duo lane, right? They try to get pressure whenever possible. So I think picks
Change
and
stream
bans are gonna
schedule?
be
Nah, it's just
extremely interesting.
LAN.
Thinking about
And
things
it's
that you
2
can leave
p.m.
away.
to,
Maybe we
you know,
finally
9
see
p.m. or
Aladdin get
whatever.
through. I wouldn't be surprised if Aladdin gets led
Streamed
through.
for like 9 hours
and no one
yesterday.
even picks
I
it,
have
just because
like,
that's kind of where we are at this point.
I'm
But
trying to think,
I kind of hope
12,
we see someone
11.
pop off of it.
It feels like one of those things that
I don't know, 12 and a half,
and
11
this
and
is always gonna
something.
be team
24.
dependent. And a best of 5, like banned game 1,
30
banned game 2 for
something.
sure. Then suddenly game 3,
So
whether
in
it's 1-1 or
3
you're down 2-0,
of the
it's like,
7
you gotta make
days this
change.
week, I'm at
That
like
ban needs to be used for something different, and that's when it needs to be
34
released.
hours.
And then, you know, results
Stream.
speak for themselves after that moment.
I want to throw out a crazy prediction. I feel like
I don't know
stream
what the
below
other
is gonna
days
be
where I
banned
forgot
for
how long I streamed the other days.
That'd be interesting.
I feel like it's coming. I don't know.
It's just like in the air.
Yeah, it's in the air somewhere.
All right. Oh,
Not game 1.
hold on, I got
This
to
is
write
like this is like a game
Yeah.
3, game 4 ban
Stream?
for sure.
Bologna
And then you can just put dash Trelly on there.
ban dash.
Ads and a half at 40. Yeah, 40
Yeah,
hours.
When
We
I
double
have more
the ads.
time, I'll
Triple
probably
the ads.
write parentheses,
triple overtime
not
pay?
like game 1, but like later on.
That's
in
just
the
a
set.
lot for what I usually do with
That was
schedule
the
YouTube
third one.
records
Again,
and shit.
It was a 2-0. Again, good performance for Team Risk. That's
Right.
why they're going to be
What's
in
up,
this
chicken?
best of 5
Thank you,
that we're
man.
about to
That's
see.
all.
in
Shout out to
just
Tally
a
and
short
Daedra. I don't have to
minutes.
do shit for those
The
videos.
match
I
that
need to
we saw
record
after
really
the
bad
food
though.
drive versus
Oh, we have to
Forge. This was
data
the
mining
moment
today.
where
Don't let me forget.
You've got a team that's already been on
when
the
there's a
stage,
gap,
you've lost
data
on the stage,
mining
so you
It's
definitely
big.
no
There's
bounce
some
back from that.
big
And
data
realistically,
mining.
I think I even said this to you, Hazer, at one point, where I was like, it was always weird because NA, it kind of felt like it was 5Ms, Food Drive, Borscht, and like it was not like rigid set in stone, but almost every time you watched them play,
Yeah, we got
it
the
was
next
5Ms,
two gods after
Food
the
Drive,
5.
Borscht, and when we saw this Chelly,
Fuck you, Soup.
it was Food Drive, then Borscht.
I liked a lot of what Borscht was doing too, man. I really would have liked to see them continue on, but I did.
Cyclone
favor
is.
Food Drive going
If I
into
had
this
to pick a
matchup. I just
player
think
as
that
the
they
best
are a
player to
team
play
that
the game, it would be
understands
Cyclone.
how to play with each other so well. They have these
I don't
I'm not
think
gonna call them
it's
strange
like-
compositions because they ended up working. But
Like
things
he's
that you
just
don't
infinitely
maybe
better than
expect to see
everybody.
working. So, like,
He's
the Zeus
you know
ADC, for
whatever, but
example,
I don't
is
think
a
anyone
great
else is even
one.
in the conversation. Is
And
kind of
because
what
they were able
like.
to get online and just
I don't think
trust
anyone else
their
is there
team,
yet. I think he's the
they were able
closest to
take the
being
day. There were
it.
some compositions that
So if
I
I
thought
had to give it
they
to somebody, I'd
wouldn't
give it to
be able
him.
get
But I'd
away
probably
with,
say
you know,
nobody.
Letting Borscht get to late game is a scary
If
thought.
he tears up Smite too, I
But,
think you have
man,
to
just
give
locked
him.
in. Food Drive just
You gotta
you
give
can
it to
tell
him.
they trust each other, and every time we interview them, they say they're like, well, I know we're confident, I know what my team can do, this, that, and the other, and it shows in their gameplay.
Absolutely. I
Said-
mean, I think this team as well, in this set, we finally got to see the comp that they tried to make work
Right.
up against
Yeah.
Team Name, but with 5Ms, with this Mori support and with the Chak, they finally did manage to make it work in that set. We saw the potential of what they've been practicing and what they wanted to play going into this tournament.
And much like Charlie had said, like Hazer yesterday, you were saying like they are a capital T team. Like
Yep.
they are, whether or not the picks are going to be meta or not. Throw it
He
out the
fucked
window.
up that
Whether or not
engage.
The plays are going to be like
He got a triple
right
ult
call or
and
not,
tried to auto
they play
3
together,
instead of
and
just
that's what
3ing. If he did
Yeah,
just
they might
3,
have the
they
most
could have picked
unique
up that
take on the
other
meta as
squishy.
Well, I mean, we're seeing Zeus ADC,
Crit
Chak
Zeus
mid. I mean, it's exciting. It's something that maybe I wouldn't be too happy seeing in my ranked games, but if it was those guys, I think we'd take the dub.
And I remember this moment
The
actually.
fact that hit for
distinctly,
625
which,
when
it
he had like a
unfortunately
full
does not
defense
work
build
out,
is
but I remember,
disgusting.
I think Hermia said, but it'd
Granted,
be
he
a
had
capital
3K
moment, like,
pot.
this would be
I
your
think
resume
he had Fire
going
Giant,
forward for
so
any
that's
team. Like, if
probably
anything
why
went
he
wrong,
hit
I don't-
hard
I
and
don't
not
see
his
anything
build,
going
but
wrong with Food Drive for Glow.
that's
But
crazy.
if anything did, and you were like,
It's
well,
because he had an
hey guys, you
extra
wanna see,
200
like, why you
power
should pick
from
me up as a jungler? It
potions
would've
and
been, hey,
fire.
I got a double kill in the base and like won the game. Unfortunately, you just distracted him really well, so the rest of your team could get a lot done. But
Fire
still,
Giant Daggers
a
to
lot of
one.
opening
Dude,
there
that
for
shit is
Food Drive for
awesome.
Glow.
The fact
And
that you
again,
guys
for
don't like
Borscht,
it
there were
really
a
makes
couple
me
of
wonder.
moments, a couple of
75
things where
months.
it just
over
kind of
6
fell
years,
flat, right? I mean,
over
even
the
here,
number
you,
of
you look at
fingers
the
that
stats
fit
and
between
see,
Kurt's
the
eyebrows
Medusa,
and
the rule
hairline.
that had been
Wild.
so highly
Go
prioritized,
smoke
Trelly,
break,
and
by
they
the
just
way.
didn't
All right,
really
rookie.
hit the way
I'm
that
gonna
they
remember
had
that,
with,
buddy.
some of the other teams.
Right, and that's my point. It's kind of like a rock paper scissors moment where you have this full-on dive comp that Food Drive for Globe runs, and 5Ms immediately
worry.
figures that out and says, "Okay,
I'll
we're going
remember that,
to
rookie.
gargoyle you. Your dive no longer works. You don't get your ultimates off. You're done." Whereas Borscht is like, "Hey, we want to CC,"
Stallone
tanks
doesn't like
and
the
just blow
Fire
it up with
Giant Dagger. It's
ADCs.
awesome.
and it's like, turns out if you have that
You're
many carries,
trolling,
and you're
bro.
just getting full-on dove. It simply doesn't matter. You don't get to shred through those
Yeah.
TTs. So, just good matchups in a triangle. So what beats what? I hope that Food Drive for Globe has some answers to if people stop their dive, because so far we've really only seen them
Yeah, I
play
know.
dive.
And I remember all of them,
Regardless,
rookie.
Borscht were not able to adapt in time, and that's why their journey at the Founders Series in Las Vegas has come to an end.
Yeah, that was the thing.
Yeah,
that,
it is awesome.
You know, the first
Hold
two
on.
sets were still
It's
in the upper
great.
bracket. It's like, all right, well, you know what? You lose. We're going to see you again
Yes,
later. And
if
then, like,
you
the
use
third,
it to reset
really
your
start to
health,
feel
once it
that
resets your health,
pressure
you
for
get the buff.
everybody.
Yep.
Borscht and then, as we saw, Mockingbird, because it was the do or die. Like, you came in.
Dude, it makes fighting over the Fire Giant have value. You can steal the dagger even if you don't
was
get the Fire
already
Giant.
played before yesterday, so it was just this question mark of, all right, can you come in on Friday and make things
What I
work?
don't like about the daggers
As
that 30% of the
Charlie
time
just
I
said, for
use it, I
Borscht,
get
it's
brought to like
Snow,
10
and
HP
then
and
as
end
we
up
saw
dying
from
anyway.
Mockingbird,
Okay, you're supposed to use it
was
when you're
still a
below
no, but
500
it
health,
took a
and it'll
lot
auto kill
longer
you.
to get there.
You're trolling.
I think
That
during
means
the-
you are
the last
using it
coming
when
into
you're
this
not
event, they were
below
the first team
500.
on day one to take
Literally
us to a
stare at your
best of
health
3 as
bar when
well,
you start to
going
get
down
low and
us.
make sure the
But
number
unfortunately
is
for
starts
them,
with a
history
4
repeats itself.
or a 3
Smoke
or a
break,
2 or a 1.
They kind of turned to diamonds under that pressure, I would say. Going into that game 3, they calmed things down. They really, I think, evolved.
What's up, Peter? Thank you for the
two
prime.
sets that they played. Mockingbird, I think, gave a good account of themselves. Showed, you know, they're largely rookies in the scene. They showed what they're made of and showed their potential. But Smoke Break, I think, just
I'm
too
at 40
experienced, too
hours already
strong,
of Monday.
and
That's
that
the most
Benko
I've streamed in a week
particular,
in
pulled out the
maybe
Bologna
ever,
3
to be
games in a
honest,
row
other than the
and really
24-hour
dominated it.
stream.
Man, I
leaked
was
out a
really
long time
impressed
ago.
with Mockingbird, though. Not just the, the composition and the way they played, but how they were able to bounce back mentally because
I'm gonna get on some YouTube.
Herox got
I was playing
completely shut down
Tarkov
game
after
number 1, right? Had
watching this
really
all day
little
last
to no
night, and I was like,
success,
why
and
the
then
fuck am I
Thanatos
exhausted?
immediately after, I was like, this is the
And
same guy.
Starts
Like,
was
this is
like, probably because
insane
you've been
being
staring
able
at the
to bounce
computer
back
screen for
like that.
14 hours. I was like,
It's
oh,
not easy to do,
fuck, I
especially
forgot I watched all day
in
because I
front of
didn't
stage,
like
in front of
play.
a crowd that knows what just happened last game. They're like,
So it threw
man,
me off.
can we even like expect a solid gameplay out of
I
this?
think
this
Emoja
squad? And they pulled
might
together
be
super well.
the
They
best
obviously
support in the game.
Deserve to be here, but they just only one
Which is
team could come out
crazy.
ahead, unfortunately. And in this case, Smokebreak was the more complete team.
And realistically, watching them, and this is something, you know, I guess it was me versus Hazer, right? Where I was just like, I feel like Smokebreak, they are that kind of team that when you put them, you know, back against the wall, like,
The
really
dagger
interesting.
is a
This is
6-second
Jeff Walker
damage
that
buff
said, like, hey,
that you get.
spend
So
a
it
whole
drops
chunk
next to
getting into
Fire
this,
Giant.
and
It's a
you
little
don't really
dagger on the ground. You
know
have to pick it up. One
much
person
of
gets it.
what's going on, things like
It
that.
gives
And so,
you
like,
a buff for 6 seconds.
I feel
But
like one of the
if you
things they
use it when
showed
you're below 500
yesterday a
HP,
little bit,
it kills
maybe we'll
you.
see
It
later
resets
today,
you out to full,
but
makes
it's
you
just
immune to
the
everything
last
while
one,
it's healing
like,
you up to
even when
full.
things go
It's like a
wrong
2-second
for them,
cast.
they
And at
can't
the
get
end of the
that back
cast, you
as-
get the buff.
They learn fast.
So
they
the
adapt
whole goal
fast,
of the
and, like,
dagger
they
is to
will-
use it
like, the
as a
players are good.
reset
They
on your
just need to
HP
know
into the buff.
what is good with them to make that happen.
So usually
I
whoever
was
gets it is someone who's being
pretty
dove or
convinced
is a
when I
diver,
was casting
and
that set
then
to
you know
Remain.
you bait
And I was
people
like,
use
that
abilities
fucking
on you,
luck.
you
Like,
pop
he
it.
simply
win
lied.
game.
I don't doubt the scrim situation, but the fact that he's like, oh, we're gonna lose.
However, the
it's
Morrigan,
done. I have
if you
no
didn't
idea.
know, when she
That-
swaps into a
that
target,
was just. he
she
just
gets
lied.
all
Like,
of their
I think he's
consumables.
like, they can hear me right now. I'm on stage. I'm
like a
going to
second,
get in their
like she
head.
gets her own
Maybe
version of
it
them.
worked because
So
game one
she
did
can
look
swap
great
into
for
whoever
them,
has
but
it and do the same
yeah,
fucking thing.
I can see the way that this squad
Better
carries
timeline?
themselves, and they definitely
Yes.
had the confidence going into that one. Hopefully they keep it.
Much
He's
better
gonna be
timeline.
suited up today.
I hope so. That's
The
what I was
timeline's
talking
an
about
item.
as well.
That's,
Is he got
you
his,
know, a
it was
consumable.
a suit nerf, and they still came out ahead.
And imagine, I mean, look, there is something like when your opponent shows up in full suit and they literally, like, the response is, why are you dressed like that? It's because they're there for your funeral. Like, I don't know about you, but that would get in my head even if I didn't want it to. Like, I would make one misplay. I'd
Nah,
see
it should not be
something start to
hidden
go
who has the
wrong, I'd be
dagger.
like,
That makes no
wait, is
sense.
this actually my funeral? Like, is this where
Trolling.
things fall apart?
Morgan
But
should know who
Smokebreak
has
ended
it,
up
so
winning
she
that one.
knows if she want to
Boxford,
swaps into them for the dagger or not.
eliminated alongside Borscht, so that's
Why would they
2
hide who has the
of
dagger?
6
Then you
already
couldn't
gone. I
even
hope
look
I'm
at like,
7
oh, this
figures
person
and
has the
drop 3
dagger.
to
We
get
have
there.
to
We
pay
only
attention
have
to it.
4 left, and that's of course what we're going to be watching today. So we can take a look at
Kempery's
the
not even
schedule,
good.
and
I don't
again,
think he's
what we're
terrible,
going
but I
to
don't
be
think he's
looking at
good.
Just a few minutes, we will be kicking off a best of 5 between Risk and 5M. I am
This
really
should
excited to
be
see
the
what this
best
is.
set of the
Because it
whole
feels like
fucking
it's
thing.
very different
But
styles
what
of play,
sucks is
but
this could
again,
very
really,
easily just
really
turn into them playing each other
just smart
again
teams, right?
in
They
the
know
finals.
not only their own style, but kind of like Smite really well and Smite 2 really well. And so I'm curious to see what both of them are going to do and how it's going to.
I don't like tournaments set up like this.
Hero, like one team just figure something out, or are we going to go the
At
distance?
all.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I feel like they match up really
I
well
like when the
across
two
map.
people in the championship have never
Variety,
fucking
both
played each other.
largely solo frontliner, want to kind of enable the rest of their team to
Yeah.
succeed. Not gonna really be
feel like
seeing
seeing a
too many solo
rematch
kills over there,
Don't
most
care about
likely.
Could
the
be
lane,
cool.
care
There could be a
about the game.
storyline, but
Duo lane, I
like
think,
in
is,
reality,
you know,
I'd rather
two
them
of
go
the-
in.
two of the most creative supports in
blind.
the game, PBM and Genetics, both outstanding.
What do you mean,
individually,
Fever? Gods
and
or players?
ADCs who they kind of elevate to the top level. And then I think there's similarities between the mids and jungles as well. I think maybe where the biggest difference
There aren't
you
enough
could see
teams for
is
them to do
between
it
Scream and
any other
Lastra.
way,
I think
Yeah.
Lastra
I don't like
much
this.
more supportive than Scream all of the time. I think Scream can kind of go between those two playstyles. Can play the Athena, but could also whip out something like a Thor and try and dominate the map with that.
Andy is
And I
smoke
think
break.
Cyclone is the big X factor here. Like he has games where he can absolutely pop off and just run a lane. If you're giving Cyclone Spin room, it's not just gonna be like, okay, 1-0, now we have to adapt.
It's already
He usually
rewarding. What do you
stays
mean?
on.
They
Like,
get a
he
reset.
goes
Why
into
should
the
they get
next
even
game,
more?
and it's scary to try and slow him down. So I think that's gonna be something Team Risk they're well aware of.
What
They've
up,
been watching this guy
Gombach
for a
Gary?
while,
Thank you
so,
for the 8 months.
I wouldn't be
Blake,
surprised.
thank you
if
for
we
the
saw
20. Peter,
lot of
thank you for the
presence
subs.
over
Swarms,
towards
thank you for the
duo.
67.
immediately make Cyclone uncomfortable, invade his purple. Do not let him free farm things like that.
I feel like these drafts as well are going to be like starting in the
Haddock's gonna
realm
make
of,
the
okay,
lane.
we understand, and then like they're.
One said he's been playing Valorant instead of watching the
I
lane.
think we're gonna see, and maybe it gets crazy immediately because
Whenever
yesterday
their team broke up.
a couple of those teams were throwing us for a loop, so who knows? But it's going to be a lot of fun. That is going to be the first match that we are watching today. But for now, make sure that you have time.
Can Andy's team
grab
make the
some drinks,
finals?
grab a snack,
Not playing
get
like
ready,
yesterday.
because when we get
0% chance
back,
if they play like
it's
yesterday.
going to be 5Ms Legends versus Team
They need
Risk.
to play completely different. Yesterday it looked like they didn't care. Afro is not weaker than her Smite 1 counterpart. I don't know who Who the fuck told you that? Her healing is great in Smite 2. Healing is insanely overtuned. You have a reset on your heal when you ultimate in Smite 2. Your ult can pull you away, so if you're playing a damage character, you pull yourself away. It's also a way better buff. Aphro's buff in Smite 2 can be shared between multiple people. So, yeah, I have the game up. So, if you've been linked to a soulmate for 5 seconds or more, switching to a new soulmate will cause both gods to become jealous. Enemy gods in the path of a kiss that will create a soulmate will also take damage and be stunned. This will lock on an ally over the god. So, if you link to somebody, right, and you run around Fire Giant, and then a fight's about to start, and you link to the person you want to link to that does damage, both of those people, the person you were linked to before and the person you are linked to now, get the jealousy buff. The jealousy buff is 15% damage increase, 10% mobility, movement. So you enter a fight with a 5-second damage buff and a 10% movement speed for 5 seconds. There's no better buff in the game right now for your teammates. On top of that, you're healing them. You can give them immunity. You can instantly heal them again. You can peel very easily for them because you have a guaranteed stun. Zick, what are you saying? What's up, Ubuntu? Ubuntu. Hello, starts. Also in Smite 2, there's an item that removes anti-heal for 3 seconds. That doesn't exist in Smite 1. There's infinite other items that just synergize well with playing an Aphrodite, like buff type items like Stampede and things to make your teammates fight stronger. Also, in general, in Smite 1, Guardians and Warriors are way tankier and inherently better because of that. In Smite 2, they aren't tankier. You know, Aphro can be just as tanky as a Ymir. Because base prots are higher in Smite 2. Your abilities scale off of intellect, Ubuntu. Your healing also scales off of intellect. Plus, I believe your double hit of your 1 and your 3 ticks make the soul gem stack faster. There's been no Aladdin yet. EU doesn't play Aladdin, NA bans it. So this game might be our first chance at seeing Aladdin. And I'm praying they prepped for it and they play fucking Aladdin on the NA team. It's the best jungler in the game. They can play him full defense. He's the best jungler in the game. If they want to go tanky support like they do everyone else, they can do the same shit on Aladdin. He's better than all those other gods. Lots of big changes. Cost. It's all online. There's no salaries. It's not in Georgia anymore. Is that your reset cooldowns? No. But they're usually back up by the time you respawn. There are no roles. There are no warriors are tanks and mages are mids. There's no roles in Smite 2. There are stats that are slightly higher for characters, but like I said, base defense across the board is just higher. So that right away makes it so anyone can do anything. Her ult cooldown is 10 seconds longer. There's a cap in Smite 1 on cooldown. There's no cap in Smite 2. You can get that cooldown down to fucking 6 seconds. Go 6 cooldown items. 7. So that's wrong. Her back off cooldown got nerfed by 2 seconds. Once again, cooldown is not capped in Smite 2. You can build as much as you want. CDR is better in Smite 1 than it is in Smite 2. That is not true. I don't know who told you that, but that is just incorrect. The CDR items are individually better in Smite 2 than they ever were in Smite 1, and there's more of them. So you can build cooldown in every single slot if you wanted to and have good items in all of those slots. Whoever's telling you this is wrong, or if you're coming up with it on your own, you're wrong. On support in Smite 1, she would heal for 55 to 77 a tick. If she built Asclepius, now she does 35 a tick. She does not do 35 a tick. I just played her the other day. So I don't know where that came from. What is her numbers right now? Oh, it doesn't. Yeah, it scales. You fucking troll ass motherfucker. It doesn't heal for 30 per tick. In Smite 1, it doesn't scale. In Smite 2, it scales off your intellect. So you'll have 1,000 intellect, right? What's 5% of 1,000? Add that to your fucking heal. If you're mid lane. If you're support, you'll have like 200, maybe a little higher with Fire Giant, right? So you're healing for more. I don't know who's, like I said, I don't know who's telling you all this stuff or why you're like taking it out of context, but what I just said is correct. Yeah, Smite 1 doesn't have scaling on healing.
Vegas Smite fans,
on any healing.
how are we
It's flat.
doing today?
You don't build full tank on Aphrodite support. You
I
go
like
one or
that.
two in items
We
on
got a
every
mighty
support,
crowd
on every,
here.
you know,
Crazy
hybrid
games
support.
yesterday ended with a
If you're
three-game
building full
banger
tank, you're just building wrong.
yesterday, and it's only
Because
gonna
you
get
have to have
better.
Asclepius. Asclepius has
NA
intellect.
versus EU.
You're
We all
welcome.
ready for that inter-regional matchup? Let's go. All right, well, let's get the teams on stage. Why don't we? Let's give it up for team name, but with 5 M's.
There is no cap on any stats in Smite 2. None. 0. They DR each other, but it's minuscule compared to Smite 1. It's you can build whatever the fuck you want, stack whatever you want. Chalk mid yesterday was
5
Globe.
M's are our NA team, but of
Different team,
course,
not one of these teams.
we have our EMEA juggernauts. Give it up for Team Risk. I can't wait to see how it all shakes out. But to break it all down before we
Yeah,
get
they were
started,
shitting PBM.
we got Gore, Hazer, and Trelly at the desk. Back to you guys.
Welcome back into the desk, everyone. As we get ready for the first best of 5 of the tournament Smite 2 Founders Series. Again, here in the beautiful HyperX Arena, Las Vegas. And we were trying to remember all the teams these guys had played on. Because, Charlie, it was, and this is
Yep.
why, it was like 3 months ago you did an interview
Yep.
where we learned that the RISK stands for teams.
That they've all played on
One
together.
the K has to be Knights, right?
It's Kings.
Kings?
Renegades
Oh,
and
duh.
Signum,
Oh my
something,
God.
Kings.
Yeah, so as for something, that works.
Yeah, I was thinking, I know it's not Splice, I'm just thinking of S names from the past. Soar? No,
Hey, bro,
that's not it
SK?
either.
Don't think so.
Well, hey, you know what?
The chat's probably spamming it.
You know what we'll do? We'll go to youtube.com/Smite Pro and we'll check out that video and watch that interview again, and we'll be able to figure it out. There's a lot of fun, I think, that's going to happen here. Again, these two teams, they're fun to watch on their own, and now that they get to play against each other, I think it's just going to exceed expectations. I'm really, really excited to see, because I don't think we've gotten to see them. I don't think they did when we did the group
There's
stage.
Bobby, he's probably
Outside,
casting.
So this is going to be
Deck,
the
they have the
first and
52.
maybe only, depending
Oral
on
Lit,
how
they have the
lower bracket
14
goes,
months.
time
Welcome
we
back,
see
guys.
These teams face off. And so let's look at how that's going to work out. Again, 5Ms versus Team Risk. That's where we're at. Best of 5 up there. Smoke Break Food Drive waiting in the wings. That's going to be a best of 3. Winner of that one will face the loser of this one. Loser, of course, of that second matchup.
Or does
is
Bobby's
just gone.
pass out at a roulette
Then
table? No
we'll
way.
get Smoke Break, Food Drive, whoever, versus 5Ms, Risk, whoever. Winner of that, Grand Finals. Loser of that, gone. Then we'll figure it all out tomorrow. Who gets to win? Who is the Smite 2 Founders Series champion? Who is, after a long, grueling tournament process going through an open bracket, then the Swiss stage, then we had a group stage, then we had a playoff stage, then we had a knockout LAN. After all of those 5 various stages, who actually gets to lift the trophy at the end is going to be really, really interesting. The only thing
No
that
idea,
I have written
Alex.
down,
It's happening. Matchmaking's just shit.
well, that's not
so.
true. The only thing for the set that I have written down, because I have a bunch of notes for me, was Scream Bologna band Trelly, parentheses, Not like game 1, but game 3 or later.
Oh, you got it all down now.
Yeah, well, I had to parenthesize. It just says G1, but that's shorthand for game.
I mean, at this point, I think that like early on, our traditional bands, things like Aladdin, Afro,
Mega Jesus
those
lives.
are gonna come through. And then as the set goes
What's
through,
up,
especially
Mega
from
Jesus?
Best
Thank you
of
for 75, dude.
you make your adaptations, and that's when we're gonna see that blow.
Well, you heard
I know
us
games
talk a
never
little
wanna
bit
win.
about it, prior, I guess, overall, right? Because we alluded to it because we can't help ourselves. But we also have, I believe, Malum and Trelly, who we can bring into Malum and Trelly.
he's
Trelly's
right
right here.
here.
Aggro, who we can bring into the conversation.
Yeah, Mark, I don't know.
You
Probably
guys,
not,
I'm kind
but
of curious as to
anything
how
could
you're
happen.
feeling.
What the
First off,
fuck?
both your hair looking on.
Where did he get the
fresh.
velvet
Thank
suit?
you. Thank you.
They
Feeling a little more
together.
fresh than
One
yesterday.
leads into the
Trelly,
left,
your hair
one
looks
leads into the right.
fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you. As is yours. No, I'm excited, Mal. How are you feeling?
I am so pumped up. There always feels like there's that one matchup in the semifinals that everybody looks forward to. It's like, how did we even get this as a semifinals matchup? It could be the grand finals matchup, and of course, regardless, it could still be the grand finals matchup. But I think it's impossible for it to not live up
I
to
feel
the
like
hype
they
in some
all should add
aspects.
some suits like
You got
this.
some aspects of the revenge game for some.
He has
members of both
become
these teams
biggest.
from Worlds of Year 10. You really can't beat that too much.
No, and it's our first like NA versus EMEA matchup,
Yeah.
which is always really hype. And I think we've seen already some pretty clear stylistic differences between what NA thinks is good versus what EMEA
Right.
thinks is good. I'm excited to see how it shakes out for sure.
I am too, but hey, we gotta get things rolling because we gotta get to that point.
Bro,
get to the
I'd be
fun
hot
stuff.
as
So, guys,
balls.
we're
He's
checked
wearing
in, we're ready. Back over to you.
a
to
dress
break things
shirt,
down.
a tie, a fucking
hair
vest,
whooshes.
and then that heavy jacket.
I loved it,
Yeah.
especially with like the Team Risk Zeus in the background, who's also looking pretty dapper.
The
Just
Trelly
makes
route is
That's just
definitely the way to
three
go, bro.
Great-looking guys that were on the screen. And
I'm
then
not trying to
three
be
other
sweating in a
great-looking
suit.
guys,
That
but a
shit's
much smaller
uncomfortable as
screen
fuck.
On the bottom
bottom left.
left corner. Yeah. Well, hey, we
Oh
got
God,
there.
Schmeep's
Hold on.
here.
I know.
Ban him.
I can hold up and see that it makes an L and know that that's left. Okay, we know. But this
Trelly
is
has
again,
tattoos,
a really
bro.
fun matchup, I think, overall, because, like they said, like
And how
it
do you
feels
know he
like
doesn't
a
do anything
big
else?
Finals style match. It
Yep.
could still be a big
Barbecue
finals style match, depending on how the
chicken!
rest of the bracket
Thank
goes,
you
but,
for the
like,
sub.
it's just like a kid in a candy store. He's
Biggest
there,
hater.
there's nothing
It's
but
supposed to be
good that
biggest
I
weekend.
can
Never
remember.
mind.
As long as you
Never
just
mind.
like Smite.
Yeah, and I do. I
Yeah.
like Smite. I like to watch it. I think we mentioned it earlier that that the solo lane in this case is two players with quite similar styles. They both like to kind of support their team frontline alone, leaving their sort of supports to play more backline, and they're not too explosive in the lane. They just want to farm, get to that late game where they really perform. So I'm excited to drive down into Variety versus Cherio.
That's actually one thing when I talked about Cherry, not too long ago, and we got to talk to him. One of the things he straight up said, he's like, I do not care how many times I die in lane. I don't care if I lose my lane. He's like, because if I can out-rotate and out-team fight, then it does not matter what you just did. And I know we
Off
we
the
had mentioned it,
galaxy
'cause I think
gas?
looking
What?
at it, Cherio specifically, and like you said, looking at him kind of like versus Variety here. We mentioned the Hades a whole ton. This is, I believe, again, across a lot
8 gods,
of
10
counter
gods,
series,
85% win rate, 90% win rate.
Again, that Hades has just been a really,
Wait.
really often picked thing for Cherio, but branches out, right? They've got a lot of shared gods. And one thing, Trelly, that kind of I see that's in common, again, is outside of, maybe that Hercules that I see and the Bologna there on the side of Variety, they are a lot of, also that Anubis.
Variety's got a god
Get that outta
puddle.
here. Outside of that, it's a lot of gods that
Not really. He can play a lot more gods than this, I'm pretty sure, but
Yeah,
I feel
Jerry,
like
he's got no problem playing the more defensive solo and just kind of chilling, but he also likes
Cherio's
to
gonna
hard
have
hit
the
if he can,
bigger
right?
god
The
pull
Hades, like you
here
mentioned.
if he needs
He
it.
can go and do all the damage himself, and something that we've talked about ad nauseum on the
An item that
is
reduces
just
shields?
solo
Yeah,
laners that are
there's
okay,
a strength
kind of
defense
foregoing a
item
bit of farm,
that
pushing their
does,
ways
and
down, and
there's
just
Learning Bow
rotating, teleporting
that does
to
attack
side of the map,
speed
making
power item.
duos life miserable. And what did we talk about in the pregame? Both of these squads love to play through their duo lanes.
Variety did play
They
Thor.
love getting, genetics. and
Maybe that
Mike
was
ahead,
from
love getting
pre-land.
streak
That
ahead.
graphic was probably
Having
pre-land.
a solo laner like Cherry just to go over there and say, hey, let's invade purple. Let's pull gold. Things like that can be so annoying to try and deal with. Variety knows this. He's been around for a while. He knows how to deal with it. But I think a lot of the early team fights are going to be decided on who decides to come out of lane first.
And I know that was something, and actually, again, with talking to a lot of the solo laners, like that was their general consensus of like, hey, who uses, the teleport better, who's
Yep.
getting to the other side of the map and impacting Gold Fury. And that feels kind of like the style that I think we're going to get from both of these guys. It's going to be really fun to watch. Also, fun to watch if you really like solo lane matchups like that. Otherwise, I anticipate, and we'll probably break into this, that the duo lane will maybe be more explosive. But these guys, again, they've been playing the game for a long time. They have a bunch of great thoughts on it, and specifically for thoughts on this one, we've got Variety standing by for an interview.
Thank you, Gore. I'm here with Variety on Team Risk. Variety, we're finally getting to the stage of the interregional matchups. And so I finally get to ask you this question. What do you think it is that EMEA does better than NA?
Everything is what he's going to say?
I think EMEA is a lot more experimental with the picks. I think players are in general a lot more flexible about how they want to play the game, and I think that's probably the main difference between two regions.
Is he lying on
5Ms
himself?
look pretty strong right now, and so what do you think is the biggest challenge against this team? Like, what player are you looking at that you think is the
Is he
biggest
lying to
threat?
himself?
I don't think it's any specific player. I think they're all really good, and they can all have their moments. I think it's just being better in general as a team and playing the map better as a team, and that's probably the main thing we're looking to do.
I mean, how have the picks and bans stage has been with the new patches that have come out? There's a lot of flex, a lot of variety, no pun intended, and what the god rolls that you can pick and choose are. So, like, are things changing on the fly while picks and bans are happening, or are you guys usually able to stick to your strategy?
With the changes, there's a lot more flexing going on. I think to counter that, you have to pick a more generalized god, which can be basically blind picked and played into any matchup. I think that's what's happening a lot right now. Like, I think the aspects in general, some of them are pretty OP and some of them are not so good. For example, like Thanatos. So it's more like just recognizing what's good and what you want to play the most and just going from there.
Well, Variety, good luck to you in your match today, man. Gore, back to you.
No, EU teams haven't banned or played
I
a lot
really
of
want
it
to
yet.
touch on the interview, but the EMEA Grand Canyon NA sign is kind of something I've latched onto unintentionally here, Hazer.
I think that might be sign of the weekend so far.
You're going to have to put your name on it so they know it's
yeah,
been
okay.
Hazer
We got to
endorsed.
see more. I feel like we should have a little competition for that. Best sign of the weekend, but I think that's my leading one right now, Charlie.
Is it because
That's
EMEA
bias.
is on top and then the whole Grand Canyon and then NA? Is that what it meant?
Yeah,
Well,
it's like
really,
a,
doesn't it?
No,
Grand
I've
Canyon?
heard
yeah.
like Grand Canyon, like as that's the difference. But I thought they were like, I was looking at it like it was left and right, and I was like, they're pretty, they're far away from each other. I was like, that's true geographically. It took me a while to realize.
Are we
it was
sure he's not high?
If it said Atlantic, you would know that it was just like,
Yo,
no,
what
geographically,
the
like they are separated by a large amount of water. No, I think you get to hear a little bit, right? Knowing like the aspects, like there's so much flexibility in the game. Variety's kind of mentioning like you need to pick something that is just kind of good into your matchups.
Breon, I don't know. Never.
Sometimes you don't know, hey, is that a jungle? Is that a solo? Is that a carry? Like, what am I facing against? I just need something that lets me do me. And so I feel like that's going to be maybe a little bit that we see from Team Risk. Curious how Team Name But with 5Ms feel the same way, because we've got Cherio on stage standing by now for an interview.
Oh, shit, Cheerio.
Thank you, Gore. Of course, we got to get to the NA side with Cherry, the solo laner, 4 5Ms. And Cherry, I just got done asking Variety, what they thought EMEA does better. And he said, you guys are a little more experimental. Do you think that's a fair analysis of 5Ms?
Yeah, I'd say that's probably true. I think we don't follow the meta to a T like other teams. Like, I think which gives us more flexibility in draft, but makes maybe like less practice the comps that we have to play.
And so what do you think NA does better than EMEA?
I just think we have maybe opened our minds a little bit more, willing to do things that are out of the box. I don't think it's any AU per se. I think it's just like maybe just different mindset for teams. Like, I think it's team specific. It's not a region thing.
Well, Team Risk looked like they're kind of back to their usual selves after the knockout land, taking down the team that beat them. What do you think makes Team Risk so strong, and what are you looking out for against them? Is there any particular player or any particular problem that you're anticipating?
Honestly, I think they're just the most solid team here. Like, they play solid Smite. They don't do anything too crazy. They have like good backliners. They have a supportive support, and they have like really selfless jungle solo. So, I mean, we know what to expect. We're not going to be surprised.
It's a long series, best of 5. It could go the distance here. What are you
Pretty much
telling your
every
team in
competitive
those,
player I've ever
those
seen has
long-distance
hand warmers.
matches? How do you
I've
guys
never used
keep
them.
your stamina up?
Just play calm. I think usually the first set was maybe like a little bit hectic
Sweaty
and
hands aren't for
but
me,
now
buddy.
In the best of 5, we're going to be a lot more calm. We just need to stay calm, and I'm sure we're going to do well.
All right, Cherry. Well, good luck in your match, man. That's Cherry from 5Ms. Back to you, Gore.
I think one thing that 5Ms gets to bring.
Same one,
admittedly,
Tally.
You look at this and like, well, I guess we said pretty much everyone but Benny-Q. I'd have to look at Risk, you know, top to bottom, but like a lot of these guys have been on stage before. They've been in high pressure situations before. They've won championships before. Like, it's not a new territory to be in for a best of 5 that is a little high pressure, for them to just be able to say, you know what, and like Cherry, again, last year being the coach whose job literally it is to say, hey guys, no reset, let's get like settled, let's get back into this. When you've got that, with Mike, like it just feels like on 5M's side, they've got a lot of experience very recently, Shelly, making sure that everyone stays calm. We could talk a little bit more though, as we get into Picks and Bans game number 1 of this best of 5M's versus Risk. It will be 5M's on the first big side. I told you you're gonna get tired of hearing me say this, but 2 bans per team.
Clammy is awful. I don't know. I'd rather anything but sweaty. I'm good with.
Coming into this
He's high. I don't think he is.
Up front, the Athena comes through.
I hope.
And maybe a couple of gods we've expected in terms of bans.
I don't know what his life style choices are, so who knows?
My will to predict.
Are we sticking with the A theme here? Afro gone, Athena gone. Will Aladdin go here? That's the really interesting one. Risk.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 11 o'clock for them, right? 11:40.
On first
They
big
probably
side,
stayed out
after
late,
Team Risk
even though they
did
shouldn't
not
have.
pick it
And
against Snowflake. That is
they
a
are.
really interesting change.
Those casters don't pull on
I kind
that.
of wish they had stuck with the A gods, but I guess it kind of makes sense.
Most of them go back and go to sleep pretty early.
As well. I mean, admittedly, Chelly, we've seen this have flex, right? It can go into solo lane, as we've seen. We've seen Scream take it into the jungle. So like,
He
there
doesn't
is
smoke, take weed. I mean, I believe it. I don't either, so.
Potentially run into.
I'm just baffled that Thor was the priority pick. That's
They casted for 10 hours yesterday, and then they probably didn't go to sleep. They probably went and ate and then hung out.
I don't
because
imagine
Vegas,
Lazarus
making the most of it.
itching to play Thor, you know? Like, maybe Variety wanted it, but you're giving up the Yamoja, which is pretty scary.
Earphones for my phone? Well, my glasses have earbuds,
to
have speakers in them, so I just use that.
We're getting PBM Ymir versus Genetics Yamoja.
Yeah.
And there is, guys.
Other than that, I use Apple
I don't care
AirPods.
anything about
I think
support,
they're better than all the other
that
ones.
is going to be a really fun matchup to watch. The walls, the riptides, like all of that, Hazers.
This is gonna be
Yeah, super
fun.
interesting. It seems that Risk did not opt to go for the Medusa here, which we've seen very high priority up to this point in the tournament. We've seen kind of been Medusa and Ullr traded out over these games, and they've kind of. I want to say that this is part of their plan, to have Cyclone Spin pick that and then grab the Yamoja for the walls and the Bellona for the dive. Medusa, fantastic character, but that dash can be quite unsafe. And I think
I
we're gonna see
like
Rao
Team
in the
Risk
mid lane
comp,
here,
bro.
but Theeks, very
I
consistent
don't like
character.
5M's comp.
Actually interesting, because I feel like Theeks and Benny-Q are like the two that would override their solo laners and say, I don't care if he's good over there, I don't care if you can play him well, I want my Ra, locking that in. I'm really curious, and I want to pick your brains. Thor and Thanatos, which one's better where? Because I feel like we've seen both solo, both jungle.
What's up, Monday? Thank you for the sub.
On either bag.
Yeah, at this point, I like if I did get to see like
Medusa's
who
beast,
the
but their
characters
comp
were,
is very
who
good
the
against
teams
Medusa.
were, I would say I just like
Kante's
Thor better in
great
solo,
late
but
game,
I would
regardless.
much prefer Scream.
Yamoja I like way more than Ymir.
Now,
Bellona I like
You'll see it
in
probably
general
in
versus
just a
whatever
second
matchup.
as it comes true.
Raw I like in general
but
versus whatever matchup, but Raw mid.
What we're seeing and what we've been talking about.
I don't know if he runs aspect, I'll like it. If he doesn't run aspect, I'm not gonna like
Which
it.
is to say, Team Risk, other side of where it is. So it was Team Risk with the Thor, Medusa, Ymir, Thanatos, Hecate, and then 5M's on the
Are
other
we
side.
casting
So
today?
still,
I
first off,
assume
still
so,
shows
and
the
he's
matchup
nowhere to be
for
seen
sports
right
for
now.
me. But that does change a little
This
bit
makes
of
so
the
much
context.
more sense.
Benny-Q loves
Maybe he's
playing raw
casting
mid.
later at another game or
So
something.
that
I don't
lines
know.
up. But okay, so Hazer, now up front, knowing that lineup, what changes about maybe some of the thoughts you've had?
Right now they have Hazer,
I like the
Trelly,
Medusa
and
lane a
Gormizer.
little bit more for Genetics and Streak, I think. Genetics on this Ymir, I know
They did ban
he recently
Aladdin.
lost a game 5.
So
in
they
a-
are
in a
afraid
Worlds
of NA
final on it,
Aladdin.
But I still think it's a great pick for him. I think he's really, really good on this.
Oh, the
god,
team's
and I think
wrong.
I like it
Oh,
into
fuck.
Yamoja a lot of
Okay.
time. I think against
5M's.
Yamoja in
Okay.
Joe
I
lane,
like
you do
5M's
want
comp
pressure
better,
out
but I
and
don't
control
like that
some
Benny's
of
not going to
those.
run
Stopper
aspect
getting to
raw.
that late game, Stopper controlling space, put her
I
under
like
pressure,
5M's
and I like
comp
the Ymir
way
comp.
better.
Yeah, this makes so much more sense. I was
They
gonna
had the
say,
team
there's
flip
no
flop,
shot
bro.
this gap was
That
going
makes more
into
sense to
Variety's
me
game.
because
Cherry,
5M's
of
comp
course,
looks like an
he
NA
can
comp.
pilot this gap in the solo lane. He can do it pretty darn
Honestly,
I'm
though,
really
Team
excited
Risk
to see
comp
what it's
isn't
going to
bad.
look like. It's game one.
I think
Risk
Thanatos
versus
jungle
5M's. Let's go to the casters and
On
get it
Lazra
started.
again, full tank. I'm just not a fan
time
of.
indeed. It's Malum and it's aggro. And
He did
it is
nothing
an
yesterday
incredible
with it.
best of 5. between Team Risk and Team Name, but with 5 M's, the upper bracket semifinals of the Smite 2 Founder Series Championship.
Unbelievably excited for this setup, Malum. I mean, it's going to be such a sick
raw,
set,
no
so
aspect
much
mid. I don't
story
like it,
between
bro.
these
I really
players.
don't like
Our
it.
first NA versus
I
EMEA
understand
matchup
it.
here in
I'm just
Vegas.
not a fan of it.
And it's a pretty spicy
Cam,
set
no,
of
I am
comps,
the
if you ask
game,
me.
bro.
I mean,
Fuck.
Benny Q gets
Let
his
me be
raw.
myself.
It is
Let me
such
be
an
me.
iconic pick for him, but it isn't one that is guaranteed to succeed. He's got to be accurate. Not a ton of easy setup until Cherry starts to come to the
I
team
am
fights. Then it gets a little bit easier for Benny.
The stream.
I love the
Bucko.
mention on the desk as well as Genetics playing that Ymir. Played it in Game 5 against PBM when the Jade Dragons won the World Championship. And it looked great on it, but a lot of people talked about that Ymir after that matchup.
Well, that's because Mike had Atlas. And
Cedric,
Atlas
I'm
and
great,
Ymir
brother.
is a
How are
much
you?
more difficult matchup than something like Umoja, in my opinion. I really like the Ymir here.
I
for
am the
Genetics,
view, bud.
And I think that the playmaking potential that Ymir has in Smite 2, he was already such a playmaker in Smite 1, but even more so now in Smite 2. As per usual, 5Ms is starting in an odd way. This time it's Cyclone Spin.
They're trying to
starting
match
on
the
far
start.
right-hand side. This is, I imagine, because he doesn't want to
Oh,
get
they
caught by
baited
Genetics,
him.
who was
5M's
hunting
baited him.
on that left. Typically, you'd see the ADC if they're starting alone.
5M's baited the start, bro.
Way, he could pretty easily clear some of these camps and then just fly back to the left.
Yo, look at one of these
This start is
starts.
going beautifully for 5M.
I don't understand the starts.
Literal.
I don't get the math here.
As much on the map
And we'll probably
as
never get
someone
told
like
why.
Jinwei
I wonder if I get
can. Still a
PBM or
back
Cyclone to
camp,
tell me
but
why.
Look at what Cyclone's got. Blue buff, red buff, and now a little bit more.
What is
Scream
this
was also
start,
able
bro?
to take away that speed buff from
Oh, he's ult 2. He's gonna fight it. Oh no, you had the body block, Scream. You choked.
Streak.
Scream choked. I'm not gonna lie. He had a perfect body block there.
Scream's been level 2 for a moment now.
I'll teach you the way someday, Scream.
Risk from contest.
And this start is genius from 5Ms because
teach
what
me
is
how to
Team
win.
Risk supposed to
I'll
do
teach you
here,
how to body
Malum?
block.
Typically, if the jungler starts on your bottom left side, you would
I
vertically
don't think
jungle.
anyone
Look
understands this
exactly where
start.
Laz was
I
going,
don't think
up
anyone
top,
but these
now
two
there's
teams
nothing
get
there.
the starts.
Now Streak stuck again. The Phantom
Because it
Shell's
just
out,
doesn't
but
make
the
sense. He's
damage
dead,
is
right?
on.
Oh no.
There's the
Good
blink
blink,
forward. Genetics the
Genetics.
body block, and it works out
was a good
to
blink.
keep his ADC safe. If you're playing support at home, take notes.
Yeah, I don't know if it was necessary, but it was really cool.
It looks
yeah,
so cool.
Regardless, so we're gonna take those. I just cannot say enough how much I love this start from 5M. It's set behind the
5M understands this start better than anyone in the fucking game, and I
about even, but look at the
gotta,
impact
like,
of Scream's
slow
out on
this
the map.
down
He's
and
got
break
the
it down at
shell
some point to try to
and
figure
a
this
blink
out.
out all by himself.
Streak still in danger. Can't step up. That health disadvantage.
It might just be base XP.
Problem. First blood goes to North America.
Genetics
You
on a
thought Scream
bad
was just gonna
support
leave,
behind.
but after he had already
not
gotten
gonna be able
both
to bully,
relics, I don't
bro.
think so. He's gonna go steal your
Honestly,
back
this
camp,
might be a
and then he's
stomper.
gonna show up right behind you and get the kill. This is the pressure that PBM.
It might
teams
just
are
be
going
wave
through.
isn't worth
This is
shit.
the type of thing that they are going to
But,
throw
like,
at you. And Risk is a team that is very
I don't know.
well versed in handling this type of situation.
'Cause
and
wave's
they
definitely
still
not
make
worth
some
shit.
mistakes in execution
'Cause
against it
the
because
side lanes
first
are always
time
the
we've
highest
seen it
XP.
here in Smite 2, it's hard not to. But what a start for 5Ms, coming in looking awfully prepared. From everything from the pick to the start,
duo
this is
lane
so ideal
of
for a pick like Bologna,
Risk
who can
didn't
take
hit
that
2 though, so they
2v1
definitely were
into the
behind.
level 1 duo lane on the enemy purple. And
So I
force
just don't
them out.
understand it.
Get
And Genetics
Streak up
invaded the
low,
other
let
purple.
Genetics be hanging by himself.
What's up, Wii
on
U?
that
Thank you for the
purple
sub.
afterwards. That all started with where they
Mathematician, thank you for the
walked
13 months.
to at the
Dolo,
very
thank you for the
beginning.
23.
Those starts are the things we've been looking for in Smite 2. There's a nice wall to stop the bludgeon there.
Are they back to not being able to use
Those are the
skins?
starts we wanted to see. And
Maybe,
if you're
yeah.
just picking
Maybe.
up Smite 2 for
I don't
free
know.
to play. These are the kind
Wouldn't
of
surprise
options you
me.
have because it's so open-ended.
Yeah, the no invaders curse is a huge benefit, I think, for these types of creative starts that allow
Skins
you
confuse
to
viewers,
throw
so
something at your opponents you haven't
wouldn't
seen.
surprise me.
Cherry.
Damn!
Can we get over
Oh
there in
no,
time?
Genetics is
Genetics
here.
already leading in. Scream
No,
so
he's
stuck.
dead,
No
bro.
hold, nowhere to go. Back against the wall, and Lasbra
Scream
on
got
the
war
board.
because he didn't hit 5
1-1 for
before
each
Thor.
Veteran presence here from Team Risk. Variety, yes, I know that Scream has ruined our game on the left-hand side for the early stages, but I'm going to punish him if he steps
These
too
players
far
do
out
not
of-
get
out of
salary.
his space.
There's no more
On the
salaries
right,
in Smite.
Level 5 to level 4.
None of them are
Cheerio isn't
sponsored,
there to
so
back
there is
Scream
no
up.
money but
I don't
winning.
think Cherry
Winning
can
is the
play
only
level
money.
5 anyways. I think
Right.
he hit it off of his own backs. It just ends up being a nice little pick there for Risk. And those are great stabilizers. You know, you're on stage, your first set of the day. The early game has not gone well.
You can run around
for
like
you.
crazy.
Yep. And now you can go, okay, right. That's all we have to do.
What the
Little things
fuck?
like that. I like the play there from Variety.
And it's funny because it goes to what Cherry talked about on the
Two mid
stage,
ults to secure
that
blue
Benny
buff?
feels experimental, sure, but one thing they felt like they did yesterday was they let things get a bit too chaotic.
Because you suck, Schmeat.
It can happen. Right now, they're getting chaotic on the left again.
Genetics, perfect rocket jump and wall placement a step away. So that's an ultimate down for Scream, but that puts them in the jungle.
Mojo.
Lazarus let that go for free.
Genetics out of
Tries to get
position.
through. You gotta rip
Genetics
tight out.
dead.
Genetics
Telling
down.
you,
Cyclone
they're doing this on
grabs
purpose.
one. So
They're
5Ms
targeting him on
continue
purpose.
their presence in the
He's
jungle.
first of all, he's an easy guy to kill, and he's behind, and it's Genetics. He's your shot caller.
In Smite 2 versus Smite 1, and they had Atlas in Smite 1 in the final game there the last season.
Well, I'm not in the tourney because I didn't play in the tourney.
So far,
So
doesn't it,
I
Malum?
don't have the
0-2
time
for
to
Genetics, and that is not
do that
the
shit.
type of player you want to fall behind. He is such a part of this team's leadership. It's why it's really beneficial.
They can be
having guys like
sponsored,
Lazarus
but
and Variety
nobody wants to
who've
sponsor.
also
There's no
been
reason to
there,
sponsor
done
them.
that, and been vocal leaders on teams.
First of
in the
all,
past,
most esports
because it
orgs are
means
cooked
that
these
if
days
Genetics
and
feels
don't
like he's out of
exist.
the game a little bit,
Second of
isn't
all,
able to be
high res
as
has created bad
present
relationships
in
with
the
most
shot
orgs.
calling
Third of all,
that you've got
how the
backup
fuck does an org
options there,
make money
but
in
still,
Smite?
This team is designed to run through what Genetics wants to do. He is the ringleader here. And to set him behind 0-2 immediately takes him out of playmaking potential. It means he can't be the ones, hey guys, follow me. I'm looking for
Iris
this.
pays
Watch
for
me.
travel,
Let's
yeah.
follow me to the
Travel and they
jungle.
give him meals.
He's got to play a little bit more back since he's behind. And Ymir
They
from
usually give them
behind,
like
as we
breakfast
all
and
know,
lunch, like at the
tends to struggle
venues.
more than most.
And it feels like that was always 5Ms throughout the Founders series. There was a time in Founders, for those who've been watching the entirety of it, at the beginning of the tournament, 5Ms had rough matchups. They didn't look great at times. They seemed messy. But one thing they were always good with was being able to read the team comp they were against to find their moments.
And this is a team comp that does that very, very well, I think.
Damn.
5Ms have been playing pretty heavy CC comps. They've got, it's not as heavy CC as some of their others. You know, no Thor on their side. That's there for Team Risk. Bologna has hard CC, but it's only tied to the ultimate. I think that 5Ms do know that their game plan with this comp is sustained. Use the Raw. use
Nah,
the
orgs
Emoja, let's
fell
take some
victim
short
to
burst of trades and then
overestimating
re-engage.
the
And if they
future of
can layer their
esports and how
ultimate,
soon it would
very
be there.
much like they did on that purple.
Salaries
Screw
were
goes with
crazy
the
in
ult,
esports,
it
guys.
forces Genetics back. Genetics
CSGO players getting paid over 30K a month
it's
each.
Not overlapping their ultimates. It's more
PUBG
patient
players
play.
getting
I
paid
think that's what
15K
5Ms
plus a
do
month
in
each.
Smite. The burst from
And
Risk is
Smite
incredible.
players were getting paid
Mexi's burst
5K a
is
month
excellent.
each
Medusa's pretty good burst
while making the
burning.
org zero money.
You know, you got the big
Oh,
ultimate
did he
coming out of
steal it?
Lazarus and Variety. Those
Yo,
are more
he
burst.
yoinked it. What
5Ms
the
are
fuck? Oh, he's... Good blink,
Blink
Glass.
from
Good blink.
Lazarus avoids the ultimate from Scream, a blue buff to 5Ms as well. So talking about their jungle
No,
presence
Josh, it
doesn't
wouldn't.
stop on either side of the map, and the ones on duo, keep an eye out for, that usually sets up for gold.
Yeah, Variety's trying to get something back on this right-hand
That's a
side.
good mid from
while
Variety.
that duo lane is stepping up a little bit towards gold, but not strong enough yet, even though Streak has completed its Groggy Tarp in order to get that at this point. I just think that 5Ms, the way that they are continuing to keep their foot on the gas, don't let Team Risk get these
5Ms is up
kills on or
2,000 gold,
re-invades
bro.
or
How?
buff clears of their own. The game has been very passive so far in the first 10 minutes of this tournament.
We can't
Now,
see the
largely
gold difference
because
with this
the size
layout,
of
and it
gold
pisses
is
me
worth
off,
so
like the
much
individual
that it's
gold
not worth
values.
the
Oh, there we go,
risk
net
of,
worth.
hey, we might get a kill or we might get this invade to work.
Like,
Or I could
Bologna's
just
only up
keep
500
these
ahead of
camps on
Thanatos.
cooldown and
Geb
continually
is
get
200
this far.
ahead.
Yeah, the oh hey, I'm now
Raw
2
is
levels down.
400 ahead.
Exactly. 5Ms has been much more active on the
ADC
map.
gold diff is crazy. Cyclone is up fucking 800 gold.
Riptide, where will
He
it
ran
go?
with a
Lazarus
great ult. This is a
figured
good
it out.
fight.
Has to go up.
Oh
Wow,
my
wait.
gosh, Lazarus got melted.
I thought I was ready for him to go up at the beginning.
Is
of
the Raw
Riptide.
maxing his
I
too?
thought
They
he
should
was
show
out
us.
too, and I think he thought he was safe, but Genetics ends up blinking
They should
out,
pop
I
on
believe,
Raw
and
and
is
see what
not
he's
able
maxing. They're gonna pull
to
gold
end
here.
up staying there and helping. Not a phantom shelf for Genetics as we typically see.
They'll
up
pull
against
gold
the
here and they'll
Emoja
look for
opposite
a
of Blink
fucking
and
Emoja
pop
toss.
last
Here's
there.
that
On
gold
Ymir and kill
pull
him.
down to half already. Genetics has an opening. The
Oh, they
gates
baited
are
it.
out,
No,
but the
they
gold
made it
is like,
stolen.
go back to the Team Risk side.
Wow.
And Team
What
Risk
are you
will get the
doing,
gold fury
5Ms?
away.
That was
Who pulled
potato.
that from Risk? That was smart. I thought it was
That
just
was
gonna be a
so
reset
potato.
from 5Ms, but instead Risk were able to get it. Benny Q thought that he had time to turn around and run away from the open the gates, but just did not.
Cherry trying to oh
Lazarus has
no,
Cherry
he's dead
stuck.
because he's trying to
The Rock is in
wait.
a really
He's
tough
out.
Place. Gets the roll out away and Scream around the corner
That's
to help him
gross.
stay safe.
No ultimate quite yet for Lazarus. Cherry gonna survive. falling a little bit behind, as you would anticipate, as the Geb into the Thor in the solo lane, just not fast enough at farm.
Up, down.
Yeah,
for
there was
Scream.
way too much money thrown at
Looking
esports with
Variety.
crazy,
Yes, the teleport
crazy
away.
estimations
Does not get
based
caught by
on
the other side
nothing.
of the pack.
I thought that jump might catch him.
Every league thought they were going to become the next fucking NBA,
He might
NFL.
go for it.
On the
No
way,
way
but
he's not
there's
going
a
to. Dude,
lot of
Lazarus
speed
been
for
a
Sherry.
little
Too
willy-nilly
much
with his
for Lazarus
ults.
to make the attempt. He probably
A
would've
little
gone
crazy boy with these
Yeah,
ultimates.
I don't know. That's
I don't think he executed anybody yesterday in a whole game, in a 40-minute match. I don't think he got a single execute.
Global, and those ultimates, as we know, are very, very critical and longer cooldowns.
Zab owned an org, but he stole money from his friends who were on his team under the org. And then he got shit for the Xbox players in his org, but that was dumb. I didn't agree with that at all. They signed a contract. People were mad they weren't getting paid, but they signed a contract and they didn't get paid.
On the same page, and not having the ultimate's not going to help his ability to catch up and farm either. Scream is now up 2 levels on last.
First place is 120,000, I was
This
told.
5M's team has been much more active, as I was alluding to, and they build for
Not a lot of
earlier
money
game,
for
I think,
6
than a lot
months
of
and being the
other
best team
teams
in the
as
league.
well. Betty
Like-
once again
like, honestly,
goes
kinda dog shit.
Necronomicon first in the mid lane. This is a very risky item to go. This is the item you go when you're killing it. You're way ahead. You feel like you can't die. You just want to get damage. It sacrifices your natural protection.
He went Necro on Raw again. If you don't know what Necro does,
It's
it
a lot of
stacks.
intelligence,
Every
but it
stack
makes
gives you 50 more
really,
ints,
really squishy
but you lose
as
10 of
you
each
get more
protection.
stacks,
And it
you
stacks
lose
at the
all
max at 3
stacks
stacks.
upon
The
death.
thing
So
is,
it's a
your
risky
3
option that I saw
cancels
many
out because your
yesterday
3 gives
as
you
well,
30 protections.
and it's a confident play.
So your 3
I
counters
gotta
out
say,
the Necro if
I
you're
love
always in your
Ra
3.
is a confident god. You know, you got to be feeling yourself to hit all those skill shots.
No,
If you're
120K
going to be
total.
hitting all those, you're going to be getting kills, so I might as well get the thing that pays me for getting more kills.
And Benny has been feeling himself both in this tournament at the Georgia LAN as well.
Doing
so
team skins for the winner? I don't think they've given any money for team skins to
The
anybody.
sole laner who gets away is
Team skins are
Variety.
usually
It
free,
got
aren't they,
risky, but
nowadays?
We keep talking about the ultimate.
Like, the team skin that's gonna come out on
nonstop.
Sunday, tomorrow,
5M's
is free.
Keeping that pressure on.
I don't think Cherry realized how much damage they were going to do, but now they're looking for more.
Another one out. Genetics stuck back, but the freeze is okay. Not
Good
good enough to
pick.
save Theeks. The rocket
Wait, did
jump
they kill?
can't
Oh,
take
I was
him
gonna
far
say,
enough,
they kill
but
him
there
too?
was still a portal up,
Oh.
and he won't get caught by the ultimate. So Genetics lives, but his mid laner goes down. And
No, 300K was the
Lazarus
total
considering
prize
looking
pool
at
for the
Benny
LAN.
Q, but not quite gonna go.
It's
Another
120K
kind
for
of situation
first,
where
80K
Lazarus
for
has that
second,
ultimate, but
I think someone
he
said, and then
Yeah, it just feels
I'm
like
sure
he
it
needs
just
to catch
dips
up and
off to
farm.
like
He has been
30K for
dedicated to
the
doing so.
others
He
or
has
some shit.
closed that 2-level gap. He's gotten back to level 10. Scream has not hit level 11 since we checked in
The old
last, but
world skins did
again,
cost money
5M
because they were
just
under
more
orgs.
active on the map. And that
When they
being- but
removed
that being
orgs,
said,
they no
for how
longer
much
had to
more
give
active
the players
5Ms
money or
have
the
been
orgs
on
money,
the
they
map,
kept it for
Risk
themselves.
is not that far behind.
So they
Right?
can make them
They're
free or
down
make them
less than
cost
1,000
whatever, it's just
XP, they're
theirs.
down less than 1,000
They're
gold,
because it's
despite
their
the 4-to-1
teams.
kill difference.
They were
Now,
providing
I
the
think that
salary, they're just
5M's team
recouping
fight
their
scales
salary from
better
it.
into the later stages. And Team Risk is not a team composition that I would expect to be winning at 12 minutes, but come 15, 16 minutes, I think that they're like levels.
Hi-Rez just
15
sponsored
to
some
19
German
type of
streamer who
space.
gets like
I
30K
think that that's where
viewers,
their
right?
semi-globals
That
from Thanatos
motherfucker, they had to have paid him
before
hundreds of
end up
thousands of
becoming
dollars to play
very
Smite.
impactful, and they just
That shit should have been used in the fucking prize pool
So
rather
I'd be looking
than.
for something like that, as Speaks might get caught.
Oh my gosh, that damage is crazy from the
A
two.
little bit to the left, but Theeks is feeling that pressure. And
Yep.
you talked about the pressure. I love your points about the feel of this game too, because even if the gold lead
Can't
has
cast
stayed
anything on
close,
your mojo? What do you mean?
close-ish, 5M's just feels like they've got this whole map.
They do, and they're going to go for gold again. Getting the last gold was huge for Risk. They have to try and steal it again.
This is
and I don't
this is
like
a
their
free
odds,
gold.
but
They
look where
actually kept
Variety
them out
is.
this time.
Up and
Doesn't
will
matter.
it get down
Kill
in
him,
time?
kill his
Not
bitch
quite.
ass.
Cyclone's going to secure
Silence
Variety a
him.
bit late, and now stuck between a lot. Will the gates
Nice.
catch the help? The beads is out late too.
That was a
Ultimate
bad
dropped
balloon ult.
everywhere.
Vanna
Most of
missed
the
his
damage is
scythe.
onto Team Risk, but they're getting
Execute
away.
him,
Now
commit.
Lasbra to the skies.
No, he's not gonna commit. He's running away again. Laz has been having a really bad weekend so far.
Get everybody out.
Just a little bit of split target decisions there from 5M's. Variety, they're waiting for him to hammer to try and interrupt him, but then he's just patient and just kind of walks out. And 5M's, that lack of hard CC. ends
Yeah,
up
just for
showing
an
itself. I think
example,
I would've liked
like,
to see Cherry use
For me to play a
something there
game
and
for an
knock out
hour,
for the
I'll usually
ultimate
get
just to
paid
force the
like
beads and
2K
the hammer.
plus, if not
And
more.
then the fight just ends up
At
playing a
1,000
little more
viewers.
naturally. But
So if he's at
because
30
it was a
fucking
game of
thousand
chicken
viewers,
on the runaway there, it meant
he's
that
getting
the-
paid hundreds
the
of thousands
target
of dollars.
selection got a little bit crossed for 5M's, but ultimately still a great play for them. They get gold.
So they
Fury,
had to have dropped
lose
an insane amount of
very
money
little.
just for
Didn't
that
use a
one guy to
relic
play
where
the game, and they've
Variety
sponsored
had
other
to
people.
Variety couldn't
I think those
farm that
sponsorships are a
right-hand
waste.
side, and every time that Cherry's able to
I think
move
it's
and pull
whatever
this floor
marketing
in to the rest
person
of his
still
side
thinks
of the
that's
team,
worthwhile. I
it's
think they're
going to be
bots.
good because, like we said, Cherryo on Geb cannot keep up in farm pace with something like Variety. He's got to make him feel like he can't spend time farming and has to spend time fighting.
They aren't trying their butts off because they'd be playing for $15,000.
Having this way,
Bro,
we saw
they've
this
been
a
playing
little
for
bit
6
in
months,
Georgia,
right?
too, of even in fights where things feel messy,
So
they never feel
$16,000,
fully
that's
out,
after
which feels like they
taxes.
always keep at least one
That's for
streak
the
up
winning
with us
team for
way
6
back
months.
in. In the last fight, it was Lasbra who was ready to ult if there was an opportunity. It just
3
wasn't
ads
good
okay,
enough.
5
But that's
ads
something they seem
lame,
to do
8 ads
consistently.
Jesus.
They've got a lot for sure in up their sleeve, but I think at this point, you're looking to just slow the pace down if you're Risk, right? You want to try and
Get your ADCs in the game.
Get your ADCs
What do
in
you
the
get
game.
popular
Not
streamers
too
to play
slow,
Smite
because
without
like I
being
said, I still
sponsored?
think their
No.
mid game is where they're strongest. I think as you get to 5,
Ones
6
that
items on
like it will
everyone, I
play it
still
at
like
some
5
point.
items.
No, there's no way to like,
Saw
hey,
now,
like make
let's
them
get
play, you
off
know what I
of
mean, or
Variety,
make
because
them
every
more
time we've
interested to
seen
play right
Variety
now.
go for those engages, it's been a little dangerous for him, and with Pyro pulled and instantly let go, Team Risk once again, as you said, feeling it out.
They've got some key power spikes now.
Jerry's got Helm.
Yeah,
Stone
someone
of
will play
Binding.
it
Oh,
at
yes,
some
he did.
He gets
point.
the ultimate, gets the
Nice
stun
stealth
down, doesn't have
engage,
damage
bro.
from
It's about it's on a
Kill.
tank,
Not
and now
quite.
he's
Matter
dead.
of fact, the
Oh,
response
fuck.
from Team Risk is real good.
Cherryo
and
got that
Pixel
Clappington.
finds
Variety
Terry.
died, though, so
With
it's fine.
ults dropped, it's going to be a
He got the
1-for-1 so
Clappington.
far. But
Sheesh.
man, what an attempt from Cherry. What an answer from Risk.
Great call from you, Malum. I
He
missed
killed
it
him
just as
fast
much
as
as
fuck.
Risk did. The stealth rock just sliding his way into the back line, but they're not done Risk.
Pyro low. Where's the engage? It's right there. It's Lasbra.
Lasbra
And
finally
Benny
gets a good
is
engage.
gone,
That was a
picking his
really good
target
engage,
perfect
honestly.
This time, and Cyclone Spin, who was low as well, has to back out. We know what a Thanatos can do.
Felt like Benny wasn't under that much threat, but it's because he had 2 of those Necronomicon stacks, just no procs basically at that point. And Lasbra's able to just
What do they do for
one-tap him,
marketing?
even with a Stone of Binding on top of
I
it.
think
Great play from
esports
Risk.
is your best
Ain't
market for any
no
competitive
way
game,
they're
and
gonna
big
try this
prize
now.
pools for lands is
There's
how you
no
get people to
shot.
watch,
PBM's
which is how you
aware.
get
This
people to play
this
the
is
game.
a 5M's play. They did this yesterday to Food Drive for Glow, where they
Yeah.
pulled the Fire Giant and said, come on, you want to fight for it? Let's fight
Yeah.
for it now at 15 minutes.
I mean, they didn't have Benny Q for 5M,
I mean,
but it was
IRIS
still, they don't have
sponsored
nearly enough
OTK to
damage
play,
on really either
the
side
game,
to do
which
something
brought
like
in a
Fire
fuck
Giant
ton of
pull
creators,
that
right?
early
Like,
into the
they
game.
brought in like
But I
50
feel like Risk
giant
is
streamers.
really
None of them play the
hanging
game
around
again.
here. I mean,
None of them play the
momentum
game.
feels like it's
None
all
of their
on
viewers are
5M's
playing the
side.
game.
These skirmishes feel like they're going their way, but Lasbra's done such a
They
great job.
managed to
of
mass
clawing his
scale
way
it
back
and prove,
into
hey,
this
this
game
doesn't
and
work.
making an
Player
impact
base didn't
on
go
this
up,
Thanatos.
right?
It's not nearly as early game slanted as a pick.
So
as it
clearly,
used to be. I think
that
it
is not the
scales
way to get
much
people to
better,
play Smite. It might work on
especially
other
with this
games,
aspect now
but
that
it does
allows
not
you
work
to
in Smite.
stack a bunch of HP. I've been loving this build that I saw Nika do it first in solo with the Stone of Binding and the Oathsworn Spear and getting into some tankier options later on that you can just
Nah, dude, big
miss
prize
and you
pools
just
is
have
how
enough
you get
damage
people to notice the
with
game.
with the Stone of Binding proc in order to kill backliners.
$1 million tournaments gets people talking, dude. Million plus gets people talking.
To build tanky and still be able
Anything
to
over 2 million gets
Team
everybody
Risk
that's
playing the
involved in
patience game
esports
stealth
talking.
grass. Genex might
He
have been
just
seen.
choked,
Cherry
so
is
actually trying to
now
catch Cherryo.
too close. So Team Risk back out. The blink forward.
Nice.
Catches with the ult. Followed up
That's
on by
filthy.
Screen. Damage on a streak up. Who
Bro,
gets
that
the
is-
dash
he
away.
started
But
ulting
Genetics gets
before
brought
he
back by the
blinked.
Riptide. Still hasn't
That
been
is
shut down.
filthy.
There he goes. The Cyclone Spin.
There's no way to
Team
react to
Risk
that
trying
get ball.
respond
That
with
is
their own
filthy
ultimate,
as fuck.
But the Thor ult going to be off the mark. and
Brother, what is the
5M's step
timing
away.
on that?
What a play by Cherryo, man. That's a Smite 2 exclusive right there. The Cataclysm first and then the blink.
That's
nearly
filthy.
impossible to react
It's
to.
like a 0.1
Gets to
second fucking
streak
reaction
force
time.
back, and Genetics then pulled back by the Riptide and the Rivers of Cupid Mike.
TI
Beautiful
isn't
frontline
40
play
million
so
anymore,
far
bro.
from
It
5M.
hasn't
This is
been.
becoming vintage 5M's. Pull the
They
fire
stopped
giant.
crowdfunding the
Dare
same way. The
other
last
teams
TI
to
was
fight
like
Team
nothing
Risk.
compared to the
Are
rest.
looking for some way in. The fire is low.
Benny
It
Q,
goes to
Secure,
Benny Q,
Streak
5Ms.
dead.
The call
5Ms
works
just
out.
looks better
The
than
risk
everybody,
takers
brother.
right now are North
5Ms
America.
is just
and Team Risk
significantly
is
better as a
struggling
team,
for
and
They're
with their
taking
draft.
Risk to town, that's for sure. A Fire Giant now
Everyone
on all
else's drafts
5.
is like
Benny
shit.
didn't have Snipe, and they didn't even blink, Malum. Who cares about guaranteed secure? will just win the coin flip. They're just keep on gambling, they keep on winning. 5Ms now set up to maybe get commanding, though. Benny might get caught.
Does he get away? He's a bit in an awkward
Moving.
spot, but he's
How do
got
you increase
so
the
much
player
room.
base? The player base doesn't
He's
need to be
gliding
increased.
out
The only way to get Smite's
Moving
player
on
base
him. No
bigger
chance.
is if it's in other countries.
Without anyone else in
And you know how you get it bigger in other
Don't think
countries?
that
You
even
run
if
big
he did
lands in other
everything,
countries.
There was any chance that they would have been able to knock him down impressive stuff from really both sides. This is high-level Smite 2.
If you go into like the Korean market and you're like, yeah, there's gonna be a $500,000 Korea only Smite tournament in 6 months. Get ready.
Excellent job at
People are gonna
answering.
start playing the game.
5M's just executing better. And when it comes down to it, the team that is posing the question usually has the advantage because they're the ones setting the tempo. They're the ones getting the initiative in these engagements. And Team Risk has done a phenomenal job at picking up the pieces and responding as well as they can. But when the team on, sometimes, in my opinion, in Smite, a good offense beats a good defense. And right now, 5M's is clicking on all cylinders on offense.
The Founder
Did they
Series
try to
was
do
open,
some
anyone
crowdfunding
could
sort of
play.
thing? Dota? They
5M's
did
exactly
crowdfunding
what
season
they said.
1,
That was
and the
their
prize pool was the
strategy.
biggest
When they
prize
would
pool
fix
of
a
all
team
time in
that was
Smite.
newer
They
to
never did it
see
again.
to that experience, they just
It was like
outpaced on
2.6
offense.
million or
Forced you
something.
into this sort
First
of
place won like
panic
1.2 million.
defensive maneuver.
It's so stressful.
200K
When
a
you're
player.
like this, it
That's
just-
big fucking
they
money.
Speed up the game. on
That's
you. And
life changing
it's so
money.
hard
Right?
when you
Especially
just
because
feel
at the
like
time
you
we were
can't catch a
sponsored. That was
breath.
during sponsors. Like the
Always
sponsors
have
were
to
little back then. It was like
respond
1,000 a
to
month.
what you're doing. I think
800 a month was like the norm.
best way
But
to
still.
play Smite is to continually force the enemy team to respond to what you are doing. And now they're up 4K. They've got a lot of tower gold still on the map, so I think this lead can balloon even more for 5M's. And I really got to give Streak credit.
They lost a lot of the player base when they came out with Smite 2. No, they didn't. The player base is over 40K right now. There's 16,000 people on Steam alone, 20,000 people on PC, and then you have to double it and add some to get console because console's more than 50% of the player base. There's over 40,000 people playing Smite 2 right now.
Harder for 5M's to just group up.
So everybody who's like, well, actually, people stop playing because of skins, you're wrong. You need to get caught up with the times, buddy. There's more people playing Smite 2 right now than there were playing Smite 1 for like the last 3 years. Last 2 years.
Fight, the previous engagement. It hasn't been, which we expected almost. It hasn't just
actually, you need to shut the fuck up.
5M's has been able to control.
How do I know consoles are 50% of the player base? They said it on their fucking Titan Talk. I've also been told it's actually around 60%.
In their own jungle, but they're not putting up any soft defenses in tier 2s. They're just looking for what they can get.
You choose to disbelieve. It's literally public information. Go to Steam, dumb bitch. You can't disbelieve a fact, you fucking moron. Holy fuck. No wonder no one likes to talk to you, even on the internet.
Because if you're not here in time, we could shred it.
Got a minion wave too. Some poke variety and a beats forced as well. That's massive for
You know someone who does that a lot? Yeah. People that do that are unintelligent fucks.
They got one
morons.
in.
Idiots.
Stupid. Who are you gonna find? Genetics can't really get out of this spot.
Oh,
in the
huge!
backline!
Oh my
Look at
god.
the
How?
ultimate
Dude,
hit.
I'm
Look
telling
at the
you,
stuns go.
stop
And
zerging a
all the
Phoenix
red
split
members
push.
Get dropped. That's 3 dead
Stop
from
this.
5M's.
This is
and Team
5M's
Risk.
biggest flaw.
They figured out
They
what
will
they
not
wanted to
split
do,
push
Ryan.
Phoenixes.
It was defend and blow up
Cyclone is
5M's.
1v5.
Not done yet.
Okay, he's dead.
Cyclone spin will
If
go
Cyclone
down
had 1v5,
too.
that would've cried.
5M's called the bluff, but Team Risk wasn't bluffing.
Split
They had
push, man,
everyone there and
please.
ready to go. Scream goes in a little bit too deep.
Aladdin
Even
has
though
not been
Rivers
played in the
is
tourney.
great from
Every
PPM, their
there's an
backline
NA team
stayed
in the
so
game, it's been
grouped
banned.
up.
So
They
like this
stayed
this
so
match
grouped
was
up.
banned. If
Cyclone
it's
and
double
Benny
EU, no
couldn't
one plays
really
it. They don't
get
ban it or
damage.
pick
They
it.
were too far back, and Variety was able to buy a ton of time. Believe he got a huge dunk.
Based on that math, there's
on the
50K
back
players
end
right
of
now?
this.
Yes.
Look at the grouping here.
Correct.
Cyclone
50K concurrent.
is just
Which
not
is
in
like
a good spot
the
to
old
help. He
normal
actually
for
was
Smite,
pretty
and people just
split.
never
I
realize it
misspoke.
because
They
they're dumb
weren't
as
too
fuck.
grouped up on Cyclone and Benny, but Scream just had to run back the same
They were always
way
like,
and
Smite's
led
a
them
small
straight. Benny
game.
keeps-
Yeah, compared to
Benny
League
keeps
and the
so
other top
squishy
3 fucking
with
games
that
in the world, not compared to everything
because
else.
That snipe didn't hit.
Why do you think
don't
Hi-Rez
really
makes
get
has
that
a
same
revenue over
value
100
from
million
it.
a year?
This is the risk when
I
you're
wonder.
pushing the boundary, though, Malum. That 5M's, yes, their pace is incredible, but
This
when
is
you
EU versus
stumble,
NA.
when
EU
you
banned
get
it.
the speed
EU banned
wobble
11.
as you're going down the hill, you could get in trouble.
Cherry in all the trouble
Cherry,
right now, looking for any way
big.
out of there. Doesn't get caught by ultimates, so he can get the rollout away. But that's why I brought up that 5M's used this sort of strategy against so many teams that were inexperienced. We didn't get to see teams with a lot of tenure defend against that strategy very often.
Risk is such a good team at being on the ropes, getting back to the corner, and then just getting that one.
I want to see what they do with Sercat when they add her to Smite 2. Because Sercat had a really bad problem in Smite 1 of being balanced, so she basically was shit for a long time.
At shifting
And
their
I'm
identity.
hoping with
Because now,
their new capabilities,
Risk could
they
just
find a way to
defend-
make
just
her
go
like an
back on
actual
defense,
jungler,
right? Hey,
or they
we
separate her being a
alleviated the
jungler and a
pressure.
tank.
5M's isn't right up in our face. We can.
My head can't
we can
get
slow
any
it
bigger,
down,
buddy.
but typically
I'm already
in this
maxed out.
situation, Risk really assumes the role of the counter puncher and gets on the
The
offensive.
build's
while
on point this
5Ms is
game.
still
They're
a
what I
little dizzy
expected. You have super
from the
tank
flurry
junglers.
they just received on the left side.
Actually, the Bologna
Team Risk, they
build
grab
is a little
that
more
map.
damagey,
Got
but
the
they're
map
tanky,
under
they're hybrid, they're
control. They
mixed,
got a lot
whatever.
of farm in their pockets. The 5Ms,
I think
they
most of
want
the
a
builds
go
are what we
button, and they
saw
want it
the other
now.
day.
Up to the sky,
And
Variety.
Genetics
Can
just
you
can't play
repeat
the
that
game,
same
dude.
play? You already lost. Genetics, so what's the go button? It's nobody.
I wonder
Variety
who
couldn't find a
comes
home.
with Genetics
Lasbro
getting
was ready
cooked.
to commit behind
I wonder
it.
if it's
That is two
Lasbra
sitting
or if
globals down
it's like
with
one of the
fire
carries.
right around the corner.
Genetics just too far forward there, Malum. Not enough
16,586 people in
follow-up.
Smite 2 on
Misses
Steam
primary
right now.
target. And 5Ms,
No
snipe,
Epic
but still
launcher,
looking for
no
fire.
console.
Lasbro from behind gets
Well
some
over
damage.
40K people
Astro
playing the
back
game.
in reposition, but
And it's
fire
early.
is
It'll
dropped.
peak.
What? PBM, same thing.
PBM,
Speaking of
what?
getting dropped,
Did he
right
get
in the
ulted for a
spot.
million?
And Team Risk now with one of their own and both supports off the
Damn,
map.
dude.
Both
He
teams gotta
fucking
reassess.
melted.
Man, that is a work of art right there on that Fire Giant defense from Risk. Lazarus coming around the backside. He just
Correct.
quick
Well,
hit
they
and
don't
run.
want- they don't
Soul
want,
Reap into Death Scythe on the perfect target, by the
Smite
way,
to
in
be
Cyclone Spin, who
played
doesn't
in
have any
China,
lifesteal,
right?
So that damage sticks even with
Because
the Raw
Tencent
and
owns a
Mojo.
portion of
And
Smite,
right as everyone
and they own a
turns
big portion
on
of
Lazra,
League.
Yo, Thanatos
So
in
they
the back
shut
line,
down Smite in
the
China.
three
They
remaining
also they
members of
say
Risk surge forward
that
and
because of the way
catch
China
PBM.
has
When
rules with
everyone's
like
head is
blood
turned
and
onto
bones and
Thanatos,
shit, that it's
they
just hard
spring
for
the
them to
trap
keep up with
onto the
patches and like make a
support
China
and
version.
completely
But I
negate
truly
the
believe
mistake that Risk
Tencent
had
said,
just
"Fuck
made.
yourselves,
Set us
get the game
right
out
back
of
to neutral
China."
right before the Fire Giant right before this Ancient Fury spawns. This is risky.
Your wife is playing
from
Smite. I
Cyclone.
know it's
don't think
popular,
he's got
bro.
the
She
time
only plays
or the-
Stardew Valley. Yeah,
Risk
dude.
hold
Casually,
fire
the game
once
is
again,
great. Like
making 5Ms
it's easier to play than
respond
ever.
to
So I
what
feel
they've
like
done
it's
so
more
many
like at a
times
casual
now.
level. It's
The
better
closest
than
is
it
the
can
Geb.
ever be.
This is gonna go without
gone.
an answer. BennyQ is nowhere
Alright.
nearby, and Team Risk take the Fire
5Ms
Giant.
What
looking
a
like they might have just
mistake
thrown. I don't know what's
there
happening.
From 5Ms, they try
This is
and just
Theeks,
say,
by
hey,
the way.
with
This is
two-man
all
goals,
Theeks.
Maybe we'll just let
Big man
Cyclone solo
things.
it. But then
I've
they
been
just
saying
lost
that
the
fucking
positional advantage
Hakate's one of the best
inside
late
that
game
jungle.
characters in the
They used
game.
all their ward coverage and Risk
Dude's pumping.
probably anticipated a fight
Fucking
in
pumping.
that moment.
So
Never
best of
got
5.
one. 5M's out of position, and the first big mistake from them, besides that Phoenix Siege, they've really only made two big ones.
We already know what they're doing to
but
Hunbats.
they've
It's
both
pretty
cost
minor.
them
Hunbats'
pretty
2 is going to have a
handily.
pen
Now an
shred
Ancient
that
Fury
like ticks down
for
before he
Team Risk,
slams.
Their minions are buffed with the second Gold Fury being
And his
down,
passive works
and
on his
it's not
abilities rather than just his
disaster
autos.
for
There's more
5M
data mining
because
today.
that
We're going to go over it.
Ancient Fury
There's a lot of data
is
mining. I didn't
only
read
on
it yet.
One tier or two tier 2s, one of which is already
They did
dead.
best of 7s one time,
Anyways,
Mambo. Yeah, they
and on a
did.
tier 1 and mid.
They did.
So that debuff only happens
I
on
think
the furthest forward
those
structure
games, I think they
lane.
played like 2 sets a day
Really
except from
don't want
like
on your
Wednesday
Phoenix
to
because it
Sunday.
opens up a Phoenix
And they were
Siege
going
very
to like
easily.
12.
If
So they don't
5M
do
were
that
to
anymore.
lose all of these debuffed towers, it would significantly change the shape.
I'm pretty
of
sure
this
they
game.
did best of 7s.
But it's still a lead.
I don't think all of them
for
were
Risk
best
that
of
they can
7s.
start
I think
to
it was
get
best of
into.
5s in the
Genetics
shitty bracket,
can start to
and then the
which
finals were best of
season
7s. I think I
desperate
played in a
need.
best of 7.
All these items can start to finish up for Risk's side. And 5M's is going to have to slow down their farming.
And talk tomorrow on Must Watch. If you're interested in the game, I think so, yeah.
It's still amazing that 10 minutes ago, the game state that we assessed.
Yeah,
was a
I think I
5M
used to
swing,
play best of
5M
7s. Like, I like
the
specifically
field was
remember
their
that.
own. Now kills are tied. Experience is just skyrocketing.
I don't think they kept it. I think they realized, like, yo, this is horrible.
And they have the gold lead. At a
I
point
also
where you're looking
believe
for
that
final
during
power
that
spots.
time, that was when you'd
Really
play the
impressive
last
the way
game
Risk
one night and then the first game the next
Cyclone's
morning.
been nearly died, but
But
didn't get out. But
Genetics?
Genetics might
Cyclone.
not.
So deep. How do you get into that spot or get out? You don't. Scream makes it happen. Variety with the dunk can find Scream right
The
back.
dive
though.
is so
He's still
bad.
got Streak. Can
Oh,
that be
that was
enough damage
big.
to help
5Ms
Lasbro out?
loses here,
Who
right?
dives into that back line, and 5Ms,
Then has to save
they
the
call
day.
the
Spin
retreat.
got out with like
Cyclone
10-0.
is back 1-for-1 right now, but this Team Risk squad still has fire for 100 plus seconds. Then he's got to get back from base quick.
Looks like Team Risk will not leave without a Phoenix. They want it, but 5Ms
They're not getting
try to
it, bro.
find
There's
that
no
right
way.
defensive point, and it's enough for the
I
time
don't
being
like
to get
the
Team Risk out,
non-dive.
wait for a
Like-
minion wave and give you a second to lick your wounds.
You see how
That's the
strong
one
this
thing about
Thor
Food
wall
Drive.
has
They run the same
become.
cover every time, which I
Variety
fucking
and
hate, but
Lazarus
they
are playing
dive. Like their whole thing is to
unbelievable
fucking
two-man
dive.
on this front line because the poke composition is not great for Risk, but it's been wall from Variety into damage from either Lasbra or Theeks on long range. It set Cyclone off of that fight in what could have been a much worse engagement for Risk, because of Genetics positioning, really gets salvaged by how quickly Cyclone had to bead.
Best of fives are good.
Took him a long time
It
to
allows for
reset.
that crazy
Ended up being a
reverse sweep,
5v4
which
that
is
turned
like
into a 4v4
honestly some of the most hype shit in the
A
world.
lot of wave control from the side of 5Ms in the duo lane. That left side Phoenix, 14 Risk, is taking damage from the Minotaurs.
Oh
I don't
my
think there's any
gosh.
chance it falls. Surely
That
not.
Phoenix is
No,
getting
it's still got a
real. 2 Minotaurs?
It'll
They
get
do. They
defended,
needed 3 people to
this
defend.
allows 5Ms to get
What
a
up,
little
Tricky?
bit more Fire Giant side control.
Nah,
now that
Minotaur
they
building
know
Thoth
that Risk
because
is
it doesn't have that
over
much
here
power
and
on it.
defending that wave on the left-hand side. Feels like the front line.
Motherfucker has 45% pen though.
Genetics for Risk and Scream for 5M. I think Scream is
penned up.
just going. And look, Scream trading his life to kill Streak or Theeks is
I think
worthwhile.
it's already
But a lot of
on
times
Agni on the
Scream is
website,
like
isn't it,
for
Xedre?
genetics, and I just don't think that's enough value for what your jungler can get.
Where do you acquire
with
the
this
daily
game
player
in the
count
game.
stats to
Genetics
account for
is a
console?
vocal leader,
Because
the
they
heartbeat
told us
of
console's
Risk,
more
but
than
It's not
50%.
like the rest of these guys.
If Steam
cease
is at
functioning once you take off
16.5,
genetics off the
that
map.
means
Like,
console is
they are
at
still
least
going to make it work,
16.5.
particularly
We
with how
aren't
well I
accounting
think
for
Variety
Epic.
and Lasbra have
So
been
it's
able to
more
play
than
the
16.5.
run
Bro, this
style.
is
They aren't
just common
overlapping their
sense, dude.
ultimates at all.
This
There
is
hasn't been a
process of
single double
elimination.
dunk all game. It's
This
been
is,
Variety
they
beating
told us their
Lasbra
numbers.
late, and he has been patient
Brother,
with his ultimate.
turn your
You
fucking
gotta
brain
shout
on
out
for your
Theeks,
next
by the way.
comment.
4-1
Because I ain't dealing with your
for
bullshit today.
Top of the player damage charts by
I can't deal with dumb.
mile
Yes, it's a
on
YouTube
this
chatter.
Hecate, and this is, I think, when Hecate is at her strongest. At 6
People with no
items,
critical
that Tobin
thinking
is
skills. I laid it out for him, bro. I
unbelievably
told him the numbers and
It's
where
all
they came from and how I
playing
got them. And he's like, well,
I talked
actually,
about
how'd
the
you do
sustain being
it?
excellent
Shut the
for
fuck up,
5Ms.
you dumb bitch. If you're
But
not
I don't
fast
know
enough,
if they
just shut
can
your
sustain
mouth.
Through a Thor wall,
Just stay
double tap,
silent.
Hecate 2 combo.
Stay confused.
That will just be a go signal for Risk as soon as they see it, because that will take a significant portion of Cyclone or Benny.
I'm informing
Benny
you
in
the numbers.
particular,
If you're not
with,
smart enough to
again,
figure it out, then
that
just listen.
Necronomicon stacks, even more susceptible to that poke damage.
God
Calling
damn,
back a
dude.
lot
It's
to
so annoying.
How Founders played out, and you mentioned the Hecate.
Like
Theeks
the
and
Smite
Benny
misinformation
were
nowadays
players
is
who
not.
were
It's not even
teaching a
funny.
lot of
It's
people
there's
what
nothing
that
interesting
character
about
can
it.
do.
Just shut the fuck
And for
up.
Theeks to play it like this on the big stage.
You play on Epic Games.
for Theeks to
Epic
feel
Games
like
is
there's
at
potential for Theeks
least
to make a good play,
4K,
because
but
like
I
you
would
said,
be
Variety
like
Lasbra,
conservative with
how
it
do you
and say
answer that
2
when
to
that
3.
leaves so much room for Theeks to operate.
It's really been very difficult for 5M.
And like I said, the console is more than 50%. So just counting in 50% is conservative because they said it's more.
Stepping up and posturing aggressively in the jungle because they've got longer range CC.
Trust
Wall,
but verify.
yes, that's CC, but
I
the
literally
wall
just
volume
told you where the
itself is
numbers
really
came
valuable
from.
and very scary
Are you
when
dense,
you're
brother?
walking up too far,
Have you had an
and
IQ
wall
test?
is
Did
gonna
you
be a
pass
problem.
5th
Variety
grade?
has
Because
been
my
the
nephew
fight
understands
starter
this shit.
almost every
Did
single
10 years
time
ago.
Risk, at
What
least
is
their
wrong with
successful
you?
ones. The unsuccessful ones are when
Verify
genetics
these
face
nuts
check
in your
the push
mouth, you
or
fucking
walking in
moron.
too far.
Holy fuck.
If they let Variety continue to start these fights, it's been really successful for Risk. Whereas 5Ms, how do they start it?
God
Stealth
damn,
in
dude,
from
you're
Cherio
dumb
or
as
a
Which hasn't
fuck.
happened in a
Cherio.
while.
And I'm not
because he
being
has
mean, I'm
space.
being
They caught him
serious.
once, not again.
His genetics
being
caught
genuine.
This time really deep again.
Oh, Thorol?
up?
Step
That's a
away.
good angle to
Early
Thorol.
land right on top of Cherry.
I don't like the
The
targeting.
responses are there.
Dude,
but
if
the
they had
Hawkers have a
raw
drop. Look at
aspects, I
Lasbra
bet
from
you
the
they're
back
winning
line.
this game.
Find some low. Drops Betty. Thinks
Dude,
follows
Theeks
up on
is
screen.
pumping.
And everyone again for
He's got
5Ms. Gotta
30K.
retreat.
What a play.
guy's not
How
rage
did he
baiting, he's
thread
dumb.
the needle there?
Most people
Lasbra
like that are just dumb. They're not smart enough to
absolutely
rage bait.
on taking out
They're
Benny
just
Q.
actually dumb.
And I gotta say it, Malin.
Unfortunately, your average human being is
Necro
dumb.
is a really
Especially
5Ms. I don't think Benny should
on
be
the
dying
fucking internet.
full HP to just Thana land 3-1.
Because in person, they just stay like dumb people don't talk a lot.
And it's gonna blow the
Good
game
way to
open
just
again.
look smart.
For Risk. But
They
Scream,
figured that
I
out
thought
long
Lasbra
ago.
made a bad decision going into 3 because Scream was really isolated on the other side of the Rivers Rebuke. But instead, Lasbra knows that, hey, my guys can handle
Around 30K
that Bologna
console,
jungle.
16
I'm
Steam.
gonna
Yeah,
go
over
on a
16 Steam
priority
right now.
target that I know I can
And then
kill
Epic, yeah.
and then get out. Look, check at this Rivers Rebuke. It splits the team fight beautifully. Scream is on the back line.
Can you verify
but
for me?
somehow,
I'm changing
how
verifying.
did he land that?
That
is
was insane.
Look, sometimes, in Vegas in particular, you need a little luck to happen. And that was a great play from Lasbra, but I'm never buying for a second that he knew exactly what that
To their
death fight
benefit
was
to
gonna
state
hit.
whatever
But
they
hey,
would like to hype their
but
product.
It's better to be lucky than
Brother,
good.
I've
but it's
been
best
around
to
the
be lucky
devs for
and
12
good.
years. years.
And that's exactly what Laz was doing right now.
Console has
And that's the biggest
always
vibe, a
been
team
more
risk
than
seems to be making
50%
work.
for
They just got
10
their
years.
third Gold Fury. They're
I've
sitting with
been
Fire
in the
Giant
studio
around
at their
belts. They're
computers,
coming up on
okay,
10K
in their
gold, which
offices.
is 3K pots now that they can stack.
You
Now that
can't
they do so
verify
much,
more than that.
it
They're not
does
making up their numbers, you dumbass.
items. Also, there's so many expensive
Holy shit.
luxury items that the further 5Ms is falling at this point, the harder their defense might get.
It's going to be difficult because now we said that the Ancient Fury before for Risk, not a huge deal. It was on some towers. Now it's on 2 Phoenixes, and it was their 3rd Gold Fury buff. So now they
It's at
deal more
65%
damage
in opening of this
structures.
event,
They
so the
gain
math
more
isn't hard. No,
protections
this guy's
when
just a
their
dumbass.
structures
This guy's
and his Fire
upset
Giant buff
because he
continue
wanted
to
Smite to fail.
stronger.
It's
This is
another
a
fucking
difficult,
Smite hater
difficult
that's
defense
in
for
awe that the
5M,
game is
but
pumping numbers and
Risk
he's
had a
just
difficult
tilted off of
defense
the
on their
planet
left
at a
side
video
because they
game
flipped
because
the
he's a
game on
fucking
its head.
loser.
5Ms could do something
My
similar.
skins!
Reverse Rebuke
I
on
wanted
season
Smite to die so I could
notorious
get my
for
skins
turning
again.
a fight around.
You fucking
Benny
idiot.
Q, not as much intelligence from the Necro as he had before, but now has his true protections back, which actually ends up helping him in some ways. And Scream has finished off a last item to get a little bit tankier with that Ruinous Song. I just
He's
want
from
to see Cherry
Reddit.
and Scream
He's
either
just
get on
a
the same
skin
page
dude.
or
It's
peel
another
back
skin
a
guy.
couple.
They're all
I
skin
love
people.
that Team Risk is sending
I
the
spent
Dunk Squad over to
$50
mid,
in a
ready to
game
make a
on
move
skins
any
that were
point,
mine.
making 5Ms. You can
You
see
took
they're
them
not
away?
Sure where they got to
Dude,
defend.
shut up.
Difficult with that much mobility and ability to get over there quickly as Rivers Rebuke comes
That
up.
was a horrible
Maybe a little bit of a
Yumojal.
panic beads there from Genetics, but better safe than sorry. Did get the Phantom Shell from Streak, but now that's a huge cool down for 5Ms.
Serious.
One
Look at
auto
that.
kills
Seriously,
that Phoenix.
though.
There it goes. So now left side done. 5Ms in Risk.
I'm just tired of it, bro. I'm tired of it. Smite's pumping right now. Be mad. Get upset. I'm going to throw the numbers in your face because you were talking shit about the 1K viewers forever. Everyone who quit on the game can smell my fucking balls.
I mean, no
Anyone who's coming back, giving it a chance, good for you. And if your friends saying the game sucks because of Smite skins are fucking morons.
Variety leads the charge. Finds in the
Yo,
back
Variety's
line.
having some
Benny Q
pretty crazy
tries to get out,
engages.
but Benny hasn't died. Thinks though.
Alright, Team Risk is
doesn't
pumping.
miss those gates. And
Team
finds
Risk is
the double.
gaming today.
Blast
Even
for the
Lazarus
good
doing
random.
damage.
Can they find another?
Let's get it.
Oh, they
Benny!
can't. Benny Q stops him short. 5M's able to bring
Benny
down
kills
3.
this guy.
They lose 2.
Benny 100% kills this
Lazarus,
guy.
tough
Yeah, he's
time
done.
getting
He's done.
away. Has nowhere to go, and 5M's make a defense work.
Benny Q, no, he hit the Riptide.
Why did Benny
that
stop
was the
moving?
wrong way.
Wait, Benny was
Lazarus
on the
turned
Riptide.
in,
But
Okay,
he got
if Lazarus
shut
turned on, I
down
would've
by
cried.
Benny Q.
Bro,
no
Benny got
fear
going into
in
the-
the eyes of the raw.
Unbelievable. I thought he was
Yo,
out,
what is
but Lazarus
happening?
wanted a little bit more.
No
Meanwhile,
way, Genetics fucking-
looking for Scream.
No
Does he have the
way.
damage?
It's gonna be a close call. He might just Alvarado, but he gets disarmed. Has the rocket jump away.
Unbelievable.
What is this shit on my
How
screen?
did this happen in this way? Benny Q, I thought was just going to get chased down and killed in
What
there,
is
but
this
Genetics
shit on my
Flick
fucking
in.
screen?
Can he find it? Stuck in the rebuke, has to get away again. The Riptide.
Is this a high-res
It's
thing?
an own goal, and Scream can't chase it any further.
0 for 2 on the last 2 Riptides from Mike, but still managed to make a big difference in that fight. I want to go back and see Benny Q's
That was
point
an
of view,
insane
because I thought it was
fucking
just
play from Scream.
We
I
were
thought he
just
was
wrapping
dead.
it up. We were putting a
I was
bow
ready too. I thought he was gonna go.
Yeah, I know it's on Smite
on
Game Channel.
game
Why?
one. He uses his
Why do you have
ultimate
shit on your
immune
screen during a
and get some
fucking
damage
tournament?
off. That's a pretty nice snipe coming from Benny in that moment. But then the dive
Honestly, I
pump,
think-
it felt like
I
it
think
was all
that
over.
Godwin is
Cyclone
just
got
untouchable
one shot
right now.
by Streak's ultimate. and
Nobody
leech
can get to
damage,
him,
but
and
a
nobody
quick
can kill him,
beam,
and nobody can stop him from doing
what
damage.
a beam from Benny hit both Lasbra and Streak simultaneously. Streak just ends up
many teams
never
are there in the
seeing it
league?
coming,
As many as wanna
and
play?
Lasbra's damage
So the
wasn't
league
quite
isn't
good
a
enough
league, it's
in the
online
moment where he
signups.
didn't have as many
And then you get
Those
placement based on your placement each
end up
week,
mattering
and then they
more
went to
than
a
you would
LAN
expect. I was
and
surprised
competed
Lazarus
at the
turned this
LAN
back
for
around, but
spots.
it seems close.
Aztec makes his 3 and his ult not scale off of int or anything anymore, and the 3 can be placed on people, the ult can heal teammates, and the ult can be aimed forever, like you never stop being able to aim it.
Response gets the damage
Dude,
on.
that
Can he
was
get away
a
in time?
filthy
Fires it
play!
around, and Variety gets shut down.
Get
Benny
this
is
shit off
no
my
easy
screen,
kill no
Hi-Rez.
matter
Whoever
where you
told you to
think
do
you
this
got
is
him.
dumb
He's
as
gonna
fuck.
have his shooters
What
ready.
is this?
Just lands everything that he can. Look, he shouldn't be there. It's a bad pick.
Who do
to
I have
lose,
the
but
message to
we
turn this
talked
shit
about how
off?
Variety is such a linchpin for how this Risk team fight has been
tweeting.
playing out. Benny is a priority target, but I think losing Variety is just as bad, if not worse, for Team Risk. I expect
been
we're
the
now
Dunk
on
Squad.
we're on a 40-second break. Is my expectation.
Gives us time to breathe. Sips of water at home. It's 38 minutes now. There's 14 kills for each. There's 3 gold coins. That's 3 gold furies for each team. Fire Giants have dropped left and right. This is exactly what you want from cross-region play.
It's been so exciting, and it's not going
I
to be
tweeted
over
Dandy.
easily, I don't think.
Hopefully he
Left
fucking
side
tells
Phoenix
somebody,
Amp
because that
is
is
down.
insane.
5M has a lot of
Who makes these
housework
decisions,
to
bro?
do
Because
in
I
order
want to
make sure
fucking
their-
know.
Their Titan doesn't become under siege.
I gotta
You've got
understand the thought
Wei,
process of
that
having a
helps good
fucking
amount.
emote
You
pop up
also
on your screen.
have a
Turn this shit
teleporter
off.
still
Go into the
available
Twitch
on the
settings, whatever the
right-hand
fuck
side.
it's coming
Once
from,
your
and turn this
towers
shit
are
off.
down, you can't use that base teleporter anymore. But because that tier 2 stands on the right-hand side, someone else could back and defend a Phoenix and then teleport to the tier 2.
My stream?
It's not
How?
the fastest way to get the
I'm
fire
watching
giant,
their
but it
stream.
also means that you've got some option. Having a Minotaur on that left, I think there is one fire Minotaur on the left wave here for Risk, which means that Phoenix, I think, will fall.
It's Smite game, Smite channel.
Fire Giant is below half.
I see it
Team
on my
Risk
screen. Like,
looking
I'm
to
watching it
secure
right now on
Genetics,
my
able to
fucking
bring it
stream.
There. Now where does Variety go? He's a bit low, but you've got the belts. The landing finds
It
the
ain't on my
dunk.
screen.
Lasper follows, but it's no good. 5Ms take that opportunity to live to see another day. They just have to do it without any fire belts.
Yeah, it feels pretty bad, though, Malum, to not get there in time to contest with Snipe. I couldn't tell exactly where Benny Q was as that fire went down.
It's a
But that is the
500
best
bit
tier on the
celebration.
map.
So people are
This year's
donating
main,
bits to Hi-Rez.
For Risk to be able to just pull it and get it without Benny being in a position to snipe it. Great awareness from Risk.
I'm not
where he
getting any
was,
bits.
Or just not fast enough on the trigger for Benny.
Scream just shifted up his build in base this most recent time. Sold tonight and now rocking that Thesaurus wing.
It's a Twitch
That's
thing.
the-
Yeah,
the
this
must
is
be
not
getting
me. I can see
perfect
this
flows,
on their
probably from
fucking
Genetics,
screen
just
right now.
dropping the ultimate
That's not me. I
to
don't even know what that
goes in,
emote is.
Any of the twos, it's a solid pickup. But Medusa ult as well, as long as he's not getting stunned, can just completely immune that slow. Bike has one now as well. One of those luxury items that you were talking about, Malum. 3K plus gold for an incredible.
Who the fuck even turns on bits on a fucking company streaming
It's so
channel?
exciting now because there's so much to look for. The ADCs that you talked about doing so much damage. Cherry still has that Helm of Darkness. He's been quiet in these last few fights, but you simply can't forget about that active.
It's hard to find an angle where they don't hear the active go off.
What's up, Joel? They're good, dude.
Genetic steps up,
Oh,
taking
big
a lot of
engage,
damage on
ban
the way
all,
out,
throw
up
all.
in the air, the land down
Any
on
dead
the
game.
Benny.
Game over.
He took out one, but look
Wait,
at Streak
how-
go!
oh my God, how
much
did Cyclone
more can you find?
and Scream
5Ms?
come out with
They
full
didn't want to
health?
lose their base, but Streak
Cyclone!
will not stop yet. Triple kill and Cyclone shuts him down with the double.
How is
We're
this
s-
happening?
There's two standing.
This is
per
insane
side.
back and
On
forth,
that
bro.
Phoenix, only one Phoenix down. How much hype can you live
Genetics
up
didn't use
to?
dagger?
This has been
Oh, I think he got
insane.
silenced.
Variety
And
can
Cyclone has
try
dagger
and
now.
catch someone here. As Cyclone killed whoever had dagger. It's a great call there from Doug. I didn't see who picked up dagger for Risk. Didn't use it. They drop it. Now Cyclone has it available. Maybe he can make a play.
A lot of damage on the screen.
He's
Gets
in.
the dash with the bash, but Cyclone! Those bolts
Cyclone is
don't
nuts.
miss with an arrow
Cyclone
in his
beat that
forehead.
ass. Oh, he
Variety's
got shook. He got
down.
shook.
Well,
Respectable.
Cyclone,
I'd be scared too.
Someone pulled the leash there. No. Let's not chase the Hecate. I'm a little surprised because he has the
Cyclone's about to
dagger.
be big, boys.
I would have.
Cyclone's
Look, man,
feeling
I'm
himself.
not telling Cyclone that he's not going to kill everyone. at any
Cyclone
point.
might be the
These
differ
two
here.
are delivering in the ADC role, though, Malum. Cyclone.
What
and
is on my
Streak, I
what
think,
is
are by
this? Why am
far
I on the
The
screen?
best two Hunter
Who
players
did that?
in this tournament. I think they
Who
are
put
by
me on
far
the
the best two
screen?
Hunter players in Smite 2 right now, and they are absolutely delivering. Streak hit a massive petrify underneath
put
that
me on
Phoenix
the-
that really,
who put me on their
I thought that
screen?
fight was looking pretty bad for Risk. Genetics
Hold on,
once
hold on,
again
hold on. Time
just
out.
taking too much damage, little caught out too early.
Yeah, see,
but
it
was a
is their
great
shit,
turnaround
bro.
from
Who did it?
Double dunks with Lazarus and Variety, and a huge petrify.
Who the fuck
coming
did
in
it?
from Streak. But at the end of the day,
Bro,
Cyclone's been.
is-
he's
are
been
these even
really
bits, or
caught
are
in
these,
some of these
like-
fights? I think he's positioning.
Are these
wasn't the
bits?
best. I
'Cause
believe
these
he
don't look like
started that
bits. These are
fight
redeems.
At around 20K player damage.
They
He
aren't
jumped
even
up
bits,
9K
bro.
With that fight
They're
alone.
points.
It
They're
was
channel
huge
points.
Shades of
there
yesterday.
It was impressive from him.
What is
He's still
happening?
pumping the damage numbers. I'd be floored if he doesn't hit 50K in this game.
So much has gone
Why
on.
is my ass on the
And this is
It's important to
screen?
note.
Of a
Yes,
best of 5.
I was just gonna say that.
I'm
This
sorry,
is
I
Who did
stole- I
this?
stole it.
No, it's so
Who-
real.
I'm
though.
trying to figure
You
out
are
who did
sitting here
this.
Like our tension's built up.
Yep.
It's still game 1. It's the best of 5, and this is the upper bracket semi-final.
Mason
And
did
the
it.
two teams in the losers.
Why
bracket,
are they
stop
doing
forget
this, dude? They
how
were doing it
hungry they are
yesterday.
Yeah.
As well, watching this and
This shit is
seeing
ass.
What can be done
I
and
can't
going
even
to
tell
take-
what's going
I'll
on.
be
I'm about to
honest, if
watch
I were
on
one of those
YouTube.
loser bracket teams,
I'm
I'd be a
sweating
little,
a bit.
I'd be intimidated by what I've seen. I think that this is the best Smite 2 game I've seen.
Bro,
so
do this
far.
any
It
other
hasn't
time,
been- it
like when
hasn't
they're
been
talking
ugly.
or
We've seen
anything
some
else, but
long
not in the
games,
middle of a
but it feels
fucking
like it's been
43-minute
largely due
game.
to pretty big mistakes or mechanical mishaps.
collapse.
this game has been fairly clean, mechanically, decision-making wise.
Works
It's
nothing for
just
35
been
months.
two juggernauts trading punches, and I'm excited for this set, man. I knew it was going to be good. This has been awesome so far.
It's rare you get games.
I don't even know who
like
this is.
Even the game one, but you have matchups like this that can live up to the expectations you put in your head.
Why are my hypes on the screen?
On air, but this one so far has not let up. We're coming up in 45 minutes, and if you blink, you're gonna miss a gold shift of maybe 50.
Yeah, it's
Who's
gonna
doing
be big.
this?
Check out this left side wave though, Malum. It is really pushed. If that's a fire wave.
Oh yeah, they have to defend it.
That is gonna do significant
It's
damage to the
Shreem!
Titan if no one gets back for 5 Ms. I'm surprised at
It's
how
Durag
nonchalant
Shreem!
they are about sticking around.
That's
They want.
crazy.
I'm assuming that they think Risk assumes they'll send someone back.
crazy, bro.
And we can ambush them with the 5v5.
Oh, there it is, right in with the Eagles rally, but where are the troops to rally around it? And
What did I
5Ms
just
miss
witness?
an opportunity.
Huge blink,
dead.
open
Cherry's
the
dead.
gates. No, it did!
It did! It got him! A Cherry blinks away! That helm! Not getting you out! They saw you the whole way through!
I hate you guys for
Variety
putting me on the
slams
screen.
Down, doesn't find many. And 5Ms, they gotta get back. They gotta defend, but Lasbra on the hunt, no!
Take the
Not
fire
going
giant.
in.
Take the fire giant. I like the call.
And this
And
time his
the
immunity,
idea
he
was
didn't
good,
get it
but I
off.
think
He
Lasbra
tried to get
just had
immunity from the
an
one.
inhuman reaction
didn't get it in time.
to the Eagles
It actually
rally.
takes a
I
while
think
to go
he
immune on
blinked out.
Gibbs
They were
one,
trying
I feel
to
like.
one-shot him, and I actually like the play call a
They're
lot.
corner camping around the side. The wall's
See
out!
ya!
The damage is there! And Medicue gets popped!
I don't think Cyclone can save this now. I think that's game.
Plays yet another
Free
trap.
fire, they
Left
push
side
Phoenix. They
has
already have
gone
left Phoenix
down.
again.
I'm surprised that 5Ms wanted to contest this fire giant at all.
5Ms
I
looking
thought once Cherry's down, let's
sloppy.
just go push
They
out
did lose
left.
that Phoenix, too.
Yeah, it's gone. I mean, I just don't like the call from 5M. They
Massive
must be saying,
solo
hey,
lane
if
diff
we
this
lose
game.
another fire, we can't defend.
They
And I
just keep
don't
killing
think-
Geb on
I think
cooldown.
that Risk has had some trouble sieging. This mid Phoenix is
Fire, it
bullying.
gets better the more times you
Yes,
get it.
your left
It
wave
just
is
gets
kind of
better
a
and better each
nightmare,
time you
but
get it.
You could have spent time pushing it out instead of contesting on that fire and then just losing your mid laner anyways. A tough draw now and Risk. I don't think they're going to hesitate.
I think that's
Time is
game.
of
I
the
think this
essence,
fire
and Team
giant is too
Risk
good.
Stepping into the throne room.
Yeah, they're just gonna
Already to the
dive. This
sky
fire
is
giant's too good.
Lasbra. The Titan reset once. Lasbra looking for
Wait,
a jump.
Lasbra's
Scream with the
trolling.
backline, but the gates
Scream's
shut
dead.
it down. And Variety bangs on the way out with the hammer. Team Risk now have even more opportunity to continue the press.
Oh, this shit just
5Ms,
dies.
the desperate defense is no good as Cherry falls too, and game one goes to Team Risk.
What a game one to start off our winners finals here in Las Vegas. Team Risk, they get crushed in the early to mid. They are just taking body blow after body blow, and they come off the ropes and absolutely
They farmed
turn
the
the game
fuck
around.
out of Cherio that
just
game.
a few mistakes from 5Ms that I felt like 5Ms.
This is
started to-
winners
started to
bracket
see some
finals,
fraying
so
at
not the
seams
finals.
there a little bit. Scream
There's
in
still a
particular,
finals
I
after
think,
this.
Really did not choose his best initiation timings, and there was very little follow up with him. I think that's going to be something that
Is there? Hold on. What are the what's the
but
schedule
hats
today?
off to Risk, man. What a
Surely they
game,
don't
what a
play
turnaround from them.
losers
Their
finals
backline,
and then the
deep,
final
extreme,
finals tomorrow, right?
Absolutely top class in this game, and if they win this set, I'll bet you it's going to be because of that backline.
Yep, you called it perfect. You said 5Ms doesn't have to be this desperate. They took the desperation route and it blew up in their face, and Team Risk
5Ms needs to learn how to
advantage,
split
but that
Phoenix
was game
push
number
so they stop
one.
getting wiped
There's
on
more to
fucking
go.
Phoenixes.
When we come back, this set continues. Do not go anywhere.
There is 3 sets today. Wait, yeah. Oh, these are both best of 3s. So El Leon's team plays here, and then the loser of this and the loser of this plays here, and then the winner of this and the winner of this play tomorrow. Please turn those emotes off, bro. That shit is ass. And just said he turned them off, thank God. That shit is so distracting. Like, you could even have it on for like the first 10 minutes of a game and I probably wouldn't care. But the 40-minute, you know, every second frame fucking matters and I can't see shit because that's annoying. All right, look away if you don't want to see data mining. All right. We've got Ares aspect. Reverberation. Your 1. Call to arms no longer buffs allies. Instead, Ares' next basic attack strikes with his shield, stunning the target and reverberating. But what? Wait, this is your 2. Why did it say? Oh, it's saying this is so. This is your 2. Your 2 is now. This is fucking jungle Ares. You gain magical and physical protections and basic attack damage. You use your shield for your next wait, these are the same thing. I'm so confused. Use your shield for your next basic attack, stunning the target, dealing bonus magic damage to nearby enemies. Damaging enemy gods increases the duration of the effects of this buff. Bonus damage can critically strike and apply basic attack item effects. Unbats. Overhand smash stuns gods hit by it, but deals reduced damage. Sacred Monkey repeatedly hits the first target, applies a strength and int debuff, but deals reduced damage. I wonder how much reduced this is, because this might just be OP. An AoE stun? Sobek. Dash forward. Enemies hit take magical damage. Sobek displaces enemies hit forward. You are displaced immune. So it's like a knockback. Your 3 strike in front of you. This strike deals magic damage in a cone and applies disease, reducing healing. Doesn't already do that. Enemies disease take bonus magic damage, take reduced healing, can spread. Doesn't this already happen on Sobek? Each enemy god or jungle monster. This is already Sobek's 3, right? So the 1 doesn't pluck anymore? It displaces? This sounds like ass. Works with passive ability. 1 debuff has 4 stacks, so they don't even know you much as yet. Vulcan. Being near one of your turrets grants you and the turret increased protections and health regen. Backfire and Magma Bomb have lower intel scaling, so you become Tank Vulcan. Lava projectile that explodes on impact of the ground, dealing magic damage, displacing enemies in the area. Enemies are displaced up and away. This is already your 3. So your turret makes you tankier, but you lose scaling. Princess Bari is a hunter, apparently. Oh, we already read through this. So open beta 2, we already know these 5: Hunbats, Achilles, Rama, Vulcan, and Kabrakan. Oh, they're doing Kabrakan early. Oh, Kabrakan's the 21st, and these are all the end of the month. That sucks. Open beta 3 is Artemis and Awelix are coming. And the other gods are all mixed in here. We don't know the order. Oh, we have Achilles? Choose to wear armor or forgot it. Yeah, okay, so that's the same. Punch forward with your shield while dealing physical damage and stunning enemies in a short cone. What? On your 1? Oh yeah, you're 1. I'm trolling. I'm thinking gods. Okay, so this is the same. You're blessed of the gods, getting bonus strength, protections, crowd control, same. Heal, same. Same. Dodge in your current direction, and ready your spear. Oh, this is new, right? Wait, the physical shield is new? The god's blessing also grant you a physical shield. Oh, fuck. So you heal and get a shield? Hitting an enemy god with your attacks from behind reduces their protections? What? So you're basically going to be in an armor stance all the time. Especially since your dodge speed is doubled versus a slow. Like, this is infinitely better. Armor is just better. All right. So Achilles is... Your Astro Rama, your quiver generates an astro every 12 seconds. Attacks reduce it. Drops on the ground. Switch to more powerful arrow. Pierces, slows. This is the same. This is the same. The ability allows your basic attacks to pass through. Each ability's bonus damage is reduced by 20% to each target hit after the first. Okay. You cannot toggle this ability if you have no astral arrows. 2, focus your mind, attack speed. When activating this ability, if there are dropped arrows with it. Oh, it automatically collects arrows around you. That's cool. Well, that's just quality of life. While this buff is active, every third basic attack on an enemy will immediately generate an arrow. Roll the direction. For the next 5 seconds, your next basic attack will have haste and consume a natural arrow, crippling. Launch yourself into the air for 5 seconds. Shoot 3 arrows with each shot, dealing increased physical damage while decreasing in size. Each time you pick up a natural arrow, the cooldown of this ability. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. That's sick. That is sick. All right, back to the
For
land.
quite some time, but aggro was sort of hinting at it, the fact that 5Ms doesn't have to overextend. They don't have to force a play, and they went for it. They went for this blink engage. Or no,
They made
I believe it was the
Achilles.
Eagles rally. Yeah, the Eagles rally in.
Made probably the best solo winner in the game.
Last word gets out of trouble, says, you know what, I'm going to avoid all of that. And then Cherry just barely mistimes the Cataclysm to avoid the CC on the pullback. And, I mean, Theeks was on point. That Hekate, plenty of damage coming from that Hekate. Once you lose Cherry, your whole team fight starts to break apart. I was loving the Geb. I mean, he was
Didn't
finding
inbound tweet today?
so many crucial initiations.
long enough
but
sweep.
without him, I mean, they were able to just kind of pick apart the rest of 5Ms.
Yeah, I think when games
Could've sworn
normally
inbound
go
tweeted
this
today.
long, it's due to mistakes.
Inbound
on both
tweeted 6
sides,
minutes
right?
ago.
Bad plays, individual errors, positioning mistakes. I feel like this game was actually pretty clean from both teams until
Bobby's
that really
alive.
late
He's probably
point.
just waiting to
It does
catch.
seem like tiredness maybe came into it in the super late game. Cherio just barely missed.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That Ares aspect might just make him a better support, like an infinitely better
as
support.
Aggro mentioned on the cast, perhaps the best game of Smite 2 we've seen so far.
I mean, I'll be honest. I kind of thought we were still
Just
gonna be
gave
in
him
it
a
because
stun.
I saw Cherry
Like an
spawning, and I was
extra
like,
ability.
He's got Cataclysm, and Cyclone's
that's
been
crazy
crazy.
to me.
All he needs is to get like 2 people, and this game's gonna keep going.
I hate
And
that they won't
unfortunately
split
for him, he
Phoenixes.
just got killed
It
off
pisses
before
me
he
off.
could
Look
have
at
activated
this.
there in
All
the
these
fight.
teams, these NA
But like you
teams
said,
just get collapsed on the
20 minutes,
Phoenixes.
I almost forgot this happened because there's so much Smite
Absolutely,
that still got
Exodrin.
played after this. But it really does go to show. Much
I've already
like you
seen
said,
the
like,
Vulcan
that it was
changes.
Good plays. Of course, I say that right after he misses a Thor wall. But
The problem
there were
with the
good
Vulcan
plays
changes is we don't know where
both
the
these
thumper
squads
comes from.
That opened up those opportunities, and I
And
gotta
we don't
shout
know
out,
the specific
to
numbers,
PDQ
so
because of
it's
moments
hype,
like
but
this.
we don't
So
know
this
how
hovering
hype.
death, in a lot of circumstances, was causing a lot of trouble like that. As the
He
game
didn't even
progressed, I mean,
silence,
Charlie,
bro.
we start
Why?
seeing ults in response. We see him like 100 to 0ing him in response. Like there were a lot of really good moments of adaptation throughout that game. Yeah, it's gonna be 1-0. It is a team risk victory, but man, was that it's stellar to watch, I think, for either squad.
I mean, I gotta highlight. Just
Oh, he
Lazarus
was
and Variety
tanky,
playing off of
Medusa.
Each other, they do it so well. At times, when one of them starts to go down, they sort of, anchor each other down together. They both just go down with the ship. But this time, they were both going to the sky in sync. They were diving the same targets. I just was very impressed, not only with Variety.
It's gonna be like
but
a
also,
ward? That's weird.
I was, looking at Shriek's build, and I was like, you know what? It makes a lot of sense given the
Yeah, I don't know.
survivability of
That's why I said we
Medusa
this
build.
the
You have a lot
Vulcan
of
shit. We don't
tank
know.
stats. I
It
saw how
sounds
hard
cool, but
Cyclone's kit was
until I
hitting
see
on
it,
my
I don't
army,
know.
not just
Could be
going for the
shit.
crit, but you can see the damage was done. Like if you live longer in the fights, you're able to get off more Kins proc, shred through these tankier targets. You're up against Geb anyway, so there's no way you're going to be building crit because not only does Cherry have that passive, but the shield as well is going to be giving that passive away. So the crit just loses so much value in that aspect. So I
Dude,
really
the
did like the adaptation
Akate.
there. So,
Ooh, I don't know what they're gonna
taking a
do. I
lot
bet
of
you they ban
damage here.
Akate.
I'm just gonna go a little bit tankier.
I really am impressed as well because, like,
I think
games
Akate
just, like,
won them that
30,000
fucking game.
damage being put up by a lot
I think
of
any
people,
other mage
not
can't
too
do what
crazy.
Akate just
The
did.
over 50,000 damage by Theeks, though, really does stand out as that might have been a problem.
Yeah, I think there was a period in the mid game especially where Theeks was just getting so much more damage off than Benny. Obviously there was this double dive coming in from the Thor and the Thanatos, which is scary to play into, but you have to ask, that Ra was picked before the Hecate, the risk versus reward factor there for Ra. Is the reward for playing this slightly less safe Ra with the damage needing to be, you sort of root yourself to ult and things like that, it's very hard to survive dive as Ra with the Necronomicon.
Says Ra one more time.
Difficult. Was the risk versus reward worth it there, or should the Hecate have been taken away? That's an adjustment I'd like to see going into game 2.
Yeah, I think that's going to be, you know, we talked about it again. I've got a Scream Bologna ban. At this point, maybe bumping it to like, we'll see like maybe a game 4. I guess it depends. That game, it had a lot of moments, so maybe we'll get to see it. But like outside of those things, Dash Trelly, by the way, attributed. It
All
does
right,
feel like
I'll
this
get it
is
up
where
one
we
again.
will maybe start to see some of those
How-tos
other
for the
picks either
gods?
slip
Yep.
through, maybe
Guides
double
coming,
down,
my
but
boy.
I mean, it's
Guides
kinda hard,
coming.
like, who I guess the Athena you could let through? Like, I don't know who in the picks and bans I'm like, that's a god I'm okay letting them have.
Yeah, I don't think Athena's going to be let through. Or, I wouldn't like it if it was let through. Let's be clear.
Afro,
But I also
ooh,
do see a world where Scream takes himself off the Bologna, not because it played poorly. Just
There's
because
nothing
maybe
new
you wanna
on
be more
Vulcan. It would be
impactful
purple if it was new.
elsewhere.
You wanna be the
Taking,
god.
grabbing
I've already seen all
Thor
this.
from Variety could be a great start as well. You know, things like that.
Whenever
just
they
to
add
knock
something
Team Risk
new
off their rhythm.
into the data mining,
it was
it's
back
purple.
and forth. I don't think 5Ms are kicking themselves too much about that one. I think they probably
They gotta give them some
understand that
office
they could've
shares
won
at
that
this place.
very
I
easily
mean,
if
obviously,
they
Hi-Rez
acquired
isn't in
teams
charge of that.
differently. And Team Risk is probably feeling the same way. So no one's comfortable on the stage. They are truly putting in their strategy at the moment to say, okay, here, this was, we could have ended here, they could have ended here. Let's
5M's
block
lost.
back in. But yeah, as far as picks and
I don't
bans,
know,
I think
Schmeep.
we might see a couple run backs, but probably a lot of change ups for both sides.
Is there anything, Hazer, that you like? Maybe we haven't seen that you want to see, that like one of these players you think is like, you know what? Why are you not touching this?
I would love to see Aladdin. To
Yeah,
be honest,
okay,
I
yeah,
don't
good
know what's
point.
gonna
Fair,
get
fair,
through.
fair,
That is
fair.
the main thing that I'm like, I really want to see Aladdin. I really want to see Aladdin in comp and see just how powerful that god is in the hands of the best players in the world. But
5Ms
outside of
was
that, I
on-
think
was winning,
I would
pushing
like to see a
Phoenix and
switch
just
up from
threw.
Benny. Whether that's the Hecate
And
he
then
gets
never
or
came back
something
from
else,
it.
I think I want to see a move away from the Ra. Yes, it's good early pressure in mid, but I don't think that they're abusing that lead.
I think
hard
Benny
enough
actually did
to
good
really
damage
make
that
it
game, but the
worthwhile.
We'll find
Hagate
out.
just
Picks
did
and bans,
infinitely
game
more
2,
because
5
it's
M's,
Hagate.
first pick. Risk on
Hagate's
the
the
other side.
only
They're up
mage
1-0,
late
but
game that
this
I think
one,
is
again, a best
unstoppable.
of 5. So you've got a little wiggle.
I don't know how you
It's not
beat
the
it,
end
like
of the
how you
world.
kill it or
started
deal
off
with it.
on the wrong foot if you're 5M. Started off on the right foot if your team Risk. And a hell of a game. Athena,
They ban
Aphrodite
Aladdin.
get banned up towards the top.
Ooh.
And the
Do
Thanatos
does
will
Risk
get
ban Aladdin? Oh yeah, they
a
ban Aladdin. They
respect
banned him
ban
last game.
and take priority over here. But that means one of these gods is getting through, whether it's going to be the Ul or the Aladdin, I guess, at this point. One of them gets to exist.
Aladdin ban. Bro,
Still
I want to
available.
see it! Let it
89, the Ul's
through!
got a Thor top pick last
Alright,
time, right?
Cyclone
there's
has to
definitely a
farm
lot
them
of
on Ul
variety
this
to
game.
This just seems to make sense.
Yep.
For
this does
them
make a lot of
to
sense, and I think you have the option here to
potentially
take
let
something like
Aladdin through.
Thor
Has to.
and Yamoja if you're really feeling like
Why,
taking away
dude?
from
They're
Mike. I
afraid of
think
the
he played
Athena
fast
jungle.
on it.
Why are they
It's
banning
not
out
as if
Lazarus?
Genetics doesn't have
I
other
swear
picks
you
in the
like.
back
There's
pocket.
no
Saw
world
you
I'm
look
banning out
fine.
Lazarus
You
there. I'm
definitely
definitely
had a
banning a
position a few
content.
times, but I think that's more so because just how immobile Ymir can be.
There's
But I
no-
love
they-
this.
I-
I mean,
honestly-
Hazel was calling for it. We want to get Benny Q on.
I'm just
something
gonna throw
different.
Risk as long as they make it late game. Risk wins because I
I'm
got
good.
it.
Like I'm good to run it
Haley
back.
doesn't
You
do
don't
enough
get the chance to
damage
take the content.
at a competitive level. It
Yeah,
isn't
by
safe.
damage, I'm playing it again.
Notice
Yeah,
all the
exactly.
gods
53K
played in the
I think this is
melee
perfect by
roles
Risk. I mean,
in
yeah,
this
just played
LAN
Yamoja,
are all safe.
Just lost on it. Even if you really want that pick on your side, there's a good chance that it doesn't get picked up here by 5Ms. Although they grabbed the Ra, so at least running one thing back from their previous comp, and they did do some decent healing with that pick last time. They go for the Loki alongside it, so maybe looking to increase the carry potential of Scream in the jungle.
I'm already feeling it. Like we have Uller, we have Cyclone on Uller, we have Scream on Loki. There's not a lot that Team Risk could pick that puts me more confident in 5Ms. I'm gonna be honest. Like these are the scary picks that you're looking for that can just hard carry the game away.
Nah,
Cyclone looked
Loki.
fantastic on the
Actually,
late
they
game,
picked the
but
Loki to kill
couldn't
their
really
Kate.
get to that point. Uller can do it all
They
himself.
picked
man. If you're on
the
point,
Loki
which,
to dive their
again, I
Kate.
casted
Will
that
he be
game
able to
a
do
little
it?
bit.
I have no idea, but
He
that's
just
definitely why they
1x'd
picked him.
in total. Like it was ridiculous. He's
I hate Loki,
Cyclone just on
but
fire.
I don't know what else they
this
would
is
play
a
to dive him.
terrifying start here for 5Ms.
Very confident here from Genetics to grab this Ymir again. They're going to run back the exact same duo lane they just played. And they got off to a really rough start over there. And it's important to note that there was a lot of pressure.
Yeah, all the melee junglers and everything else melee
that
is
duo
usually
lane. But I
extremely
really
safe
like the
with
way
tank
they
builds.
transitioned that. Genetics taking a lot of spills that game. But
So,
still feeling
yeah.
comfortable enough to grab this Ymir, really believing in that pick himself.
I don't
I
know
mean,
how
for Risk,
they.
this is literally
We'll see.
like everything the same except the Thanatos that they literally they couldn't go back to. They were like, you know
It's
what?
Geb's support.
And I think that kind of speaks to it, where you say, you know what, our draft was good. It was play. Like we didn't
80
win the
solo.
game, but it wasn't because the draft was bad. It was because of moments.
No,
whether
Pele
it was by
doesn't
them
do
or
enough
by us.
damage.
Really?
Or live.
Go for the
Yeah.
Finner. So how do you like the Finner to fill this out.
I don't like it at all. It's great into Loki. It's the best matchup you can get into Loki.
It's a
because you
tanky
just
jungler.
Sunder.
That's why he picked
You
Fender.
follow
It's
him
so he
around
can play
early
tank.
game. His stealth, he can never get away from you. You follow him with Brutalize.
It's the same
But
shit.
everything
It's
else
all
I'm
rinse and
seeing tells
repeat
me
on all the
Fender is
junglers.
awesome,
Heavy
right? What does he
CC,
do to
full
Uli? He's gonna
defense.
axe, he's gonna run away. Hades doesn't care. He's gonna silence you. He's gonna ult. and
Tembo, you aren't gonna
not
get
only is he
shit.
gonna immune Ragnarok, you're gonna be getting chunked while you're near him. And Mike's on Geb. He's gonna be able to cleanse the ult. Maybe I'm crazy, but I just see a bunch of single target CC. And
Tank junglers in the
as long as Mike is
SPL
on
are back. I would
Geb,
not play
which,
them in your
let's be
rank games,
honest,
or you're
he's
just
playing
gonna
it for
fucking
years.
lose because you won't be able to
Just
carry.
got introduced in Smite 2 doesn't
All
mean
these
you don't
junglers
have
are
that
doing
reaction.
very little in these
I
games.
think this is just a blowout by 5
Like,
M's.
I
This is
don't
one we talked about
process
it a little bit, and a god I think I
the
need to
tank
mention
builds
just
on a
because
lot of these
Cherio
gods,
was
and you might as well,
talking
in my
about
mind, you might as well just go
beginning
damage. You're dying
That's also
instantly with
been a
defense,
very,
so why
very
not just go
wild
damage?
success point for 5Ms in the past, Hazer.
Yeah, really, really strong pick with that Helm of Darkness, which we saw him utilize on Geb in the last game to get into the backline. I feel like Hades does it even better. Gets in
Variety's
there,
Thor has
gets
been
those
beast.
big ults,
I
and might
agree.
be able to shut down Theeks on this Hecate. I think that's going to be a really important battle there. Cherry's going to be looking to try and get to the Hecate, and we're going to have to see if Theeks can stay safe in that backline.
So when we look at I mean, lane pressure, I guess, early on.
They're playing
I know in the
engaged
past,
supports. Everybody
conversations with Geb
is
were always
focused
kind of,
on
"Haha, well,
engaged
Wait
supports.
till you got shield, bud." Like, there's not a lot. But I
I'm
feel
not
like Ul
Midwest.
hits pretty hard. But the Medusa Ymir, like, how do you anticipate duo going? Because I know we've had a lot of conversations.
Like
with these
Ymir
two
is a
teams
way
about
better
their duo
engaged
lane
support right now than
so
Geb.
strong.
Oddly
Geb
enough,
Uller
but
is
Ymir also
decent
just
enough clear,
dies.
but it's not going to be able to pressure Ymir and Medusa anytime early. So you have two
That's why
options.
Morgan
Send
was being
Steve over,
played for the
look
engage,
a possible
which is
cringe gank
wild,
onto
but that's how it was
Genetics
being
to try and
played.
Take him out, or say we're going to chill.
Yamoja
We're gonna
has
play as
really
safe as
good, just
possible,
can
hide our
engage at
tower
all
strength. You can
times
play
because it's a setup
Cherry,
god, like a range setup
because
god. You
also
throw
have
the
that
3-1
opportunity
out.
to find easy ganks, and that's what I love. Giving Scream this freedom.
No, I think
He's a
Fender is
jungler
still
that likes
bad
to
in
play
competitive.
his own game, and it's
Or
not,
sorry,
it doesn't
in
always
ranked.
look the same. You're not going
In
to get
competitive,
you cannot play low
it works once again because it's a full tank. If you go into your rank games and you start building these tank builds, you're not going to carry your games. You're going to lose.
instantaneously. Like he's
You're going to be relying on
right
teammates
away,
that suck,
and he's
and you're
probably
going
going
to
to
lose.
AFK farm for a bit. That's totally
You have good
fine.
teammates,
Loki's
you can
late
run
game
tank
is the
builds.
carry. That's what you're playing for, and you have
So like, if you're a low level
as well.
jungler and you can put in
You
a
can
big
play
boy
through
game
either.
and you're like, oh fuck,
5Ms,
I'm in a
5
big boy
identities.
game, that would be when
Ready
you
to
play these
different
tank
gods
builds.
at any given time. That's all he needs. I'm really
But if
excited
you're
to see
like,
it, but yeah,
hey, my
like,
teammates
the
are
cyclone
ass, I
on
need to
Ul, like,
carry, you don't
it
go
does
these tank
feel like
fucking
one of
builds.
those, hey, you know what? We might take a couple lumps for the first few minutes, but like, you recognize Team Risk isn't playing.
Getting
for,
new
like,
god. I think Monday we get
hyper-aggression, I'm gonna kill you,
Kabrakan, and then at the
roll
end of the
over you,
month
and
we
might
get the
have
other
20
four
kills
gods,
when you're at 0,
and that's their
then
plan
we'll
right now.
win.
Is what it seems.
Hazer, they're playing macro game anyway, so you kind of have that.
I
leeway
don't
if
get
you're
no
5Ms
Mordred.
to get
I
to
do
those
not
towers.
understand
Yeah,
the fact that there's been
absolutely.
zero
They have a bit of
Mordreds
time
in
to
this
farm up that
tournament.
dual lane, and it doesn't
Maybe
really
he's
feel
bugged,
like a lane
and
that's
he's
that
not like
likely
just
to
so nobody's
die.
playing him.
Maybe
I
they
don't
were
know.
Pretty safe with that leap. Geb might take the rollout at level 1 to stay safe.
I already
there
looked
as
at it,
well.
Soup.
I wonder
You
if
missed
we
it.
might see an invade here as well. I feel like Ymir and Medusa, a lot of
Oh,
potential.
Tuesday is
to maybe
Kabrakan,
go
sorry.
on that
Tuesday is
purple, take
Kabrakan.
the 2v2. Ularax can be a little scary in that regard, though.
It just seems like Sunder is so far gone, though.
If your jungle or your support solo decides to be full damage, nah, I wouldn't go full tank.
Once, but I'm giving myself the leeway here, and it's just because
Just
your
bait 'em.
relics are so much more impactful. You know, things like Phantom Shell. If you want the blink, it's difficult to run because Sunder
Smoke
was
Break
so
never
impactful
banned
for a
Aladdin.
moment, but you know, everyone realized, wait a second,
Right?
they're
None of the
so
EU
much
teams
more
banned
than
Aladdin or picked it.
here. So if you do go for the invade, you're going off of raw damage.
And now they're banning it against NA, and then all the NA teams have banned it against each other.
Strike is enough to try and steal away, or you're just saying, if we show up, are you guys just gonna drop the buff and run? And that's a win in the invade.
I think
right?
they
If you
just
get them
knew
to
they
not
didn't
get
have
the farm,
practice,
that's
like
just
competitive
as good as
experience on
taking
Aladdin, so they never
At
played
least
it.
looking for, you said steal, so my brain immediately started to jumping to like Vinny Q trying to go for some snipes. There's a point they were even willing to contest a fire giant that I remember aggro was kind of like,
Chalk
I
jungle
don't
over
know if
Loki
you should be
here?
doing that after
No, no
Cherio's
one's
already
playing
gone.
Chalk
They went
jungle
back in, then
at
they
all
lost Vinny
in the whole
Q, and that
tournament.
kind of started them being offset, right?
Right.
That gave Team Risk another one. But do you see in these moments, I look at him, I
Comp?
think of
Dude,
like Geb, and I think
honestly,
okay,
I'm just
cool,
looking at
big
Hecate.
Blink, Cataclysm.
How do
you
they
still
match
have that,
the Hecate?
but it was Cherry doing it, and then you had the emoji walls to come in and lock them down. So you could like create a pretty feasible cage to lock people in and guarantee a lot of your damage. Hazers, the Hades going to be able to help impact the same style of ults
Smoke Break did
in
ban
these
it?
fights?
Are you sure?
I actually think the Hades is going to play pretty similarly to how
We watched it not get banned the whole tournament.
But one thing that has
It didn't get banned game
they
one.
previously kind of had the second
Not-
frontliner.
Smoke Break
with
versus the
backline
EU
support of
team
Emotion.
you're
They
talking
had
about.
The second frontliner in the Bologna. Scream had that pick to
I'm-
kind of take up kind of that slack in the front line. This game,
Are you
I'm
sure?
not so sure that they do
Because
have.
I'm pretty sure they
Geb
didn't.
On the Geb gonna have to step a bit.
I can double
forward.
check here.
Geb, a character who does like to play.
I could've sworn they
initiation
didn't.
and
Double check.
backline support.
'Cause we were talking
I
about
wonder
it the
if they're gonna have
whole
enough
fucking day
front line,
yesterday.
with that low key in the jungle.
That's why I think they're gonna pivot. I don't think Mike's gonna get the
That's a bit
aggressive
of
play. He can
Devad.
still go Blink Cataclysm. He probably, wants to stay back though and just play more appeal, because if you can use that Stone Shield to just, negate 1 to 2 CCs in one fight, Cyclone and Scream can do the rest.
Yeah.
Like they do have the DPS to just completely solve that, assuming they can stay safe. No one's picking up beads anymore. You see a Fenrir, it's likely that they might be on the back of their mind, but if you just put all of your trust in Mike, and say,
Smoke
hey,
Break versus Mockingbird. My bad, my
you've got
bad.
the
I'm
Stone
talking about
Shield,
these
you've got the
teams.
CC immunity here. I
My
want to do
bad.
my damage.
The Mockingbird
I can't
team
play
isn't
this
even a real
setup
team, bro.
regardless. I don't think they
I don't.
need
I was talking
Mike
about the
to be
real
able to
teams.
go to the front line, considering how much initiation just Cyclone's axe.
That Mockingbird
and
team was
Cherry
ranked
alone.
players.
Well, just to keep everybody
I'm
updated,
talking
so
about the
you know,
real
just
players.
fixing a little bit of
I
temp on
could
the stage,
have
making sure that
cared
everything's
less
good
to
for
see either of
everybody
those teams
before you get into
play.
this. If you want
Aladdin.
more good Smite like
I
game
want to see one of these teams play.
we're
Aladdin.
letting them get set up. Should be relatively soon here, though. Quick remake.
My
Of course,
bad.
getting them back into the lobby, back into the game to make sure that everything is set up.
Yeah, it was
And
Risk
while
and Smoke Break I
they're
was thinking
getting
of, because
there,
I
wanna
don't
ask
care
real
about that
fast,
Mockingbird team.
Who knows how fast this game looks?
They were
so,
ranked
so
players.
Quick. By the way, free to play. You should check it out. Thor,
What's up,
Hegedy, we
Stick?
didn't really talk about him a whole ton.
Yeah.
Mainly because we just saw him. So, like, what are they bringing? I mean, pretty much the same thing, right? Like, a lot of damage.
makes sense
coming
that
from
he was the only
Beast
one to
and
play
a
it.
lot of CC and control coming from Thor.
I mean, Variety was on point. He was feeling the Thor.
I don't think we
back
see
again,
any
which
Aladdin,
I'm
which
fine
doesn't
with. You guys
surprise
saw
me.
the
I think
highlights.
it's
The
busted.
triple ult there was probably the reason they were able to defend their Phoenix on that first 5M siege towards
The
their base.
Mockingbird team
Getting it
was
back into
Hawk,
Variety's hands makes a lot of sense
Herox,
to me. On the other side,
Calvin,
Theek's just, I feel like he's just so
Spud,
consistent, man. He
and
dominates
I don't
almost
remember the other
everything
guy.
he gets. Benny Q clearly had an idea, maybe an inkling to try and take that Hekate away, and Team Risk didn't give him the chance. They said, we know you want Uller more. We know that's a more valuable pick to you. So your choice is give us Uller, or we're not letting Benny take this pick.
Yeah, I absolutely loved the way that the Hecate was played in mid, absolutely. But I think that the Thor for Variety has been sort of the unsung
Why is this
hero
taking so long to
so far
start?
this tournament.
Yeah.
The other game
He's
started
been
so
so
fast.
Variety's MO, right?
Yeah, he's been so patient.
Yeah, on
with his East Coast
paper,
beats as the relic
after what I saw
managing
last
to
game, Risk
just
has the better
barely
comp.
scrape
I
out
don't know
after
why we
initiating,
banned
but it's
Athena
always
and
getting
Thanatos
great
instead of
balls
Hekate.
to split off the fight, letting his team.
I'm
play
honestly
frontliners.
mind blown that
He
they
just
were
seems to
worried
be
about
able to-
fucking
He
Thanatos.
has this knack for building Bruiser, but still managing
to remake
just
the
eke
lobby,
out
GG.
every
What a
little
bob
bit
up.
of value from his health bar that he can. He gets out on 10% or less so many times in these fights, and I think that's so valuable for his team.
And it's honestly, like you said, it's kind of like the unsung hero, because like you'll look down. I mean, even Genetics, like his slash line, like they didn't look great. If you're just looking at the KDA, you're kind of like, yeah, well, okay, you maybe could have died a couple less times, maybe could have been clear, but like then you compare that to actual impact in game. You see the stuns, the control, zoning. I mean, there was one point I remember, we were talking about the fact, I think Genetics like blinked forward, ulted, and it was literally just to get the passive out there, right?
Yep.
Like things like that where it's like, oh my god, that's insane. Like it doesn't even matter if you die, you did so much for your team.
Yeah, the tiny little plays, that's the real difference between guys like Genetics and maybe other top support players who aren't quite at the top of the game like he is. He just
What's up,
makes these
Chaotic?
small plays that
Smite
really
2 is
make
gonna hit
the difference
20K
in
today.
high-level games like this.
But you have
They
to
peak
remember
at
that
9
Cherry
PM.
last game
So
didn't
20K
quite have
today,
that
easy.
same level of clear potential. Remember how Hades just
I
destroys
don't
all
really
side
care
farm.
who wins.
Variety's
I
not gonna
think
be able to
Risk
match
is
that level of farm.
drafting
It's not
better, so
possible.
they
Thor
probably
cannot do it
deserve to
quickly.
win.
So
I don't like
Variety's
Loki.
stuck, trying to match
Geb
the
has been
procs and trying to
underperforming.
follow around Cherry on this Hades.
Ul though,
He's gonna be
Cyclone
getting
Ul's
behind
kind of
so quick.
nuts.
He has to try and rotate. out
Cyclone's
He's
team
gonna
is a
have
team I
sacrifice
picked to
a
win,
level.
but in
That's
the way this matchup
inevitable
is
when you're up
going,
against
I would be
Hades in
surprised
solo
if
lane.
Risk doesn't
I
fucking
wonder if he can have that same level
lock
of
it in.
impact, considering how out far.
It's best
he's
of 5 though.
From
so
the rip, he's gonna
they've
be
got
getting.
more
It's
games.
Hades again. He just walks up, one shots the wave, walks up, one shots the camps. Then he goes on his merry way. He goes on a journey. Does whatever he wants. You're like, I don't know where he is,
Are there
bro.
no
but he
viewing
stole all
drops
the
yet,
farm,
or-
and now he's missing. And Variety has two options.
There should be
there.
like
I'm
an
gonna
emote
chase
and
him
something else
around.
today.
I'm gonna try and match that farm, which you can't do. Or I'm gonna AFK with you guys and be behind, but I'll still make an impact.
Well, we covered duo, we covered mid, we covered jungle, we covered solo. The only thing left to cover is the game itself. So to do so, we're gonna jump over to our casters.
Indeed, indeed. Malum and Aggro is still with you hanging out, but it's not just us because they won't stop being loud. So Las Vegas, are you still out there? Are we still good? I think they're still good.
They're still there. Yeah, they're still good. Turns
Game
out.
number 2, right on the horizon. 5Ms and Team Risk. Team Risk up a game, a memorable game 1. I'm in agreement with everybody else. The best game we've seen.
Badge
in
and
Smite
emote.
2.
There you go.
Can game 2 live up to the hype? Is now the question
All
at
right.
hand.
You know what's crazy?
trying to
is
pay
I think it
attention to
could.
this start.
I really think it could. I think that the draft in
Geb
this
is starting support
game
this
2
game
was
rather than
impressive
mid.
from both sides. Cyclone getting on Uller, I think he was the best Uller player we saw yesterday.
You got
by a
duo
significant
lane
margin.
invading
I
off
think
the
he's
start, it
best
looks
Uller player
like.
in Smite 2 currently, so that's a great pickup for 5Ms, and it
Oh, no,
gives
no,
them
not a video.
something I thought they were desperately lacking.
It is
in
Geb
last game,
solo,
which
or
is
sorry,
range
starting
hard
solo in the
CC.
duo
It's very
lane.
hard for them to start fights.
Looks like
Now,
Ul starting
sometimes
blue
simply
red
an
by
axe
himself. What's
onto
Loki
genetics
gonna do?
could be enough in order to start a fight for them. And I love the adjustment to put Scream on the Loki. He's been playing Thor. He played
Those teleporter
Bologna.
wards are weird.
He struggled on both of those gods. I think
It's
he's
because
simplifying
Scream
it
got early
here.
ganked last
Hey,
game.
Your job is not to buy a space.
No, I'm not gonna move the
it's not to
camera. I'm
zone,
gonna
it's
stay
not
right
this.
here, you
your
fucking
job is
assholes.
To go kill that guy, and it's gonna be Theeks. Go kill Theeks. That is your job this game, Scream. And if he does that well, then it's going to make it a lot harder for Risk. And I like the simplification of 5M's draft.
Cherry going for the proxy. Blink forward for Genetics. Catches the beads
Instant
early.
beads?
Cherry won't get that wave.
Did he
from
just
the
almost
beginning.
full clear that wave? What the
No,
fuck?
but he should just be able to loop around and then hit it again once his 3 is back up. Yeah, exactly.
He did. He
So
almost
clear
full
this.
cleared the fucking wave. That's insane.
Cyclone is off on that right-hand side in
Uh-oh.
the Thor matchup. This is probably just because the duo lane kill potential of Ymir Medusa is quite high, and Uller got played by Beduin in solo yesterday.
they gonna run
He
a
can't
Hades
kinda survive
Geb lane
this
right now?
on his own anyways, and Hades so much harder to stop from farming as long as he can get access to the wave early. Can't kill it in 1, but can kill it in 2 rotations. That's why Cherry had the nice idea to proxy and set himself up.
Tough lane for Variety to clear too against that Uller when he's
True.
over there.
Yep, and with the Bumbas, it's very easy for Cyclone to get lane pressure.
Nah,
And now he
5Ms
gets
has had the
both
best
sets
starts so
of the
far, bro.
back. Should
Look,
be
they're
able to
already
get
up gold.
Rogue camp as well. Then when it
All
comes
their
time,
starts have
they
been the
can
best.
just simply teleport.
They have some weird starts, and they're different every game.
Right back to the lanes that they would typically be in.
Looks like Cyclone's second guess.
He canceled it because he saw him. He was gonna go for a gank.
As you mentioned,
Got spotted out. Oh
Hello?
my gosh.
Hello?
What are you doing? Things gone. First blood North America again.
Hey, Scream, your job? Kill that guy.
Yep.
Just keep doing that.
Objective
that's all
complete.
you got. That's all you got to do. And
Cyclone
he starts
losing side
early
camps is wild
here
to me,
in
though. I
game
feel like
2, gets the kill on mid. I don't think Doug wasn't expecting it. We weren't
that's a
expecting it.
miss,
Certainly Theeks
a misplay.
wasn't expecting it.
Oh.
They're
It's not
lane
the end of the
swapping
world,
back.
Right. Theeks is going to be fine. It's first blood for Benny Q, which is great, of course. But this Hecate pick is designed to go like not
We don't know about the
necessarily
Vulcan
stop.
passive yet
Not
because
the
we
end of the
haven't
world.
seen how Vulcan works. You're just
How do you
reading
respond now?
data
How do
mining,
you keep
so we have no
going
idea.
safe and being too careful with
Sounds like it could be really cool,
Plenty
but
okay, plus
also could just be
the
shit.
Shield. So I think we can take a look back and see just how that first blood went down.
Yeah, I think it might just be Scream
This is a free
stealths
kill,
in, and he
yeah.
goes
This
ahead
is just
and
free.
kills him. Oop, good beam from Benny, predicts
Later.
the juke, and that raw too slow is so strong. It's hard to walk up to the wave against him, and Hecate's clear early is not good. It is not impressive, so it takes a long time. You have to get a lot of basic attacks down. Couldn't do it.
PBM will take a lot, but that shield.
PBM
is
didn't
gonna
take
pay
any
dividends
damage. Holy
throughout
fuck.
This set, but the laning phase especially. Laning phase ain't going great for Cherry now. A pickup for Variety.
That beads that
Brother,
got forced by genetics by
I'm
blinking on
thinking
the proxy
Cherio
end up
is
being
getting
a huge
diffed this
difference
series,
maker
boys.
On that gank being successful. Cherry's beads were down for another 5 seconds or so when that gank occurred. It was kind of accidentally perfect spacing, I think, from Lazar and Variety because they both
Logan's
have
passive
channeled
has like
abilities
8
that
layers
Cherry
to it
needs
now,
to be
dude.
able to silence
It
from
has something to do with his
Couldn't use
thumper
it.
turret, which we
Damage,
don't
but
know.
off the mark. Can
Still
you
kills
still
him.
find it? Yeah, you
He
can.
missed his
Damage not
ult
done.
of
Scream
Elogial
picks
and
up another
still killed
for
him.
5
That's
Well, you know, sometimes as a mid laner, it seems like it should be easy, but then your hand slips, your mouse is
Oh, sorry,
slippery.
gang. My DPI was too high.
Yeah, tough
My
look.
fault, gang.
Cost Scream is
Cherry's
great,
dead
which could
again.
end up being impactful. We'll see.
Cherry's
Jump
dead
in
again.
from Lasper, really putting the pressure on Cherry.
He's literally dead. He
Got
can't live
the
this.
leads, but the chase is really on. How far will they
All right, wait, with the health spots, maybe he can live
Cherry
this.
having dash.
got dash.
Yeah, okay.
Lazarus got multiple, so he could chase, but correct decision.
Zeke's is big man
Lazarus,
things,
that
yep.
freed up Variety to take away one half of the back harpies.
I don't know why Variety went for a weird stun
Good
like
job
that.
keeping
I'm gonna be
Cherry in
honest.
check.
He could have just
So far,
opened the
that
doors
lane
and
swap
come through
that
Fire
didn't
Giant.
help Cyclone, but might have ended up
He cut him
hurting
off.
Cherry a little bit because he doesn't get prio on that right-hand side as he would typically want to in the early stages. And that's a trade that I imagine 5Ms would happily make. The Cherry himself would say, yeah, of course I would set myself a little behind to get Cyclone on.
And he goes Necro and Raw every game.
Ahead. That's the kind of win condition that he can be. And in Malum, I regret to inform you that we have another Necronomicon in mid.
I was wondering how long it would be until you would bring it up, and I was wondering how long it'd be until I'd see that look in your face.
Yeah. Maybe it'll be sick this game. You know, I think it did slow down. I think it opened opportunities for Lasbra in game 1 that he would not otherwise have had.
Agreed.
I also think that there's a good chance that it's hard for us to see the value of that. It is a lot of intelligence that you get from each stack, right? You gain
That item has
50
200 int.
intelligence.
It is 200 int,
this
it's
can be
fully
an
stacked.
absolutely absurd item, 200 intelligence max and 10% penetration. It's not that even the 500 intelligence and 10% pen early is also fairly solid.
500.
It's just that those
50?
stacks, yes, they're worth a lot of int, but they make you so squishy. We'll see. You know, it's hard for us to say if it's going to find value. But
Green picks a fight with Feeks. A lot of damage on ult as well, but once
That's
again,
another beads. They're trying to shut down Agate. This is smart as
That
fuck.
time the ult was more on target,
Yes.
but not close enough. Lasper jump in, big dog out, fights on. Benny Q gone
kills him,
as
he kills
well,
him.
but Scream!
That's a good trade.
Not giving up, second kill on the Loki.
That's a really good
Variety
trade.
was
They
there.
got
Great
beads
rotation
and they got
from
Fenrir
Variety. I
and
thought he
Fenrir
was going
life.
to clean up
That's a good
Scream,
trade.
but just able to get enough space in a way.
Any
So a
beads,
good
though, and still
trade,
got
one for
fucked
one,
up.
I think, overall for 5M because it accelerates Scream. Scream is the one that we are going to be keeping an eye on in the late game. In the late game, it's going to be, can Theek stay safe and still deal relevant damage? Because there are times where as a mid laner, you choose between, hey, am I going to be in position to follow up and do 55k damage or whatever Theeks did in game 1, or do I need to be more patient and play my life? And so even just the threat of something like a Loki, even if he isn't killing Theeks, can affect how much damage output he's doing. So that's going to be the matchup I'm watching come late game. Loki versus Hector.
I think it's really interesting too, because you talked about the Necronomicon on the Raw, and instantaneously we saw Raw go down, but you have Scream, so you have a little bit of help in the lane to help get some of those stacks online.
Intel and
it's gonna be
strength are
easier
just
when you got a
stats that
bigger
buff
damage dealer
abilities.
like
The
Loki in
abilities,
comparison
you have to read the
Malone.
abilities to see what it scales
Accelerate
off
your
of.
stacks, and he gets, you know, he dies
Every
with 0 stacks,
ability
but gets the assist,
is different.
So gains the stack after.
Screams and poking Lasbra. Will there be follow-up? PBM close enough maybe to go full Insano mode to bring down that Fenrir, so we get to
Is
step
he
away.
going shield
And
first
this is that
item?
sort of pace that built up. to
Lasbra's
such
going
an insane
anti-shield first
10
item, I
minutes
think.
Now, only 7 minutes in, and the game's still
It's
so
the hybrid strength
much
defense.
better early game scenario.
active
for a lot
item.
of players. Yeah, definitely
For the
not as
Geb.
volatile as it
Which
was.
is
A little bit
actually
more,
crazy.
Typical.
Oh my gosh!
Variety takes a lot. Cherry, gonna be tough to find the full kill.
Oh my
That was enough to
god.
scare Variety back.
Yeah, I don't know if we missed Cherry using his enhanced ability once he was in
wondering
the
for the double
ultimate, or
dash.
yeah, maybe he did the. Maybe he slammed in there, or I would have expected him to try and catch the hammer or dash after him. But either way, got a good chunk and is going to buy him pressure here in order to try and get this invade off. With Scream lurking and Mike in the area as well, it should be guaranteed.
A good read as well from Team Risk, not stayed too long. That could have gotten very, very scary very quickly. Genetics also having a much better game so far.
Yeah, not as behind on the Ymir, and he struggled all the way into the mid to late game, I think, with being too squishy. Should be a little bit easier this time around.
I want to play
but
Raw.
I think Hades is
I want to play Raw
scarier
with no
to play
aspect
into
mid
for
with
Ymir than
this
Geb
damage
is.
build.
And
I haven't played Raw regular in so
Cooler is
long.
scarier to play into than Jingwei by a significant margin.
Cherio's doing a
as
lot of
front liner.
damage.
So I think even though Genetics is in a better spot
I mean,
to start this game,
the Risk
no
team
deaths
wants to
in the
go
first
30 plus
minutes.
minutes.
His
The
game is harder
5M's
this time
team,
around than I expected his game.
I don't think they have to go short, but they don't want to go to go 30 plus minutes.
Map that was the difference maker for Team Risk in game 1. It was Lasbra and Variety, I think,
Steal it.
significantly outplayed.
Damn, I thought he was going to steal it. Did he even try to steal it?
5Ms is going to need to make sure that they either get more value out of their duo lane than they did, even though I think that overall they played better in the duo side. It wasn't by enough to offset the
Oh, his 3 was down?
absolute
Okay.
trouncing that Variety and Lasbra were able to give the right side. So You either need the right side to pick up their pace a little bit if you're 5Ms here in game 2, or for the dual lane to do even more. And they've kind of got the picks to do it with Uller and Geb. 2 signature picks for Cyclone and PBM. And 2
This
guys
plays too
that are
slow. This is all of
more
EU. All the EU
solidifying
teams
what
play
they're
like
going
this.
to do
This shit
in
was so
comparison
boring when they
to
played each other
Jason
yesterday.
Be a little bit more flexible. We'll see.
Petrify,
That one's dead.
Cyclone, dead.
Gone.
Genetics able to pick it up for Team Risk. It's looking good on the left-hand side. They got the Queen Nagas before as well.
I wonder if he stampeded him if he could have got out of the mural and lived.
You're sending Lasper to the left, and you've got the Queen Naga minions to help you out on gold.
I wish you could see what they were maxing. I want to see if Geb's maxing
Not
Shield or
ideal
2.
right after my 5
I want to
minute
see if Raw's
monologue
maxing
about
2 or
how
1.
Dual lane for 5Ms played well, but needs to do even more for Cyclone to get caught. Looks like it was a blink freeze out of vision from Genetics to set up that kill. Nicely done, and now we'll see if they can convert on a gold.
BennyQ might get close enough for a steal attempt, plus you got PBM inside the pit already. Open the gates is out, the Gold Fury let go at around a quarter health. PBM repositions Team Risk, try to
Wait,
grab the Gold
steal
Fury
it.
back, but they're stutter stepping a bit. That leaves an opening. Cherry's close to it. Gold still not dead,
No,
but that ult
wait,
is
Cherry-
too early, but Cherry
Cherry
goes
got
in
it.
and
Didn't they
gets
get a
the
kill?
Gold
They
Fury
didn't get a
away.
kill?
Team Risk played with their food too long. Now a slam
good
down
gamble.
from Variety.
I think he's
Add
dead,
more
though.
to the menu at a Geb 2.
Cherry
scared.
trying to get one back. He's not going to be able
Benny
to.
is so
Variety
scared.
goes
Cherry's
forward
dead.
with some help from Hecate and Ymir. I
gonna
don't
stun
think
into a
Cherry
wall,
is going
right?
to be able to get
Yeah.
out. The
Oh,
wall's
wait.
there
It's
indeed.
gonna be close.
Damn,
You've got to
he's still
find the right
chasing.
spot to hit at the wall.
Oh, he got his beans too.
He's not gonna see
Dude,
it.
Cherio's
That time,
reaction there
killing
was
spree
kind of
for
getting
Variety.
delayed.
Bro, if you would have shown me this Variety versus what we saw in Atlanta,
Bro,
I would have been like,
Variety's a
is this
beast
the
moding.
same guy? Like, he was struggling, to say the least, in the qualifiers to get
Cyclone
here.
stole the whole jungle?
But
Oh,
Variety,
fuck.
man, is absolutely
I was wondering where
popping
Cyclone was.
for Team
Yeah,
Risk.
he needed farm.
Early seasons of Smite Variety is just, whether it's Smite 1 or Smite 2, seems to be an unbelievable monster that is hard to stop. 3-0, he has been on time to every play, even the time where Scream's able to get out just barely in mid after killing Lasper. Variety was there within a second of being on time on a play that was very, very quickly developed.
Cyclone's not fighting. I mean, Cyclone has half of the Medusa damage.
Accurate.
It's 2,000 and 1,000. It's not really.
Cataclysm
It's
when
not
he
real
landed
damage.
there from PM that I thought was going to stop him from being able to go forward. He has hit almost everything. Variety is putting on
What was
an
Loki
absolute show
doing
and
during
is
that fight?
definitely
Was he farming
been
too?
the MVP for Risk. I know
He's
Zeke's
level
just popped
13.
on the Hecate. I
Holy
know that
fuck, he
had a
was
great game
farming.
in
Yeah,
game one,
that was actually
but I
crazy. They
really
sent both
think
of
the way
their
Variety's
side
playing
carries
is
to
making
just
it
fuck it, and
easy
they
for
still
the
stole
rest of
gold.
Risk to handle team fights.
Let's take a look back and see if we can break things down.
All these games are going 30 minutes.
Gold
A Cherry
is good. I mean, look at that.
That was
view.
such a good
Like,
Gebel.
Yep.
and everything.
in a great spot, was early on the beads, was able to keep chasing consistently. I mean, how does he play it better in this position? Like, I just don't think it's really possible for him to do so.
Okay, he
Cherry
should have
just
gone into
needs
the
to
tower.
respect the wall here enough to
He should have gone to the
beads,
tower.
I guess, but
Right at max.
he's
range.
not watching him,
He
so
probably
he
still
can't,
dies, but
you know,
he should have
he's
gone
just
tower.
reacting to the sound cue. Cherry makes a big play too. He goes and gets it.
Oh!
Nearly got one back
Ollie
there
almost
as well.
killed him, bro.
Cherry made a big play to steal, but Variety makes it happen.
That
ult
Raw
hits
hit for
from BennyQ,
nothing.
Does some poke to Team Risk. They'll step back.
That Raw hit for
A lot of
400.
members
He's level
around this
fucking
Pyromancer
13.
Area.
What
Notably,
him?
Scream pretty high up on the map, but his backing should mean no engage, at least from the side of 5.
I have no idea,
Scream was very
UAE.
active early, got those first 2 kills,
Slowed down a lot.
and has now just been farming. He just said, yep, I did what I could early. Now it's going to be a little bit harder. We're a little bit more.
Bro,
bruised.
look
I
at
don't
how
have the
they're
damage
playing the
to
map.
one-shot
The Loki and the
through
Ul are
things
just
like the Tower
jungling.
Purification
Their
from Genetics.
dicks
I'm
off.
not going to be able to
Cyclone just did
freeze
backs. He
very
backed.
easily.
He went to
So
backs.
I'm
He's
just
doing
gonna
side
farm
camps.
and
He's
get
gonna
my
go
latest
lane.
hit, which is correct, I think.
Loki's just trying to wait. Did he just?
Has
was
the
that
blink
Medusa?
away and has created plenty of space, but Streak is still on the chase.
Variety's teleporting.
You got the Thor. You cut
Uh-oh.
off the angles.
Oh!
Gotta find him in stealth.
He's
So
dead.
far on it.
This
Streak
is really
has barely
bad.
missed. The stealth out. Dead. Streaka follows it perfect.
Great
He
call
didn't
from
have his
Streak
Loki
to go
all up.
aggressive there, and again, Variety is ahead of the game. He's already channeling the teleport by the time.
That's
the
why I don't
Scream
like
goes
Transcendence
there.
Loki.
Assassinate was
I
down
understand why
for
he's
Scream at the
Transcendence
time.
Loki.
Not
It's a
sure
spam,
what he
but
used.
I
he
don't like
used it to get
Transcendence
away
on
from
Loki.
Bottom right here as Genetics had chased him in.
No,
with
only
the
thing he
wall,
could have done
so
there is had a cooldown
loses the
item
blink,
in Transcendence
goes a
slot.
little
His
bit
ult
of
would have been back
greedy
up.
way. If he had just gone south once he got into that side jungle. I just don't think Streak had the damage to kill him. Streak corrals Scream into a bad spot, and of course, who was there to help but Variety?
It feels like somehow, despite the difference to game number 1, we're on 14, coming up on 15 minutes. We're kind of in a similar spot. I mean, kills separated by 3. The gold is hardly that much to mention too much. I mean, 1,000 experience much more significant. But it's just a crazy spot to be in when you consider how close game 1 was too. Usually, you don't see
That's a lot of damage for one damage item on
This
Thor.
has been impressive, what we've seen from Risk as Variety not going to get
Cyclone
caught
doesn't have
maybe
pen
by
yet, right? Yeah, so
Assassinate?
Cyclone doesn't even do damage
Maybe?
then.
Might have to distance on it. Meanwhile, a lot of action around the gold positioning as well. Variety's backing in the face of a couple. Not enough time to go in though. I thought the same as you. I really
Loki
thought
dying to
feeling vicious enough
Medusa
to go
earlier
in.
was really
Team Risk
fucking bad. He
Pyro,
should have blinked a
gold,
different
the
way.
answer on the left, and it looks like both should go mostly uncontested. Benny Q, not close enough.
Now, are they going? Okay, yeah, Cherry's
Yeah,
backing.
this
so
is a
I wasn't
weird
sure if
trade.
They had called it off, but if they know if they're grouped on right, we can pull on left. So a trade. I like that trade a lot for 5Ms because they are now
that's
on
a
their second
5M
gold
value
field already.
trade.
Those minions getting tankier.
Cyclone needs
means
pen.
that
They need to
have
not
less
fight until
time.
Cyclone has pen.
Risk has a harder
If
time.
he doesn't get pen online
shoving out
before
a
they
wave
fight,
right
they
after
probably lose the
5Ms
next
has
fight.
Pushed it, and then
Because the Thor
rotating
and the
into jungle
Fenrir are
and being able to
tanky.
catch up and it be present for something like a Fire Giant pull or a Pyromancer pull or the next Gold Fury pull. This bomb could get value from Risk, and then it evens it out a
Yeah,
little
that
bit
is
more,
2
but
golds for
you're trading a temporary
5Ms.
buff in the Runic Bomb for a permanent one from the second Gold Fury for 5Ms.
I love the call to the bomb because that was one thing I noticed in the previous game. There was so much going on that a lot of bombs stayed in pocket towards the end of the game.
Yeah, it's hard to use them sometimes. There are a lot more consumables these days in Smite 2 that are impacting the map. You know, your
He's there.
Eye of the Jungle pings, which are really cool, and your Cyclops wards, and your Runic Bombs, and your Naga charges that Streak has.
name
Like, there are a lot of things that can put some pressure
What do you mean, Prehistoricals?
on your consumable slot.
Fenrir's
And
first
making sure
item
you're
has
getting
40 strength.
value
I think
out
it's
of
25
bombs
of each
quickly is
prot,
important,
and an
because Genetics
active that you
now
throw out, it does
doesn't
damage
really
and
wanna sell
reduces
Health
shields.
Chalice. It has to use the Runic Bomb before
It
he
might
can get
also
get a
anti-heal.
ward.
I don't remember if it
Otherwise, he can't
anti-heals. I
ward
know it
until he
reduces
uses
shield.
Runic
So
Bomb.
it's the counter
I'm not a
get.
huge fan of putting it on the support, the Runic Bomb, that is, because Genetics inventory is now you either got to sell the Health Chalice or use the bomb. Otherwise, he can't
Yeah,
help
they
you.
gotta not fight. Like, they just cannot
More
fight.
rotations, but the 1v1
Benny!
is pretty
Benny!
interesting. Laspra,
Benny!
the Ross did a bit of damage at the moment, and there's still a lot stuck around that teleporter in right as well. And it feels like these two teams are becoming so familiar with this idea of we dance close, we see if anyone blinks.
Data mining,
Nobody
Prehistoricals?
does. We got better control.
They get the right side tower. No blinking there from Risk on that
What's up,
tier 1
Lamida?
tower siege, but it wasn't. The Runic Bomb wasn't used, so that tells me that Risk isn't done. That they don't think that that's the only play they're going for.
Very passive from 5Ms too.
Yep, in the next few minutes.
What
I have to
aspect
feel
would I
like it's
make?
because Variety's so ahead. That he's level 17. That he's going to be difficult.
My aspect
to
for
stop.
Mercury was he could Thor all through
Picks a
walls.
fight. The answer is Ragnarok. to
But
bring
his
him
3
back.
no
When he
longer
lands
tosses
down,
people.
Variety's waiting, and a lot of damage has to come on.
Oh!
The 5Ms, and Cherry is
Bro,
gone.
they don't get a
Who's
kill
up
off of it.
next?
It's just they
The
fought before
gates from
Cyclone had
Beaks
pen,
won't
bro.
find a home, but he takes it. Looks for damage. Has
That
backup
Raw
too.
was big. He had, like,
And the
2
squad
people.
won't
His other
throw,
abilities hit
but couldn't make
everybody.
any additional picks happen.
Cherry found a huge ultimate there, Malum, but it just
Yeah,
isn't
the
enough
Hades
damage.
build is
He's too
poly.
far behind, and Hades is rarely behind at 17.5.
Games are pretty
That is
good.
not where he
Last game went like
typically
40
finds
minutes.
himself. But
That
because
fight
he
was
is
just a
in
bad
this
fight 'cause
game,
they don't have
that ultimate
pen
doesn't get
on
quite enough
Cyclone yet.
value, and the ultimate
If they wait for
from
Cyclone to
Benny
get Titan's
it
Bane
might
or
have
Heartseeker,
clipped
whatever he's
someone,
going,
but it
and he
just
can actually
feels
kill
like
some of
the
these
type
tanks, he'll be
follow-up
good.
I like to see off of Hades ult. It's more single target. The Hades ults where everyone gets dragged all the way to the center and are lined up for you, like, you're winning those fights anyways if they're stuck in Hades ult for that long. I would have liked something that can take advantage of the fact that they're grouped.
Serio's
for
0-3,
a second,
and he's 3
not
levels
just
down.
Looking for one particular
And he's
target,
squishy
and
as
they're
fuck.
moving, and they can beads and walk out. It's just not a setup that I think is super easy for Raw to follow up on. Something more like a.
Yeah, there's a lot of gargoyles that are going to be picked up in every match.
If you can just
That
drop it on
gargoyle
the
item is
Hades ult,
OP.
you get 2 ticks then you've gotten enough value in order to win the team
No,
fight.
Smoke Break and Food
Don't
Driver in the
love
losers
synergy
bracket.
between the
They play the
Heat
loser of
and
this
the
game.
Raw, and for how good
And
of
then
an
the
ult
winner,
Cherry got,
or the loser of
feel
this
like
game
5Ms should've
plays the
gotten
winner of
more.
their game, and then the
Around
winner
this
of their
time,
game
a little
plays
bit
the
earlier
winner
in
of this
Game 1,
game for
where
the
5Ms is
finals.
pulling a similar lead to what Team Risk has right now. And also, what you were just talking about with Benny Q, even when the ults hit, you still, through all this fighting, there's one stack on Necronomicon.
Not a lot, but in some ways that's a blessing because you're not as squishy, you know? Lasbra's 1v1ing you in the jungle is less threatening because you won't just get one tapped by Brutalize. But he will, you know,
We're getting
he
this run
can
back
just get a bunch
tomorrow.
of stacks out of nowhere and then
If
one-shot
5Ms loses this game, they might lose to Food Drive.
Get a lot.
Well,
They
Kesha's
might
double
not
tap
have
hits,
the
damage
mental.
on. The follow, perfect.
I mean, they're getting shit on.
Cherry gets caught and dropped.
They're getting
This has
shit.
just
Cherio's
been
getting
solo lane
fucking
so
rolled,
far,
bro.
man. And I think in this set, the story for me has been Variety just outplaying Cherry.
Cherry is
so
getting
far.
worked.
It's never that simple. It's never just one set, you know, or one role that is the difference maker. But 4-0 to 0-4 in comparison, and setting up for another kill and a Fire Giant for Team Risk is pretty big out of Variety. I like what 5Ms do here, get something on the back end, but so far, Malum,
I feel bad for Cherry.
look at the value that top 2 Thor Hecate versus
getting
the top
fucking
2
railed.
Ullr has gotten.
And Streak builds
It's
to
not
kill
close.
tanks.
The Thor alone has been more valuable. Cyclone has not been involved
Honestly,
in
so
any of
does
the kills
Speaks.
so far for 5Ms. And Ullr
And
again,
so does
much
Variety.
like Hades, not a god that is super accustomed nor excels.
They're
when
actually
behind.
set up to just
You and I
kill
were talking
tanks, bro.
After game number 1. Hang on. Is he at the back? He's in the self-crash. He's good.
I wonder if
Yep,
Lasbro
good.
goes Stone
We were
of Binding
talking
again, because
after game
that's
one
what they've been doing,
about
bro.
how
Just going
we
everything to
might
kill
see
tanks.
Thor and Thanatos both banned, which might open up the space. I know the crowd's been wanting it. Might open up that space for Aladdin. They chose not to go that route.
Yeah.
We saw Thana banned and Thor grabbed, and you have it with Hecate. You've got 3
I still wanna know where the
characters who
Mordred's at.
clearly are making stuff work for Team Risk.
2 bans feels like a difficult task. when
I
you're
love
up
the
against
build
teams
variety.
like 5Ms.
Nobody's shit
Especially
is the
when
exact
one
same
is just
ever.
guaranteed for a character we haven't seen.
Have to do it. You know, they feel at least. I would not be
The
surprised
Rocket.
if we don't see an Aladdin ban next game, and I'm sure the crowd would be very upset if that would happen.
Would you guys be upset? Would you be happy for some Aladdin?
Lasbro for
Shirley?
Gargoyle, yep. Gargoyle
I
stats are
checked.
too
I don't
good.
think they want it. I don't know.
Gargoyle
I just don't
stats
think
are
they want it
nutty.
Personally, that's the vibe I'm getting. We'll have to see. I just think that clearly the strategy for 5Ms has been to hamstring Lasbro. You know, they banned Athena both games. They banned
Desk was on
Athena,
that, yeah.
Athena Thana in that last one. For me, I don't think you can give Variety Thor again today, at the very least. He's red hot on it right now. I just think he's doing too much.
Team Risk grabbed another Queen Naga later. You would think their value might drop a bit, but Team Risk knows how to use them well, and they can they can get in the way of a lot, including for Ullr, which is another thing that could slow Cyclone Spin down, who's already having a tough time.
Yeah, it really has not done a lot of player damage so far, and that's, again, not typical for Ullr. Not a lot of player damage from Risk really across the board. It's just been effective player damage. Scream has gotten 2 towers on the right-hand side. If he can back and buy full Heartseeker, he's going to be pretty strong for this siege.
There it is.
Yeah, he's on Heartseeker.
They're
They're splitting Phoenixes!
As the siege begins,
Almost like I've been
Variety
saying
lands
that.
down on a PBM, might be stuck in the gates too. Look how much damage is on the rock. Finally goes down, took some time. Cyclone Spin low too, had to jump away, but here's Scream.
Scream did a
Heartseeker
lot
in
of
hand,
damage.
on, not enough.
Ooh,
You
he
lose
hit it on the
Cherry
Medusa,
too.
Medusa
Benny
dagger.
almost got it,
Medusa
but the
dagger, game over.
was used to bring it back up.
Bro,
to
if he
full
killed the
strength.
Medusa
Team
there, if he
Risk
had...
continue the
I don't even know what he
This
could have done to kill the
backline
Medusa
for
there.
5Ms is just has nowhere to go because their front line is getting eviscerated. Mike gets pulled in by the gates because he blinked in and then got pushed the other way and still chased down. Benny's snipe was solid, but you called it, Malum. All it did was let Streak go, yes, Obsidian Dagger. I would like my full HP
He
bar
should've hit
back
the Fenrir,
and
you're right.
a particularly potent buff. Cyclone's got to make something crazy happen here.
Marching down the mid lane, one combo on, doesn't do enough to find a kill, and Team Risk add another Phoenix to their tally.
They're getting worked,
Back
bro.
down the mid lane they go. Cyclone can't find a spin. There is a cutoff. Scream might have an opening, but no.
No, there's no way.
Ball is to not chase too far.
Scream wasn't able to get into the back line. He was just too late, so he kind of had to go on whoever was available to him, and it was Lasbra, who has a fairly tanky build with the Gargoyle, with the Shifters, and with a Shield Splitter as well. I don't know if we've seen one quite yet, but with that Geb Shield, now has an item to try and take it down with that active. You kind of toss out this boomerang, and it hits right there. It's not a boomerang because it doesn't come back, but it kind of looks like a boomerang. So that's what I always called it. But
I'll call it boomerang too.
Thank you, I appreciate that. It's you probably shouldn't. It's much more confusing than just throwing the axe. It's objectively worse. But makes that Geb shield a little bit less threatening. They're so far ahead on Risk that I don't know if shield splitter is even necessary, but it was a nice insurance policy from Lasbro to pick up, especially because I'm sure Geb shields are going to be on who he is trying to kill a lot of the time.
Feels like 5Ms. One thing that I'm a little bit worried about that you were very much on the money with in game number 1 was that 5Ms took moments they didn't have to, and they kind of got in this position where defending felt awkward, and they let their desperation to make a play get the better of them. They're in that position so much earlier.
Yes, they are. They are in a tough spot now. Down 8K, it's just 24 minutes in. The good news for 5Ms is that they've got some pretty key items done already. They've gotten a lot of the expensive ones out of the way. Heartseeker's done for both Cyclone and Scream. Rod of Tahuti's already done for Benny. And Benny can get a lot of intelligence just by getting a couple of assists in a fight. You know, 2 more assists, he gets 100 intelligence. And that can happen in the blink of an eye. So it kind of makes up for his lack of itemization in that way. We saw how much damage a Snipe did to Streak. If he had 1 more stack of Necro, it would have killed him.
Speaking of killed, maybe? No, nice blink ult, but getting followed. Variety has to be on the money. Good guess. Wrong side. Scream gets away.
Yeah, 50-50, but still losing Assassinate and Blink is really bad for Scream. I mean, that just completely neuters his ability to be aggressive in this fight.
Especially without that front line you keep falling to, that you have to make the plays happen. It feels like more and more that
they're gonna lose fire.
Cyclone spin, channeling whatever the energy was yesterday on this Uller that looked so spectacular. You've got to recapture that if you want.
He can't recapture it when his solo is 0-5.
I was talking with Inbound and Hazer yesterday. They were saying Streak and Cyclone or 1A, 1B.
He's getting dove by someone who's 4-0-4
right now, and I was like,
and he has to hope his fucking tank doesn't insta-dive. Look at this.
There's the stun.
Mike just got worked.
Darn good. BBM stampedes to get away. Good use of the active, but another thing burned in a way
Mike's
to
raging
and retreat.
Still 2
Mike was just raging on the camera.
That's overall a positive trade. PBM can stick around, still has his ultimate, has Blink up in 5. Can they get in?
Trying to get there quick. It's going to be a close call. Genetics gets the fire, the raw ultimate too late, and Team Risk, they're wearing the fire around their belts and they're ready to run it down. It looks like they just got to find their opening, and Cherry gets caught. Cherry's low.
No way, bro.
Right. He gets to the south grass.
No
double tap
way,
on.
bro.
Auto Fang dead.
Yeah, Cherry just got caught clearing a wave that he
what
really
is he doing?
Should not be on. A tough day so far for Cherry over there in the solo lane. Now 0-6. Doesn't get a chance to use his ultimate in that fight. And once again, Streak armed with that Obsidian Dagger, gonna try and make a play.
Mid lane, screen grab. Silence too, making life even harder. Positions around, able to juke it out. Lasbro still in nowhere. Variety lands close by. Scream.
He got out. He got so lucky.
Up on the right-hand side.
Not going to be easy to stop this. That right side Phoenix is toast. Medusa so good at dealing structure damage in quick bursts with that Viper shot. Now completely undefended is 5M's Titan.
Team Risk backs away. They're letting the minions lead the charge, and why not? You killed all the Phoenixes. Now you can just let them bleed out.
Yeah.
Starve from lack of resources at this point. I mean, you don't even have everyone at level 20. PBM's pretty far away. Cherry.
I think full damage Hades is the only way to play Hades.
For Cherry.
I could be wrong.
I'm shocked.
But I think he's the only way to play Hades.
That I was seeing on Twitter between the Smite community of 5Ms should have this. Remember Team Risk in Georgia?
Yeah.
This is not that Team Risk.
It's not Variety.
I haven't seen any tank Hades, right?
It really is. It's that simple. He went from making games harder for them to win in Atlanta to now being the best player on the field, in my opinion. He has just done everything for them. And Risk, I don't want to take away from the rest of the members. Streak's had an unbelievable set. He's played so clean. Theeks has played great. Lasbro's played great. Genetics has played very well. But
Lasbro looked so much better today than yesterday.
When they're just on the hot streak.
Yesterday he was just AFK.
It is really such a mental boost for the rest of your team.
I wish we could see the minions.
Let alone
on the minimap.
What it does to what they're doing in game, where Variety's just been able to start so many fights for them. More aggressive with the build. this game, going Heartseeker last. I don't believe he
Yeah,
had
that
that
Thor
in
has
the
a
last
fuck
game,
ton of
and
pen, bro.
Brawler
Holy
first.
shit.
Feeling himself.
Yep, feeling it. Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he? Scream still is getting there, I will say. He is level 20. He has 5.5 items. He is nearly there into one-shot territory. If he can get behind Streak and insta-kill him, maybe that 5Ms can make it happen. Because Variety's damage is excellent, but I don't think he's got the damage to one-tap Cyclone Spin. And if that doesn't
Variety is
happen,
5, but
then
they
the
have
fight
2
can get ugly
stone
fairly quickly.
Son of
But
Bindings.
we're talking a lot of ifs. Scream did just finish Avatar's Parashu. That's big. That is a ton of strength, and the active makes it that much better. Scream might even have an angle here. I just don't know if he knows it.
5Ms. We'll have to find the perfect way.
After the
to
tourney,
defend
and
this.
I'm assuming they're
Three
going to
Phoenixes
announce it on
down
Sunday,
is the
what
nightmare.
they're doing for
Smite
esports
1 or
this year.
Smite 2. You've got to figure it out. A Helm from Genetics leads the way. Doesn't find the freeze, and 5Ms can back up, but they're backed up in the throne room.
That was a beads from Cyclone as well, so that Helm of Darkness got immediate value for Genetics. This means Mike is going to have to be on
Cyclone
babysitting
beads
Cyclone
already?
Spin.
Ooh.
Means he can't help Cherry when he goes in, and they probably need him to be able to do a Blink Cataclysm onto the back line, but I just don't think it's possible.
What's tough is all those Phoenixes, their timers are so similar. Scream takes the fight, caught by the Ragnarok.
Wow.
He gets dropped.
Scream didn't even
Lasbra
ult.
wins a 1v1 that very may well end this game. Team Risk follow up. Cherry next to go to Streak.
about to get 3-0'd,
And here
brother.
comes
This looks
Team
like
Risk
shit.
into the throne room. 5Ms, North America's trying to hang on, but they're gonna go down. 2-0 to Team Risk. One more game for the finals.
I said, Malum, the right side of the map for 5Ms has got to play better than they did in game 1.
You nailed it.
They did not. They did not. They both die with ultimate
had
up
to.
on that final siege. Scream and Cherry just right now getting outplayed by Lasbra and Variety. This is a disaster moment for 5Ms because the way the Variety's played on this Thor, you're always kind of expecting like, hey, we might need to adjust our picks and bans. You know, someone might be popping off on a pick. Now it feels like we have to take Thor. You gotta either ban
I don't know
it or
what they're gonna do.
You gotta pick. Those are your only two options. Does that open up Aladdin? Does that open up Uller for Streak? I mean, what do you even take it at this point with how good he looks on the Medusa? Hecate for Theeks, you feel like you can't really beat easily. Not seeing a clear path forward for 5Ms, besides the right side simply playing better, which is not that easy.
I'm with you, and this is what PPM has always been for his teams, and it's needed now in this moment, really more than ever, because falling to the
I
losers
mean,
bracket
I don't
right
think
now,
their bans
sucks.
matter that game,
Those
bro.
teams are.
They
That's a
fucking, the
risk
Soul Eater
I
got
might not wanna take.
worked.
The Team Risk, they're poised, and they're on the
That
precipice
was
of making it to the finals.
bad.
The winners advantage.
Terrio
We'll
got
see if they
war.
can
He's
do it.
gonna
We'll get
have
back
to have
in this
some
break.
mental
Get a victory.
fucking comeback here, or he's gonna get cooked again. He plays a lot of different gods. He needs to play just a tank engage, in my opinion. I think they're struggling to find what they want to play in the Thor solo. So then, you know, maybe they just ban that and pick whatever he wants to play that isn't Hades. I mean, Cheerio, that's a late ass beats. I don't know.
Came back from being down 1-3. Pack my things up, make some pit stop.
I'm gonna go get a water real quick.
Pack my things up, make some pit stop. Came back from being down 1-3. Pack my things up, make some pit stop. One branch, one leaf, and we don't. things up, make some pit stops. Came back from being down 1-3. Pack my things up, make some pit stops. Came back from being down 1-3. Pack my things up, make some pit stops. Came back from being down 1-3. Pack my things up, make some pit stops. One branch, one leaf, and we don't know. Pack my things up, make some pit stops. Came back from being down 1-3. Pack my things up, make some pit stops. Came back from being down 1-3. Pack my things up, make some pit stops. Came back from being down 1-3. Pack my things up, make some pit stops. One branch, one leaf, and we don't know.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Smite 2 Founders Series as things continue. And maybe not the way you would want if you are a fan of 5Ms. Up front, though, I want to mention, the fact we keep calling it the Founder Series. You see it right here. It's on the back of these cards. I know some of the badges out there say Founder. What are you founding? You're founding the game. You're helping
What I miss?
keep things going. And, of course, you're earning stuff in the process. You can go to smite2.com and pick up a Founders
What's
Edition
up, Coke?
today,
Thank you for the sub.
and you can get
CB, thank you for the 13.
on that one. You
Freak,
can
thank
get
you for the
base Founders Edition
35.
Deluxe or Ultimate. All three of those
EJ,
are
thank you for the
going to be
94.
tons of
Fuck,
stuff,
that's what I
of
missed.
course.
Damn.
Maybe the most
Ooh.
important of all is the fact that it includes all Smite 2 gods forever. That means every single god that comes out, you will be able to play the second they come out. You won't have to think twice about it. You won't have to go, oh, well, maybe do I need to get diamonds? Do I have to unlock them? How do I do this? You're just going to have them. You're also going to get 2 times your legacy gems. So anything that carries over, there's already a couple of skins that are using some of those legacy gems in Smite 2. So anything that you spent in Smite 1, you can use to unlock stuff in Smite 2 as well. And then for some of them, you're going to get things like the cross-gen Night Stalker Neath.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Some people might consider a bottom pick god at the moment, but I actually think with that aspect, she's very, very strong.
And you might also find, let's say, the Fallen Zeus skin, something that you might want to equip, as well as Ascension passes, right? 11 if you get the deluxe edition, or 23 if you get the ultimate edition.
Oh shit, Vanity,
And
thank you for the
I
19.
do not kid you. Those things like pay you back for unlocking them and getting stuff. You can go to smite2.com, or, and I have this in front of me, I opened it.
Legacy, isn't that basically what they are? What do you mean?
Edition, and that'll take you straight to the page. But no matter what, become a founder today. And of course, thank you to everybody who's already purchased one. We really do genuinely appreciate it. And hopefully you enjoy all the fantastic content that you've been able to pick up. And hopefully you've been enjoying some fantastic Smite. That one, guys, so game one was fantastic in the way that it was very competitive.
Right.
This was fantastic in the way that if you are, especially if you're a fan of Team Risk, they just...
Specific gods? I thought it was 11 gods out of the first
if
30.
If it was available, it was theirs.
Or whatever,
Yeah,
or 40.
Me and 5Ms got baited because I thought minus
What
the
are the
Geb
specific gods?
and the Raw, this was a dream draft for 5Ms,
Yeah.
but, you know, Mike on the Geb, again, not being able to have that much impact on the game. He plays more defensive, which has never really been his style, but, you know, it did look like it fit very well into the draft. Cherry, I assumed, would just out-farm, but it turns out they had the answer for that, and it was just, let's camp
I mean,
Cherry,
but they
right?
had
He's
to
gonna
use
go
on like the
full
first
damage
40
lead.
gods,
Why don't we
right?
just put 2-3 bodies in his lane constantly? Variety just ran the show over on that side of the map. I mean, the Raw snipes were off the mark. The Hades never really got the one-shot.
I mean,
sort of
the idea of the Founders
Try
Pack,
and get late game and help hard
and those
carry
is to
his
use
team
them
away,
on the
but even
Founders
that was not
gods
enough.
because
He didn't quite get full
the
build.
Founders Pack's gonna
Asbra
go away.
Was winning that 1v1
it makes
every
sense.
single time. So
Like, why would you be able to buy it and then
looked
save it
great
for
on paper,
like 2
it
years?
just did not play out.
That would just be weird.
Yeah, I mean,
Me, at
they
least.
first picked an Uller, and I'm not sure I saw Cyclone do anything that game. Towards the end of the game, he was sitting only above the supports in terms of the damage charts. He was third bottom
His
damage
solo was
in the
0 and
entire
5,
game.
bro. If you
Very
aren't talking
low
about, if you're
impact
talking about
on the other
anyone's
side.
shit other than Cherio, you're trolling.
It has to go going into this game.
Yeah,
I
It
didn't like
feels
the get
it
pick
cannot
either. I
get
think it was
through.
worthless.
It cannot be picked by Risk, whether you pick that away.
they
or
ban
first pick
Yamoja?
Cyber.
Why
If you
is
ban
Mike
that,
not playing
we shall
Yamoja?
see, but 5Ms have to deal with the Thor.
Man, 07 for Cherry. Like he was.
No,
like, don't get me
Yamoja
wrong, I
wasn't
saw
banned.
the
Why
chat.
aren't they playing
I saw
Yamoja?
Streak like hiding in the grass, ready to gank him. I saw
banned Afro
Lasbro over there,
Aladdin.
Variety was constantly around, so it wasn't as if
Once
he
it
was just
peeled,
getting
Yamoja.
gimped. He definitely was, but there was also. they
Yamoja is
realized, hey,
peeled.
this is
Geb
a
ain't
full
shit
damage
right
lead
now,
over there.
even though Geb's passive is
Probably just kill him.
busted.
Like we could probably just make
It's
sure that
crazy.
he doesn't get all of.
I
all
thought
these
Geb would be
crazy things that his build could do if we
broken
just
at a
see him
competitive
blow
level,
off.
and
They
it
could
is
just
ass.
I mean, it's going to be such an interesting... I mean, just everything, right? Having to jump forward to this next game. Being down 1 in a best of 5 is not the end of the world, right? You can kind of mentally reset. And admittedly, a few of those guys that are on 5Ms were down 2-0 in a finals last year and didn't seem to be affected too poorly by that. So realistically, like, this is a team that, you know, has that resilience. But on the other side of that, when you're up 2-0, like, you've kind of figured out, like, okay, this is what they want to do. Obviously, you're feeling incredibly comfortable as a team. And so the question then does have to go to picks and pans. Like, I mean, what are you getting rid of? Like, if you're banning this Athena, is it worth letting her through if it gets rid of Thor? Do you trade out the Thor for the Thana and let him have that? Like, I mean, where do you go?
So I think they threw 2 bans at Lasbra that game. They threw the Athena and the Thanatos.
Yeah, I don't know why they tried to ban Lasbra out. Honestly, the Fender looked better than all the other gods he's with. Maybe not Athena. Athena looked really good too.
And he was just fantastic. Even at the late game, even after Scream farming out as hard as he can to try and
Lower bracket games are best of 3s. There's 2 best of 3s, and then tomorrow's the finals.
But Lasbra had a great game. I feel like they've taken 2 characters away. He's picked a 3rd. He's proven that he has the depth in his god pool. I think now they need to switch. As we mentioned, the Thor, I feel like, has to go. Maybe something for the Hecate in mid.
Yeah, are they banning Thor? I think they're banning Thor.
Well, we'll figure something out. And good news is we don't have to figure it out. They got to figure it out. Picks and bans, game 3.
Oh, here we go.
And this is a lot of pressure. Again, you're still in the upper bracket if you're 5Ms, but you don't want to get knocked down. Not now. You want to try to go the distance, at least as far as you can. Team Risk up 2-0. They'll be second pick. 5Ms will be first pick. And the swap from the first pick Uhl to the first ban Uhl maybe shows that they Also
gonna pick
kinda recognized
Medusa.
That it did not get the
They're gonna
performance
first pick
necessary
Medusa.
and a Thor ban. So
Did
Aphrodite.
they let Aladdin through because they want Medusa? But Risk won't play Aladdin.
Got so much open.
No, they gotta play Aladdin. It's Medusa first pick.
I
right?
hear the disappointment out there.
Oh my god, that is not 500 people.
Just staring at them.
That's the whole venue?
We wish. I will say we got a good shot of that. We wish for Aladdin.
That is not 500 people. That's
earlier,
like
and that
200
is a
people.
Really, really well drawn lamp.
Another
Yeah,
great
that-
shot.
Holy
that is
fuck.
good stuff, number one. But I can't.
That is a dinky venue. What
I
the
do
fuck?
think that Kate needed to be taken off of Theeks, but over Athena, that's kind
Is
of
there upstairs?
So you get the
There's
head.
upstairs. They need to pan that shit.
Double, really? They never even wanted it. They just assumed Lasper wanted to play it. Did they grab it here? I mean, I'm usually right.
I know
As an
there is an upstairs, but are there
like thinking
people
like,
upstairs?
What's going on? But when the Athena
Wait,
is
they
this
top
highly
picked
prioritized,
Hakate over
I just
Medusa?
assume that both teams value
There's the
it
Emoja.
that highly. I know Lasper plays it. We've seen it time and time again with the aspect. You could just ult to whoever's being dough. I mean, you have so much CC for your team, ease of setup. Turns out Team Rissa, we thought
She's
you were
hitting another
dueling
Xingwei, yeah.
leagues more than that. We don't have to pick it at all.
Yeah, I think the reason for that is if you look at what Lasper likes to play, the Thanatos, the Fenrir, and the Athena, all three still available if he wants to go towards any of them. So maybe deciding to prioritize the Ymir and the Medusa, less depth in those god pools for those players at the moment. We see the Nuwa come through now. We've seen this played by Theeks in the mid lane, game one in their set against Smoke Break. I honestly wasn't especially impressed by this Nuwa. I don't think the god is in that strong of a spot, so we're going to have to see what he does with that. But as we mentioned, Lasper loves this Thanatos. That could be going to him, but could also be a flex over towards Variety in the solo lane.
They just
I
play
wanna see
mids that
what
help
Sherry
dive.
goes to right here, assuming that he's not playing the Bologna, which Scream likes to take it. Does he lose faith in that Hades pickup? Is he gonna look elsewhere? What? So, is he taking the Bologna and you just let Scream play the Pele? That's what it seems like, and the crowd seems to love it.
I mean, if I'm remembering correctly,
I don't know.
5 kills, 5 M's was Pele, right? I mean, that is a god that he does really well with in the past. So if you're looking for someone to pick something up, that's going to be great. Man,
Ama
Bologna
solo?
versus Ama. I mean, first off, Hazer, what a blast from the past, but also a really strong solo matchup.
Yeah, Amaterasu, a god who we've not actually seen so far at this event. So her first appearance, she was very, very strong in solo when that Sunbeam bow was meta. I'm not sure it's
What,
seen a couple
Jumbo?
nerfs since then. It's fallen out of the ADC meta build. I wonder if we'll still see it on this Amaterasu, but that makes her so, so scary in the
Really
early
is
game.
bad.
When she gets that item online, her
I don't
damage
think this is a
just
good pick.
skyrockets.
I mean, it is.
I think this is a
dangerous, right? This
desperation
feels
pick.
like, at least for Team Risk,
They're
a
hoping
team
that the lack of
if they
experience
even
against the god goes
a
in their
step
favor.
ahead of you, suddenly you're getting stiff-armed, you're getting knocked down. Like there's not a lot of
That
comeback capability. They've got
or he's hoping the
burn potential.
knockup
They've got
is
kill
enough
potential. I
for
feel
like group
Team
fighting
Risk has done a really
or a
good
group
job
fighting
with that.
jungler.
They absolutely have. I mean, Cyclone's been looked great on the Jingwei game number one. They weren't able to find the win, but it was still cooking. You've taken the Kate away from Theeks, but Nuwa is about as easy as a mid laner as you can really get. She farms very quickly. You can always give your team that extra vision.
Little hybrid Pele, he has to. There's no way he goes full damage.
Rocking Divine Ruin on your ultimate. So there are
I
definitely.
don't know what his
great
build's gonna look
things
like.
to see
Hybrid
this
Pele might
Pele
be
grab
crazy. I
despite
haven't seen
some
it.
of these picks being
I don't
funded
think it is
before
because we
come.
haven't seen it played
I'm just
yet.
curious
But
about
we'll
this
see.
Pele. I've played a few Pele games myself. I think she's okay in the right situation, but you cannot fall behind. Her damage has such a steep fall off if you fall behind.
Well, it's do or get knocked down here. 5Ms need a win. Team
All right, I gotta
Risk
grab a snack
up
before this
2-0,
game, 'cause if
one
I'm not
win
gonna
away
get
from the grand
hangry
finals. We'll see if they
at
can
this
do
game.
it as we
Can't do
go
it.
to our casters.
Thank you, Gormizer, and welcome in. Game 3 around the corner, and Team Risk are right there with a chance for a sweep. Let's head in game, see if they can make it happen and sweep their way to the grand finals with quite a lot of prize money on the line. And for 5Ms, their call to avoid the lower bracket includes a Pele.
And I kind of love it, to be honest with you, Malum. I mean, I think that Scream has never been one to be, I'm having deja vu to talking about Awesome Jake, never one to be shackled by the bounds of the traditional meta. And Scream is going to play the Bastets, and he's going to play the Pele when no one else is playing it. Nothing else is working, you know? You've got to just try and make something happen. I like them taking Hecate first. I wanted to see them go Athena jungle, personally. I thought that, I believe Scream's played it during the Founder Series, and I do think it's pretty strong. But I still am happy with where 5M's draft got to and think it can succeed. That being said, you get Streak on Medusa again. I liked his Medusa more than I liked Cyclone's Jing. You get Genetics on Ymir again. That feels very strong. I think it's going to be on what can Benny on Hecate do and what can Scream on Pele do. Those are going to be the two picks I'm watching most.
It makes a lot of sense. Scream, somebody who, as you mentioned, able to play anything whenever, was actually somebody I was expecting to maybe see the player who would land with the Aladdin, but Pele might just bring enough to keep them going. But we're going to know quick. That's the thing. The desk was on it. We'll know relatively soon in this game how at least the early and middle portion will go.
And typically that still means 10 minutes or so, right? That's kind of been the set mark where teams start to get a little bit more aggressive is around the 10-minute mark. But remember that 5M's got more aggressive with their starts previously. Here's aggression.
Will he die, though? He's got to get farther away. Has the Phantom Shell. And is A. Okay, so scary for PPM, but not scared to go down. And in mid, a lot of dancing between the junglers. You got a low player. So it's a mess around the map. And mid, there's the blink from Scream. He's A-okay. Variety also all right solo, but we're getting a bit messy.
Yeah, that was a little scary there for Scream, but he's able to blink out and stop any potential kill potential. And the blink from Genetics in exchange for Mike's Shell, a good trade for 5M just based on cooldowns alone, but it did gain pressure for Risk. I think they were going to get it anyways with how much stronger their characters are at clearing in the duo lane. But regardless, Risk not going to let 5M's just farm for the first 10 minutes. I think that Pele should be hitting a pretty nice little break point right at that time, that 10 to 12 minute mark where they typically start to get aggressive. I would expect Scream to be one who could push pace a little bit, but he's out into a Thanatos who's also very strong at doing just that.
Scream's nearby, a lot of damage on Variety, but with a dash that can cover that much distance like Amaterasu can, not enough of an opportunity for Scream to go in.
Surprised to see the Ama. I agree with the desk. This is not a pick that I expected to see Variety go to. I thought it was going to be Thanatos solo with the aspect. Last time I saw Variety playing like he is today was Season 3 playing Thanatos solo against Energy. So I was ready for it to come out, but they decided to give it back to Lasper, who obviously played it phenomenally in Game 1, so no real complaints there. But I do think that something like Thanatos solo and then Fenrir jungle for last could have maybe been a little stronger overall, but you're not going to complain when Lasper's getting the Thanatos after how well he played it in the last
I'm going serrated.
It gives this overarching, this looming anxiety now in every fight, because Lasper was immaculate in his timing of that hovering death in every team fight. Even the ones that missed, you would still point out that the timing was fantastic.
Yep, he was on.
Aladdin's banned every game. I don't know why Mordred hasn't been played yet. I'm really confused by that.
From Lasbra. Looks like Benny Q did use his ultimate in mid to try and pick Theeks, but Theeks didn't have to use anything. No beads, no ultimate down for him. So the first attempt at getting aggressive doesn't go 5M's way. And no surprise to see Ymir Medusa continue to put the pressure onto Jing Wei over here on the left-hand side. The biggest thing for me, the biggest surprise has not even been how well Variety's played. You know, this is obviously impressive from him, but we know that he's capable of this type of stuff. It's really that Cyclone has been such a non-factor so far in this set.
Scream, waiting in the stealth grass, goes in with the volcanic lightning.
Damn.
Doesn't do enough
The
damage.
instant
Now
peel.
it's caught with Variety, throwing that damage right back.
Oh!
With the Spell Eater.
If Scream didn't bitch out, he could have killed him.
Just with enough health to survive.
If Scream had just turned and hit him a couple times before he ran away.
A little bit there. I mean, the trap is set for Theeks. Awesome. Then Variety walks up and Scream still sends it.
Bro, how do they not have practice on Mordred though?
One basic attack onto Variety, that would have been first blood.
Rebuke is already out, trying to help Cyclone
Lasper's
reposition.
here.
With Lasper here, where are you gonna go? Even when you've got the damage on, Lasper up.
He's fine.
Is he afraid to go through?
He can't
Goes
dive
right
there, he'll
on
die.
Past the tower. Not this time.
3 ultimates down now on the right side for the 2, but you get Cyclone's beads and you get more pressure and that neutral buff away from 5M's. Like the aggressive posturing from Lasbra, he had a great path. He stole this whole left side.
Dude, lack of practice being the reason you're missing out on half of these characters is crazy if they're actually, that's why.
for Theeks. I don't think Variety's just there because he's going to steal Theeks' farm. He's there because Lazarus communicating, hey, I can't be there. Make sure that we are covering Theeks on him going to get red. Excellent.
Had a single graham cracker. Sammy's making a bunch of snack food for the football game. So I'm just waiting.
I'm surprised, and I'm glad you point this out, that there isn't more of an experience disparity.
Making some sliders and some buffalo chicken dip and some other shit.
Purple and 5Ms go blue. But then Scream hung out in the stealth grass and didn't contest red, lost that. And as you mentioned, a lot of the jungle was gone, yet not too far behind Last Bro.
Dude, if 5Ms lets me down today and the Commanders let me down today, I might just have to have a depressing night in.
Doing pretty well at both of those, but not quite.
Freeze, dash from Cyclone, but too much on, just dead. First blood this time goes to Team Risk.
Genetics now level 7 after getting that first blood. The duo lane pressure.
This is crazy because if they get 3-0'd, I actually wouldn't be surprised if they choke and lose to
getting duo lane pressure. But this set
Food Drive.
has been Ymir, Medusa every game, and except for game 1, where the start dictated the fact that Genetics didn't get pressure in this lane. Every other time, it has just been constant pressure on the Cyclone spin, whether it's Uller or Jingwei. No beads, no ultimate, no chance. Whatever, Ymir gets that type of access and that freeze. Wonderful flank in from Genetics and an easy first blood over to him.
You were turning the clock back to 2017. I'm going to go more recent. I'm going to turn the clock back to the Georgia land with Genetics on Ymir. In one of the games that Team Risk had to win. When they were having a bad land, Genetics started out with the first blood.
Tomorrow is going to go crazy if this is a 3-0.
Lightning. A little bit off, but Scream's got it up now, but that's an opening. Variety takes that opening.
Food Drive hasn't played Risk yet, right?
Behind.
Yeah.
Gets hit by the scythe, forced to use the Eagles rally, but they're still getting chased.
Lazarus still has ult, and he's going to use
Food
it.
Drive
Hovering
pops
death.
off.
Jingwei on the run, but it's Cherry who's the focus, and Lazarus got the damage. Yet another kill for the Thana.
In the left lane, the rebuke is out. Streak is caught.
Oh,
the bolts are on, but
Cyclone's
the
out.
airstrike's not going to hit.
Cyclone's
and now
dead.
with Cyclone that low, just a little bit of acid and Cyclone spin will hit the dust.
Streak is just outplaying Cyclone in this set, Malum. He's just playing better right now. And how many players
I
are
think
able
it's
to
over,
ever
bro.
say I'm outplaying Cyclone spin in his role?
I think it's over, bro.
It is a short list. But
Cyclone went a different first item this game, and it was to try to kill tanks.
Decent spot, all things considered.
He went Kins early to try to deal with tanks
on
earlier.
That left side jungle, but turned it around. He and Mike almost got the kill on Streak, but since this is neither horseshoes nor hand grenades,
Yeah, this game is not looking good,
Team
boys.
Risk is already feeling comfortable.
It's only a
Again, if
300
they
gold
get this
lead.
game,
It's 3. Wait. It's
into the grand
3-0 and they only have a
finals
fucking
with
500 gold lead right now.
Champion's advantage. If you go through and if you
He
make it to
did
the
go
grand finals
Reaper
with that
on Pele.
advantage, you could get swept. You've got a potential best of one reset right there to keep you safe and give you that one more shot. That is it's the biggest advantage we've ever had. Smite 1 or Smite 2, that is the biggest one.
Without a doubt. I mean, you only have to win one game. It just has to be the right one, but you only have to win one game.
They're not at 1,000 gold difference. They're at a 400 gold difference.
So, I mean, we were talking about this set, and we were saying it's probably going to be close, 4 or 5 games.
Benny is the highest level in the game. And the Bologna's ahead still, even after dying. Cherry's about to die again.
Cherry turns the corner, sees a
He whipped the
sidesteps to
scythe.
get the scythe. Has the Eagles rally.
Brother, I've
gets
seen a
chased
lot
out.
of Lazarus scythes just fly past my window
No
today and
engagement.
yesterday.
Last for the farm becomes a priority. Meanwhile, we're chasing through to Phoenix over in the for 5Ms. I mean, that was very ranked coded.
It was, and it's honestly working out well, though, I think, for 5Ms, because look at the level disparity. Benny Q, I don't know if they just set
Benny's
the trap
2 levels
right
up right
out of
now?
base
Holy fuck.
intentionally, or just so happened to chase Theeks all the way back there. But Theeks is now falling pretty far behind in farm, and this is not uncommon for Nuwa. You know, she sometimes can just get behind, and because she doesn't move particularly quickly in between camps, she clears them okay, but not great. She's taking some pretty significant nerfs on the clay minions as well. I mean, it's just not easy for Theeks to get a lot of farm quickly on a god like Nuwa.
That is aggro casting,
there is
yeah.
some advantage in that you don't have to rotate to a fight to affect it. So you can stay in mid longer than most
This
other
duo
characters.
diff right now is
catch up and
huge for
farm
Risk.
and still impact the team fight in some way. But It's not as clean as it could be on something like the Hecate that Theeks has been playing, but overall, I would trade.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, a
5Ms
little
is
bit behind
even in
for
gold.
the lead that
3-0
Streak
down.
has
Up in
over
gold.
on the right, or on the
3-0
left-hand
down.
side,
What? They're
without a doubt.
400
Any
gold
day.
up.
And if
300
you're
gold
funneling
up.
that farm into BennyQ on the
That's a really good thing. That means this
BennyQ
game
was
isn't
the other
over.
Hecate player. It was Theeks and BennyQ.
Because
There were
if they're
others
just
who
gonna play
picked it
this
up
slow
and
to
they looked
20 and the
fantastic.
gold's gonna be
Those
even,
were
it's not
two
gonna
of the main ones
not
that
gonna
you
matter.
Think of when you go back through Founder Series. And if you're already putting this much farm, you talk about
I don't know.
BennyQ
Medusa's
having
late
to
game is
be the
insanely
player that
fucking
steps up
good,
in this
man.
Scenario because of the God selection.
I was talking about it last
They're setting the
night.
stage well.
And
Gotta go
the
with
fact that there's
your
no
gut,
cap in
right, on
attack
who is
speed,
going
so
to be
you
your
can have like
playmakers.
3.0 attack
EBF
speed on
is
Medusa and then
very
pop the
vocal
1
that
and have
this
almost
is
4% attack
Benny's
speed or
time to
whatever it
shine.
is,
This
or
the
4 attack
BennyQ
speed is nuts.
tournament. You know, he's gonna be carrying us. Time to show it. You know, it's time. No time to wait.
Pyromancer pulled by 5Ms as we get close to the 11-minute mark. Team Risk is aware. Pyro below half, a blink pass to get through the review. And inside the wave, Genetics ready to fight and steal the Pyromancer for Team Risk. We should have known when he wasn't afraid to step up.
Asbra looking, has a target. It's gonna be Scream. No, he
Blink
blinks
got it! Not getting him today with the ankle shattered. Team Risk's way in, it's shut.
Good blink there from Scream, right on time, but still, it comes up Team Risk, and that was a lot invested from 5Ms. 2 big ultimates and open.
Any legacy game needed.
Because Cherry
Cherry
does
with his
not
ult.
find Theeks with the
The
ultimate.
mechanics this game, like these
needed to
in
make
this
that play
weekend, has
happen
looked kind of
because
weak,
you were
to be
losing
honest.
Gold Fury.
I'm not even
on
trying to roast the
left-hand
pros.
side. If
It's
they
kind
would've
of
gotten that kill on the Theeks,
surprising
at
to
least
see the
it's
mechanics
palatable,
looking
but
rough from a lot of people.
losing an opportunity, not even getting the beats, right? You didn't even get beads in that spot with the miss. Tough pill to swallow. 5Ms, not in a good position to say the least.
Cyclone Spin at the back
That
camps, but
no gold leads
here.
are into.
It's Scream, but he gets stopped in his tracks.
Oh, he
What
took
a
it!
race!
Full
But
yield!
Scream's not afraid to turn
fucking
around.
full
The
yield!
sustain is a lot
Dude,
to deal with.
I talked about this when I played against Pele, bro. Just build anti-heal, you fucks.
Sacrificial lamb, but look who's still stepping up.
Cyclone's
It's Streak,
dead.
and he got some damage on
Cyclone's
his
dead.
Cyclone.
Yep.
That's
Cyclone,
set
what are you
up
doing?
Last to bring him right back down.
Hey, go back in, Pele,
Team
fuck.
Risk pulling something out of
I've been
absolutely
ice farming.
nothing.
Man, you see the power of the Pele there. They don't expect that
That was
lifesteal to
passive and Reaper
pick up
giving him infinite
from
healing because they had
Scream
no
as well.
anti-heal
Gets
yet.
Lots of lifesteal, and I
Oh, it
think
was.
all of us were shocked, including Risk, whenever
You won't
he
be able to
went
do that
in
once they have their
with
4
his
anti-heal
ultimate.
items.
Nearly was able to make it a clean pick, but as you said, Streak knows when he can put out
Stage
some damage,
nerves?
get
Nah.
some
They're
pot
on
shots
game
on
3 this
Cyclone
today, and they already
as
played
he's running
yesterday.
away, and it makes an easy cleanup for Lazarus.
That really can set up Scream going the Reaper first item, too.
Yep, you get more and more, it gets more and more powerful the more times you're able to get players into that low HP threshold. You get that extra strength, extra lifesteal, I believe. Really love this pickup on Pele. That plus the passive that kicks on when you're low. Lots and lots of lifesteal.
It's always been Scream's MO is being mechanical, but knowing the characters inside and out and making it work that time. And it's important to note because we've been putting a lot of emphasis on the Hecate. We talked about some shortcomings in this set in particular from Cyclone Spin, but if Scream's able to step up on this Pele, that could disrupt the whole flow of Team Risk.
But he's got to find Streak. You know, there he kills Genetics, which is great, but it's not good enough. It needs to be on to Streak. It needs to be on to Theeks.
The games, these
Backline
series has.
Cannot
I mean, the
afford
first game was really
to
close.
5M. Cannot afford
5M's
to let
through.
them
The second game, they got
pass
stomped.
As they have. Not a lot of deaths.
In
on
this
Streak
game, I mean, this
in
is close
set
again.
so
It's just
far.
so slow.
They're gonna need more if you're gonna win. And Pele's the pick to do it, you know, but it is oftentimes a one-way ticket. You're
Longest
only
series you ever
getting
had in my
the kill,
career?
but you're not getting
In a
out.
competitive game, I don't think I
You
ever
can
played
get
over an
2,
hour
then it
game.
gets a lot better, but I'm a little worried.
I think the
that
longest comp
if they
games go
only
like
kill
50
Theeks, then
minutes,
Streak
and
is
that's
just going to be able to run rampant through
that's
the team
like
fight.
insanely
I
rare.
will say that Nuwa is
As
not
in
the
Smite
type of
1. Smite
character
2,
that
I feel like these
scares me
games
to
probably
keep alive
never
in
go
late-
50
in the
minutes.
later stages of a fight. Like, her ultimate is obviously a big benefit, and her minion stun is good.
That
and her
rabbit
damage
dude
uptime
hating on
is
player
better
count is cringe
in
as
Smite
fuck.
2 With the changes
Smite's
that
player
she got,
base was the
but
same for 12
it's
years.
still
Smite 2 will be
not
the exact
nearly as
same
scary
thing.
as something like a Hecate who can
And then
really
his
turn a
dumbass will
fight
say, but
with
they're
just a
not big.
couple
Yes, they
cooldowns.
are. They're not big compared to League. They're big
I
compared to
think
everybody
Streak
else.
has got to be the primary target for
The live service
and for
game,
Cherry,
it's one of
who for
few
the
that
first time are
ever
on
survive,
easier
let
to
alone survive for
synchronize
12
dive
years into a
characters.
second game.
Hades kind of wants to
Stop
play in
hating.
and out of a team fight. Gab, you have that tension.
Cringe shit.
of wanting to play in your backline
Look
as
at
well.
Smite 1's peak and
This
look at
game
his
is
concurrent
simpler
player base
for
over
Cherry.
10 years, 12 years.
Drop
And then
your
shut the
ult
fuck
on
up.
Streak, whatever. Scream goes in, or after Scream goes in and Streak dashes away, ult Streak. It's very simplified game.
The guy's a dumbass.
Now it's time to execute.
Team Risk, first at Pyromancer at 15 minutes. It's going down quickly, but 5Ms is aware. BennyQ trying to find a spot. Spell
These
Leader
mad people are
going
hype about the
early.
player base
The gates,
growing
a little
rapidly.
Early too, but that can get them away. Won't
That was
matter.
close.
Pyromancer goes to Team Risk. Another objective in the face of the other team.
And they've got 2 runic bombs now. The question is, where are they going to spend them? Could be a big opportunity to try and go to goal.
Engage in mid. Genetics low. And PBM will be the one to die? As 5Ms is pulling the Fire Giant. They've lost their support. That's going to force them off the fire with Team Risk just kind of having every advantage across the
Mike
league.
has
Yeah,
gargoyle now?
I mean, I like the idea. It's let's try and cheese a fire.
Bro,
because
what is
Pele can
happening?
tank it
If
with the
Mike had
Reaper, you
been
know,
able to
Jing
live
Wei
in
is
mid
here
for
with
like
decent DPS.
4
She already
seconds,
had
they could have
XP.
got that fire.
It's a decent idea, but
Honestly,
look
they
at what
probably
it
still
costs
could
you.
have got that fire,
Now
but they
you
would have
lose
died.
PBM, and now it's Risk on the Fire Giant.
Scream is so low, and Lasbro took a position where he could find him very easily. Now Lasbro's got damage on the Cyclone as well. Meanwhile,
He's
Team
soloing
Risk
all 3 of them.
into Team Risk
Cherry, fuck
is
'em.
Cherry.
Fuck
Cherry's
'em,
still
Cherry.
playing
Yes,
tanky,
good
though.
shit,
Didn't
Buckaroo.
take
You're
as
dead, but
much as
good
he would've
shit.
thought. And
Oh!
that's an engage
Scream
for
is done.
Scream into the back
Heal,
line.
heal.
Lasbro looking for an answer. Can't find the execute. Cherry's still standing. They can't kill him.
Oh, they killed
Finally,
Cherry.
Variety gets him down.
Lasbro
As Cyclone
choke.
cleans up Lasbro.
Lasbro
5Ms
choke.
finding a
Oh,
fight
he's dead.
they needed.
Oh,
so
man, this is
badly.
fire.
Fire
Oh,
Giant.
Cherry made him
will go
fucking
with
play,
5Ms.
baby. You're
Team
back.
Risk
Mental's
gets
back.
KO.
For the first
Cherry's
time
back,
in it feels
boys.
like 90 minutes,
he
5Ms
realizes he
have a
did some
pulse.
shit.
They're able to find something. It's Cherry making it happen. We needed the
Who picked it
solo
up, Spin?
side of 5Ms to step
Oh,
up.
no, 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 they're
Cherry
giving a
takes
Scream.
the 1v3.
All right,
Streak
Scream.
to 20 HP.
If you're feeling
Gets
yourself,
his
big dog,
Phantom
you do
Shell.
you. Let's see.
He
He's going
switches
tank
out.
next.
Scream
Hybrid item
in,
next.
into the back
Oh, he's
line.
going Gargoyle
Easy
next.
cleanup onto Streak. And then
Pele
the
Gargoyle?
juke's
You're knocked
out
up into
to
a
make sure that he
silence?
doesn't
I can't
fall
wait to run
Lasbro.
Gargoyle in
Maybe
every one of my
Lasbro
games when I
chase
start
him,
playing.
End up falling. Variety has to end up giving more in that team fight. Really great work from 5M.
It's
and
funny
it
how much
just
worse Smite Pro
feels
players
like
are
it
than
was
other
due
games
for
pro
them to
players are
happen.
at their
They just
game. That doesn't make any
finally
sense, though.
needed something to go their
Because
way.
what are you
Now
basing
they
that off
need to
of?
convert on this.
I mean,
It
I played
was a
professional in
messy
another game
fight.
as a Smite pro,
Risk tried to
so
pick
did
up
all of
the
those people
pieces
suck
from
too?
a
I'm
mistake
confused.
from 5M, but now 5Ms is capitalized. Now 5Ms has a lead.
I feel like you're making an assumption when you're not good enough to
when they threw the lead
be a judge of that.
left side Phoenix. How do
That
they
thing.
convert?
This game has swung.
Yeah, I know.
at
They
a-
tweeted me and said they
You
increased
can
the
hear
price
crowd
to
chanting for
deter,
PBM.
deter
You can
them
see
doing it.
PBM
I
on
guess they
his
can't turn it
player
off.
cam. Even with Cherry stepping up, you still have the leadership from PBM to say, all right, we've got our way back in. We don't have to play the same way. Let's reallocate, let's refocus. And for Team Risk, it's got to be this mindset of, all right,
Yo, off
we're
work
at
time
the
for the
advantage.
last
We don't
of
have
the
to
watch
rush and make
party.
mistakes.
Right, we messed up one fight, is all Genetics is going to be telling his team. Yo, we messed up one fight. It is fine. We are okay. The question is how much gold can 5M squeeze out of this Fire Giant?
Smite game is so
Scream
bad.
also has Obsidian
So glad
Dagger.
to see Smite
He is
player
going
counts
to
rising
send it
and
into
viewers
the back.
coming back.
100%.
And he will not leave
What's up,
until
Quack? Maybe the
everyone is
13?
dead or he is
Lunatics,
dead.
they give it 2
Those
months?
are the only possible
All right, game's
outcomes
dead even,
from
but
the
Fire
inevitable
Giant.
dive from Scream.
They
If
both
Risk
only have
lets
1 gold.
That's
This
the
is
thing,
literally
I
an
feel like
even
Risk
fucking game,
here
but 5M says fire.
can just not do too much. They can
I don't
just
like
kinda
these
wait
Benny Q
around,
ults, man. I
give
think
up
he's
a
trying to
couple,
play
you
make.
know, give up the tier 1
Okay,
left,
wait, maybe I don't
give up
mind
the
it.
tier
If they're
1
not even
pick,
trying to push that, they're just looking for a
defend your
pick, then I'm
tier
fine with it.
2s. It's not going to be easy to get them, I don't think, if you're 5Ms. Cyclones doesn't have the itemization to knock them down.
Team Risk rushing up the wall,
Wow.
trying to stop Scream, but it forces that volcanic lightning to get away. We saw
Yeah,
Genetics
5M's
shut
got
down
shit on
Scream
last game, man.
momentarily
First game they
earlier in
threw,
the
they got shit on
duo.
second
So
game.
maybe that's
And
the
this
play,
game
just keep Genetics
is weird.
sights on
Can't
this
even tell who's
Pele is
actually
not
winning this
getting
game.
to my back row.
Well, this
Cherry
guy-
made a play this game. He got
Fire
shit on
Giant
last game.
is
Cherry
so much
got
less threat for Risk immediately. because,
ridiculously
well,
diff
that
last game.
ultimate from Pele is so much of her kill potential. She has so little.
I want to see if he
without it. So,
Pele kills
without it,
Thanatos
what is
without
5M
a
gonna get?
defensive,
Are they
without a
even
physical
going to
defense
get
item.
more than 1 tier 1 tower and a Naga?
Bologna skins
I
tomorrow.
don't think so. And if that's the case,
You have to
they have
watch
the lead.
you have to
Now,
watch the
yes,
streams to get Bologna
but
skin tomorrow.
still doesn't feel like they are in control of this game to me.
2K up is not a lead though.
Risk has the easier engages with Ymir. With
400 gold a
Feels like they
player.
made it
That's
attainable.
literally
Is this 1v1
not even
as
a
attainable.
tier 2
That
item.
sustain's gonna kick in soon, and Lasper knows it. Steps
No, Lasper has
back.
anti-heal.
Scream goes to
Oh,
heal.
Scream?
Lasper still
Did
close.
they-
The teams.
Oh, Scream
are
dropped
getting
the
rotate
Nagas.
over. This could explode.
No, or ultimate almost back now for Scream. He's gonna go
Quick!
for it.
Volcanic lightning. Is he gone before he's up?
He needs
no,
attack speed.
Lasper able to get up and
If he
away.
had one attack speed item, I don't even think he'd go an attack speed item, but if he had an attack speed item, he would have killed him.
Maybe just taking a stone of binding to get through that.
Just enough HP.
This is a
from the
berserker's
aspect,
angle.
Just enough tankiness. from
He's
the Stone
going
of Binding
Titan's Bane or something
to
here. Oh, he's
survive.
going. Oh yeah, he goes
Just
Spear
now
every game.
finished Another pen item, so that won't be as likely to happen. But losing Blink there is pretty tough for Scream. I like the idea because you can, you get the tier 1 tower with the play no matter what, right? It opens up the map for 5Ms to get something else, but it still doesn't feel like 5Ms got enough out of that Fire Giant. Even just getting
I'm gonna
one
kill
more tier
lower
1
in Smite 2
would
than
have
1. I
helped
don't
them gain
think so.
that
In Smite 1,
control,
you can
shut
one
down
shot
those
people
base
at 30
teleporters
minutes.
A little bit better. Open up
Like,
the middle
a
of the
mage
map.
can literally one shot another
Only
mage.
getting the
Like,
side
one
lane,
ability.
tier
So
1s
I don't think it is.
doesn't scare me too much.
The gold swing from that initial Fire Giant fight, while that was significant, you can see in the chart, it's been on a steady climb, but we wanted way more from 5Ms from it.
No doubt. Just not enough to feel like you're in complete control of this game. But remember that last fight was really fractured, and I think that did benefit 5Ms in a lot of ways, but they also have great AoE.
Why is Cyclone playing so close to the...
Very one shot.
Cyclone got it. Oh, they... Wait, that was good beats. Good beats. Good
away.
beats.
The chase is on from 5Ms. They want some picks, but then they go too deep. Lasper already shut down Scream.
Okay,
Takes
there
to the
is some
skies.
crazy
Where's that
communication
next
issues
opening?
right
Is
now.
there one? Lasper full commits down to the side.
Like,
Has
nobody's there to
backup from
follow
Team
up
Risk,
Scream,
but
so
where's
why
the
is he in?
damage? It's all on to Team Risk so far.
Oh,
And
spin.
Cyclone gets
Spin
one,
is
but it's
cooking.
traded back as the ADCs start
Yeah, like,
dropping
why was
bodies.
nobody with
Just not
Scream?
enough
Or
damage.
why
You
did Scream
called it
go in
now.
if
Risk
they
hit the
told him not
chase,
to go
but
in?
and they do end up getting
Because they had
TDM, but
Emojo ult,
losing
so if
Variety
Emojo
in the
was ready to
process
go in with him,
is
they
a
probably
pretty big
kill.
loss. I think you're seeing the difference between the Nuwa and the Hecate.
I don't know. It could be
right
wrong,
now.
but
This
it looks
Nuwa,
like there's
yes,
some
she's top player
weird
damage.
communication going on
It's
with
Nuwa.
Scream
She's
and
always
PBM.
top player
If
damage.
Nuwa has a 4 key, she's got top damage.
Exactly. It's just not enough range. The Hecate range and over-the-wall capability is so important. Zeeks just can't keep up. The extra movement speed from the shield isn't there. It all makes a difference. And Scream just got bit off a little bit too much there. I think if he's just more patient, if Mike can get there to wall off his target,
Core
it
items
looks a lot
Bologna
better,
solo.
but
I
Scream
think
just
all
gets
solo laners
blown
are
up
building
too quickly.
Gargoyle.
He's going for another tank item. He's already got a Screeching Gargoyle.
I mean, you're
do
seeing
feel like
Kins
I would've
first
rather
most
seen him go
games, a lot of
another damage
games.
item, and then just be more
Stampede's been built a lot.
with his spots, but
The build he has
Scream
right now on
feels like
Bologna, you've
he's
seen
the
pretty much every
initiator
game on
in
Bologna.
this game, and it can work when
In the
Pele is
jungle,
your
it's
initiator.
really
On the
similar.
flank, getting the fight started, but it means that the
Very,
rest of the
very
team's
similar
gotta
build
be
out of the jungle.
quick to respond. The Cherio has to be next to him.
Exactly.
All of those types of things have to happen. There, Scream was alone, didn't work.
Cherio's got to be a big key. When the fights work for 5Ms, they've got Cherio
I don't
involved.
understand these bait
Fire
fires.
Giants at half, and Team Risk is near, but they'll
I don't know if
both
it's
step
damage
away.
checks or what.
This might be one of those kind of dances.
I think it will be, yeah. I mean, no Gold Fury for a while, no Pyromancer for over 2 minutes, no real towers that you can siege, characters that aren't the best. I mean, Scream's
We don't know
actually
when
got
a Wheelix
pretty
is
good
coming.
flank coming here.
Might not
Can't
be
show
till
on
March.
this wave, but don't see any ward vision down. I like his angle.
Genetics gets flopped back by that Riptide.
Oh.
Now stuck in the waves too. Can they bring down Genetics with this? Is this
didn't
the
do
go
any
button?
damage to
He
Genetics.
got damage spread across the
Pele
map.
ki-
It's one
oh,
fight.
Pele is
Scream finds the
shredding in
target.
the-
Cherry's got things. 5Ms trying to make it happen again.
All
The
right, you gotta heal
fractured
Betty
fights
up,
have
yeah.
been the 5Ms answer.
He fucked
And
that
the
new up.
patience there is so much better from 5Ms, right? They let Genetics walk.
That's
a little
crazy
too
though.
far
That was a
forward.
bait.
All right, let's
They
wall
ulted
him
Genetics
off
and didn't even
with
go on
River's
him.
Rebuke.
They went on everybody
Scream,
else.
Excellent access into the back line. Waits until Genetics is
They
walled
literally
off,
Emojo
and
locked
then
in
goes on to
Genetics
peek.
and
Doesn't blow the
nobody
ult,
did
doesn't
damage
blow
to
the
him, and
blink.
everybody went on everybody
Instead,
else.
just makes the ultimate go off, and then waits
Scream
for Zeeks to
overvaluing
land, and
Crusher?
then
No.
rubs his hands together and gets
Crusher
to
has
work.
really good stats.
Because then it's just free pickings for him. Good fight from 5Ms, much more
Pen cooldown,
control,
good
much
strength,
more calculated,
and a proc for extra
and what do
damage.
you know? Much more successful.
25 minutes. 5Ms on the Fire Giant yet again. And again, Team Risk is plenty aware. Fire at half, 5M's let it go, look for the fight. They see Lasbro
Melee
around
knockup.
the corner,
Yup, he's
Scream
dead.
gets the knockup, gets the pick! Thanatos down to 5M's, nowhere to go.
Still 2 bombs on the map right now for Risk. Both
They
the
should
Variety and
Yamoja
Genetics
toss
have
it
one,
into
and they
Ymir and
could
insta-kill him.
throw their hat in the ring to steal it.
Doors open to the side as
Oh,
well.
he tried
the
for
Variety
it.
the
Yeah, he
Albatross
tried
gonna
for
come
it.
in around the side.
They
Fire
fight
being
again
done
here.
Slow, now below half.
drop
That
damage
door
at-
might shut
at, like,
soon.
3K.
Variety's gotta go if he's gonna go.
Big.
5M's, they're gonna go too.
Big, he missed a content
ult.
ult, though. Oh, Pele!
got Variety.
Pele got stunned, he didn't
Screams
turn.
intro. Got one
He's
low.
fine. He's
Team
fine. Hit him
Risk
one to the
might
wall.
fall
One to the
apart,
wall.
but you gotta get some abilities to land.
Oh, no one
Stampede is the
died?
play, and
Okay.
Shriek Up is dead.
Holy
Runs him down
fuck.
with the Stampede, and Fire Giant's
Problem-
already
eh,
done.
no, they have enough
for
time. That's free
5Ms.
fire.
That time
Yeah, they already
again.
got fire. They have the free
Look
fire.
at the
That's crazy.
controlled
I can't believe
patience
Cyclone was able to
from
stay on
5M.
fire and they still had to fight that
until their
easy.
ultimates are back up. That fight was so long ago that they can just wait. They let some people
Oh, they
reset,
have- yeah, they have your
posture,
mojo all,
and then they
bro.
set
What the
up
fuck?
For the
This is
dive
free as
on
fuck.
the streak, separate him
Surely
from
you just
Genetics,
walk in.
and
If
let
they come near
Scream
you,
and
you mojo
Cheerio
ult.
do the work. Finally, 5M playing this front
Pele
to back
looking good, bro.
properly and able to separate the front line from
It's
the back
looking more like
line.
a comfort
They
pick
get the
/
right
they've
side
never played
Phoenix,
against it,
and
but it's looking
now
good.
It feels like this is the Fire Giant
Thanatos
to break
is
the game
hybrid.
wide
Oh,
open.
no, yeah,
This
you're
is
right.
the
He's only a
Fire
little
Giant that
hybrid on
gives the
Thanatos. That's
swing to
weird.
5Ms
I don't know why.
We wanted earlier.
Agreed.
The gold is starting to skyrocket. Items are being finalized.
He's
You've got
trying to
4
match
towers to
Pele,
go. You've
so
got an
he
Ancient
wants to
Fury
solo the Kate in the
available
back
left-hand
line.
Side. You can add a pyro bomb to your arsenal. This is everything 5M's has been trying to accomplish. Achieved.
Yeah, Pele is a screen
I mean,
pick.
they
Like
get
he's a
to-
hyper
they get to
comfort
clear the
pick.
map. You want to talk about some stuff after the stuff. They've got it. You know, Phoenix, Tower, Pyro, Ancient Fury.
All
They
I'm
get
gonna
to
say is
back and
Hecate
nearly all
is a
of them
hyper
have
consistent
enough to
here,
complete
boys.
A full item.
And
3
Benny's Hecate
players
didn't
with
even look that
3K
good.
in hand as they back to base. And they are set up, and this is not the fire to break the game open, Malum. This should
You
be the
gotta
fire
keep
to end the
getting
game. There's
Hecate.
no reason that 5Ms can't threaten Titan with the position that they're in now.
You gotta fucking not pick
Team Risk,
Hades.
this has to be. It's got to be frustrating because usually when we're in these scenarios, you've got a game you can kind of play with, not necessarily waste, but you don't have too much to worry about. But there's got to be something there for Genetics to not want to give any opening to PBM and his team to break a chance at a sweep. You don't want that again.
No, he's been there. You know, he doesn't want to experience that again for sure. And Mike has experience last year. Reverse swept the team to get to the finals, so he's done it before. I just feel like the difference in this game has been inability for Geeks to put out
He does
consistent
have Stampede
damage.
on Pele. He's gonna be
Like,
so
1-1-1.
fast. That's gonna help him get off more ults too.
That is
I like
one or
that.
2 kill
That Stampede
participation
pickup
across
is
8
huge.
kills as the mid laner. And Benny Q, on the other hand, the damage is just so much more
Stampede,
consistent.
knock
Have
up,
the ultimates been
silence,
good
they're
from
dead.
Benny? Not really. They haven't really done much, but they've hit the rest of Hecate's kit is so much more consistent damage than Raw outside of the
No, you don't build Teko Kage on Thanatos
more
anymore.
beneficial for them. I think this Hecate
When
pick
they patched in,
was
it has
the
to be
linchpin.
mana,
I know
which was
Zap
like the
talking
last
about it on
patch.
Twitter,
It
you can't give
became not good on him anymore. This is
Three
Worlds.
times onto
It's not.
something, man.
It's
This
considered the
pick is
Founders series, but this is
in the
Worlds.
mid lane
It's
on
literally
that
NA
Phoenix.
versus EU right now.
It's down to
The
half,
best players in the
40 backs
world.
away.
They played for 6 months to get
5Ms
here.
are starting that push up, looking for the way in. A Team Risk trying to delay it. A dazzling offensive to try to slow it down. A stun finds 2. There's follow from Lasbra. Is there a pick? Is this a staying up?
Oh, he got body locked.
In the air's Lasbra. He might go all the way for this chase.
He
No,
got
get it! And he goes back.
Chokington!
Gets caught by the
Lasbra
Eagles
choking to the
rally.
doom.
And Cherry
He
shuts
could've
it
saved the
down.
game.
The movement speed just
That's
too
two
much
Thanatos
from Pele. The
whiffs,
healing is
though.
gone. Benny on his dome. Theeks goes down.
Unreal from
Bro, I'm not gonna
5Ms.
lie though.
This is
Yeah,
the
he
kind of
missed that,
siege
but was he
that
really
you
supposed to
cannot
hit
let
it?
happen. For Team
Pele
Risk,
was going at
this is the
Mach
scary
fucking
moment you had to
45,
avoid.
zooming.
20 seconds left on fire. Not a lot of time, but only one ultimate, and it's Genetics. Also has Blink. Gotta watch out.
Wall to slow it down. 5Ms not feeling pressured, waiting for the right moment.
That's all you-
That Riptide was the moment, and down goes
God
Risk.
damn, Spin is going nuts in this
will
game.
not die quite yet. They're keeping up, and we got a game 4.
Thank God they didn't get swept.
That is exactly what the doctor ordered for 5Ms.
Pele ended
It
up
wasn't
working
just
out,
the
but
win.
I honestly
Now,
think
it
it's
was the win
the
through
Hecate
the right side of the map.
and no
It
Hades.
was Scream. It was Cherry. It was Benny. The duo lane struggled again for 5M. Cyclone again.
Yeah, I'm gonna
did
be
not
here
have
a
to
while,
do much
Schmidt.
in that game, especially in the early stages. It was Scream, it was Cherry, it was Benny, and that is exactly what 5M's needed. Now, what do we have to respect?
There's no
Pele
way they
all
banned
of a sudden?
Pele.
Right,
That's
exactly.
something we have to worry
Yeah,
about.
they never.
We have to
Nobody's played
respect
against a
Bologna
Pele,
for
bro. So
Cherry,
that
and we have to worry about Scream
definitely
fixing
caught them
in the
off guard.
jungle.
That healing,
That
he
is
ate
now
a
the
Ymir
pick that I
stun
am
for
centered
2
on.
seconds into a
Athena did not
Medusa
go
stun
pick
for
or
2
ban
seconds,
in
and he
that
just
game
came out
after
of full
being
heal.
banned.
Seems like it
I
wasn't
am a
needed.
Commanders fan.
Wasn't needed.
I am
Is
prepared
this
for them
the
to get shit
fateful
under the
game where
Lions,
Aladdin
praying they
can
don't.
Get through and get played. I'm
I'm a
excited
realist.
to see picks and bans for Game 4, man, because now I think the whole set is flipped upside down.
This
That Pele
game
did
has
get double
changed the
stampeded.
entire
He
energy
stampeded
of the
himself
arena.
out, and I think
if
someone
there's
else hit
one
him with
thing we know
one.
about
Because he
PBN and
never
all the
slowed
players
down.
in
He sped
5Ms,
up.
They know how to feed off of a good crowd. And there's more games to go
Wait,
now.
Variety
Game
died
number
to the
4.
fire
When we
giant
come back
door
from this
in
break.
that fight? That's how he died? I thought Cyclone killed him. No way. They gotta show it. Wait, they've gotta show it. You got a clip? We'll drop that bitch. I knew he died in the back, but I wasn't really sure how. I even said, like, that's surprising that they got fire and killed his ass. There's no way, right? Wait, are we sure he died at the door? I mean, he was full health a second ago. How did that not go back? He did! He died to the door! Wow! Wow, bro. What do you even say, dude? What do you even say? No, nobody stunned him. He died to the fucking door. You might just hit him last. You can see him circling. He was like waiting to go in, and it closed on his ass. He probably was backpedaling when it started closing, and you can't get, once you're like backpedaling, you're stuck. Yeah, the door one-shot me on my, I literally blinked into the door the other day to engage in customs and died to that shit. It one-shot his ass. Holy fuck. Yeah, it insta-kills you. It 100-0s you instantly. There's no, like, it closes pretty quickly. So, like, you see it, but you'd have to be, like, ready. You'd have to be reacting already to, like, not get fucking squished. The Dama got 100-0. That is insane. By the door. The Fire Giant door is by the solo lane in the Fire Giant. You can open it for 10% of your health. He opened it and was waiting to engage. And then when they were getting the fire lower, he was getting closer, but he was standing in the door circling, and then it closed on his ass. That's crazy. I didn't even see that. That makes so much more sense. I was wondering how the fuck he died. I'm gonna grab another snack, hopefully.
Finally frozen, no more emotion. Started escaping, now everything's numb. Dove in the deep end, stuck and I can't swim. So out of breath, I know I don't have long. Yeah, this is way too much, just. Yeah, this is way too much, just. I'm done explaining my pain, this is way too much. I wanna feel euphoria, give me the rush, 'cause it's the last time that I romanticize the riptide that's trying to drown me. Full of excuses for way too long.
They're not gonna ban Pele. They're gonna try to get Akate. Again, what are you saying? They're good, Megadeth. Nice, Sam. Riding work. Thanatos with
Welcome
aspect.
back, everyone,
I
here
think
to the
your three
Smite
hit
2
harder.
Founders Series. And what a set this is now. It's getting electric as we look onto the horizon of a Game 4. I want to
They are not running aspect
people
Akate.
at home a little bit of good news for watching. You're getting some rewards out there. Twitch drops available all weekend long. Yesterday, there were a couple
I ate a
that were
banana.
dropped today so far. Chaos Champion badge. I got mine. Not gonna lie, I've had it open on my laptop. And then the Up the Ante Global.
I don't wanna
emote.
eat yogurt.
But of course, tomorrow
And I'm still
is
waiting
the
on Sammy
big
to make the
day
food.
you want to be tuning in, because tomorrow, if you watch for 2 hours, you're going to receive the
Correct.
Founders
By
Vegas
Taurus?
Series card effects. That in and of itself is pretty big. But when you watch 4 hours, I've seen some codes going up specifically on Twitter and stuff, but you could just watch here and receive the Jade Dragons Bologna skin. I mean, this thing looks phenomenal.
That's
It is
tomorrow, right?
absolutely gorgeous. And so it is something that you want to make sure that you're tuning in. And again, you're also going to make sure you link your accounts, all of that good stuff, to make sure that you're getting the content. But it is just a simple thing to do. Do what you're already doing. Tune into the stream, make sure that you're here the entire time, and that would be your reward. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous skin. Of course, celebrating their Season 10 victory, the last Smite 1 World Champions getting their skin. Of course, a couple of those players right now on the stage trying to put themselves in the history books for Smite 2 in the Founders Series. Still got Shelly, still got Hazer with
One or
me
two
here.
gods I'm
Yes,
missing
of
for
course,
Smite 1.
people,
I want
that
Scylla,
they're going up
Mercury, and
against, at least 3 of
Serket,
them.
brother.
We're Season 9 Smite 1 World Champions that are also trying to put their names in the Smite 2 history books and have been giving them trouble. But this game, Shelly, finally we got to see 5Ms do what 5Ms do.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like this was the game that was finally able to put Lasbra and Variety on the back foot a bit, right? They were feeling themselves this whole set, but Lasbra on the Thanatos, he was missing some of those hovering deaths, and honestly, I can't even blame him, considering how much movement, how much sustain and healing you have to take into consideration. Like, someone's in Threshold 1 minute, and then they auto-attack a wave, or Mike gives them a healing, and then now they're on a Threshold, now am I going into my death? Not to mention Scream, just
They're gonna
running
get
around like a
bullied
chicken
by
with his head
fucking
cut off. Like,
Ymir.
if you use the enhanced 3 for Pele and use your 2, you actually have a leap now, so that it's like so much extra movement you have to think of. Scream was going crazy on this Pele. Variety, unfortunately, this Amaterasu just was not quite as impactful as he has been so far this set. And the big one that Aggro touched on a fair bit, taking Theeks off the Hakate and putting it into Benny Q's hands was, I mean, it was like night and day.
Yeah, speaking of chickens with their heads cut off, we got that rat out of the mid lane finally and replaced it with a Hecate, and that was just night and day for Benny Q. I also want to kind of drill down.
Everyone kind of
into
mispositioned
what,
right there.
Theeks
He
was
died
not
of
able
Thanatos,
to
but
do
he
this
took
game.
so much
He was
damage from the
pressured
Medusa for free.
so hard by Scream on this Pele. I saw him getting dived at his mid Phoenix. I think it was about 8 minutes into the game. He was driven all the way back. He just was unable to farm, unable to play. And I think they also stopped the other carry playing. This Bologna for Cherry was able to stick onto that Medusa, stop her having
Drops
that
are not
fight
broken.
impact. And finally, the difference between Streak and Cyclone in this set was much less
Healing
pronounced
from
in this
death to
game.
holy
Now, I
fuck.
don't know if we're going to get it, but in that replay, and this is very important to note because it got sent to me as a clip. Actually, shout out to Nika, because it was a clip from his stream to see it. And Malum, I think, caught it, but it was one of those moments in the heat of the moment. There's still a fight going on, right? What you're going to see, but you see the Yemoja kill Ama pop up.
They gotta
in
show
the
it.
Fire Giant pit. And watching it back, it was the doors from the Fire Giant. Like, if you're standing in between them, they close, they kill you. So what killed Variety there? Credit to
They've gotta show it.
PBM, that's the one kill. But it was the Fire Giant doors that took him out.
he was chilling there for way too long, man. You can't be standing in the doors. You never know when they're gonna slam
There's
on
no way they don't have a
It
clip of it.
is important. Like, there's so much in that
you,
last
Sweet.
fight.
Right.
I didn't do it in a
That,
fucking
you know, if
world
it doesn't
championship
happen,
match.
Probably go a little
You
bit. Like you
bitch.
said, Cherio putting a lot of pressure on the Medusa, and suddenly she's kind of out of the fight. Very easy to chase down. You get a lot of pressure with the Bologna. Then
If I'd have died to
about
that
3
door, it
seconds
would have been on
after, he's
Reddit,
just
8
pushing
posts,
her
Twitter
back.
everywhere, clips
They're-
everywhere.
like
They
you
would have
said,
shown
Lasper's
it
a little
4
off the mark with a
times.
hovering death, and then
But no, this
suddenly
motherfucker
Vibes just
dies to it and
storm in.
loses the
Well, just
fight
think
because
how
of it, and
the
they
fights
just
have been
barely
going
mention
so
it.
far.
It's just
been
crazy.
Lasper and Variety tag teaming, alley-ooping one
Bro,
each
there's
other. Like,
no
they've
world
been
you don't
diving
have a
in
clip of
tandem.
this ready to go.
You just 100-0 an Ama because she stood in the door. Lasper's job gets infinitely more difficult, right? He cannot just be like, oh, I guess I got to do it myself. It's not going to work. So, you know, a lot of things went right here. The Hekate's the big one for me still, but the fact that Scream was on something that doesn't have to farm until late game to actually do damage. Mike on the Yamoja, so much better, more impactful, be able to control space so much more than the Geb. And then Cherry not on a full damage.
That's a little
solo
game
laner, so he
maker.
could get
Thank you for the
bullied,
sub,
ended up
Gabe.
doing a lot of the bullying this time around. So
If you guys are not
Team Rush has a lot to
subscribed,
think about, but picks and bans are gonna be
think
much
about
more
it.
interesting.
Hit the sub
Yeah, the
button.
good news for
Become
5Ms is that they
subscribed.
kind
Join
of
the
finally
community.
figured
Join the
out exactly
family. Don't
which
get
works.
ads.
The bad news for them
Smite
is
2 is
because
blowing
Risk
up.
lost that match, they
It's our
now
time,
get
boys.
choice of
So
side,
be
and they
here
can choose
for
to
the ride.
mix up the draft, change
Plus
up
no
the
ads.
side that they're on, change up their bans, and try and find some answers here. I would expect to see them to switch back over to first pick here and maybe try
You're
and get
saying
that head
Excedrin.
themselves.
Now, is there anything
You're
to
sub.
either of you? Because obviously the Raw wasn't like it did some stuff,
The Raw wasn't great.
but it wasn't doing what it needed to do.
It wasn't great.
The new updates
Is there
for the
something
game
like
have
if
made
if
it
they
really
go first pick,
enjoyable
if they
and
grab the
can't
Heki,
wait
is there
for the
someone
rest of the
that Benny
quality
you
of
could go to
life
that's like,
updates.
okay,
Thank
cool,
you,
this
Lord
is the
Chuckle
Heki
Nuts, for the
crushing
4 months. Game's good.
Well, I'm thinking in
Game's
my
great.
head, there are 3 gods that you don't want Risk to have right now. And I don't know if Aladdin
Smite
is
2's at
falling into
18K
that
on Steam.
category, but I'm thinking
I
Afro.
think we're getting near
I'm thinking
50K concurrent
Hekate,
if we're
I'm
not there
thinking
already.
Thor.
Yep.
So, I mean, you've
That's a
got
pretty
your,
good list.
These
you've got
games are
your
gonna
own
go
choice
long,
right
brother.
now if you are Team 5Ms.
This
Hopefully,
series isn't
Risk
over. There's 2 more
overtakes
series
and
today that
advances
are
one
best of
the 40.
3s.
That's
There's
your
at
best case
least
scenario.
5 more
Guess what? We
games
can
today.
find out here. Game.
This game and 4
picks
more.
and
At
bans.
least, minimum.
Risk still lead the set 2-1, best of 5.
We've got 5 more hours of
and I'll
games.
have you know,
At
Mike,
least.
in the interim, did,
Unless there's just some
walk
crazy
by,
blowouts.
And he said, "Yeah, you enjoy that? We got 2 more hours to go." So he is
Yeah, the others, there's
planning.
2
They
best
are
of 3s. The
pushing
losers
day
bracket's best of
1.
3s.
Take
Tandy
game
Lollipop,
5.
thank you for the
Of course, it all
74.
starts here. They have to make
Cone,
it through here. Afro,
thank you for the
Shelly,
sub.
You just mentioned.
Cat
Thor
Dog, thank you for the
as well,
26.
getting banned away.
What?
Aladdin banned
Sorry,
by
I moved my
Team
camera.
Risk.
Risk is doing all the heavy lifting for him. I mean, let's see. Maybe they let him.
Afro Aladdin, Afro Aladdin, Afro Aladdin. Surely they
If I had that
ban
many boots for a team I
Hekate.
made.
Hekate.
has been banning the
Who do you
cooler as
think
well.
Ban
I guess,
Hekate,
again, Cyclone
please.
God, it did
Or
too much
Medusa,
with him,
but
they
probably
still
Hekate.
Shriek's cooler.
Please.
So I don't think you ban Hekate here, but they do. All right, so let's see. Team Risk, they have their option. Have they been prioritizing this cooler?
Thank you.
5M slot.
Now don't pick Raw, please. No ul, no Raw. No
That's
ul, no
interesting. I
Raw.
was thinking they
Pick
might not
Medusa.
even need to grab
I'll probably
the
play
first. They could
Jing.
have gone for something else that they value, take that away, because I'm not sure that Cyclone Spin wants to go back to this Uller. They banned it out last time, away from themselves. and-
Cyclone definitely wants to
and
play
had some
Uller. This
success
guy's
with that
trolling.
Jing.
The fact that
This
he's trying to
time
shit
we're
on
gonna see
Cyclone
Streaky
Spin after his
Uller.
solo was
Presumably,
0-5 is
that's gonna go
insanely
easy.
cringe.
Could perhaps be flexed over to the mid lane for Theeks, but I think he's more of a traditional mage player.
I
I'm
think
locked into
Risk
what
should have
Benny
top picked Yamoja.
Because I think he's seen the performance he's had so far. Probably, not exactly pleased with it. So
I don't think he was good in comp.
There's Athena. That's been
Athena
going back and
jungle.
forth. But if you're not going the Raw, I still think Agni is great. I know it's been shut down pretty consistently this tournament, but I still think Agni,
I think
once you're
Agni's
able to get
trash.
to level 5, can really
I don't know what they
control
play in
space
mid.
that mid lane. It just depends on, have you been practicing it and is it something you're feeling on?
I feel like I would have been.
He
well,
picked it. I think Agni's
perfect. I was
so
gonna say, I
bad.
feel
Let's see
like
his
I wish
build
you had
though.
been,
Maybe he's got a
with
build.
us at dinner last night. I think you.
We are back, Cone.
Early night, but
Corp, thank you for the sub. J Naz, 5 gifters. Let's go.
Bobby's
Thank you,
not
J
a
Naz. Time hop. Thank you for the 19.
Yes, he,
You wanna win?
Man, that was a,
5
there was a
Ms.
mic drop behind that. I heard.
Yeah.
But Bobby's not a mid laner.
Once again, mankind needs
5
You
M's.
are
must
again,
protect
Theeks.
them
Why does he
and
keep
the
picking it?
secret.
I just
Locking
don't
in the
see what it
Pele?
brings. It does the ult. It's easy to play, I guess, but I feel like it goes so little value in that last game.
Would you win the
Out hard.
Cuckoo?
They locking in the
I would've
Pele?
gone
Oh, it's
almost anything else.
it's
So yeah,
Athena
The Cuckoo is at the
solo,
forefront
or is
of
it
my
Fenrir
mind with
solo?
these almost always.
That might be Athena solo.
Exactly. So that's the only other
That
place I
might
could
be
see it
Athena
go.
solo as a Pele.
And with the Pele. I mean,
I
5Ms,
don't know,
they
man.
found the rhythm. They got Mike back on the emote.
We gotta see what Agni
You
does.
can get Sherry's hands
Yeah,
back
we gotta
on
see
the
where this
blow.
Athena's going.
I still think this Agni is great. I have been proven wrong once, but I think it was more so just, you know, ease of play. as
Cupid's
opposed
really
to
good
God
in ranked.
himself.
Cupid kind of gets rolled, I think, in comp level.
Fantastic for him as well. I can't fault this draft.
I'm really interested to see if Lasbra is on this Athena. I expect he will be.
Right.
If he goes for the aspect.
That's what I'm
again. I got a
guessing,
little
too.
bit of
It's gotta
insight
be-
from that team, and it turns
It's
out
gotta
that
be
he
Athena jungle.
accidentally
Ulted in the
selected the aspect.
Oh!
The last time he picked it, he meant to go regular Athena, selected
Wait,
the
what?
aspect.
He
and
didn't
was like,
mean to
okay,
have the
guess I'm ulting
aspect?
enemies now. Worked out very well. They were
That's
killing
insane. The
Chrome a
aspect
lot
is
in the
too
duel
good to
lane with
not
that
go
Athena
it.
ult, but that was a bit of a
That's
slapdash.
crazy to not
I thought
go
you were gonna
aspect
say he accidentally
Athena.
ulted in a well.
He
I'm like,
did do
I would
that.
hope so. I would hope that was an accident, but picking the aspect is way different. I think the real weight of this game for Risk is, do they get the insane value out of this Ullr that has been alluded to so many times? Because 5M says they've given up some crazy picks to make sure that Streak is not good.
Agni just doesn't do a
Got
Kate
some
damage.
spice in here, and Agni
So, I don't
picks
know.
up for 5Ms. They need to win this to push us
he
to
won't go
5.
strength.
Team Risk
He
still
won't
one
go strength,
away.
though. There's
The
no
only
way.
way to see how it's all going to shake out is going over to our casters.
Thanks, score,
way.
and it is indeed game number 4. Somehow, some way, 5Ms continues to put up the fight.
Smite 2
We
is
saw
fun
the
as
sign.
fuck.
5Ms,
Smite 2 is
5
infinitely,
games
not
of first
infinitely,
week, the
but like a
possibilities
lot
there.
better than
Second
Smite 1
game,
ever was.
Number 4, first
Right
team
now,
Risk,
like,
still on
we're
match
only
point
40
into
gods
game
in.
Number 4 we go.
And it is not an aspect
45
for
gods,
Lasbra
whatever
in
we're
this
at.
jungle. Hazer told me that yesterday, and I
No
was like,
Athena
no way,
aspect.
man.
All right, we'll see how it
Lasbra
goes.
Accidentally picked
But I
it.
think that aspect is so
Like I
good.
said against Smoke Break, but they got the dub.
Better
That's what
solo?
matters, and now he's made his choice and not gone with the aspect. And I think that's a good choice, particularly against Pele, where you want to just protect Theeks or Streak against
You know what?
this all-in dive.
With the way they're playing,
from
it
the
makes
Pele.
sense to
You
not
want
have the
Defender of
aspect on,
Olympus
because he's
providing
basically
mitigation and shield,
praying he gets
not
carried.
trying to get kills necessarily on the other
Lazarus'
side.
goal is to
I'm
make
with
sure his
what the
teammates
best
can
is saying,
carry him,
though,
and I mean
now,
that's how they're all playing. A
my
lot of
eyes
the that's a
are on
lie.
Streak on
Scream
this
is not playing like that.
He's played lights
All the rest of the
out
junglers in the
on
tournament are
this.
playing like that.
He has played so well that I really thought, I wonder if they're going to pick Ullr at all. Because Cyclone played
The
it so
starts,
poorly,
I
and
don't think
he
anybody
played-
knows
he's
that
playing
what the
Medusa
fuck is
so
going on
well
with these starts, bro.
that
Because
I
this
would
is a
maybe
standard
consider
start.
just sticking with it, but they decide to go with the Ullr. Got to pay off in this game. Don't think he can afford to have a run.
Realize what a damage on Cherry.
Holy
Soul
fuck.
Later things, but a bit more low than most are comfortable with.
He's getting his ass
Brian
beat.
will win out on the landing phase so far.
And he only doesn't have double health pots on Bologna.
Priority here, yeah.
With the conversation of Ullr, I also don't want to forget the mid lane.
Yeah.
The new Wa, Hazer's reaction was my brain. We're sharing a wavelength. I kind of couldn't believe we saw it. I mean, the damage was there, but you said it game number 3. The damage is always there.
Yeah. It's just not
There's
effective
2 here, right?
the
Yeah.
vast majority of the time. But so much of it's from your ultimate and so much from mysterious fog just kind of...
Johnny doesn't play like that. Johnny played fucking Loki every game and did nothing.
Low.
All right, not every game, but he does play like that. You're trolling. He played Fenrir exactly like that. You're fucking trolling. He went full tank Fenrir. And all the Loki games have been ass this whole fucking tournament.
Harass Cyclone a good amount here. Not, of course, going to ever kill him, but will certainly annoy him and Scream's presence on this left.
I want to, Lux. I do want to.
Intriguing.
I'm hoping they
because
announce the
Ullr
esports
and Ymir are going
on
so
tomorrow.
aggressive that maybe you can make some
Loki's not bad. He's just bad in his team settings.
Small win of
In his
just
team
not
settings, he doesn't do
getting
shit.
invaded after all the pressure on the PDM. I think that you're right. to call
Someone
out that
tell
you
Benny
want your
the build.
Malin
He's going mage, but I
He's
want to see if he does
obviously
damage or not.
in game 3. But I do think the rest of Risk's top
Cone, what do you want? If you're looking for like headset, do exclamation mark headset.
Ullr,
Looking for keyboard,
that is
exclamation mark
strong.
keyboard.
I love Lasbra,
Mouse,
obviously,
exclamation mark
the
mouse.
jungle. So good at this pick. And Variety did not have a ton of impact on the Ama. We called his name very little, especially in comparison to what he was doing on the Thor in games 1 and 2. So I like him going with something different, something a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more fight-oriented.
Angel, thank you for the 3 months. Chaotic, thank you for the 42. And Shark, Shark into Harper, thank you for the 10 months. It's a long-ass name.
What if we just didn't let him have another good game if we're on Team Risk, right? What if we got to pick him over and over again?
Cyclone going
Playing
Kins
something
again.
like
It looks
Fenrir,
like not that
being
bow, not the
solo.
Lornian bow.
I expect to see good aggression coming out from Risk on the right-hand side.
Fenrir has double health pots, so he doesn't have an item at the start. He hasn't backed yet.
And doing so,
Because he's
that would
farming,
swap a
because
lot
he's
of the pressure
controlling the
off
lane right now.
Team Risk was so into fighting on the left-hand side. We've seen it throughout Founder Series. If you can secure the purple buff timers in that area, it can set you up for gold and make rotations from solo easier.
Doing it for
It's
Dale.
understandable.
Thank you
But
for the
to
4
focus on
months.
Cherry, you've got to switch that up a little bit.
And they could do it here, your Risk, but we also see these teams, these genetic style teams, play around mid a good amount. You know, they won't necessarily look for kills, but just group up and roam a good amount of the time. This is one where I expect Cherry to be under some amount of pressure.
Oh my god.
From Variety.
The fact that he just
Remember
clean
what
hit
Charlie
those?
was saying, like, as soon as Agni hits 5, he gets a pretty big power spike. In Spike 2, he now gets access to all 3 bombs as soon as he puts that first point in the ultimate. Benny, not letting them accrue interest, to say the least. He spends them as soon as he got it.
It tracked it really well too, which is kind of important to note because I feel like if you can keep Theeks pressured out like that, we already saw a screen give a hard time across the way. Maybe you can do it even more so, taking advantage of the, I mean, that's a lot of flames to deal with, but a lot of CC, a lot of quick damage too with your Theeks. You might not be able to get into the fog to get away.
And there's a lot of snowball potential if they can get Theeks down early, because now you've got Pele, who chases kills super well. Agni, one of his new +1s is that hot streak where if he gets a kill on an enemy
Agni's
god, now his passive
+1 is
immediately charged up and
so
isn't
troll to me.
consumed for a good amount of time afterwards.
His best +1 is at 5. He gets all 3 bombs, which is what he just did.
Is worth a ton of damage. One of the sneaky, strong passives in the game for sure. I wouldn't be surprised to see Betty could get a couple multi-kills this game if things are going well.
I would not either.
Fender's sustain is wild because it's on his abilities as well.
A lot of the games have gone Team Risk's way. Genetics has gotten better each game, it feels like, from that first game on.
Also, Death Toll procs on his 3. So Fender has insane sustain.
Some sort of trouble. That's definitely felt like a thing of the past.
No issues for him. Got the early shell from Mike. Didn't end up being a kill. But
The memo on shells. Well, all their CC is like they're not gonna beat Bologna. They're not gonna beat Agni.
Every team.
They're gonna try to live through the knockup from Pele.
Can we
So it kind of makes sense.
get far enough ahead of the Jingwei like you would typically
Also,
expect, you know, that's
5Ms could
typically
get
a
kills
matchup
off of
like
those
one where
tons.
you'd say, oh, the Jingwei can't walk up.
That Bologna might have a
on
crazy
Jingwei
game.
into that matchup. But now, with how much slower the early game seems to be paced outside of the initial invade potential, I feel like Jingwei might be able to get a little bit closer, but Cyclone has not been going any lifesteal whatsoever in his build. He's gone for a Chin's Rush again. He was doing the Lernian Bow before, but has changed it now to this Chin's Rush streak. Once he stacks up this Transcendence, I think should
This
be
is
a pretty
interesting.
solid
What are they going for here?
Jumped in, fight over the road camp. But look who's here. It's PBM.
I don't know what they were going for here.
Sensing
Oh wait,
some
they did a
trouble
lot of
going
damage.
on
Okay, never mind.
Rock, uses it.
Oh, what
Two.
was that damage?
First blood, the cherry on the Bologna.
Wow, Mike was lurking there, and I was
Bro,
thinking,
what was that, Mike?
You know, is Scream gonna come
What
over?
hit him?
I
He
doubt
picked up the
that they
Bologna
were in trouble.
with Fenrir, and then
Lazarus
his health just got
didn't
chunked.
use it to give him that mitigation. Just expected to not take that much damage, but PBM, even though
Oh, he didn't pick up the Bologna. The Bologna got an auto off. Oh, dude, that Bologna auto fucking
has
slammed him.
enough damage in order to support Cherry.
Holy shit, that Bologna slammed his cheeks.
5M. Really, really nice play.
Really can't beat it. Let's take a look
Flat
at that first
stats like strength are nuts, and that ult feeds it to him.
It was
tower is under attack.
This is a different
that was,
blood, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was last blood.
Yes, I believe that could have been.
But this
last
is the
blood.
first blood.
This is
This
the
is the first blood.
Exactly.
With the
We're working through it. I mean, I thought Variety was fine here too. I mean, it's a well-timed gank. I thought it was just going to be in order to get some pressure, but
Yeah, what? He
Variety
missed
just
him.
That
takes
last
too
second.
much damage. Yeah, and the River's
That is so
really
much
well-timed
damage from
rotation.
Bologna.
Ended up not needing it, but
Bologna's got Kins.
even if they didn't have the damage immediately to kill Variety, they would have with a River's Review deck.
Still just the one across the map so far. But remember, a lot of these games so far have had this slow
They made
burn
Kins
pace.
crazy.
It blows up as aggro setting games.
Yeah, Fender can't run through the
emote.
emote ult.
We start to see people get antsy. We see the movements around. A lot of farm on the map at that point that you're more farmed up and itemized to get.
Way easier to get aggressive at that point. And we're already seeing a little bit more aggression. You know, streak
Agni's
trying to poke Cyclone on the tower.
padding those
Got
stats.
little
Stat
engagement
pattern.
potentially here in
Trying to get that
mid.
damage
Aggie
up before he
right-hand
dies
side
mid-game.
as well, just to get some guaranteed farm, while Mike and Scream picked up mid.
Game's dead even with first blood.
Hydra's done as Jerry on the run. Is he? Yeah, okay. I was gonna say he's fine.
That was ambitious.
Got a little spooked that Variety was gonna be able to catch him, but I really think that 5Ms is very happy with this game pace. They are much more equipped, I think, to get into the mid-game fights and feel very
Neither
strong,
jungler. Wait,
because Feeks'
where was the
damage is
Lasbra
not
ult
gonna
on
one-shot
Fenrir?
you off of the Athena taunt anytime soon. Eventually it will, but it's just not nearly as threatening at this point. Scream is by far the scariest on the map.
Speaking
Now
of
we
which,
see it, but
Variety
why didn't we
gets some
see
help from
it
his friend Lasbra, who arrives
on the gank?
just in time to get him away, but Scream was
Maybe he
lurking
said he was
for
fine,
a hot
so he didn't ult
minute,
him.
and that Pele had a lot of hot minutes in the previous game. The damage was insane.
The Athena's going full defense. He's just a taunt
One
bot.
thing that you called attention to that I feel like is just as important in this one, the Pele was a lot of the engage for 5Ms.
Yes, she really was. Starting off fights really well, and then eventually a transition into Mike trying to just separate off genetics, and that was kind of the initiation for them. Jerry's got to be careful here, but oh, Scream's also lurking. Both soul laners, no ults, both junglers hungry for a gank.
Scream's got beads.
Scream kills if that Fender goes in. He's
Still
baiting
interested,
it.
It looks like if they step up, but Team Risk, they do not.
He doesn't go aspect on Athena. It was an accident, they said.
But like I was saying,
yesterday.
it eventually transitioned into
No,
Mike
he didn't
walling
forget
off
to clear
genetics
today.
and
He
Rivers
turned it on
That's how a
accident
lot of
yesterday.
fights
He does
got
not
started.
like the aspect.
I now think it's even easier for 5Ms to start fights. I don't
He's
think Aggie
a
is better
taunt
than
bot.
Aggie
He's
for
playing the
Benji,
game
don't get
to
me
keep
wrong.
his
XT is
carry
clearly
alive.
looking to
That's
be
all he's doing.
like the premier mid lane god by a significant margin.
He
But Aggie
literally
is
goes
a much
Hydras for
better
early
fight
damage,
starter
and then he goes
and
defense,
much
and
better
he goes like the
initial
same shit.
follow-up
You're stone
from
binding and shit.
initiation from something like BDM's Rivers or Buke. So I expect the fights to play vaguely
Well, he did forget
similarly.
to
The
turn it
biggest
off yesterday,
difference is
Blake.
that now Lasbra can easily support Theeks or Streak on Scream's dive. That is very simple for him to just channel Defender of Olympus and be a real mitigating factor, literally, in that dive. Is he going to be able to balance his responsibility on him being the primary initiator for Risk and still being able to turn and help his backline? It's a difficult tightrope for Lasbra this game, but he is an excellent Athena player, and I think
Risk, the first to Gold Fury. The answer for 5Ms is far away. They will not get there. One Gold Fury to Team Risk at 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Gives them a small lead, but it's important.
5Ms is basically even still, though.
They've meant a lot.
they have, but that's
5Ms doesn't want to fight.
difference right there.
Oh,
Those gods
Jingwei,
can
second item pen.
guarantee that you have first move into something like a Gold Fury 10 minutes into the game.
I wonder if he'll go early Titans Bane too. Damn!
Are really starting
Oh,
first.
shit!
Creates an opportunity that
I don't-
will force out
I mean,
the new wall
I don't know.
ultimates.
That was
And
a good
going all the way
emoji
down.
if he didn't have his fucking new ult, though.
Damage, that pressure, it's all there.
Wait, doesn't Nua also have
Making the
shell?
Aggie look pretty
Yeah, the
strong
Nua
so
also has
far,
shell.
not
I don't even know why.
looking
Eh.
Pyro pulled.
Yeah, I don't know.
Team Risk there to contest is let go by 5Ms and picked right back up.
Five
by
here.
Risk. This is going to explode quick from the side, but that Riptide gives 5Ms an exit path. They're going to utilize it.
They're gonna do this for
Fireman's
free.
got reset.
Look at that wall.
Steel is kind of far away. Meanwhile, there has been some proxying as well for Screams. A lot of farming in Pele pocket. That's the biggest positive is Pyromancer goes to Team Risk.
Yeah, but I don't like Scream being split there because you feel like
Scream just never is there, bro. He's just trying to farm.
You want him if you're going to be trying to pull an objective like Pyro.
Thought maybe there was a
Go
goal
in,
on
Scream, go
Ragnarok.
in.
Looks,
Yo.
Can't find it. Now Defender of Olympus comes out.
I
Bit
think
of a
Scream
weird
could
choice
have killed
of
that guy.
pass there.
And now he's gonna die anyway.
Team Risk, but now you still have Scream at your blue. A jump in.
Oh, he immune the stun!
Volcanic lightning out. Damage on. Genetics response.
Oh, it's actually big that he immune the stun. Holy fuck.
Still got Scream's relic. Overall,
I think Genetics could have played that
pretty
better.
good. Is another taunt from Lasbra. Scream in trouble.
Big
A
wall.
lot of
Scream's
delayed
dead.
fights here. Scream.
Oh, the
in a lot of
jump away.
trouble, but
The
still not
shield's
dead.
healing.
He's not dead.
He spam healed
He
him.
won't die.
Variety's dead.
He gets away, and Variety is the one
Mike.
to go.
Mike's
down.
feeling himself,
And then
boys. He's
same
getting
turn
spicy.
and
Agni's
away.
here. He misses
Scream
bomb, though.
Get away, and now Genetics needs that same kind of miracle. Is it going to show up in time?
He got him.
More got him.
Benny Q finally
Honestly, Benny
able to
getting a
kick
kill there
down
is big
Genetics,
'cause he's
and that
behind.
is the Pele yet again. here for Sprack in the jungle. That turn and burn.
Brother, don't even
is
say
able
that's
to
the
turn
Pele.
around
He
with
got
the
bailed out
Reaper,
by
get
Mike.
that
He played a
Lightsteel.
really good
Mike
use
shows
of
up
his
at the
2
perfect
to get
time.
distance.
Didn't even use
But he
the
got bailed
shell.
out by
Mending
Mike.
Waters is all that was needed. And this is what
TVM
is
spam
great about
two'd
this
him.
Pele pick. It is all in, but it is also great.
He also
bait
stampeded
protection.
him.
It baits Variety.
Actually, wait, he
in.
might
Now
have stampeded
Variety,
into the fight
2 deaths.
to get there in time, which would be even
The front
crazier.
line is starting to separate now. Look at the level lead in solo, in jungle, and in support, all in 5M's favor. Now the back line is in favor of Risk. Both Theeks and Streak holding level leads there, but in the early game, frontline level leads matter way more than backline. Just getting naturally tankier is so much more valuable. You don't get nearly as many offensive stats per level as you do health stats or protections. I think that this is a great opportunity for 5Ms to keep on fighting. I'm surprised they don't like this option.
Rotation from Bologna.
Gets caught in a lot of CC, but takes
Good dunk,
no
he actually hit it.
damage at all. The
Help
Eagles
him.
rally trying
Yo, there's
to
no
force
way you don't
something,
help
has
him.
yet to force anything other than their own relics. Cherry, safe, but the engage for 5M's just not there that time.
No, a little split. It seemed like 5Ms did want to just stick on the
Cherry
objective
is looking good
not
on
worry
Bologna.
about the actual fight, which I am a bit surprised.
I mean, Cherry's
about,
Geb was also
considering
bad, bro. It
the
wasn't
game
just
state
Hades.
They are in, but they just
His
got
Geb
some
and his
big
Hades were
items
rough.
completed as well. I mean, Crusher now done for Scream. We've got Obsidian Shard for Benny. This is looking like a good position for 5M because I think their just straight up 5-on-5 team fight is stronger. They just have so much CC. They have so much area denial between the Agni and the Umoja. They've got good survivability in their backline with Agni and Jingwei both having dashes. And I just have to be shown that this Nuwa is a real threat. I just haven't seen that.
14.5 minutes, Gold Fury pulled. Genetics, we saw this before, was able to sneak in, get the pull, the blink forward, there's an answer, but no, Benny Q secures the Gold Fury for 5M's, their first one of the game, and their gold lead continues to grow.
No Stampede available for Genetics, so no chase is possible. Genetics went Stampede into Hussar's wings, and I'm not a huge fan of this, Malum. It's so expensive. Theeks in trouble.
Stun, damage on, up to the sky on the landing. How much danger
He's by himself?
remains?
He's dead.
A lot, ton.
Oh, wait.
But
They
he
might be allowed
get
because of, you
away.
know.
Defender of Olympus, the turnaround. The squad's here. What can you find? You
Good
can find the bite
beads.
from the dog.
Really
You
good
cannot
beads
find
from Mike.
a
Glad he
pick
still had it
on the
up.
5M.
Mike just cool, calm, collected.
they don't give a
man.
fuck.
He has the Talisman of Purification. Check this out. 5M's try it again. Variety sniffs it out once more.
There is no way you're pulling that to Stampede to get close in time. 5M's
Oh, Bologna
up
dead.
turn. They want the fight.
He up
Cherry's
down
already
so
almost
late.
dead,
Wait, the
trying to
turn!
fight
The
that
turn!
time.
He's cooking
There's
if he
no
had any
help in sight.
teammates.
So Cherry's biting the dirt.
Yeah,
Yo,
Cherry
this fire
gets
is just
sold
a
by
troll
this play
call if you're not
call.
gonna fight
He's
out
just
of
there
it.
to try and buy time for the rest of 5M's to get out.
They're trying to sneak
They
it,
keep
but
trying to do
Bologna
this
can't be
little
committing if you're trying to
Jingwei
sneak
plus
it.
Pele. As soon as Jing gets a little bit of pen in the XP, we just try and sneak it. No way they know. That's twice now that Risk has not been caught unaware, and twice that 5M has lost a lot of momentum off
That
of
fire
that
giant, well, they're
play.
trying to sneak it.
Still feel
but
like they are
I don't
in a
know
good
why
spot,
Cherry
but
commits if they're
it's
sneaking.
not as good as it could have been. Cherry dies and is now falling behind in farm. He's down 3 levels to Nuwa and 2 levels to Uller. When you're behind as a frontliner, I was just saying being ahead as a frontliner is more valuable than being ahead as a backliner. And I do think that that is true. But being behind as a frontliner is really, really rough. And Cherry is going to need some time to farm up that I'm not sure Risk is going to give him.
3-1 at 16 minutes, bro.
They begin to damage it. 5M's, they've got
5M's never defends these, bro. Is this the first time they defend this? Like, they never defend
Grab
this.
it down to half. Theeks stunned
Okay,
down.
Agni's here
It's
now.
still
They're not giving it
going
up.
slow.
Oh, they're
Team
still
Risk
doing it.
taking
Taylor's
their
in.
time. Here
Thank
they
you, Mojo.
go.
Secure.
That fire is
Secure.
gonna go one way or another. But who will
the
be the
dagger,
one to
dagger,
grab
Variety
it?
got it.
It's
Who got the dagger?
Variety and Team Risk.
Who
with
got the
kicks
dagger?
is
How?
on for 5M.
I don't think they can catch him. Cherry's got his best to
Who
try
has
and cut
dagger,
them off.
bro?
And it's Streak, but he still has the leap. Stun is good from Benny Q.
Good toss.
And a great riptide from Mike.
They can't kill him.
Streak, will he go down?
Chill.
Not quite yet. Matter of fact, they're turning around and dropping damage back off
Kill
the
him,
wall.
yeah, fucking
From
kill him, bro.
Genetics,
Benny-
off the
oh, yeah,
Verona.
yeah,
There's
yeah,
some good
that is-
damage, but the CC's right back.
How can they not? Cherry's dead.
stands.
Cherry's dead,
Cherry
right? Yeah.
no longer
Fool
stands.
doesn't even have full
That
pen
wall
yet.
from Genetics was just too clean. Separates Cherry
Dude,
once again.
how did that fire
And the
giant didn't get
Pyromancer
hit for
control
so
has been
long?
Intentional from Risk all day. They have really highly prioritized getting those runic bombs, and it pays off there. It's a risky pull, but not in terms of secure, because double bomb is just so much more damage than anything 5Ms can do. They staggered them. So as a taunt on a Cyclone's gonna get his beads, and
no. He's dead. He's dead.
He's not
He's
safe
dead.
yet. There's still an Uller
Surely a
chasing
3 comes out, right?
behind. I don't know how Cyclone can get
Got
away
out.
from that. The answer is
Killed Scream?
will not.
That's
Scream
game.
dies?
I'm calling it's over
Not
on this push.
Cyclone in that?
I have no idea what just happened to Scream. I mean, this is a nightmare for 5Ms. I felt like they were in such great control in this play
On
to
a
try
dime.
and pull the Fire Giant again. Just completely took the
camera
wind out
work,
of their
yeah.
sails. They might lose a mid-Phoenix here, Mal.
There's only 6 kills on the board, but 5Ms are getting sieged like it's the end game. And Team Risk has that end
Mike
game
dead?
in mind.
He's dead!
Mike is dead! But Genetics
died,
will
okay.
fall to Benny Q.
All right, game's not over. Game's not over. They defend
Got
this.
damage on Variety as
Yo,
well.
commit, Cheerio. Don't be a
Phoenix
bitch.
now being sieged out. A blink forward from
Commit,
Lastra.
Cheerio,
Not falling
pussied
off, but
out.
stunned.
Good
Cheerio.
damage from Benny on the
You could've
streak,
killed the
though.
ADC.
Benny doing what he can.
You're
Not a
making
lot of
Benny have to
frontline
play
here to
up,
support,
Cheerio.
Waiting on one more bomb to try and kill
Yes, Cheerio.
The Phoenix
Oh, yes, dude, if Cheerio goes in there instead of pushing out, Benny kills everybody.
5Ms into this, and Team Risk realize it's 19 minutes. They start pulling back. The 5Ms
Dude, if Cheerio
looking for a
doesn't
chase.
fucking
They're gonna
pussy
find
out.
another one, but Lazarus
Lazarus dead. He's
Will he
dead.
survive that answer? Oh,
Wow.
no.
Scream's gonna catch him
How,
every
bro?
time.
I'm telling
It's a
you,
fight
if Cheerio
back
dunks
for
and he
5Ms
dies, but they
underneath
kill
their Phoenix
everybody.
on the defense.
Oh, and they don't
but
lose Phoenix.
Still, they lose the Phoenix. They lose a lot of map pressure off of it. What can they get with 3 dead?
Well, Cheerio was at like 60%, maybe 50% coming out of the Athena
Just
ult.
this pyro, maybe
Or
gold,
Athena taunt.
but it's gonna be risky.
Or if he doesn't get
Benny
taunted and he
is
fucking
playing
ults
so
before
well
that,
on this
he
act,
CC
making
buffers
this
it, then
thing
yeah,
look
they kill
hectic
everybody.
adjacent in value.
Uller didn't use dagger.
Solo
Oh,
made
he
that
wasn't low
defense
enough.
happen because Mike
That 2
gets
probably
taunted
hit for
and
over
killed.
500.
Cheerio gets taunted and forced back. Cyclone forced
Knew I
back.
picked it up, though, so
It
who
was
cares?
Just Benny there.
It's
and
gonna
for
go
him
away
to
soon,
get
though.
That much damage
It has,
off,
like, what, a
kill
minute left on
streak to survive at the end of it. Man, it might be Benny Q's tournament if he keeps playing like this, man. He is lights out.
For a moment, for a brief moment, I thought that might be it.
Yeah.
I thought Team Risk would just stagger enough deaths, catch 5Ms enough, and you said it perfectly, take the wind out of their sails to a point where they just got uninspired in the defense of nothing's working. But Benny Q able to lift everybody up at that last possible moment. And the way that it was brought back, we're coming up in 21 minutes and we had 6 kills and a gold lead spiraling for Team Risk. Now we're at 10. And we're getting closer.
You
and
summarize
closer
exactly
to
what CC
even.
buffering is.
Now, the mid
Your
Phoenix
ability
is a problem
goes off
in
even
a
if
lot
you
of
get
ways
CC'd
for
as long as
5Ms,
you do it at
but
the exact
also
same
means
time.
that Risk doesn't have a wave to push.
So if you
That
leap
Fire Risk
right
can
when you
push
get
on its
Ymir
own.
stunned, the
So
leap
that's
will still
free
go off.
farm to get collected by 5M. Plus, when the Phoenix respawns, you get some gold. I don't think that they're going to be able to use this map pressure well enough. That Phoenix going down really won't bother 5Ms a lot.
5Ms is close to this gold fury. Team Risk let it go. It resets in health, and 5Ms back away. It looks like they both realize we really want to all in for this gold.
It's going to be tough to do if you're Risk. You don't have the type of lead. Benny no beads for 8 seconds, but that isn't enough time. Scream going in!
Scream is
Lastra
crazy.
getting blown
Lazarus
up,
dead.
gets a dash away in the
Lazarus dead
last
as fuck.
second, but Scream will not let that chase
Scream
go.
beat his ass.
And Scream will find the pick. How many more is there going to be in this mid lane?
Alright, he's dead.
Well, Cherry's got an answer.
Alright, he's dead.
One
and
more.
Benny Q will help slam it through.
Wait, if they
It's
toss-
Variety.
oh, I was just saying-
Time to
oh,
go,
he almost
Genetics,
caught
and
him.
Team Risk fall back.
Dude, if
Think
BDM had
back
caught him
to
with that, that would have been
game 2, where Scream
insane.
is playing Loki and he tries to ambush Lasra, and Lasra turns it around and kills him. And it feels like the game's just immediately over because it was right after that. There, Scream sees Lasra and just hits the gas pedal. He just immediately sends it, full send onto the Athena, gets the kill, kills Variety on the rotation as well, and now 5M looking at a Fire Giant.
Genetics will take some poke on the way
Good wall.
through to make the
Oh.
contest happen. That wall gets him stuck, but the fire is still being done.
Kill him.
At a quarter,
Bro,
and
kill
Team Risk is
him.
here to
Yo,
contest.
5Ms, please kill this Ymir.
Turn their target fire.
Athena's gonna land. Kill the Athena. Kill the Athena. Group up.
Land, but
Get in
on the
there,
landing is
Screams.
okay.
I'm being a pussy.
The fire goes
No!
to
You're
Team
it.
Risk. They
Did he
steal
pick it up?
away
Oh,
the
picked it
face
up.
of 5M.
He picked up the
Scream
dagger.
had the
dagger.
runic bomb, but he
Oh,
placed
that's some
it too
pussy
late.
shit from
Streak
Scream.
up over the
Pussy
top.
shit from
Assume
Scream.
with Hail of Arrows.
Pussy
Gets the
shit,
Fire Giant
Scream.
steal.
Pussy
what
shit.
a play from
Holy
this
fuck, you just
ADC who
lost fire because you're a
continued
bitch.
to impress here in Las Vegas. Man, I felt
Show
like
me
it was
somebody
so
playing to
clean
not
and
die
collected for
more
5M,
than
but
that
Genetics
moment
does a
right
great
there.
job of just
Holy
buying time.
fuck.
Walls off
He was
PBM
full
and
health,
Benny
full
Q.
mana, and didn't
That
even
meant
try to go at the
DPS
fucking
wasn't there
Athena.
from
Oh
Benny,
my
and then
god.
His dash got blocked, and he couldn't really
You're
pay
a
attention to what was
bitch.
happening on the objective.
That's
because now he's worried
crazy.
about his life. Lasber's able to get there again by some time, and it's Streak who steals it away, and we got a replay to see it, which I'm happy to see. I think Scream dropped this bomb at about 700 HP, and with the delay, that's just too low in order for it to go down. Streak is
Scream
under
should have killed
no
his Athena the second he
factor
landed.
whatsoever, and just
Look
says,
at him, he's on
"Yo,
the left
guys, don't
full
worry
health, full
about it.
mana with
I'll be
Agni.
taking that. Bladed Arrow is the one. is the thing that
Bro,
does it. And he got the
Cyclone
dagger.
tried to grab the dagger
This
too.
Psycho, that absolute madman. I didn't even see him get the dagger. If Risk win this tournament, we're gonna look back at that exact play as a big reason why.
That is nice.
While we were checking out that replay, Team Risk continued to march down the left side of the map, cleaning up towers, farm, anything you could ask for along the way.
Bro, that was
5M's
a bitch,
preparing
man.
for what I'm sure they didn't expect to be another defense, but how they had started to turn this game around. But we're starting to feel like we're back
That was
in
as bitch
game
made
one
as it gets.
scenario.
Scream could have stopped them from walking in. He could have fucking killed the Athena. Like, I don't. That was bitch
No,
made.
and just like last game I was saying, Genetics should just be telling his team, guys, we lost one fight, we're okay. If I'm 5Ms, they won the fight. They won the fight handily. And it doesn't look, I'm not
pussied
seeing
out.
anything that tells
Scream
me Risk
pussied out.
can win a 5-on-5 right now unless they use the Fire Giant buff. So if 5Ms can just play it a little slowly, not overextend, wait for this fire to run out,
I'm mad.
or just defend on the Phoenixes and see what we can do there.
I'm mad.
The game is still in an okay state because Scream is still very, very strong. Betty Q is still very, very strong, and Cyclone is getting to the point
I cannot believe
where
that
he'll
he
be
just
strong
didn't even
soon.
try
So
to go
I think
in.
that this game is still okay for 5M,
Holy
but it's
fuck.
obviously Risk, who is one 5M's mistake away from moving on to the grand finals.
5Ms, you have to wonder, Scream's target, who's that going to be? We've seen Scream's targets adjust. Streak has the dagger, has the damage, is on point this whole time too.
Poke is excellent for Benny Q, and Genetics the only one without that Fire Giant buff.
Benny has
so
to
that poke
defend
actually
this.
Sticks. No health chalice for him.
And I think if he Ymir walls
Team Risk got
correctly,
the mid-Phoenix, looking to make something happen to lock their slot in.
He needs those
in the
bombs
grand
to hit.
finals. 5Ms, they want to make this go 5. They want to continue what PBM seems to be so good at, enforcing those reverse
There's the wall.
sweeps. The mid-Phoenix
Phoenix
has
gone.
it sieged, it's dropped, and 5Ms unable to make a full-on stop.
That damage from Nuwa is starting to get really threatening, Malum. It's just Blinken from Lasbra, got the beads from Benny Q, and just that plus a reach plus Nuwa damage was about half of Benny's HP.
5Ms again, grouping at the left, Phoenix.
Nice taunt.
Looking for a go button. It gets stopped and Scream
Scream
gets
through this
dropped. Team
You can't
Risk
convince me
fighting it
otherwise.
out
He threw
in
this
the
game.
left lane, and they're making
Because he
it
played
work.
for
They
his
lost
life rather than
Genetics,
for
but
winning.
They still have Streak. They still have fight.
Whoa!
But 4 gets stunned. But Benny finding the ball might not be enough this time. Another goes down to Team Risk.
No tank left for 5Ms. Mike died, still had the shell up, and I think it would have made a huge difference, Malum, in keeping Scream alive to let that lifesteal happen. Instead, it's now just the backline of 5M standing between Risk and the grand finals.
How much do you have if you're Benny Q and Cyclone Spin? If this
bombs.
is the moment, what can you do? What have you got? Do you have that miracle in store? You gotta buy some more time. 5 till PBM. But Team Risk don't wanna wait. They're going. The damage from Benny Q is good enough to back them off
No
for now.
way.
Benny's got the fight in
No
him, and
way.
Cyclone
Cyclone
is
full
ready to
committed
fight
and Benny
to keep
bombs.
Team Risk
No
from the
way.
base.
The crowd loves the defense, and 5Ms is still standing. Benny Q and Cyclone
There's
Spin.
no
2
way.
men against 4, and they like those odds. No problem for them in defending. Great patience from Benny. Doesn't get taunted. That's the
Bro, how are
one
you not
thing
talking
he
about the
would not
ADC
let happen,
walking up to
and
all
he
of them?
doesn't let it. Beautiful stun. Cyclone goes in and then buys time with airstrike.
Cyclone
Absolutely
was the
love
reason
it.
that they fucking backed
Man,
off.
what a game. Now,
Also,
the
Benny
mid
dodged the
Phoenix being
Athena
down
taunt, which was
earlier
huge.
was
He
the big
dashed
deal
it.
For 5Ms. Now this left
doesn't
side
dash
Phoenix
it, it's
down
GG.
as well
Doobie,
is
save the
a
prime.
problem for the Chaos team. They're going to need to be concerned.
I like how Scream ins there, but won't in for the Fire Giant when they have an advantage.
How long they can afford to stay here and defend. They've got Jingwei, just like they did in this scenario in game 1 of this series.
Nah,
But
honestly,
Cyclone
dude,
wasn't
Scream
able to get
in that
back
fire
to
play
the
did not
fight
live.
in
I
time
fully
in any of those
couldn't.
scenarios.
You can't tell me
He's gonna
anything
have
else.
to be a little quicker than he was.
He
in
dropped the
game
bomb
1
down to
get back
secure it and then
actually
just
affect
walked backwards. I'm actually so
Our
annoyed.
eyes keep going to Scream, but man, I just what Benny Q and Cyclone Spin were able to do, almost in presence alone.
Yeah.
I mean, towards the end of that, they looked Team Risk back.
That's aura, baby. That's aura right there.
It's aura. They've got the dog in.
A lot of Doom Orbs picked up today. Like a lot of Doom Orbs today. That item must be better than I thought it was.
They've been hanging out for
Hello,
quite a
Ricky.
long
Thank
time
you for the
on this
prime.
right side. And they're using Cyclone Spin to clear minions. They get back quick.
Yeah, Variety's hunting him too because he knows he'll just come down and land. Genetics, good wall. He's right to be scared of Benny Q's damage.
There's a jump in, Cyclone, insta ult to get away. 5Ms, they're really, I like how they're playing.
Has it
They're
really
Yuna
been
Jungle is
five
just a
years
taunt
old?
bot, so yeah, it works.
allowing Team
All he's doing is ulting his carries and
They
taunting.
haven't lost
Community
any
growth.
HP on the Titan
Appreciate
quite yet,
you.
but I was going to say
Hope
it's about
the fan
time
is
for that
good.
wave to be coming in.
Nonity, thank you, brother.
Duel
Appreciate the
inside.
61, man.
Reload on the wards here from Risk as they go back to base and reload on sentries, finish off some
A
items.
lot of the jungle in this
Binding
tournament
gun
has just been
for
tanks. That
Lastra.
CC.
I think this is still a difficult spot for 5Ms to be in because they can't afford to go back and get more sentries. They just can't let Risk hit the Fire Giant. Only one bomb this time for Risk. That is worth noting. Most of the time they've had 2 on these pulls.
From here on out, it's got to be perfection if you're 5Ms.
Yeah. it
Anything
really does.
less, you're done. And I know they know that. You can see it amongst them.
Cyclone's
They
not
know
even
that.
here.
It's Risk.
He's
That
gonna
ward
split out
just
mid.
expired.
They might too.
They let
Now-
Cyclone
They
defend.
see Scream on his side. Taunt no
Oh, you're
good. Scream
trolls.
on the getaway
Dude,
gets
Scream
caught.
bottage.
Variety over the wall. The ult committed.
lives.
Scream gets away. Lot dropped.
He's fine though. He's able to get
Yeah,
healed
new
up
ult,
by Mike.
but he got his ult.
That is a large
blink?
amount
And he
of the
blink- oh,
pressure
no.
on the kill potential. No, did he
He's
get
not
caught?
out. Around the side, might have to use anything to get out of the situation. He's got help
back,
from
come
Acme around
back,
the side,
kill-
too.
kill him.
That
Lastra
lifesteal good.
gets off of it, and Fire Giants being pulled from Team Risk. 5Ms cannot afford to split this time. They've got trouble in their back line, which is keeping Benny
am I
Q away
watching,
from that
bro?
fire. The Athena is diving with
They're
the
so
Fenrir.
split. Cherry's
5Ms can't get
1v3.
through,
Double
but
Dunkarino
Cherry's
of Doom.
fighting on.
Terrio
He'll take on
Dunkarino
all
of
them,
Doom.
But it will not
Lasra
matter.
lives.
He'll get shut down by Streak.
Cherry had to do it though. I
Scream,
love
you're
the play, to be
throwing this
honest,
fucking
because
match,
he's got
dude.
to
You're
just buy
pissing me
time
off.
for
Cherry was
Jingwei to
actually
get
playing
there. He did
well.
exactly that.
Phoenix is
Cyclone
up.
gets the Phoenixes up, though I don't think he cleared enough fire waves and left. He's gonna have to go back to defend that. Cherry is just in at that point because Risk had gotten the Fire Giant low enough, down to half HP to force Cherio to commit. Now they can go right back to it as soon as they see Cyclone on the map. 5Ms, undeterred, still here and trying to steal it away.
You have the Riptide
Cyclone's
to
not
get in
here.
quick.
This
Genetics
is
has the
horrible.
wall to shut it down. The door not
This is
being
actually
used
horrible.
inside.
This is
They're
gone.
out. Team
Bro,
Risk
they're
stepping up. The
throwing.
5Ms will concede. The Fire Giant will go around the belt to Team Risk at 31 minutes. But the Phoenixes are back up, and 5Ms still have a chance to defend. Add on an Ancient Fury.
Burn, spin,
This is a
burn.
good play by Cyclone.
Yeah, that was really good.
Because that was really going to make it impossible to defend your Phoenixes if they were debuffed by Ancient Fury.
He is
and
correct.
already weakened. So
But
now
was that Ancient?
Those are back.
Oh, that was
and
Ancient Fury.
there's no
Holy
Ancient Fury.
fuck,
It's
Cyclone's
not
smart.
an easy task to defend these Phoenix, but it's a possible one. Would have been impossible otherwise.
We know how they did it last time. If Penny Q and Cyclone just seemed to have a force field in front of them, they had the perfect positioning. But
Yeah.
Scream died instantly, and it feels like that has to be one of many things that 5Ms can't afford on this incoming defense.
Scream has been a non-factor in the last 10 minutes, and it's really due to Lasra and Variety marking him wherever he goes. He got spotted by a ward. I thought it had expired in time, but maybe they'd use an Eye of the Jungle charge to see exactly where everyone was, because I thought Scream had a great flank in, but just really got zoned out by this backline in that instance, but front line the vast majority of the time. It's going to be hard for him to find an angle into the back And Pele's not exactly the front-to-back queen in the jungle, right? She wants to get immediate access into squishy characters. If he can find it, Scream, he can one-shot them. But that's a pretty big if. For the last 10 minutes, Variety and Lasbra have made sure that he's got no chance.
We've seen it matter in big moments.
Wait,
Streak
Cyclone
up,
has
still
Hydras.
sitting on an Obsidian Dagger for
Yo,
this next
Cyclone's
fight.
build is
Team Risk step
one
up,
shot
needed by
Jingwei
Phoenix.
with attack speed.
Ragnarok out. Beads is the answer for 5Ms in the middle. It's a fight for Cherry so far, but he's got to keep hanging on.
It's really not very tanky right now.
Ario's fine, you're trolling.
Then he takes a lot
fighting
of
him mid.
damage.
They're forced out.
They missed
Team
knockup.
Risk back up. They did not get that middle Phoenix yet. It's so low though, and the left one is down.
I don't think they can. I don't see how they win this game.
Same spot they were in just a few moments ago.
They've got more
through.
frontline alive now. That's good. That's good news. But otherwise, it's not looking great for 5Ms now. This pressure on Phoenixes from Athena jungle with the Hydras and the Bumbas is just really high.
He missed. Oh, wait, no. Oh, he got him.
Well,
Benny made a sick play
that's
there.
one way to alleviate the pressure on the Phoenixes.
Benny made a
That's one
nasty
way to do it.
dash on the Athena
I
there.
don't
That
know if
was
Lasbra
filthy.
was backing, looking for a pick, what, but I don't think 5Ms is going to let Risk run away.
These
from
junglers,
free.
bro. I'm not gonna
Athena's
lie.
up on 5Ms,
Little
but
slop.
can they catch?
I don't know how to pick up my jaw from the floor for this next fight. The 5Ms stepping up, they see an opportunity, and they see Genetics
Stunned him.
caught in a stun.
he's gotta call- you gotta kill him. You gotta kill him.
Streak's trying to help from the side.
You
Genetics
gotta
turns
kill
around,
him.
gets a two-man freeze, goes into ult.
Who
doing
just
work,
dies at
and is
Pele?
still getting away. An engage out from Variety too helps get
Pele
the
got
support
taken
out.
down to
Wow, I
20%.
can't believe Genetics lives there. That Hussar's wings ended up mattering. Slows did not happen on him
Are
whatsoever.
they gonna fight this?
They're able to turn it around and Risk
Pele's
to try
trolling.
and chase back.
Pele's trolling. Pele's dead.
Seconds with ultimate.
Pele's trolling.
Scream is kind of a no man's
What are
land.
you
Scream just got
doing?
caught.
You
Out by Variety.
turd.
He's gonna have to win a 1v3. There's
Bro,
no
get this
chance
dude
in
outta
hell
here.
for anyone
Get him
like
outta
that
here.
to
I'm not even
live.
trolling.
Scream's gone, and Team Risk with a new
Dog shit.
opportunity.
Get him out of
I
here.
thought Lasbra getting picked was the worst possible play. That was worse from Scream because that is really, really difficult for you to bounce back from. Lasbra gets caught by
Why
a
did he
Benny
go farm
stun,
for
sets up
lifesteal?
for that pick, but
When you can
Scream,
hear the abilities.
why is he down there? He's going to farm? I don't understand. I
don't
really,
know
really
what
don't
the
like
fuck
call
Scream is
from
doing,
Van
but if
Vallen.
I'm on that team, I'm fucking
Live
tilted at his
beside
ass.
both things. The right side Phoenix. The siege begins from Team Risk. That's the last one standing for 5Ms. They group up around it, looking for the defense, but they've got to
Scream
deal
has
with
thrown this game
trouble
3 times.
brewing towards their back line as Variety
First
is
fire,
working,
which
and
was
they've gotta
free, he
let the
pussied
Phoenix
out.
go.
Second fire
No
defending,
more
he got
Phoenixes
caught.
stand for
Right here,
5Ms.
he gets caught.
Just tough, man. I mean, I think that the decision to try and chase them down, what else are you doing with that
Orgars
time?
would not do well in this
Your
meta.
5Ms, I don't
Because
blame
Gars
them
was always one of those
whatsoever.
people who
I
was
thought
like,
they'd be
I
able to
won't build
Genetics
tank
at the
junglers.
very
That's dumb.
least, but
So yeah, it wouldn't work for
not
me.
able to catch him, not able to get him locked down in that River's Rebuke. He still had Phantom Shell, and then Scream getting picked is just absolutely devastating. It completely destroys the chance of taking this next fight on even ground. This should be an easy Fire Giant now for Team Risk. I doubt that 5Ms is going to try and come out of their base.
Benny has hard carried this match.
Just the timing is
Mike's
brutal
plays and Benny's
here for
plays and
5Ms.
Cherio's
Their
fucking
Phoenixes are
1v3s have
not
carried this
quite
match.
up, but Fire Giant is up and ready to go.
36 minutes, and
Fenner's been picked a
we're
ton.
up over
Tanks,
that
bro.
100,000
Tank
gold
junglers.
version. It felt like,
Fenner has an item on his
automatic
2,
guarantee
basically, so he gets
with how
power
this
from his
game's
kit
going.
rather than needing an
5Ms
item.
is on death's door, but they've still got
All
fight in
about the
them.
tanks.
This Fire Giant's going to decide a whole heck of a lot of Team Risk. Not the first to start it up. It is 5Ms. They're 5 on fire. Team Risk looking for an answer. Genetics
playing aggro
slow,
here.
gets a big freeze, but it's still
Good
stuck.
dunk. There
Cherry
it is.
goes
That's
for
what
the
they needed to
engage.
do. Get him.
5Ms looking to make something happen. Looking to make
Wait, they're
their
cooking.
own
That's
miracles.
fine.
And
Finally,
Benny Q
Scream.
might lead the
I don't
way,
even
but
care.
they lose Scream along the way.
Wait.
Streak was so low. Such a great play from
Spin
Scream, but he
almost
just
a Fenrir, bro.
didn't quite have enough damage, and I love
Bro,
the
if they
call
didn't kill
from
it
5Ms.
all, if he
Forget
didn't get away with
waiting
1
around to
health,
lose.
then they
Let's go in there
100%
and
kill
get
the
messy,
Nua
Let's
anyway.
get down in the
And
mud
this
and
fight's
just
over.
get
Game's
a
over.
Weird Fire Giant pull happening. Make it
That
a
was
little
the
chaotic,
best
and it
engage
nearly
Scream
works
has had this whole
perfectly,
game.
but
He
Risk
didn't pussy
just
out.
able to survive. Losing Theeks does put a stop on the aggression and might buy enough time for 5Ms. But look at this.
Left and mid
Benny!
Phoenix up, and the fight's in the jungle.
Benny!
Team Risk think they got a
Yes,
Benny!
Benny!
Run into a
Save
red wall.
me! Let's
Bringing
go!
them down. A big time.
Let's go. Literally the 3
60
players I just said were
second
making
response.
plays.
The left and middle Phoenix
Boom.
are back up, and 5Ms continue
Boom.
to have fight.
Look at Mike, man. He's clapping it up. He knows it's getting messy right now, and that's exactly what 5M
Look at this
want.
wave. Holy
It
shit.
can't just be clean Smite from here. You've got to get it to be a little
Dude,
bit chaotic.
Benny
And that is
dashing into
exactly
his
what has
boys
happened. Now
and
this should be an
everybody
easy
turning
Fire
was
Giant
filthy.
For 5Ms, and they only have 1 Phoenix down.
If they
I wonder
lose
if
this,
Variety could backdoor mid Phoenix.
I'm going
Looks like
upstairs
he's
and I'm
hanging
crying
around,
myself to
waiting
sleep.
Try and ambush someone. No way Streak does it again.
If
right?
Streak does it again, he's ready.
Oh,
Gets
the
Riptide
toss.
and
Big,
slows him
big,
down.
big,
Arrow
big,
out,
big,
too
big,
early.
big.
Jump
Big,
away.
nice, let's go.
Streak's in the dirt. And
Nice,
5M's got a
Fierce.
Fire Giant.
Variety is
Push.
on mid Phoenix.
Fuck
He
push.
will not.
He can't get it.
He
didn't get
will
the
not
Phoenix.
get it.
Push.
And
Fuck
5Ms now starting to roll.
Mike
They've got the
making
Fire
the
Giant on all
plays,
5.
baby.
55 seconds left on
Mike and
Streak.
fucking
They might be able
Benny.
to end the game.
Unbelievable.
Benny might be the best mid laner in the game right now.
Shown zero quit.
Once he
in Smite
doesn't play
2
Raw every
throughout
game.
the entire tournament, and they're looking to force a game 5. They've got the tools. They have 40 seconds until Streak Up is up.
No
Now
shot. We
add
don't
a
take another
Phoenix
Phoenix.
to what they've got.
Okay, they are.
Decide not to go for the end. Up 4 members, 2 towers up. I think it's the right call from 5Ms. Just take your win and try and get another fight
They're gonna
going.
get Pyro
but
and
all
gold
the
at
traditional
end.
looking fights have gone poorly.
50K
for 5Ms. It's
damage
been
from
these
Agni.
messy ones
He's
that have
cooking.
really gone their way.
How many 3K
And now
pots
that
does he
you're
have?
letting Rift
They need
kind
a
of set
marker
their
for
feet,
3K
catch
pots.
their breath, Streak coming back up. That is a little bit of a concern, I think, for 5Ms. But
Let's go.
overall, man, you can't ask for more. If you're a team of this NA squad, they've got all 3 Phoenixes up. They've gotten a right side Phoenix down. Their right side Phoenix will not need to get pushed out because they've got matching fire waves now. They've got Fire Giant for a minute 50
Ooh-wee.
plus.
This is wild. That
I
Pele's full
love it
damage, by
when
the way.
Trelly gets
He
to
has
make fun of
Gargoyle, which
Bobby
is
and then
basically a
be
damage
proven
item.
So right.
It's the best time,
This
isn't it?
Agni pick has been absolutely perfect for Benny Q. It has been
Benny
a
has been
huge
perfect.
difference
Over
maker
50K damage.
in this game.
Benny
And this
has
back
played
line from 5M
insanely well this game.
is just untouched. They are 0 deaths between Benny Q and Cyclone Spin 40 minutes into this game. Lasbra has been too busy trying to keep everyone else alive in the back line, and he's done a good job of that, but it has made it so that he can't access the back line like he could with the Thanatos pick.
5M's pushing down the left side.
No way he
Lasbra
can kill this,
in
right?
Looking to consider to make the play.
There's
Gonna
no way
cover
he
with the
does this.
map
He's
down.
full tank.
So 5M's
No
will be
way.
aware.
Oh, he's gonna try and backdoor
He's
it.
trying to
They said
backdoor
no.
it with
They
Hydras,
called
but
back
he's not going
the
to.
recall from Scream. Lasbra's still in solo, and 5M's begin to push up to the Phoenix.
That's a nice
Lasbra
idea.
needs a beer
Make
for the
screen
taunt.
channel to the back there. That would have completely alleviated the pressure, but now 90 seconds, Lasbra on the way back.
Where is your engage? What's your go button? It's
Cheerio.
right there, but you gotta get back out. The Eagles
They're not
rally for these
splitting
things.
the Phoenix
Ragnarok on
again,
the
bro.
chase. Fight spawn with Defender.
I mean, they got double ult, so it's fine, but bro, please just split.
Cheerio.
Why
But
won't they
damn,
split?
is that scary.
And I think this is good for 5Ms. They should be able to just regroup, heal up
Push
with Fire
mid
Giant,
and
heal up
split.
with Kimoja, and go
Stop.
right back at
Still
it.
have a minute with fire.
No beads on Cyclone is the big one, is the big cooldown that Risk got there, but it cost them 4 ultimates. Lasbra's got Blink
They
coming
need
up.
2 mid and
No
3
Talented Purification
left.
from Mike.
They should not be 5 stacked.
I don't know, man. It's gonna
They've
be
died
close.
every time they
Scream
5 stacked.
might be able to get enough pressure here with his ultimate still up.
Scream, always one to watch for
Lasbra
Benny
has
Q's
no
been
ult.
the damage. Lasbra is stuck in an island in solo. You have to take the old-fashioned way back if you want to be a part of this fight, but it seems like Team Risk don't want to fully call Lasbra into the action just yet.
No Naga to drop here for 5Ms. I think that would have been a huge beneficial
Split mid.
thing to
What are
have,
you guys
because
doing?
Now Lasbra can just come by wave cadence.
Go
He
5
doesn't
mid,
need
get the
to
tower,
stay
and
all
then
the time.
split
He
the
actually
lanes.
almost has Defender
They're running
with
out of
this up
fire. They have
again,
30 seconds on Fire
which is
Giant.
crazy. Tons of cooldown rate in that build. And I don't know if 5M's gonna be ready for it. Also has
Bro, they're
Blink
not- they're
Taunt
gonna chicken out.
ready to go on to Cyclone Spin.
5M step in. Eagles rally. Leads the way. 5M's
That
ready to make the
Ymir
play.
wall is
Cherry
so
cut off for the
good.
team.
Cherry is fucked.
Stunned up and done. Streak finds Cherry, but the
Oh,
engage
Pele's
is the rest
cooking.
of 5M's.
He's
Doesn't
dead.
go great on 2.
Wait, who has the dagger?
Fights back and finds the double. Streak up stops everybody.
Who
Phoenix
daggered?
finds Cyclone and 5M's. They are
Scream,
stopped.
fuck the dagger?
Benny Q and PBM are the only 2 left And I think they've got to try and take this fight now while the rest of the team is still weak.
Who had
It's
dagger?
5 versus 2 for 50 seconds, and it was just too little damage
Dagger
coming down
timed
Cherry.
out?
Cherry goes in
Wow.
zones, both backline, but no one from 5Ms can kill the
Oh
front
my
line.
gosh,
Trap
bro.
set.
They were able to turn the corner, but they can't find damage onto Variety. Meanwhile,
Now they
mid
can't
lane,
back.
don't lose
Dude,
sight.
I think the
Team
game's
Risk,
over.
who's marching down
Game is
mid.
over.
5Ms is in a race
They
against
can't
time.
back.
to
Game's
get
over.
back to the base to defend, to keep themselves in the upper bracket, but they keep getting stopped along the way.
The
Team
fact that
Risk
whoever's
makes their
shot calling
way
never
into
called
the
for a
throne room
split.
with Streak and Genetics. 5Ms still not here. Here they come.
Benny Q gonna try and do it, but it's not gonna be enough.
No, they can't do it. 5Ms go down and Team Risk take it. They go right to the grand finals.
Impressive stuff from Team
If you're that
Risk.
team or that coach and
It
you
looked
don't talk
sketchy
about
there
when you're
multiple
sieging Phoenixes
times, Val,
splitting
but they
up
find a way
3-2, you're
to
trolling.
claw back.
They
and
threw the
put
first game
themselves
doing the
into
same
grand
exact
finals
thing.
on the winner's side. Lasbra and Variety continue to impress on that right-hand side, but it's gotta be Streak in that last game, stealing away the Fire Giant, getting the big kills, hitting everything, barely
That's crazy,
ends
bro.
up getting touched in that game. A whole team effort from Risk. They do it
probably
yet
Tuesday.
again. This team, we knew they would be contenders. We knew with how they played during the Founder Series. they
Tuesday,
should
there's
be
a new
considered
god.
one of
There's
the teams to
Kraken,
beat.
so I'm guessing Tuesday.
After their performance in Atlanta, we all had
I'm gonna
some
go
question
pee. I'm
marks.
pissed.
But
Maybe
now
Region.
those questions have been answered. This Team Risk team is for real, and they are going to the grand finals.
And 5Ms, so while down to the lower brackets, they've showed they know the definition of fighting and not being afraid to go down. So Team Risk, they're in the grand finals. 5Ms, they have a chance to get there. We might even see this again. We got a lot of teams left to go, a lot of day to go. So Desk, break it down, guys.
Thanks so much, Malum and Aggro. And I mean, what a everything game set, whatever you want to slice into. I mean, so much. No matter, this is going to be true for both teams. So much goes right, so much goes wrong. The only thing that's more true for Team Risk is that the things that went right end in the Titan falling down.
Heck of a performance from Streak. I mean, that Fire Giant steal I'm still thinking about. That really was the turning point in the game for
you
me.
gotta
Sure, it went back and forth many times, but if 5Ms was just able to confirm that FG or get off and just start a fight, I can't help but think we'd be looking at a Game 5 situation. Regardless, there were so many good walls from Genetics. I mean, Theeks was staying safe as well as possible. You know, just adding into the poke. Oh, maybe they can end? Oh, we got hit by a new wall. Oh, we can't go in. We have to get sustained back up. The stall, like, you have to peel so hard from Cherry and Scream diving your backline. As Gore said, so much had to go right and so much had to go wrong just to get to this situation, but it ends up in favor of Risk.
4 games. There's so much. I mean, realistically, there were a lot of saving graces, and you know, much to Trelly, who I think was I'm gonna say it was a called shot, right? I mean, you saw it right before it got locked in. The Agni was doing a lot of work that game to keep things going. So was the Pele.
Yeah, you gotta give your flowers to Benny there. He was outstanding in that game. I think did he even fall at the end there? I know he was 6-0 going into that last fight, and he survived, so I'm sure he hadn't fallen a single time. They were really struggling to get to Cyclone Spin as well, but finally, the Nuwa had some impact. I think Cyclone escaped out of that siege on the Phoenix with about, I don't know, 600, 700 health, got destroyed by the Nuwa ult coming down and ends up hitting the deck. And I think that was the turnaround here for Team Risk, and that's why they're going to the final. Their base defense was outstanding. Ymir Wall, a great tool to stop people hitting the Phoenix. Nuwa 1 and 2, really, really impactful, clearing the minions from safe distance, and then using that ult to re-engage after killing the Bellona onto the Phoenix really turned that game around.
Not to mention the ease of execution of just having Lasbra on the Athena. Didn't have the fanciest stat line, wasn't exactly popping off, making the flashy plays, but Dash Taunt held so much fear in the eyes of 5Ms, because they knew, okay, Blink Taunt, Dash Taunt, there's just so many ways that you can set up for the axe coming from Shriek or any sort of damage that they had to respect every single siege, every single initiation coming from Team Risk. And I think that stopped them when they wanted to go into Phoenix, right? There's a couple times where 5Ms had the one-man advantage. They had, you know, the ability to go in and actually siege the base, and they're like, but they have Ragnarok and they've got this taunt and we don't have beads up, we got to be so careful. So they would just decide and sort of stall and just wait, and it ended up not working out for them.
I mean, this is a matchup, and I mean, again, you can start dissecting little moments where, like you said, hey, this Fire Giant steal, like, could you have zoned there? Well, but you know what? 5 minutes later, you didn't, and you got another opportunity. Somehow, you got another opportunity. You know, there was a moment like on right, Scream Ties, even at the end there, right, where you get this big dive from the Bellona, and it's like, gotta deal with Streak, gotta deal with the Ul. Gets to him.
We got 2 big
dies.
sets.
Scream goes massive just to the side, but guess who's still alive? Streak up. And that sometimes is all you really need, especially in a Phoenix defense. That range, I mean, it's just everything feels like it went really, really good in one specific moment for Team Risk.
That sounds good.
That's sometimes all you need when the game gets that long.
Absolutely. I mean, you would think the players on the other side, and maybe you would think Streak Up isn't the player to be making the clutch plays in that game. You know, you look at all the experience there, the World Championship wins in Smite 1, but it seems like it was Streak over Cyclone Spin that decided that set overall. He was the X factor. Variety, of course, had those outstanding performances on the Thor, but after that got banned away from him, kind of fell off the pace a little bit compared to Cherio.
That was my plan. I've been streaming pretty much this whole week, so starting Monday is the goal of that.
I will say, at least in my eyes, what I was considering coming into this, I was like, this is going to be one of the best sets of Smite 2 we've ever seen. I think I can go ahead and say and stand by that. That was, I mean, it's just incredible.
So far.
I could go for some crab cakes.
That's the sites you've seen so far. The tournament has still yet to go. And, you know, we talked about this a bit, and I'm curious to what you guys think about would we see this matchup again in the grand finals? You got to remember that there's some hungry teams sitting and waiting to see who they're going to face, right? Like, these guys are still like, we're in this too. We want to get to grand finals. This is not as cut and dry as it may seem.
Because you end up in this really hard spot where if you are, you know, looking at this Team Risk, as Malin mentioned at the end, they are in the grand finals. Yep. They're there. 5M's isn't out. That was still an upper bracket, right? You get to take those 4 games, plus watch this next set, do whatever you need to kind of prepare yourselves. What went wrong with our job?
Kind of what I expected.
What do we need to fix up? What do we need to change? And then you get to watch,
these builds up
find out,
that are on here, to be honest.
Food Drive. Whoever's going to come face you, one of them, if you've already beat this tournament, the other one, you know, who knows, right? A coin toss, maybe we'll find out who that's going to be.
Not gonna lie, Genetics team,
in a pretty good position.
They look pretty fucking good
for that. So it's going to be a do or die moment later, but they are going to have that do or die moment. Right now, though, probably floating on cloud 9, a 4-game set.
Bro,
really
5M doesn't deserve to win.
Smite, but a win
Not that
and a
set.
spot in the grand finals. We got Lasbra standing by on the stage.
Cherio played like shit early.
We have
Scream played
Lasbra
like shit that last game.
Lasbra,
And then they just won't split push the Phoenixes.
I was jumping up and down during that series. I almost fell out of my
watching
seat.
you,
But
brother. Keep
man,
up
yeah,
the
because
good
after
work.
game 2,
Yeah, I'm watching all the games.
right, it looked like you guys had the series well in hand. But game 3 comes up, Scream picks Pele. It feels like things started to flip in 5M's favor there. So after game 3, what's going on in the comms getting ready for picks and bans in game 4 and how to react and counteract?
I mean, I think in game 3 we could have won, even though they had pretty good pick and bans. We just adjusted a little bit, and we were pretty happy with how the game went in game 3. Obviously lost it, but we're pretty confident going into game 4.
I mean, that game 4 had some really back and forth moments. Looked like you were going to win, then it looked like 5M's was going to win. There was a moment where you die, and Genetics also dies, and it looks like 5M's are finally about to win. How are you guys staying calm in that moment and still able to make a play at the end? Is it just strong leadership going on with comms? Are you guys just that different?
No, I think the leadership is playing a big role. Like Genetics and Harry, they just know what they're doing. They're always calm and collected, and that's just how we need to play it. And yeah, I'm very, very proud of the boys.
Well, you're representing EMEA in the grand finals here in the Smite 2 Founders Series, but down in the lower bracket, you could see 5M's again. Do you want to see them again, or maybe I should ask you, who do you think you can beat?
I mean, I think we can beat all the teams, and it would be fun to play against Mike and them again. You know, Mike being my old teammate, and we won Welsh last year, and obviously Cherry, but he was the coach. It's been very fun playing against them, and I think there's some pretty competitive games.
All right, Lasbra, well, thank you so much, man, and congratulations on making the grand finals. Good luck tomorrow. That's Team Risk making it to the grand finals. There's still a lower bracket that we got to get through to figure out who's going to be playing against them. So get up and take a quick break, because we're going to go on a break and be back with the lower bracket.
What I
Hello,
always
Lazarus.
tell people when they ask me on my stream what I think of Smite 2, the quality of the game is just higher. It just feels better to play Smite 2.
It
I
does.
personally
Smite 1, poo-poo compared to this. I'm gonna go get more food.
Is better in basically every way than Smite 1. Everything seems more smooth and more crisp. The changes, the one relic, everything about it is just more fun.
At the start, I was a little bit confused of which direction they were going to go with the game, but with the addition for active items for my role specifically, it changes the whole game with matchups. You can turn into a boar, you can fire Lifebinder, you can stampede everybody, you can cleanse everybody. The way you can play the game is completely different, and it's opened up role variety massively.
All this stuff was not in Smite 1. You couldn't do stuff like this. Yeah, sure, you had relics, but you were mainly beads, Aegis, Blink, TP. Like, you didn't have a lot of options. But like now, in-game, you can adapt a lot. You can, a guild with no CC can suddenly have a knock-up or have a silence, and I think that's really cool, and I've always wanted stuff like this in Smite.
There's a lot more like new interactions happening, and you have to adapt a lot faster, which is kind of making it more fun to play.
Like being able to use like the relic every time you can is just like so fun actually. Like you can like start to cast an ability, blink to catch up. Like it's just so fun.
Having matchups that I've played for a decade feel different in some way is really cool to me. That's kind of weird to have to rewire an old man's brain like mine and have to relearn things. I think it's exciting.
At this point, I like it like a lot better. I think the game's just has a lot more variety, especially with like active items. Like team fights feel pretty much different every time I play it. So I've really been enjoying it, especially like competing in it.
They're just pumping out so much content like every week or two that literally I think at the start of next year it's already going to be kind of comparable in terms of replay value.
I've been used by the useless. My whole body's covered in bruises, consumed by the clueless, so full of lies and excuses. I've let you.
All right, so we got Elion versus Food Break, right? Would have been the hype picks for this tournament. Morgan support was hyped early. I like the Athena jungle. Yeah, I don't know. That's about it. There haven't been a lot of hype picks, but a lot of the same picks over and over again. They're gonna have skins in Smite 2, but who knows when. They stopped developing them because people were crying and they just focused on the game. And that's why it's so good now. No way, Rogue. How does Shmeev die to a scav all the time? Shmeev kind of washed. Woody, if you're in here, I'll turn it off. There's some other new shit I gotta show you that they added. Some new, I don't even know what the fuck it's called. It's got like a different name. All right, I will. Sounds good. Hades like 0-5 in the tournament. Hades has got rolled this tournament. Sustain warriors and shit are just better. Sounds good, Woody. Down. I'll be around next week. There's just been a lot of streaming this week. I'm at like, I'm up on 50 hours this week already. I have 1.4 million gems. Probably Tally. That's the most I'll have streamed in a very, very long time. And I still just want to stream more. All right. El Leon versus Food Boys.
Welcome back, Las Vegas and Smite 2 fans all around the world to the Smite 2 Founder Series. We have already gotten ourselves one team into the grand final.
You grinding that shit, Woody?
Team Risk from EMEA. I know the 5M's fans here.
Where's
Don't
the lights?
worry, got some time to sit back, recuperate. They're gonna need your energy later on to get into the grand finals. They'll play one more match at least here today. But before we get there,
Budget cuts on
we
the
gotta
lights.
find out who their opponents are. We got another NA versus EMEA matchup, and it's two teams that have already lost to the two teams that are still in the tournament. Food Drive for Globe, your first team to the stage, hoping for some retribution against 5M's later on. Their date with destiny a little bit shorter on the other side of this matchup, hoping to get a second chance at Team Risk. Please welcome Smoke Break. The big question is Benko in the suit gonna be the difference maker? He got his luggage, he got the suit on, and we know that Benko in a suit is really, really scary to play against. All right, Gormizer, Desk, let's kick it off.
Thank you so much, Dave, and welcome again back to everyone. Smite 2 Founders Series here in the HyperX Arena, Las Vegas. It has been
Why is El Leon so tiny, bro? What do you mean?
It's gonna be a real treat. I got Lermy and Aggro sitting by, and the reason I wanted, because I was like, oh, do I do my ad read first or should I rope you in? But this one can it kind of involve you both.
Deathwalker's real name is Benko, I think someone said.
Now. The Smite 2 is free to play. Like, it's out. You can just go play it wherever
I
you want.
hate the laptop too. Why doesn't he take it away?
Coming, Smite fans. I mean, at this point, about 12 whole years of it, and I am just so happy to be able to finally be able to bring this game to play with all of you guys, all of my friends, also hopping back in as well now that it's free to play, and so many more gods at your disposal as well.
nearing that 50 mark. We're real close, and it's been a grind to get here for sure, but we're excited and obviously very honored with the reception that it's gotten from the community, and hope that everyone continues to play and enjoy.
I know it's, you know, and we saw it a little bit in that video where people were saying, like, you know what, like, we can see the direction it's headed in.
Yeah.
And it's like,
yeah, bro, that's not even a small laptop. That's like a fucking 17-inch laptop instead of a 14.
The tension's been there. They have been, I mean, it has been, like, incredible. I walked in at one point when Aggro was down for the last land, and you were, like, pulling your hair out trying to get something to work. And it was just for that final push. And that's, I mean, but that's the kind of thing. Like, everybody's been doing that level of work and that level of grind to get the game feeling the best that it possibly can, and that's where it's at. So please do check it out again, free on any of your gaming platforms that you want to go. Check out some Smite 2, learn about aspects, the different item changes, learn the map changes, play some Assault. I mean, there's so much you can jump in.
Duel.
Well, okay,
those
well,
just came in
I mean,
recently.
those
Aladdin.
are there, but like,
Come on.
It's me.
I'm with you, Gore. I'm with you.
How the fuck would I work for
That's
Hi-Res?
your preferred mode.
Enjoy.
You will not be seeing me. What you will be seeing is the bracket as we look again at where we are at here in the Founder Series. Team Risk, they are probably going to be watching a lot of today's games with rapt interest because somebody that's playing is going to meet them in the grand finals, but they don't play again until tomorrow. They get to relax in some regards. Smoke Break, Food Drive, that's what we're about to see. Just saw them into the stage 5Ms.
I wonder if 5Ms will be mentally ready to play whoever wins this.
And those are the only things left for us today. Again, we're looking at it 2 best of 3s now that we've gone through, and realistically, holy, if we were going through best of 5s and they were anything like that one, we'd need 4 more days.
Seriously.
in the venue. Yeah, no, best of 3s that we're going to be moving forward with. Smoke Break versus Food Drive. I'm really excited to see this one. And then again,
Hi-Res just sponsored streamers. There's like 8 fucking streamers just on this bitch.
And you'll see whoever wins
still streaming?
this, taking on 5Ms. And then tomorrow,
yeah, there's a dude with 12K viewers streaming right now, a dude with 3.6, a dude with 3.1,
Sunday as well.
a dude with 1.7. They're not Smite streamers.
Just make sure you're staying around as we move forward. Instead of focusing on that stuff, though, I'll hone in the 2 teams that we have coming in. And Aggro, this one's, I think, really interesting to me because Smoke Break for a long time was kind of getting smacked down in EMEA.
Yeah.
And then they showed up, and I even remember talking to Benko at one point. He was kind of surprised they showed up. But that seems to be
Backlogs? What
some
is
of their
that?
strength is coming in. Is
that what their YouTube channel's called?
Hands-on.
Exactly. And now that they're here, now that they're back where they're
The
typically
backlogs.
at inland and competing, they look just like their old selves, right? I mean, Benko and Johnny on the right-hand side of the map is a win condition.
I don't see
every
any
single game
Smite 2
you
videos.
load into the map. But it's been El Leon and what he's done to
Was
that
it
dual
a
lane
was it a
alongside
in-video
Chrome, and
promo?
it's allowed kind of Sap to really flourish. I think that Sap and his emergence
It was an
as
ad?
a
Yeah,
top
okay.
mid laner, particularly when he's on the Hecate, is something that has really been a huge boon for Smoke Break.
I know another thing, and this is always really fun because we could yap for days already, just the 3 of us. So why not add 2 more people? The casters, I know, Jorby and Inbound, you're sitting around in the venue. I know you're probably waiting for this one. How are you guys feeling before the set?
I mean, honestly, following up that last set is definitely a tough one.
Difficult.
But like, I'm kind of high energy afterwards. Like that game 4 was nuts.
Falling out of your seat,
But
right?
I'm just excited to see. I did fall out of my seat. It was incredible.
beautiful.
Yeah, thank you.
Graceful.
But I'm just excited to see more Valo jungle.
Bobby's
That's what I'm-
tie.
And I
Did-
want to see.
Did he fall out of a seat for real?
I have no idea. I
Oh, okay, I thought-
on the stage.
Aggro,
It's
you guys
like,
were
it's like
saying
you know,
that.
if a tree falls in the forest, if a Jorby falls off his chair.
I
you
have
know.
heard that second one.
Yeah,
yes.
this isn't a
Yeah.
bit aggro. He fell out of his chair.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted, Bobby. Thanks.
It was a bit.
Okay.
But going towards the dual lane, I think I want to see a little bit from El Leon here, and I want to see a little bit from Echrome. I think they had a pretty lackluster first day.
Borby?
Aggro pointed it out. I think Sap played
The
very,
duo
very
cast
well.
of Borby?
Benko and Johnny are ever reliable. I think I just need to see them step up just a little bit.
Well, it's funny, you talk about Echrome, but Tegvir on the other side, I feel like has taken the next step on land. He's played some of the best Smite that we've seen him play on land so far, and I'm excited.
Dude,
to see
yeah,
more of that.
Tegvir was going
Drive team.
crazy
Their
on
shit's
Zeus.
Good. I mean, I just want to see what else they have in the tank.
Yeah, no, I really do think that this is going to be like head to toe, like just a fantastic set. But like realistically, and I said this is why I put my one poker chip on Smoke Break, which is because when they get lower bracket, especially now that Benko's got a suit, that is admittedly, had I known yesterday, it might have changed some of my opinions. But
Conflict, thank you for the 12. Goliath, thank you for the sub earlier. Padded, thank you for the 31. Hopefully the headset's good. J Squared, thank you for the 6.
Yeah, there is the legend of lower bracket Benko, and it's true. You put his back against the wall.
Woody, thank you for the 59. Lower bracket Benko.
And I think they're going to need to, not only just to win this set, but I mean 5Ms also looks great, and that's what they have to look forward to next. I mean, it's a crash course.
That's a big upgrade, Conflict.
5Ms.
That's
These
a
teams
fat
both
upgrade.
need to step up if they want to disrupt that.
Yeah, I know.
I got another follow up on that. Smart guy.
There you go. I mean, I was waiting to see if you had anything. Well, I'll say thank you guys. Save your voices, right? Be prepared. Smoke Break and Food Drive, right? You're going to need it. The energy in the crowd has been absolutely electric all day so far. And of course, that's just from one set. We haven't even gotten set 2, let alone looking forward towards set 3. But before we get into this, I believe we got to talk to both of these teams, at least hear a little bit from both of these teams. So combined, we've got a Smoke Break and Food Drive interview video for you to enjoy.
One big thing I want to ask you, it's kind of been a common trend today as you've been hearing some of the questions. When you look at the other side, when you look at Smoke Break, is there a player, is there maybe a lane that you guys are focused in on, you're worried about, or you guys just easy sailing?
Earlier, Leon said that he's here in Vegas to make money. He's not playing like it.
Thanks for the money.
Smoke Break survive in the lower bracket, going on to play Food Drive for Globe.
And he's a troll.
What a fight.
So yeah, we're feeling like really excited to be in the semifinals, to just keep continuing through the tournament. It's just a pleasure to play on stage in front of people cheering you on. I get excited, like you can't help but feel really excited to move on.
Now that we're in semifinals, we definitely have still a lot to talk about and work on. I really felt like this was my first time ever with this team being able to shot call. For them to trust me, I felt like was a big part of us really getting down to that game 3 and winning.
For Smoke Break, we really liked our look at them in the last LAN. They're a tough team, you know. They seem to adapt really well to what our playstyle is, so we just have to mix it up.
It's going to be a very interesting rematch.
Why does everyone give Andy? He played pretty bad that set before when that guy talked
I think
trash.
that's going to play a big part. We're both
What
riding
the
up a
fuck
high,
was that?
a low into a high, which
He
is
just gave him a little
definitely
bro
different from just
hug.
winning. It shows
He squished
character,
his
in my
glasses and
opinion. I'm hoping to
everything.
move on and hope that trust
That's
comes along. 'Cause we're going to
crazy.
need it versus Globe.
Again, I felt like I heard a mic drop with just
That
the
was
thanks
awesome.
for the money, which is very. I mean, realistically, I could see.
No,
Rail
Woody, he
saying
didn't make
that
it.
anyway.
Had
Like, I
ex-
could have
Oh, yeah.
been like in call, standing up, shouting to the other side. This is a couple of teams though that
He said nice.
The improvements have been something that I've watched really with a lot of interest because they have continued to get better. Like Food Drive Lermy, I mean, I even remember saying like when I first saw the team roster and I was just kind of like, yeah, I guess these guys will be like all right, you know, like, but I didn't know what to expect, and I was looking for some of the other teams that had players whose names were recognizable from Smite 1. So maybe they'll transfer in. Turns out I was really, really, really wrong, and I've never been happier to be that wrong. They have been looking great. Food Drive for Globe, again, fighting for everything they have. But to hear how they're
Yeah,
feeling
he was
right
also
now, we've got
view
Tech here
botting,
standing
and he
by
got
on
called
stage for
out,
an interview.
and they turned off the view bots, and his viewership just
Tegveer,
got tanked.
the carry for Food Drive for Globe, sitting alongside me. Tegveer, this is a team that had no prior stage crowd experience. You're now a couple sets in. Do you feel like you're settling into it well?
Yeah, I think we're settling in. I think there were some nerves for the first set, but I think they're pretty much all gone now.
Well, and the first set was a loss to 5Ms. You now know that they stand either in your way or Smoke Break's
This
way
guy's
to
a
getting into the
fucking
grand
beast
finals.
on Zeus.
How much do you want that
Fucking
rematch against
beast.
5Ms?
Well, we really want to beat them because they've like always beaten us throughout our like run all the way here, and I think we can do it.
Well, before you get there, you got to beat Smoke Break. This is another EMEA versus NA matchup. Do you feel like
Honestly,
it is
he was
two different regions,
probably
two different styles,
their
or is
best
it
player.
more team-based here at this event?
I think
Especially
it's
with consistency.
team-based. I don't know if they really have a EU-specific style, but they're a really strong team, and I think we're prepared for them.
Happen plus Tegveer versus E-Chrome plus El Leon. Which side are you favoring?
Well, it's going to be an Happen.
Seems like you've been playing some really good Smite. Appreciate it. Best of luck. We'll head back to the desk.
Now, the thing that really stands out to me here, Laramie, first off, Hazer's been calling them a team with a capital T, right? Like, they play together. But the other thing that Food Drive has that I think is really interesting, and
yeah, dude, we've been ripping on Pirate Software, bro.
They don't necessarily
Fuck that guy.
play the same stuff I've been seeing all the other teams been playing. Like, they've been doing their own thing, but it's been working out for them at least a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, as a team with relatively little LAN experience,
They're gonna run
especially not
Chalk.
in front
This
of the
team is
crowd,
gonna
I do
run
think
Chalk.
that it is very important for them.
They're
to,
Morgan
again, play
engaged
their
with
own
Chalk is
style.
how they're
I'm
winning
very
games.
impressed with
So if
the
the
kind
other
of
team
ideas
is
that they've had
smart,
and what
they'll
they've
ban
brought
Chalk.
out
There's
when
no
it
way
comes
Chalk
to the team
should be
comps
let
in
through.
general. And then the execution.
But
is
also,
another
are we
step
gonna
on
see
top of
Aladdin?
that. And
Finally.
overall, even though there were some slip-ups yesterday, I think altogether just super impressive stuff. But they will have to mix it up going into this set because
did
it's
Bobby
kind of
put
all
up
on
the
table
Zeus
now.
build that
They know
Tegveer's
what the
using?
game
Because
plan
that one's
is
a little
between
different than the ones
Morgan,
I've seen.
Chalks, and all
Because he's
that
getting
stuff. Can't be
a crit
running that
item in
every
there.
single day because teams have planned for that. They're ready.
Yes.
These are best of
The
threes.
do or die moment, right? Backs against the wall, not just for Food Drive, but for Smoke Break, who on the other side have been doing an incredible job. Again, a team that was able to dethrone Team Risk and one of the only ones
This set could
who
be
were
a
able to do so
really,
at the
really
last
good set.
LAN. He's got his luggage now as well, so I'm sure Benko's feeling even better. We can hear from himself as he's standing by
He
on the
was
stage.
doing Bracer, which I've never seen
I
anyone
don't know
build.
what fine clothing rhymes with Benko, but it's Suit Walker. I'll go back to that one for a moment here with me on stage. You got the suit, you're all dressed up. Is there a power-up associated with that, with your actual in-game play?
Absolutely, there is a power-up. And on top of that, earlier we got confirmation that Team Risk, in fact, are back, meaning our loss yesterday, like, we kind of like, shrugged it off.
Right, it's a quality loss, if you will. They are now awaiting in the grand finals. You've got a match, really two, before you can get there. Are you hungry for a rematch against Team Risk, though, or are you taking it one match at a time?
Well, there is a prophecy. Every tournament, Smoke Break has to face Team Risk at least twice.
And the only option now is in the grand finals. But you got a team, an NA team on the other side, not a lot of
weird,
experience
bro.
against them. What do you think Food
He's
Drive
so
for Globe does
weird.
well? And what do you guys need to do well to get a win?
I don't understand why Karmic, every time he plays against us, he's just the best player in the world. They just step it up against us, so we treat them with a lot of respect.
Do you feel like you've established a bit of a solo lane meta here at this event?
I did not turn the music down, right?
Adapting, watching what other
full.
teams
You're
are
totally.
playing and morphing it all together?
Not this time, I think. I think the meta, well, the meta kind of, I feel like automatically happens. I don't know if anyone specifically picked something that was out of the ordinary. I think we all kind of understood what was good, but just we weren't sure how good exactly it was when it comes to tournaments.
I think these
Benko,
interviews
a
are
couple
just
matches
quiet as
remain
fuck.
between
I'll
you
turn
and
it
a
back up.
potential second match against Team Risk. Best of luck. Thanks for your time. And we'll go back to the desk.
There's probably way more I should talk about from the interview, but up front, I want to, like,
I think they turned their mics
specifically,
down
And Laramie,
like a
this is
lot.
just because you don't have like the collar, that like you don't have to deal with the tie. How often do you think he's like wearing a suit to be comfy and cozy, like playing in it? Because like the only reason I'm okay doing this is because we did so many years where we had to wear this every broadcast.
It's true. No, I think that the rarity of it is what attributes to the power-up, really.
that-
It's
honestly.
like he never wears it otherwise, but when he does wear the suit, it's game time for
It's
Benko.
like taking the training weights off.
Exactly. It's taking the training weights off and it's
The
putting
training
the,
weights are just like
the tight
sweatpants and a jersey.
Yeah, those are the training weights. The tight collar and the tie is the real deal.
No, I don't, Woody.
By the way, that was
No,
mentioned
they were
that
fucking with their
Smoke
audio,
Break
bro. It
has
was
to
louder
face Team
earlier,
Risk
and they
at
just
least
randomly turned it down.
twice.
Their shit's been all over
So
the
I
place.
guess we'll see
Their
if the
stream crashed
prophecy
like 4
comes
times
true or
yesterday.
Food Drive have something different. He also mentioned that Carmen
It's a
also
high-res
becomes the
fucking
best player in
stream,
the
bro.
world, it seems like, whenever they play against
All
each other. Picks and
right,
Bands,
what are
game
we
one.
getting? Give me an
Smoke
Aladdin,
Break
please.
will be on the left side of the screen. Your first pick, Team Food Drive for Globe, responding. And again, a friendly reminder, 2 bans per team. And Laramie Chalk at the very beginning, which would normally throw me for a loop, but the Food Drive has been loving it.
Yeah, Chalk got a little chuckle out of me. I think that it really does seem to be the backbone of that Morgan composition we saw yesterday. When Chalk got banned, Morgan did not get played. So I'm kind of thinking that that's going to be the play.
Chalk
And
ban
honestly,
expected.
that's going to get a move from me
Aladdin,
too. Ooh,
you're a
give me
bitch.
Aladdin, man. Come on.
Listen, It's a little lame when it's the first pick side banning it. You know, like when
Yeah.
you're second pick, I get it. I wouldn't want to play against it either. When it's first pick side, it does. I mean, it's 50% of your bans that you got to commit.
Cowards ban Aladdin is right.
The heckity first pick. Aggro, this is not. Well, I was going to say this is
standard.
not common, but I think it's becoming increasingly more common as this entire tournament progresses.
Yeah, it seems that they also watched the last set that I watched.
Well, Medusa?
And, Hecate looked like the best
Medusa
mid
mid?
laner by a pretty considerable margin, but they passed up Uller, they passed up Medusa. We've seen a lot of Yamoja early, though I expect that to be a little bit less common here. And the Thor, I wonder if this is going to Karmic, because Variety made this pick look unbeatable in the solo lane.
It's gotta
looked
be Thor
worse in
solo.
jungle, I think, than solo, but Karmic has been that Hades player up until this
Anna
point.
solo
I
versus
wonder
Thor
if the Thor is
solo.
going to him, or if
It's gonna
they're
go
pick
crazy.
Hades and give it over to Valo.
That matchup is
I have not
crazy.
been loving the Hades thus far. I think it worked out pretty well when it was the new shiny thing and people didn't really understand how to play against it. But I do think it's kind of
They're gonna
lost
play
its
Fenrir.
luster a
Smoke
little
Break's
bit,
gonna play
especially in
Fenrir.
comparison to the Bologna, which we saw earlier. Of course, banned
Smoke
now.
Break's draft is
So
already
other options are on the table. I mean,
better,
we
but they
saw
can
the
fuck it
Ama
up
in
with
the
the last
last
picks, I
set.
guess.
Could go back to that.
I
Smoke
do
Break's
agree
combo's better, in
that
my
Hades
opinion.
looked a little worse, but there's a difference between most Hades and Karmic Hades. Karmic looks like the best Hades by a wide
Smoke Break
margin.
better
in my opinion.
Dookie
So
on him.
I wouldn't hate them going back to it, though it looks like they won't anymore.
I hate
with the Gavin
Loki.
Loki.
It's so
If you
shit.
save a little space, you've got options for your mid
so
laner.
shit.
We've been seeing what a little bit of air towards like an Agni technically in the last one. Pity looks great on it. So still maybe something. I made a Mulan pickup.
That's big.
I mean, Laramie, it's
might
not
be
something we
Mulan
get to see
solo.
too often.
First
I'm
time
scared.
this tournament,
Now
while
I'm
Mulan has
less
had quite a
confident.
couple of upgrades coming in from Smite 1, especially around that banner,
Once
which is now
again,
part of her
mankind
Training Grounds
needs my
passive.
help.
When you
I
use
must
that
protect
consumable
them
from your
and
inventory,
the
you gain
sacred
bonus
place.
XP. Anyone in that area gains bonus XP, and that is normally a very, very scary stat to be given somebody.
Yeah, the chances that Benko has figured out some weird way to hit 2 or 3
Oily, I don't know
earlier
what you like to
based on
play.
when he uses the
Play
banner
Warlock.
and clears this many camps, or you can join up with Johnny and you can both spike off of it. Like, this is the type of player who figures those types of things out, and I'm really excited to see how he uses that banner. I think it could be
Loki.
Now, seeing Loki versus Thanatos in the jungle, how do we feel about that one? I feel like for a
gonna
while,
get a
I
mini
kept hearing
sandwich.
Loki
I'll be
as
back.
like the top of the
Tired of Loki
everything.
gameplay.
But the Thanatos has been kind of picking up.
Yeah, I mean, they're both kind of the standard right now when we're talking about it. I do think that Valo looked absolutely insane on this Loki yesterday, so
Yep.
bringing it back, definitely the comfort pick that you like to see. But here's the thing, Johnny also loves Loki.
Yep.
So he kind of knows the ins and outs of what Valo's going to be looking for, especially having seen Valo play it at least 3 times yesterday.
Yeah.
He's got a general game plan.
I think historically, I've always thought of Thanatos setting of having a pretty good matchup into Loki, like near counter matchup territory. Loki does just scale to a point where he doesn't really get scared by Thanatos anymore, but I still don't dislike the Thanatos matchup here for Johnny. I think Smoke Break came away with a strong draft.
I'm excited to see it. Smoke Break versus Food Drive. Again, this one's loser, go home, but you just got to start it off right, and to do so, we'll go down to our casters.
We're coming down to the wire in the lower brackets. Smoke Break versus Food Drive for Globe. I'm excited for this one. And Inbound, I obviously have to get your thoughts on this pick and ban stage, because we have, first time in Founder Series, Mulan gets picked.
And I love starting here with the Mulan, and I think Aggro's 100% right. Talking about Training Grounds, this option to place down this banner that gives you extra XP, allows you to maybe hit that level 2, level 3 breakpoint early. I'm curious to see what Benko does with it early. Does he opt to maybe use it in lane to hit that early level 2? The small issue that Mulan has is she's usually thought of as this really strong early game character. At this current point, her early game is just fine, like it's passable. You need to get stacks into your abilities to actually be a threat. My worry is that Benko's going to be stuck in lane, not getting, a little bit of damage there, not getting those early leveled up into your abilities, not getting the second proc on your 2, that third proc on your 1. Because Karmic doesn't care to fight in this lane. Karmic wants to run away, wants to clear camps, wants to just fight a ton with the wave, with the camps.
Well, Benko's in trouble. He does have Johnny coming to help. Lost a lot of health here. Food Drive don't really seem unwilling to keep it going. Just gonna chase Johnny down. Karmic sitting on this Thor. I guess really liked what he saw earlier today. Johnny's still gonna box here, does a ton of damage. has to blink out. And that is a matchup I'm interested in watching all series.
And Aggro talked about it on desk. This is grounds for a counter pick Thanatos into Valo, and Valo picked this Loki into Thana. The early game is pretty unplayable for Valo, so to see him walk up into Johnny, knowing Johnny has that level 1, and try to take that fight, I think it's bad, because now he loses that blink. He doesn't now have that safety of blink and ult until he hits level 5. I almost want to see Benko and Johnny bully out this Loki more. Don't let him hit 5, because Aggro's right. There is a late game portion where Valo does not care. Loki does not care about Thana. There's no threat there. There's no damage there. Loki can kind of just run around and farm and threaten normally. But we've seen this matchup a couple times. If Thanatos gets that lead, Loki's a little bit behind. Loki really can't play the match that well. You can't walk through the Thana. You can't really get around him. So that's an eye on the jungle matchup. That's what I want to keep my eye on.
You know, I think there's something to be said, though, with Valo, outside of all the other junglers we've seen play Loki. He just seems to have a knack for how to play
Those
the
team
god.
fights
Are absolutely
disgusting.
Insane. Even if they get behind early, if you start looking elsewhere on the map, or elsewhere on the team. But on Smoke Break, who else I'm interested in is Sap on this Hecate. Yesterday, getting top player damage, and you were saying right before they threw to us, feeling like Sap maybe raising the stocks of Hecate.
Going crazy on the Mulan.
Yeah, I think the first player I think of with this Hecate is Sap. And it's a god that now across the board is raising. We're seeing it first picked in a game like this. Globe really hasn't shown an affinity to early pick it, but it doesn't matter. This character just does too much, is a little bit too safe, can threaten with that range that she has with the ultimate. The 1 range, the 2 range is also pretty long, pretty far. And Nuwa doesn't have that same threat. Nuwa, a god that
character just started as a new player, depends on the role you want to play.
Yeah, she's got the damage. Yeah, she can kind of burst to you, but it's a lot different than Hecate.
They dive in at the start.
Wait, Johnny?
Still sit on it. Johnny's in a lot of trouble. Did not expect the knives out to do that much. Just could not get out of trouble, and Valo actually picks up the first blood.
Fucking
so
silent.
Thanatos getting ahead early is looking a little tough.
And that's just a good read by Valo. Valo being around mid lane because they've already shown an aggression onto Globe, and Globe with nice peel there. Now that's what you want to see if you're playing this Loki. You're through that early portion of the game. Your blink's up again in 90 seconds. You're gonna hit 5 first. It's something about Valo on Loki. It doesn't matter. He's behind. He's, losing his blink early game. He's still going to be effective on this character.
Jingwei is pretty easy ADC, so is Medusa.
It's looked so good, and I love the Loki pick for him.
Well, let's look at that first
Geb
blood
is pretty
again and
easy
see how
support.
exactly he worked around it.
I mean, he just waits for the opportunity to go in, and then the Loki burst at level 4 with your
a little
run.
weird. Raw's probably the easiest.
And there's just nothing Johnny can do there when he commits like that. He has that beads,
Mid is Nuwa.
which the beads will help him.
Jungle.
There's a lot of CC.
Probably
You get
Loki.
axed by Techbeard, you're going to take a lot of damage. Happen ults you, you're going to take a lot of damage. I understand the need for beads, but Valo doesn't need those beads. Valo has the more combat fight with this ultimate, with this flash, I mean.
Hit the grapple on the ult as well, but actually missed everything else. Something promising was developing there, and then Karmic just avoids everything. Johnny with a passerby. Valo also lurking over towards the solo lane.
And something that we're seeing with Globe here, this entire tournament, most mid laners have rushed this Soul Gem. Globe is not going for it. He's going for this Book of Thaw. He doesn't have it started yet. He's not getting...
Benko, what's happening? Stuck around a little too long. Maybe didn't think Valo was there. We did see him come across earlier. We'll have to get that on the replay in a little bit.
And Happen also teleported over there, so that was a 3v1 on Benko and doesn't have that safety of that ultimate. That's a nice play there by Food Drive for Globe. Put this Mulan behind also. Jorby, having a free farming, roaming Thor is what you want in solo lane. That's why you pick this character. You also almost have the same thing in jungle.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage. Got the double tap into the teleport. You're in trouble now, Johnny. Can't escape it. Valo is eating good.
And now it's an even bigger lead for your solo laner, an even bigger lead for your jungler. No, don't do it to him. Don't do it to him.
He wants it. He wants it. Well, you missed everything.
I understand what they were going for. Maybe did anything hit? No, but I see what they were looking for.
Well, let's take a look at that last replay on the last miss. Obviously, I love having you break it down for me. Benko going down here.
And it looks like, yeah, Benko's just playing a little bit too far forward, and they just have those ultimates available. And Happen wasn't even there. That was just low-key damage. And that's what happens. You get this early lead. He doesn't even have that first item finished, and he's already putting out that much damage. I so far have loved how Food Drive has played this early game. They're playing to get Karmic ahead. Aggro said that Karmic is, the best Hades. And on stage, Deathwalker says Karmic levels up. you're kind of seeing it already so far. 0-2, not like he's playing phenomenally. He's actually even behind right now, but he's helped get Valo ahead. He's also just kind of avoided this early game fight into the Mulan, which you don't really care about. So I like the spot that Karmic's in so far.
Yeah, Benko
Mid is up 2 levels.
not having fun over here. Meanwhile, over on that duo side, the conversation between Elion and
Mulan is up a little bit, not a lot, but a little too bit.
Yesterday, and actually being that engagement force as portals open for Sap. They're not going to find much. They will get all out, and Elion actually just straight up kills Globon.
And Globe mistimes his ult there. You have to save your ult for a couple seconds after the ult comes down so you can actually live it. Ultimate force there by Valo. Maybe looking to go for him. Dana's in the air.
It'll be risky. Got the touch, got the sight, got the kill. Seth actually collects credit for it.
Let's go.
You'll actually get out with your life as well, so maybe not as much risk as you may have first
Gold
thought
Fury
there.
too. They have a Gold Fury angle here too. This is
looks like a rain game, by the way.
Kind of playing against what Food Drive have done so well, at least coming into this tournament, which is that farm, which is getting those objectives down.
Man, yes, Have happened. He's low though.
Looking for it, and there's just no chance for him to get in.
Yeah, exactly. He's too low to actually walk in, look to take that fight. Smoke break after that lackluster early game.
I want Andy's team to win.
They're seeing a little
play
lead
like
with them
they're
right now, and this is
they
just
want to
over
win.
the past minute
Yesterday
and a half.
they looked like they
And it
didn't
starts
care,
with
and it made
Globe
me
getting
really
picked in
not.
Mid. He mistimes his ultimate into the Yamoja. You cannot ult it right away. Yamoja ult stays down too long. You have to save it for a little bit. Unfortunately, he does get caught into that. He does get picked off. And then another nice play in left lane. And we even see...
That's a good idea. Oh, get his ass!
Oh, had the shield as well. He'll get out.
Phantom shell.
Oh, that's a really good idea.
Very, very close call there for Karmic. We were talking about how he was even a little bit behind earlier. And as Benko starts to stabilize, that one might be a little more difficult for him.
And now we're starting to see some points of those these Mulan abilities. Now she's starting to threaten. She gets a little bit more damage. And also, when she starts maxing out those abilities, her ultimate also gets a little bit extra, but then in the air...
Covering death.
Oh, he's dead.
And easy does it. Globe not having a good time here early.
And this is that weakness of Nuwa. There's just not a ton of survivability.
Oh, he can only
She opts for that
play
shell,
fucking...
which I get the shell. You can go it into the Emoja. If you ever get walled, you can said just ulting. You can shell through it. But we're going to see stuff like Johnny's going to be camping him. Sap will be fishing for those ultimates. And when it comes down to it, when Benko rotates over, or sorry, when Benko rotates over, there's also the threat of just being so much damage, that shell's not going to matter. Globe has to position very, very smart over these next few minutes before he gets those full build online, gets a little bit more damage and can actually threaten on the dive. But they've shown they want to put Globe behind. I mean, look at mid lane. Sap is up 3 levels, Jorby.
Already finished the second item.
This is that Hecate. And the issue with this Book of Thoth, Jorby, it's slow. Soul Gem is instant. Gem of Focus is instant. These are quick items. We have 12, 13 stacks on this Book of Thoth. No damage coming out of the Nuwa. She has no cooldown, so she doesn't have that safety of going into the air. I'm worried about her.
It's kind of crazy how quickly this just turned around. Echrome.
Damn.
Pumped all that
they got
damage
some confidence today.
Well, on trouble as well.
Nice
ult,
Andy.
happened to get out of it. He's still going to die to Johnny. Smoke break kept just completely flipped around that first 5 minutes where Valo's getting fed. You're thinking, oh boy, Food Driver starting to snowball. Then all of a sudden, one kill
Johnny
gets
big
to
now.
Fury. And here comes Mulan doing a ton of damage onto Karmic. Forced up on the anvil. You even make the play here. Do you just escape? Thinking about it. You're just going to play safe.
And so far, I don't love how Karmic has played this laning phase. I don't like that he's fighting into the Mulan a lot, and he's not really looking for farm and looking for proxy.
Damn, Johnny's online, boy. Oh,
good night to you. Hubbard barely gets him out.
Thunder.
38.
So close.
One more tick of Thunder, and he's
That
dead.
is very, very close. But that's a nice dive also. Tegveer gets knocked up by Echrome, and I have to shout out Echrome so far. What a good game so far. Echrome, I actually think,
Sap is
did not play
him
well at all yesterday. But today, so far, he's bullying out Tegveer. You need this out of your ADC. You need Echrome to step up.
Val got a 3-level lead and did nothing with it. Or a 3-kill lead right off the rib and did nothing with it because of his build.
He needed to. Engaging when he should have left.
I don't like
Leaving when he
Transcendence,
should have
though.
engaged. It just didn't really seem to be on the same page. And it
If
kind of
you want it, you have to go out later.
Smoke break altogether. So you're wondering, can they, you're quoting Hazer, be the big team and help be that difference maker? So far, they've started playing around Johnny really well. They're starting to take control of this solo lane. Karmic has gotten bullied out. Globe is getting bullied out. And Tegveer is getting bullied out. They're winning every single lane right now.
And your comp scales. Like, there's not that worry of you know, we don't scale. We have Jinwei Yamoja, so we play for that late game. We're still fine. Thanatos, with this aspect, is a character that does still play well into the late game. It's not as risky as no aspect Thanatos. So there is a lot of late game capabilities on top of, as you just said, you're winning every lane. You haven't even played for too many objectives. That's your first Naga. You have one Gold Fury. Pyro's up, Gold Fury's up. We could be talking about Smoke Break being up 10K at 15 minutes if they just play for these objectives, maybe get a tower here or there. So far, Smoke Break after that first, 3 minutes? Phenomenal play by them.
You know, we're seeing a lot more Void Shield, I've noticed. It used to just be shifters, and that's it, but you see, Johnny has picked up the Void Shield as well.
You Void first, I ate him on Mulan, god damn. They have 2 of them.
Cruiser-type items to try to give yourself the sustainability.
This is a stomper, boys.
Void Shield is just extra
Food drive looking like poo-poo right now.
Going a little bit of
draft.
strength, and with Binding, with Void Shield, this is specifically for Thana. With Binding, Void Shield, you just have enough damage there without building too much damage because your three scales off that max health you get from getting those last hits. So Johnny doesn't need to itemize into a ton of strength. And for Deathwalker, it's just that trade potential in lane. It's just you have strength item that gives you protections,
about
that also gives you a
talks
little bit of health, and then you also get that penetration. So it allows Benko
he's kind of a
to
piece
at
of
least
shit
threaten Karmic, who does have that one defense item in that
when it comes to.
And again, focusing on solo lane, I want Karmic to do this more. I want him to go for proxies. Mulan at this point will win that 2v or that 1v1 very easily. I don't want trading in lane.
Genuinely
just
nice,
walk around proxy,
regular person, you know, caring about other people.
You still have that ultimate to get out of jail free. If that's down, I get it. You want to sit in
he's
lane,
getting hate
fine.
because he's a piece of
play
shit.
around your ultimate safety. Benko
He
has
lies
no
about half the shit he talks about.
Still sitting up, he's
On
just
top
gonna
of that,
grapple and
he's
try
a
to
dick
fight.
and doesn't
I don't
even
know
fuck
about
about
that one.
anyone else. He
Stampede
has to
out
be
of it.
right.
The Stampede give him the speed running.
Is he
And
out
has
of
the
there?
help, but you gotta spend health to go for the gates, and you're not gonna do that because the portal will send them through. Get out and
God,
save
that
the
was
day, but
clean.
Anvil
That was one of the cleanest plays we've seen this
Karmic
weekend.
looking for a little bit more, but everyone's real spread out. Picks his poison, and Sam actually picks up Fallow off screen. Gets a double kill off screen. Meanwhile, this fight's still going on. Benko and Karmic.
That isn't there.
It's real close health-wise. Johnny's entered the fray. I think Karmic is absolutely dead here shortly. Silas missed the sight. Doesn't matter. Benko collects.
Sap 7 is having a game. What an ultimate to all three of
bro,
them
what was
away
the
from
puzzle
Benko.
game where
then
he looked up the
teleports
guide,
out, and then he
like he
runs
watched a
them
guide
down
on it
also.
before he played
I
it,
mean,
and then
this is
pretended
why
he
you
was
pick that
doing it
heavy
all
approach.
like
this
on
is
his
the
own?
value of that character. You compare it to that Nuwa. Nuwa's not able to do anything at this point. She still doesn't even have her book stack.
So we watched in the solo lane. Let's watch from Sap's perspective here.
That was a clean
And this is just, you have that vision from Benko being there. And then at this point, she does have that Gemma focus. She can just run down Happen, and this is just a free play.
I knew that Pirate Software guy was a liar when he was talking about Vanilla
you
WoW.
had to look for a play.
He was making up the most far-fetched shit about
You had
it.
to look for something.
And
You
he's
sent
proven that
three
he's
to
a
kill
fucking lying sack of
Benko,
shit.
And you don't kill him, and then
Yeah,
three
he
of your
watched the
teammates
puzzle
die?
game guide and then
Disaster.
played the game
Bobby,
and
they
acted
are
like he was just
10K
really
up,
good at
not
it.
even 14 minutes into the game. They've just completely
And like
blown
Woody
this
said,
open.
people
I
are
mean, how do
digging
you
now
even
and fighting
stabilize
this
right
shit.
now if your food drive, it's still really early, right? Despite the large gold lead.
Yeah, and at this point,
That
if you
guy's
do
a piece
want to
of shit.
stabilize,
Straight
you
up.
have
He's
to
just a piece
just
of
play
shit.
to avoid fights.
Bro, have you
Loki's
heard his
really good
real
at that,
voice?
Bulu really good at that. Thor really good at that. You just can't really look for
His
too many
real
plays.
voice,
There's a lot
he
of
was like
rotation
a
potential
creepy
also for Smoke
weirdo
Break.
when he first started
Thanatos
streaming.
rotates really, really well.
And then it was like he went through alpha male training and got a deeper voice and stopped being weird.
But even looking for a play here on Sap, Fallow all-ins, and now he's just going to die.
And the
He's forced
assassinate
into
into blink out. No chance.
Guy's a weirdo.
But that's not a good trade. That's
Yeah.
not a good trade. You're just trading all
Yeah,
of
his
your
real voice is like this
survivability
all the
for
time.
just Sap's
And then he
speed,
talks
who
like
does
this and
still
has
have
a
the safety
super
of
boost,
ultimate
bass
in
boosted
60 seconds.
microphone all the time
You
now.
have to just farm out if you're food drive.
He's fake.
Johnny in
He's a
between the
gits.
tier 1 and 2. And that's got to be ultra tilting if you're Globe. Thinking, okay, finally.
Someone also went
Gonna
in
get
and
a
said
little bit of
his
safety.
single player game he has
Thanatos
right now
is
only
just
has 100
free
players
roaming
and he
my
talks about
jungle.
it being hyper successful.
That's got to be a real frustrating feeling for Food Drive for Globe. Who
I don't like that guy. I didn't like him when I knew he was lying about World of Warcraft shit, and then all this other stuff just kept pouring on.
This lower bracket. Here comes the other
He
EMEA
lies
team. Here
a
comes
lot.
Smoke Break, who actually smack you right back in the mouth when you thought you had a chance after the first 3 minutes.
Well, you know, the issue is Deathwalker was talking about a prophecy. Yeah. You can't beat the prophecy. Globe just dove under
Globe
tower,
can't move.
one shot by Johnny.
Where do you even hear that prophecy from?
I think it's just written on the wall somewhere.
Where's the real voice stuff?
It
on the
might be.
underneath.
He says he hit a second
Underneath the
puberty, and
lapel.
that's why his voice
That's
got
the
deeper.
legend of
You can
Suit
find that
Walker.
shit.
It's also the prophecy. And honestly,
try to
Smokebreak is
find it.
taking like 10 steps up from what we saw yesterday. This is what I want to see from
I'm gonna mute real
Smokebreak.
quick, guys. Don't be
Dual
mad.
Lane is playing well, but
Oh,
Benko,
it
Johnny,
got
and Sap
fucking-
have dictated this entire
It
game.
got-
They're playing
the
phenomenal.
tweet got fucking reported.
Looking for a way to maybe steal
I'll have to
this.
find it again at some point. Someone spam reported the tweet.
Hoping for a
Well,
team fight
someone,
right
he
after.
obviously did.
Either way, Pyromancer will fall and Smokebreak
15-minute fire.
will
Wait, maybe
go
underneath
right
the
to
tweet,
it
someone
and
posted
start
it
it
again.
up. They feel confident right now. Why
Go for the steal.
With the gold
You gotta
lead,
try.
It has to be a steal for
There's
Food
no way
Drive
they
for
steal
Globe.
this. Thor's
So
going for
Anvil
it.
in the background, looking for the ult. Karmic comes through.
There's
The
no
assist
way.
coming as well. Grapple actually stuns one out. Cataclysm to try to stun everybody. I believe he got
It's a
3
3
with
in a
that.
row.
And
Ikrom got
Ikrom
it.
does make sure that
Haven's
Fire
dead.
Giant falls.
And
now
Thor's
it's time to
dead.
collect your winnings. Happen is the
It's looking
first to
bad.
fall. Completely out on this. And Karmic will break
Good
out.
dagger.
And barely leave it. The stun in
No
the
way.
wall will prevent him from dying to Ikrom, and everyone's done.
Here's his real
And
voice.
that's a good attempted steal. I like that they
Sorry, I'm gonna mute for 2 seconds.
Every good hot dog needs to be peeled. Every good hot dog needs to be peeled. You see, now that I've peeled the hot dog, it's ready to eat.
Look, a hot dog is
That's
about
right.
to be eaten by Thor.
It's ready to
Let's
eat.
demand he smears ketchup on his face.
hasn't slowed down at all. If anything,
Dude has a
Smokebreak
fake
is
voice.
speeding
He
the
says
game
he
up
hit
every
second
second.
puberty.
There has to be a defense somewhere. My issue is you have no items. You have no items. You have 3 items on your mid laner, which isn't enough to kill Benko. It's not enough to kill Elion. Tegvir's not far enough
Go
in the build
listen to that guy
actually
talk
threaten
now.
frontliners either.
And he
So
talks like
Benko
this,
and Elion
with
just
a
kind of walk you
super
down.
deep
You're
mic.
just going to lose the game. If you're Food Drive for Globe, I think at this point, you're
Motherfucker
giving
says he
up.
hit second
Whether
puberty
it's
at
1,
35
whether
years
it's
old.
2, you can't take the fight there. You have to just try to split.
There's
and
just
get
a lion
farm
sack
on
of
your
shit.
team. I like
I'm
that
telling
they are
you,
opting to
man.
go
I'm
right.
telling you.
I like that also
People
Johnny
are
is defending
assholes
middle lane,
openly.
so they
You're
don't have
seeing the
two
real
lanes to
person,
push.
right? Like,
But I mean,
like if
Food Drive for
someone's,
Globe is
you
just
know,
kind of getting choked out. They don't
you see
have
that,
farm
you see
really
what they're
anywhere.
like, you know
can't
that
walk
when
into
you
your
someone's
own
like
jungle.
that and like super
14K
nice and perfect,
is a
yeah,
lot,
you
and
ain't getting
it's
the
an
real
issue,
shit. The real
and
shit's
it's going to
deeper.
be a big throw by Smokebreak if Food Drive for Globe.
This
can
is an
get back in
elimination
game.
set. It's a
Because
best
they
of
also have a
3.
really easy-to-play
Smoke
comp.
breaks
It's
about to
not
roll this. They're up
difficult
20k
to
gold
play
at
around
17
the
minutes. They should
play
win in
around
the
your
next like 2
healing.
minutes.
And Benko has really good engage, so it's not easy to even fight in Smokebreak's comp.
They keep on pushing forward. Karmic not getting the value that he was hoping out of that Thor. Really, I mean, nobody on Food Drive is
No,
getting
second
any
puberty
value.
is a thing, but
even
it's not.
seeing
You're not gonna
Valor
hit it at
somehow
35 and just get a
eke
deeper
away
voice
kills
out of it and go through nothing
out of
else.
Nothing. Maybe they
That
need
dude
that
just
kind
makes
of
up shit
heroism
24/7.
to find the kill. But
Pathological
even
liar.
with the hammer, even with all of that, Benko doesn't care. He'll just ult. He'll grapple. He'll swing the
He
blade.
has a story
and keep
about
on
everything,
fighting
bro.
Karmic,
Wow.
who's forced to ult out
I
as he
bet
saw
you
the
if you
rest
went
of
in, you were like, hey, do you know what Smite
Smokebreak
is? He'd be
coming in
like,
on the
yeah,
tier
dude,
2.
I played
Fourth
professionally in
down the
season 1.
Johnny's just gonna chase him.
He just makes shit up all the time.
Oh,
Oh, he's
portal as
cooked.
well.
Karmic.
Goodbye, Karmic.
That ult hits hard.
I mean, I guess it really doesn't matter. You are down so much at this point, you might as well try to make a play. But now you're
Yeah,
down
everything you've
4v5,
done,
and
he's
all
done
these Phoenixes
before
are
better and
exposed.
has a cooler
Like,
story
yeah,
about it.
This is They're
Everything.
just running them down right now. I think they might even try to end. Look at them. They're killing everybody. Was their first sub-20 game
No
on
way.
land? They're going for it. Inbound. I believe they're going to do it right here. Game 1 over in the blink of an eye. Ullr's alive. Not anymore.
Nice.
Ekrom's going nuts.
Yo, they're
Ekrom is
cooking 'em.
absolutely killing him.
Oh,
A
they got
double
3
kill
kills
for
in 2
Smokebreak
minutes
at
and not
the
another
end.
kill that game.
I'm floored at what I just saw.
The music is very fitting for that game.
It really
Alright,
was.
this is the
That
team
was
I
a
wanted to
clown
see.
Fiesta, not for Smokebreak. Smokebreak played very, very well. But what is Food Drive for Globe doing? I feel like every play they tried to make, semi later into the game, is just disastrous. They go for a 3-man gank onto Benko. Sap
Ekrom looked
cleans all
good
3
this
of them
game,
up.
bro, but I'm
They
not
go
gonna
for that
lie.
early play,
Yesterday, Ekrom
it
got
just
worked.
doesn't really work
Genetics
out outside of those
bullied
first
him
3
his
minutes. I
ass.
mean, genuinely, nothing worked worked out past those first 3 minutes. That's
Ecom
bad.
got bullied by
Just got
genetics
hard counted
yesterday.
by Mulan. Like had to
Why do
end
you
it.
fight
today
that?
they're the
I
bullies.
don't understand why he
It was
fights that.
multiple times he kept trying to fight it, right? It's like, you can't do it. He got that assist from Valo early on, too.
I'm fine. Hey, if they actually want to win today, I like it. Yesterday, they were really disappointing me.
The mid lane, because Globe was absent the entire
That's what I
game.
said. I was like, is Reels the
Was not
coach of their
working out at all
team?
for Food Drive. Completely different team
That
than we saw
motherfucker's
yesterday.
been a
And I
coach
think
for like
shouting out that
10
mid lane
years.
matchup, Sap is not allowed Hecate again.
Period.
True.
Don't
He's
give
just
him hex
around. I
Don't
don't
do that.
understand.
We'll see if they
I know
do
he
that
was playing
after the break.
like
We'll be right back.
PUBG or Apex or something at a high level, and then all of a sudden he's just coaching out of nowhere. I'm like, does this guy even pay attention to the game? But I guess he does, because why the fuck else would he fly, like travel for this shit? Yo, Johnny was getting a little mad early, and then he just took off. Stars aligned. Yeah, he's like high level, like really high level in every game. And then he just comes back to Coach Smite the next day. I'm like, what the fuck is this? He's a cool dude though. Stream loud, it's high res, bro. What do you want me to do? You want me to fly to Vegas and turn it down? They blast the music and then the comms and mics are fucking at like 2 volume. Stampede or Void Shield if you're going hybrid jungle. I mean, Void Shield's for the aggression if you're planning on killing while being tanky. Stampede is for the survival and the team play. Each team has 1 more ban. Honestly, you see probably some weak play from some players because they get put on gods they can't play. Oh no. That game yesterday when he got worked, that was just genetics being genetics. He's the best support right now. I honestly don't even think it's close. I don't think any of these other supports right now are anywhere near genetics. So him getting bullied by the best support, you know, that just is what it is. If he's working everybody else, then they just got to figure out a way to shut down the genetics. But the thing was, they tried to shut down the genetics the last game. 5Ms did, and it did not work. They're going to ban Akate. Akate's not making it through anymore. It's the best god in the tournament right now. #1 god in the tournament. Shit is OP. It's crazy because I thought Ul and Jingwei would have better late games than Akate, and then Akate would be 3rd. Akate is the best late game in the game. Not even close. I don't even think it's close. I think that god is by far the best god in Smite. No, they aren't running Akate aspect. They really don't run that many aspects. I think that the reason they don't run too many of them is because they didn't get a lot of practice on some of them, but like Akate's isn't good for mid. Yamoja's probably the best support in the game as well, yeah. The problem is EU can't play Aladdin and NA can. At least we think NA can. Because NA respects it. So what do they do? Like what are they gonna ban if NA isn't ever banning that shit? Thank you, Zim. Have a good night, man. Or day. I'm not sure what it is for you. The best jungler of the world. You mean like the best jungler right now in Smite 2? Jungle is the weakest role in these games from my point of view. And I don't think any of them can show how good they are in the role right now. Just my opinion. Like, if none of them look great. None of them, they don't look horrible. Like, they don't look like shitters or anything, but they just don't look great. Their role is super fucking hindered right now at a competitive level. Loki's lost like every game, bro. Loki's not. No one fucking cares about Loki. I think the dude spamming Loki, the Valo spamming Loki, I think that's dog shit. Like, he's fucking himself, but Loki's ass. El Leon's team won a quick one, a stomper. What announcement am I wanting for tomorrow? I want to hear what esports is going to look like this year. I hope they show Bari, the new god that's been data mined. That would be dope. And then outside of that, I don't know. There isn't really anything I can't like. They need. They've killed the game. The game is great. The game is better than Smite 1. Now they just got to get into regular flow mode where they get, they pump out their 3 gods a month. They have regular balancing. Every couple months they throw in some crazy fucking new items. No junglers are clapping in these games. They gotta go full tank, bro. Like they're full defense. A lot of them are having solid games, but they can't like show out. You know what I mean? They can't show I'm the superior fucking player here because they're just fucking tanky.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Smite 2 Founders Series. And of course, we have again another fantastic set on our hands. Smoke Break go up 1-0. But if you want something fantastic in your hands, then I recommend that you go pick up some of the U2's pins that just dropped literally yesterday. You can go to U2s.com and pick up any of these 4 pins, the exclusive Smite 2 pins that they have. These 4 pins reflect in-game emotes, each with special features. As you can see, coins that bounce, soul bouncing, arms that move, or for Zeus, glowing in the dark. And 2 of these were the logo selection, 2 of the emotes as well. Logo selection for 2 of the teams here at the Founders Series. So you can order online at U2s.com, or if you're in venue,
why would you buy
you
this?
can check them out at the merch booth. These things are amazing. And again, I mean, after seeing it, I feel like at least here, the Danzaburo one that lines up with 5Ms, but also when they win, it just matches like the Vegas vibe.
Yes.
Because it's just the coins flying.
Are you actually gonna buy one? Can you tell me why are you trolling?
But I will admit that I
just don't know why you buy one of these.
And this the look of the soul. So hey, maybe I need to go to U2s.com and pick these up. But again, I've got Lermy, I've got Aggro sitting here on the desk with me. And what we need to
Iris has the worst merch, the worst clothing, the worst fucking little like extras.
And Lermy, a lot of it looked like they were just kind of in control.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of moments in the early game of brilliant.
I feel like if Hi-Rez had a good clothing designer, they could make so much money off of clothes. They could just print money off clothes. But all their clothes have been ass.
Things going forward, and it all just turns out to be Smoke Break looking kind of crazy.
Dominant performance. I mean, that sub 20 minutes or right at the 20-minute mark. I mean,
crazy.
I don't know who's designed their clothes, but the clothes they've had have all been shit.
The middle of the map collapsed for Food Drive for Globe. Globe on this Nuwa pick just fell behind, and the entire map fell apart from there for Food Drive. Sap got ahead, Johnny got ahead. Then
I got some
and it was going to be problematic.
What's it called? 3D printed Thanatos shit a while ago. I think they sent it to me. And it just breaks. Like all this stuff is cheap. It breaks.
Get a chance to come
but their clothing is always so ugly.
Was really ahead on the Jingwei, and Jingwei known for her safety, but also so great at pushing those leads.
Even the jerseys they're wearing right now are shit.
Enough potential here for Food
They're
Drive
complete
to come back
shit.
To this game once they fell behind.
It might be because they don't have a designer and they're just like making somebody who doesn't design do it, which wouldn't be that person's fault.
You give them this kind of opening. I was even.
You bring in a good designer, bro.
Where they are the kind of squad that will learn really well, really fast. Hey, what we did doesn't work. This is how we change that. And it's never been this thing where I'm too worried about, God pool, right? When we go into picks and bans, I'm really interested to see what they'll
They can't ban Yem and Afro because then Aladdin will get through.
The things that beat them.
What do they
and
do?
then they'll play things that beat other people anyway.
Oh, wait, EU doesn't play Aladdin.
Whatever
You're right.
works well against them, and then use it to
Dude, imagine they got Akate and Aladdin.
Really good team at adapting, but that doesn't necessarily matter that much when you're the one who wins. What matters for Food Drive for Globe is how well you can adapt now, because that's going to be the biggest
Into
thing
the
that
AM
you
stuff
need, right?
is so out of style nowadays that it's just
potentially flip sides,
it would never work.
Maybe for first pick, but like what kind of changes?
I think even then it was pretty shitty back then.
That are maybe necessary. Like, do you need to get
They
something
need,
out of
like,
their hands? Do you need
basic
something
shit,
in your
dude.
hands?
You need not Nuwa in your mid lane. I'm good. I know that Feeks won game 4 on it in that set, but it wasn't easy. And you look at the impact that Benny Q had in that match, and it was just more than what we saw out of the Nuwa. I think Nuwa is just, I've seen enough. You lose too much pressure. It doesn't bring enough in the later stages of the game until you get to 6 items plus an elixir. I just think
my
the
merch.
globe
We were designing
off the
something
chalk
like
has looked like a completely
4 or
different
5
player.
months ago that I really liked,
love
and
the
then the
band
company
from
just started being
Smoke Break
weird,
onto the
and I
chalk.
told them I
There's
didn't want
no
to fuck with them
reason to think
anymore
they
because
will
they were
change
just
at this
taking,
point.
they
I
were
just have
slow
to
and like
think
forgetting
there's
shit. So I was
another
like,
pick
I'm done with you
Globe
guys,
that he
and I
has that's
haven't
better than
sat
Globe.
down and done it
I
again
remember
since.
Globe playing a lot of Agni at LAN in Smite 1. Pull that out. It's not great 1 to 4, but 5 and onwards, it gets a lot better. And you have some amount of agency in the game. Nuwa you just surrender your ability to influence the game by your decisions. The game just happens around you and you try and do your best within it.
I know you just want to see Aladdin.
Yes, well, that's true.
Sure.
I do have
There's probably
another
some
point,
other
though.
guns.
If we're talking on the flip side of the mid lane, though, we did see Sap 7 pull out the Hecate.
Bobby is a
And
good
we were
caster.
gassing up the Aphrodite, the Uller, the Medusa. The top pick of the tournament, in my opinion, has got to be the Hecate.
Yep.
So I think pulling that away from Sap 7
Yeah.
might just be the play here.
Could be the big deal. Picks and bans, game 2. Food Drive will be first pick.
Here we go.
And that changes some things up. Smokebreaker up 1-0 though. That means Food
Oh,
Drive
they give
in this
Food
best
Drive
of
to the first
3
pick. Okay. So can they get
could
Aladdin?
get eliminated here.
Or
They
do
don't
they
want
ban
to do
Hecate?
that
Oh.
as much as they can.
Hecate bans have to.
So they're trying to find
give them Aladdin and see if they pick it.
Why?
For the chalk ban.
Chalk
that was a Globe fan, by the way. That was maybe just Globe
They
himself.
banned Hecate.
That's a
They-
solid
they wouldn't
Hecate
wait,
ban
what are they
there.
gonna
Didn't
play
see one
mid?
before.
Yeah.
How you just
Last
ban
ban,
Aladdin?
though, I'm waiting. Please, don't do it, guys. You know you want to leave the Aladdin open.
They have to ban Aladdin.
Bella.
Why did Food Drive ban Hecate?
Aladdin's gone. That's so sad. But first pick here. Got
They're gonna
the
pick
Uller open,
Yemoja,
got the
right?
Medusa open. I
Actually,
think
they
those
might
are
not. These are
probably
the dudes that play the
better
Morgan.
picks.
Afro's available.
Oh, you are correct about that one. Aphrodite making it through these picks and bans.
I don't think either team plays Afro.
Elion played it. Yeah, Elion played it
looked like
yesterday.
shit when
so
Andy
you
played
have
it
to
yesterday.
assume that Smoke Break's going to take it top 2.
Don't hate
If
me.
you don't
they
take
did
it,
take
Food
it.
Drive
Wow.
does.
Just be
but
mad that you're not.
I don't think he's
Afro's
gonna do
really
shit
strong.
with this.
Right, no one's going to contest that, but it is a particular style. You have to be well-versed in how to play it, and your team has to be well-versed in how to play around it. How much Afro practice does Food Drive have?
So you play Medusa
That's a-
mid
that's a
here if
relevant
you're
question.
a Smoke Break, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've got to say.
Because you don't want to play
Picks on
around
the other
burst
end
or Agni.
are
Agni would work
very
too.
solid.
You
We've
don't want to
seen
play around big ults. You want to
Johnny
play
with a hot hand
like
on the Thanatos
consistent
last game.
damage.
Probably going to go back to it. Could still swap over for Benko. Although I would like to see Benko back on the Hua Mulan. I was very impressed with what
Hua
she had to
Mulan.
bring to the table as
Yeah.
a character. And I think we just haven't seen enough for this tournament.
Isn't that like, that's just, it feels like one of the most Benko things in the world where it's just like, here's something nobody else is playing. By the way, I'm going to come in and outperform everything you could have possibly
That's been
imagined.
pretty interesting today.
And if anybody else picks it up, it's not going to look the same. Like, it has that vibe. I mean, I'm even
Brother,
thinking back to,
you're a
what was
one
it,
trick.
that 5-man
Please stop playing
tier fearless, where it's just
Loki.
kinda like,
I don't even
you
care
get
if
a
it
moment like
works
that,
because
it's
it
like
hasn't
one, and
worked
it's just
7
like,
other games.
Nobody else is
So I
going
don't
to
want
do
to fucking
that.
see it anymore.
And so it had that vibe, and there's the Mulan back. But aggro,
Best god in the
Loki
tournament is
and
Hecate.
the Zeus, but we have to do our checks and
Hecate,
balances.
Yemoja are
Probably
probably
not
the
a
top 2 gods in the
mid-Zeus,
tournament.
considering the team that locked it in.
No, probably not, but it does look like kind of a good game for it, if you ask me. I don't love it.
Guy
being
won't
the
stop
Uller
picking
Yemoja
Loki.
matchup.
Every game
I
he
like
plays Loki.
Karmic going back to this Hercules. He did not look good on the Thor. And it felt like Food Drive in game 1 were trying to play
We're
what they
making
saw
a big
other
Hercules
teams
game
play
yesterday.
at this LAN. Instead, pick what you are good at. You know, this team plays weird stuff. I like them going back to what we can assume to be Zeus ADC, Medusa mid. Could change it around, but I'd expect this to be Medusa mid, Zeus ADC. And it feels more like a Food Drive composition rather than a Las
This has
Vegas
to be
event
Medusa
composition.
mid. Has to be.
Yeah, I've got to kind of agree with that. I think that the biggest strength here for Food Drive
Actually, I don't know, bro. Globe plays Zeus, and I don't know if Globe plays Medusa. I don't know if I'd want to see Global
Go
Medusa.
crazy without the Aphrodite, but now with one, I mean that's gonna go nuts.
It is going to go nuts. I am
No,
a
they played
little
Damage
worried,
Morgan
though, because
yesterday.
Tegbeer's Zeus build
I'm pretty
is
sure he
all about
played it.
uptime, right? He needs to hit a lot of auto attacks.
Pretty sure he played it last night.
In order to get the damage from that build going. And you look at this Smoke Break team, who do you get to
I
hit
just don't like Food Drive's
consistently?
comp because they have
Especially
Loki.
when you've got
Anything
good
other than
CC
Loki,
from
and
the
I pick
Hercules and
Food
the
Drive's
Afro,
comp
but
all
it's
day.
not great. And
Their comp
Yemoja,
is
super
filthy.
mobile with Riptide, throws up the River's Rebuke. You can't basic attack her anymore. Morrigan, is not going to be in front of you. She's going to be behind you. Thanatos is dunking you and then bursting you. Mulan, mobile. Uller, mobile. I'm worried that Techveer is not going to have the
What's kind of crazy is I feel like, ew.
Well, it is do or die. This Zeus needs to work if they want to continue on in the Founders Series. We have to see it. We have to get to it. So let's go to our casters for game 2.
There's no way.
It's going to be a long night for one of these teams and a very short one for another. It could be Food Drive getting eliminated here inbound.
That was a nasty-ass keyboard, bro.
Aphrodite let through. A lot of talk on the desk about that Aphrodite
That is
combo.
nasty.
But
and then the pan up to the fucking dude. He's got food all over his keyboard.
And I'm kind of with aggro on this one. I like that even though Techveer is kind of like the known juice player, it is an auto attack style.
It was
There's not a ton of
Globe's keyboard, and then they panned up to his ass.
There's not a ton of burst that the Zeus has. It has a lot of consistent damage. I like that they opt for the Zeus.
They like zoomed in on the corner of his keyboard. It's filthy, and then he pans up to the guy's face.
And it's a lane that you kind of need to win, because we saw it last game. Echrome on this ruler will
you always bring your own
does
shit.
get ahead. I like that they opt for a winning duo lane.
You literally always bring your own stuff.
Get to lane first,
You
and
would
then
never
they can
play a
actually
competitive game on
push
someone
their
else's
lead
equipment.
and not worry about how Echrome's going to be playing this ruler, because they should have prio, and they should be the ones looking for kills.
It was painted. It was dirty. You could see the filth on the fucking keyboard.
Past 5 minutes in last game, phenomenal. I'm a little worried
What do
that
you mean, Goro?
the Loki was fine.
What's up, lady?
But there becomes
Let's
a point
go.
where if you're too far behind, Thana just runs rampant. You can't shut him down. You ult him, he ults and trade, and then that's good for him because he can then re-engage on you. I think it's a fine pick, and I like it a lot more now that Karmic's off of Thor. I did not like the Thor. I like
Well, their hands are probably sweaty, bro.
I like when
They're
Karmic is
sweating
the
it
one
up.
starting fights, and he doesn't have to all in.
I'm just mad that they panned in
He
on
had
that
to all
shit.
in with this Thor. With Hercules, you just
Mobile,
frontline. You
I'm
walk
worried
around,
that
you
Techveer's
fish,
not gonna
you
have to
try to
find
find
the
that
two.
you find that
Ew.
too.
Well,
You can
that
do
is
do or die.
You trying to tell me that's painted?
Last time, earlier in this tournament,
Bro, this
because
is
he bullied
filth.
out, and
You
I'm
can see this shit in
happier
under the
with
keyboard.
this
That's
first pick
disgusting.
than I was with the Thor pick.
Yeah, I mean, I was really enjoying
Filthy.
Karmic on Hercules yesterday. I'm like, is he going to drag him back into
Filthy,
the
bro.
meta? But it's probably just going to be Karmic picking Hercules. We'll see if that comes.
Yeah, clean your shit before you take it to a
Aggro was
LAN,
touching
brother.
On the desk, though, that I feel
Competitive
like they
player
come into play
101.
here
Clean
is
your
happen
shit
on this
if you're not getting
Aphrodite.
new shit.
How much practice does he actually have on it? Like Aggro was talking about, Afro's a different style of support than your norm. Than your
That
normal
was not
frontline kind of
dirty.
support.
What?
She plays a lot differently. Does Happen have that kind
what?
of experience and practice with her, or are they doing the thing where they're just
That
picking
shit was
the gods
nasty.
they feel like they have to pick because Afro got through? You can't give smoke break Afro.
He plays Afro. He does play Afro. Is he as good as Mike's
you
Afro?
wipe your keyboard down like
but
once
quite
a month
frankly,
and
Mike
it
is
won't
probably
look
the
like
best
that.
Afro in the tournament.
Blow it out with
But
a fucking
Happen
fan.
plays these characters that
With
win
with
the
an
2v2
air
in
fan
lane.
or air
He
fucking
likes to
gun.
play the Sobex. He likes to play the Thors, and he likes to prio there. So I like the pick. I know he plays it, and it combos well with the Medusa. It's not something you're just taking away where
You don't
just
clean
trying
your
to play
keyboard
because
after
you don't
3
want Elyon
months,
to
bro?
have it.
Yeah, that's
It is a pick
nasty.
that Happen has, and I like it paired with Techveer on this Medusa. My worry was that if you go Zeus and you go Aphrodite in this lane, one axe and you're forcing out the Afro ult. With Medusa, you can just take that fight. We've seen it a few times now where even if Uller hits that axe, gets a nice little lead, Medusa bursts.
I'm not even mad that his keyboard's dirty, bro. I'm mad the cameraman did that to him.
Which is very good.
We literally saw that play
That
out.
shit was
with
nasty and
Techveer on
unnecessary.
Uber. He got bullied out so easily.
We all
and
could have
was
never seen
really
that.
ineffective at any point in the game. Smoke Break had top to bottom absolutely dominated Food Drive for Globe. This young team coming up.
Yo!
They can take down some of the
Andy's
old
cooked.
heads.
Andy might be cooked.
Yeah, get the Smoke Break first. Elyon took a ton of damage here.
I like that though. I like that he's slowing down Techveer to this lane because now your Uller hits 2 first. And if you can get a lead in this lane with the Uller, you can poke down the Medusa. The Afro healing, she doesn't have enough points into it yet. So I like how they played this early game so far.
I remove my keys if I can't get the hair out with because I have dog hair that somehow gets up under my shit. Cat hair. So I'll remove them to get that out enough to get all the hair out. But it's pretty rare that it doesn't just blow out.
And that's a fast game. That's a fast game. But
I got this
when you also see this Uller getting the lead, you get him that red buff. He's also got now more damage and more poke. Now, Afro's finally hitting that level 2 spike, but when she's hitting level 2, Uller's going to be going to hit level 3 off those side camps, off of those back camps.
I will not stop.
So even though if it looked a little bit
he's
weird,
have to clean my
Elyon
keyboards
takes
and
a
my
little bit more damage than you would expect.
computers and
Techveer
everything.
uses that shell, trades well into it. I think it's very good for the overall health of the lane. It's very, very good for
Get
Eco
that,
more than
Amazon.
anything else.
Just,
And especially after Eco's
like
last
plug
game,
in.
I want to get him ahead again. I think if he's playing like he did last
electric
game, that's a hot hand to ride. Same thing with Johnny.
whatever.
So playing towards that
Puts
side,
the
making sure
RPM
he's
a
ahead,
lot.
doesn't really
Like, you
matter.
feel it
Elion's
across
a very
my
good
office.
leader. Even if he's not ahead, he still makes good calls.
Actually have an advantage here. You force the beads out early on Benko, who will grapple Karmic right back.
Dude, Benko getting beads solo, he's clutch with that shit.
On this Hercules, completely
Look at these
ineffective
guys
on
playing
that
to not
forward.
die. Smart guys,
Able
smart.
to win with Hercules yesterday, and I mean, how do you like that matchup into Mulan with this Hercules? Gets the combo.
Dude, he is getting his
into the
ass
driving
beat.
strike,
Oh, he's getting baited.
grapple
Wait,
right
Dana's
back.
here.
Benko just loves to fight, doesn't he?
Dana?
That's
Yeah,
helped as well from Johnny to force Valor out of the lane.
Johnny?
Mulan's wanting to fight because she wants to get those stacks. Her will win until she starts getting the third hit into her 3 and the second hit into her 2. And this is really just dependent on who has the lead. If Mulan's ahead, she will bully out the Herc. She has the damage. She has a little bit of sustain with that too. And it's the same thing with Herc.
I wanna
If
see
Herc
first
has the
blood
lead,
so I can go get
he's
another
got the
snack.
sustain with the 3. He's got a lot of damage. His passive gives a lot of auto attack damage. So there is threat there. I would expect that's the side. I mean, we've seen Valo and Johnny played a solo side of the map last game. We've seen it earlier in the tournament. And I think this is not necessarily a scary matchup in solo lane. They're both tanks at the end of the day. But just getting a little lead for either one of these two could do wonders for blue buff invades, red buff invades. Neither of these, well I guess Zeus
Daddy,
does
I'm
have no
hungry,
potential
bro.
onto a solo laner. Zeus a little bit of damage here.
Doing a ton of damage. Forces the
Valo's
blink.
not
Johnny
5.
in to assist as well. Valo hiding in the bushes. Johnny always willing to fight it, but everybody
Karmic,
gets out without
damn.
dying. Meanwhile, Karmic almost dying himself.
Dude, if Bango gets
getting the better
pulled
of
here,
Imperial.
show me Bango. I don't want to see the dual lane. Show me the solo. Oh, he's
And
not going near the
look
tower.
at the XP lead over there. Level 6 for Benko, level 5, just ticking over to 5 for Karmic. Is that the
Yeah,
like
look at the dual lane.
the tech for the training grounds? Did he find something where he just got a lot of extra XP, or did Valos
dead.
going over there
And he's
steal
dead, and
too
he's
much
dead,
farm
and he's
away
dead,
from
and he's
him,
dead,
not
and he's
allowing him
dead,
to
and
get
he's
5?
dead, and he's dead.
He did rotate over there twice.
Low
Meanwhile,
kill.
Elion's at 5. He's at 5.
Elion is in trouble. The Petrify, you don't have to be
Oh,
looking to get
big.
that kill.
He
Take
ult-
fear.
he
Gets the
ulted
first blood.
early.
Johnny will make
These
sure
dudes don't know how to
that
play
he pays
Afro, man.
for his
I'm
efforts.
being honest, and I'm
That
not
is
trying to be
still
mean
a-
because
a
these
fight
supports are
that
way better than me at
Food Drive
sport.
Yeah, that's
They
still a
don't
good
know how to
trade. You're
play
giving
Afro.
Tech Fear that first blood bounty. Even though he's dying, he's going to be able to teleport back to base. It's not that big of a deal.
The
and you also
Afro
slow
plays
down Elion
from some of these
getting
guys have
5.
been
And behind you,
ass.
Moja, she's one of these supports where if you're ahead,
I mean,
you can
I
kinda
want
walk at
Johnny
the
to have a
enemy,
kill
You could use your
all day
abilities
there.
aggressively. When she's behind,
If I'm
she's a
smoke
pretty
break
easy
and
character
I
to
die,
kill.
but Johnny
I mean,
gets the
kiss
kill, I'm
into
happy. I'm
a lot of
alright.
Medusa damage, you can burst her pretty easily. I don't mind playing for that kill, putting Elion
I
maybe
would
behind
rather
a little
never
bit,
see AO's
just so you can
Afro
continue-
unless he's
continuously
played
killing
it a million times
Let's look at
without
that
me.
first blood again from Teg Fear.
Yeah,
As
Aurora's
everybody's
Afro is
back into
nasty.
lane.
PBM's Afro is good,
Getting
but
that kill
Aurora's is
early on.
like
Food Drive wanna keep
crazy.
pushing.
And this is just an out rotation in the jungle. And there's actually a back here, or jump away, sorry, forced onto the Ulers, and then they can just
Champions,
commit to
I have no
Elion.
idea.
Still a good trade by Johnny. He rotates a little slower,
we
but
got
getting
a
the
snack.
kill on the tech here is
First
just,
blood.
it's fine getting that return kill. And it also puts Johnny in a spot where he's now got a kill, and if he gets ahead, he can bully out this Loki. So I like Johnny's rotation there. I like that he's the one that gets that kill.
Now, we haven't been seeing a lot of Zeus in mid lately, but we talk a lot about Soul Gem being that item that everybody goes for. Either mid laner opting for it, you got a Gem of Focus and then a book on the other side. So maybe not the standard start for it, but is that what you do on Zeus?
For Zeus, I think it's just best late game having this Book of Thoth. It allows you to just one-shot Johnny when Johnny goes in, even if Johnny has that extra health. The worry is, again, it's going to be a little bit slower. He's not going to have that same fight potential early like Sap will. Sap opting for this Gem of Focus, which for Morrigan it makes sense. For most other characters, maybe you do want that Soul Gem. But for Morrigan, getting this movement speed, getting this cooldown, getting the capabilities just to be able to run around and look for ganks is a lot better than the slight little sustain you get from Soul Gem. I think I would have preferred Globe going for the Soul Gem for the safety. I mean, we saw last game, Johnny will camp you. If he feels like he can kill you off cooldown, he will try it. And there's no beads on Globe. There's no Aegis on Globe. He does have the blink, but forcing him to blink on a Zeus is not really that hard, especially when you have a Morrigan in mid that can transform into a Loki, a Thanatos, engage fights like
That's why
that.
he has to buy like Talisman, right? Because like it just doesn't have any of that utility of it.
And that's why the popular build for a little bit was either Book into Talisman or Soul Gem into Talisman. And I mean, he's got the cooldown ring right now. Could be Soul Gem. It could be that Talisman. I think I don't want the Talisman in this game because there's not a ton of magical damage that's going to be hitting him. I think I'd prefer the Soul Gem to not necessarily run away. I want the Soul Gem to stand and fight. You're only really using that blink when you really need to disengage, but Soul Gem allows you a little extra burst, comboed with that Book of Thoth.
It's been a much quieter opening 10 minutes. You had the trade early on, and then since then, a lot of farming, a lot of poke. The solo laners have been going at it, boxing each other, but neither has really gotten the full advantage. We talked about the XP difference, maybe from Valo rotating over a little bit more often, but Valo hasn't shown himself over there. It looks like Karmic is starting to get back even with Benko, so that solo lane matchup, one to keep watching for sure. As we still approach maybe a rotation, available to really attack either. No one out of position. So we're just kind of in a holding pattern as everyone's farming up through their jungle.
And I think this is for a little bit for both teams. I don't think both teams really want to fight early game too much. I mean, you have this Yamoja, you kind of want to farm up a little bit. Morgan at level 5, you do have slightly kill potential, but you kind of want to farm up, get that second, third item online. Really the only character that cares to fight early but doesn't need to is like a Hercules or a Mulan, which, I mean, at this point, you have your defense item online. Not too much is going to be happening over there. So slow early game start to this one, and especially after last game's pop-off. I think this is good for Food Drive for Globe. Slow the game down, allows yourself to breathe a little bit, and you have objective damage. This is going to force Globe to blink. You have the objective damage to opt for a Gold Fury at some point, and maybe just getting that blink out for Globe opens up an opportunity for Smoke Break to maybe not blow the game open, but at least go for a Gold Fury and start snowballing a little bit.
Maybe Valo has to also keep his tabs on that mid lane, knowing that Globe could be vulnerable to another gank. It does look like that Gold Fury will start using the Naga buff to help burst it down.
On the one still?
Elion's in the area, taking down wards. This Gold Fury's losing a lot of health.
This is risky.
Gonna drop it. They're gonna try to steal, and you can't unleash it now. Elion has it. Drop it. Right? It is Food Drive. I gotta say, you got lucky with that one because now Sap is killing you. Johnny comes down. You're in big trouble now. Invulnerability only lasts for a little bit. Globe somehow survives in the middle of the fray. How is he not dead?
Did Globe just do enough damage to scare them all away?
I think
he had no other burst available, and they all just booked it because their health bars got low. Globe used everything. Nothing else was available. I think if they just stick that fight, they could just kill 3-4 there.
I mean, when Uller stance switched, he even got him underneath the ice. He was slow. You don't have an Afro ult there. Echrome looked like he was about to go in again, but then everyone else disengaged.
Yo, Smite 2 popping.
I'm right there with you. Why not just try
to
push
push Sin, David 77?
No blink on
didn't win the
Globe
Gold
either.
Fury either. So.
Yeah, lost Gold Fury. And that was a really risky play there by Food Drive for Globe. Naga is tanking it. You drop it, you step out of hit, it doesn't matter. Naga is still tanking it. It doesn't drop immediately, and then it just becomes a 50-50. They got it, so it's a good play. I mean, it doesn't matter. You win the coin flip. That's what you needed to do. But maybe a little risky, but realistically, if you have Globe with no blink, he doesn't have that survivability, you're probably losing Gold Fury soon anyway. Is that just like, we're going to lose this if we don't do it now? Let's just see if we can get it. If that's kind of in their mind, I like that call.
Food Drive didn't look like they got that blue buff steal. They'll pull out of it. Elion on that Yamoja too. I mean, there were so many things that could have gone wrong there. Like you all get stunned, and then it gets stolen out. Food Drive though, when you're pushed against the wall here, you have to start taking some risks to try to get an advantage.
Yeah, and they got a nice little lead right now. I mean, 1,000 gold at 10 minutes isn't anything to scoff about, but at least puts them into a spot where they have this little lead, especially after last game. They can breathe again a little bit, but we haven't really seen a ton of either of these solo lanes. Mulan is a second time character. Last game, we really didn't see that much because the game was over at 19 minutes. And when we saw Karmic play this Hercules, it was another really good game by him. He was able to bully out that Raw in solo lane, is able to team fight really well. And they're both going to be required to build a lot of space for their team.
Sap wants to go in on it. It actually forces an early Afro wall. Happen. Just going to stick nice and clean. Want to make sure Globe is protected. Globe is having an easier time right now, not getting picked as easily as he was when he was on New One.
Yeah, and when you go to the point where Zeus is going to have the damage to threaten on dive, then it's a different story. He actually still doesn't even opt for Soul Gem. This is just full damage Zeus, no survivability. He is entirely reliant on Happen keeping him alive, but I mean, you have an Aphrodite. That's literally her job as a
Smite needs to be linked,
is to keep you alive. But talking about solo lane,
link your
my
Twitch and your
issue
Smite
with
and your
Mulan
Steam and everything.
in a game like this is yes, you have that all-in capabilities, but the kite potential for Food Drive for Globe is insane. If you go too deep, Aphrodite ultimate is used, maybe she heals up the team, you're out of position then. Karmic has that safety of, I don't have to all-in. I can use my Q to pluck you out of position.
That was Afro
I can
Stampede.
use my dash to get out of
give him this for free,
danger. I can also
please,
use my
man.
ultimate for that CC immunity.
I'm so
It's one of the
tired of
reasons I
this.
think Mulan feels worse late game is that.
Good silence.
Get this
Wait,
Pyro Man. This
Andy!
happens a little low. Actually going to get
Andy got
through
it.
it, but he took a ton of damage.
Andy stole the
Almost
Pyro.
died, and a Lightning Storm came out just to zone.
What a weird play.
Food Drive don't really get much done there.
And you're the
Food
one
Drive got
pulling
worked.
that. You're the one trying to force it. Your solo laners aren't rotating over. But Happen didn't have ult there. You're
Dude,
calling
Loki
that
is
Gold
ass.
Fury without
It's not a
Happen
good
having ultimate.
competitive. It's
I'm
a good
little
range
worried
god.
that Food Drive for
Terrible
Globe
competitive god.
feels like they have to make plays. Now that's 2 times in a row where realistically they could have lost both of those objectives on Gold Fury and on that Pyro. They just kind of got maybe a little lucky on Gold Fury, but they lost Pyro and it wasn't really that close. I mean, you drop Ymoja ultimate to zone the Zeus.
Elian's
Happen
been
doesn't have
supporting
ultimate,
competitively
so he's
for
just
like a couple years.
nothing he can really do.
Well, Food Drive, it's much better 13. At this point, 13 minutes in.
Much better.
There was almost a 10K gold lead
Yes.
for Smoke Break. It's a completely different look right now. Globe hasn't died, so that's a great start for him. And you're not seeing Karmic getting bullied out of lane either. Also kind of quiet over here since that first blood. Tegbeer just kind of farming it up. And there hasn't been much action between that Medusa and Ruler just yet. We've really just had a lot of focus on the mid lane happen, sticking on Globe, and trying to keep Zeus fed, trying to get him online. Really just may come down to that. How much can you keep mentioning, right? How to enable all of that damage. Seems to be okay for now, but with the ult going Loki, Globe is forced out, and everyone's gonna dive in on him. Globe tries to blink, but
That damage is
your eyes
filthy.
are gonna stay closed there. Johnny gets the kill.
And Johnny gets the Stampede pop on him by Elion, and then he's also got that threshold where he just sprints at you. Globe blinked, and no blink by Johnny. Johnny was just on him like that because of how much movement speed you get. And if Happen's not sitting with Globe 24/7, Johnny is just going to keep doing that. Sap is just going to keep doing that. That's the issue with Zeus, is if you leave him alone, if you don't give him
Johnny might
a
actually
ton
be
of
in trouble
heal,
here.
he's just somebody you can kill. I want to see Happen sitting in mid lane. Don't worry about Tegbeer. Tegbeer is safer by a mile than the Zeus is.
Karmic was
That was a
actually
good ult.
bullying Johnny a little bit.
Loki's around the corner. That was a good
talk
ult.
about the junglers too, because we talk about letting Johnny run riot on this Thanatos. If you stay ahead of Loki, it's going to be hard for Valo to actually get online. It's exactly what's happening again. He's 2-0, where Valo 0-1. You're not getting it done. You're behind in XP. You're behind in gold.
You want to talk about Johnny? I want to talk about Johnny. Johnny's switching up the jungle build quite a lot. We talked about it last game. You know, Void Shield, Binding, Osworn Sword. This game, double anti-heal. It's going to be dropping his damage quite a lot.
No,
like,
it's not.
quite a lot.
No,
Johnny's
it's not,
gonna be
Bobby.
doing
Shut
less.
up.
He will have, yes, more utility, more anti-heal, but
Bobby needs to
it's
shut
really
up.
just one Aphrodite. I don't think I like the double anti-heal.
Hercules maybe as well.
Bobby,
might
shut
help.
up.
Yeah, if Johnny's hitting Hercules, most of the time the fight's either
Not
won
going well.
or Johnny's trolling. No real reason to be hitting the Hercules. Your focus is the backline. I don't mind one anti-heal item, maybe just the Brawlers, just the Ankh, but delaying your Binding, delaying your Void Shield, and then the Oathsworn Sword, I don't like that. Or Oathsworn Spear. I want him to be able to do damage. And yes,
Bobby's
I mean,
trolling.
he ran down the Zeus and killed him, but anybody can kill a Zeus when he's alone. If Happen's sitting here with them,
That
he can't
item's a
do it.
really good defensive item.
Gonna be hard to do for sure, but Happens
Well,
actually in a little bit of
so
trouble.
what?
Lightning Storm dropped down. This is the hovering death up. Voids
Good
every
jukes,
single bit
dude.
of Ymoja.
That was a really good juice from Afro.
was
If he
actually
gets hit by any ability, I think he might fall below threshold.
Yeah, that movement speed, kind of juke around a little bit more. And that's probably something that's a little underrated for this Kiss combo with Globe, is Globe now has movement speed on that too. He's got that Gemma focused movement speed. He's also got Aphrodite movement speed. Maybe he can kind of keep pace with Johnny on the Thana. I mean,
I wouldn't do that to him on an analyst table, bro. I'd say
we
he's
saw it
trolling, but
kind
I
of
wouldn't
right
take
there.
it any
I mean,
further
yes,
because
he
that's
was
just
hitting
mean.
the Afro more than the Zeus, but actually Johnny not in good spot.
Oh no, you got caught and rooted,
Ymoja.
and you're dead. Happen will get the kill, and Food Drive.
Andy
for
almost
Globe.
saved him.
Trying to figure it out. The gold lead was they get away from them a little bit. They get a kill. Now they're on the Pyromancer.
Benko
Could be
behind.
contested here. Benko taking a
Globe.
look, but so is Sap. And oh my goodness, Globe just no chance to do anything. Got stunned out. Eclum gets the kill.
rolled.
And now Food Driver actually getting split across and turned tail on the run. Smoke
Holy
break.
fuck.
Hope they can just get that kill and get out. No chance for them to take that pyro. Food Driver regroups. Happen does a little bit more damage. Hercules comes through. Karmic throws out the whole kit to make sure Benko dies.
And going back to the original one, Happen needs to stay kissed to Globe. Don't worry about Tech Fear. Globe is the one they're trying to kill. Yes, you get the trade here. Yes, you're probably getting Pyro. But now that's 2 times where Happen is not kissed with Globe, and Globe just gets dove. Protect your Zeus. If your Zeus is safe, he will carry team
Bro
fights.
didn't even realize he was dying.
You said it yourself. Nobody's building full damage. You're not giving yourself any utility.
Wait, Ecrom got that?
It. That is where the bulk of your team fight is going to be. But
That's
Food Drive,
crazy,
again,
dude.
getting away with another one.
That's a
And
big
even referenced the
steal.
fight earlier than that one. Johnny's build, he's not tanky. The one on, you can kill him still very easily. You don't have the double defense. So if Johnny isn't
will have
killing,
it.
which he really can't do right now, he's also not able to live in a lot of fights. I don't like the build, and I'm very worried that around this point, maybe in 3-4
somebody
minutes
yesterday
also, when
went
Globe gets his
Pen
next
third
item,
and Techo fourth.
Benko and Johnny won't be able to kill Globe. So unless
I
Sabre
think
is
that's
just
what these
making
guys
a
gotta do.
mastermind transform, a mastermind gank, you're gonna lose the fight.
That's why I'm kind of worried for Smoke Break when it comes to Karmic in particular on this Hercules. Like, I mean, he just cleaned up Benko like it was no problem.
Yeah, and you can't kill Karmic. You don't have the mage to kill him. And Echrome needs probably 6 items, completely full build, to threaten the Hercules. So I'm worried right now for Smoke Break. Yes, you have the lead, but I'm really liking Food Drive's team fights. As long as this stays happening, Jorby, I do not want to see an Aphrodite kiss somebody
Remember,
else.
you have
heal and
Pen
then
on
immediately
Wool,
kiss
it's
back
just
to
flat
Zeus.
Pen. He has 10
Zeus isn't really
from
known
Transcendence.
for his monogamy. And meanwhile, well, the Rock's going to help him get out of there.
This Morgan
Happen
pick is
will
bullying
stick on him
Zeus.
regardless. Oh, faithful.
That's what I want to see, actually. That was close.
Lightning Storm will sold him out. Karmic had the driving strike down. Those cooldowns come up quickly. Vallo is not going to avoid Johnny. Techbeard kills Elvion on the other side. Johnny's got to get back to this fight.
Alright, Andy got
Karmic
picked.
just playing
That's bad.
forward. He wants to brawl.
Fuck Loki,
and the
that
rest of the
sucks.
team is going to come and follow him up. Karmic's still chasing it down. Everyone just trying to split apart, seeing if they can catch Food Drive out here. You got to be careful in your positioning. Globe is just dying off screen. Echrome still getting value elsewhere. Johnny's also going to fight Food Drive for Globe. This is turning bad quick. Johnny kills Tegfear. Food Drive have to leave, but they're still sticking around. There's nowhere for Happen to run. All you can do is die.
What are we doing? Drive for Globe. We have an entire good 5v5
Globe's been
team
getting
fight.
worked this
Valor's
whole
looking
land.
for 1v1 against Echrome. Echrome one-shots him. And
This
then
motherfucker
Globe
can play
walks
Chop.
around the tier 2 and
Unfortunately,
just
he
gets
can
one
play
shot by
Chop.
Echrome also. Phenomenal play by Echrome. Phenomenal play by Smoke Break all around. And they get themselves a Fire Giant. And now this speeds up the game more. There was almost a break point for Food Drive for Globe to, you know, get one
Their
fight
God
win
pools are
and
way
go
too
for that
small.
Fire Giant. But unfortunately, now they're in a
Jungler
disastrous
plays
spot.
Loki 90% of the
Fire
games,
Giant
and then
falls.
the other
Karmic came to take
10%
a
is
look.
when it's banned. He
You know,
plays like
Echrome, he's
Thanatos
been
or
having
Thunder.
a much better game, a much better
So
day
good.
today. So let's take a look at that last one where he killed Globe.
There's no way you play
And
Loki
Globe
in all these
passing by
games
himself.
and
again,
don't feel like
did you
it's
see it?
bad.
Not kissed with the Aphrodite, Jorby. Stop kissing other people.
There's a lesson. I guess that is the lesson, right? But I mean, Echrome, man.
I mean,
such a better
this
game
team's
from
jungler
him.
is
They're
not
doing what
any
they
good
need
with
to
the
do.
Loki pick every game, so if
Said
he doesn't want to play
Happen
something
not
else, it's a
sticking
waste.
on Globe, and what
And
has
this
Globe
mid
done?
needs to lock in a bigger god pool.
Nothing. He's just died.
Kiss Globe.
Without Zeus, please kiss Globe. He needs it.
Smoke break MVP.
Like, what? Again,
This game it's Echrome.
Okay.
Last game it was
Is it
Johnny.
that bad that
and
he's
then
not kissing
Deathwalker's
Globe?
been good in
Yes,
every
it's
single
that
game
bad.
I think
These
he's played.
fights
I
they
think maybe he
lose
had
are the
one
fights
bad
that
match.
Globe gets picked
Or
because
one
he
bad
doesn't
game.
have the survivability.
And why is Globe by
Probably give
himself?
it to
by the way, at all?
Deathwalker.
That is
Why is he
very
not
true.
with the rest
also.
of the team?
There is something to be
Ooh,
said
Sab
that
has been
maybe
good
it's not
too.
all on
True,
Happen.
true.
Maybe he's not the one
But
that
Deathwalker's been
isn't
consistent.
kissing
Even when they've been
Globe,
having
Globe's
bad
running away
games,
from
he's
him,
the one playing
pathing
good.
too far away from him.
So I don't know.
But something is wrong there. Again, referencing to
Deathwalker's
something you
Benko.
said.
It's his real
This is
life
a
name,
full damage
apparently.
Zeus. There's no survivability. You have Blink and that's it, and that doesn't matter against Johnny. Johnny will run you down. Globe needs to be with his support, and Tegveer is fine. Tegveer
I mean,
also
for
needs
someone
to ult
on
in team fights.
Smoke
because last
Break to
fight
get
he
an
didn't his
MVP, they
ult
have to
off,
win a
but
lot more games
that's because
anyway,
the fight's
so
over
we'll see
because their
who's-
Globe is dead.
And I mean,
Who's the big money
X factor
player?
for Food Drive has always been their jungler. And Valor is 3 levels down on Johnny, who's already level 20. 0-2, you're not getting the Valo Loki.
Also got picked last fight.
Just absolutely
Loki's shit.
like,
How
no
has none of
value
these Leolas
anywhere
said this
for
shit?
Food Drive.
Loki is
Wait,
a
there's so much
terrible
longer
pick,
than
and he's
10
picked it
minutes.
10
Yo,
games in a row.
We're not here. Where's the team? The Phoenix is under duress. You gotta get out here quick. Just got there in time, but
Zeus ult is forced just to slow down this siege, and it's doing its job of slowing down the game, yes, but that's now no
Afro
Zeus
play's
ult for
been
the next
ass.
70, 80 seconds.
That
You
Afro
can now
play was
siege this tier
forced.
2 for 3. You have an 11,000 gold lead before getting a single other tower. This is very bad for Food Drive for Globe. At this point, the Zeus's damage isn't good enough to kill Benko. It's not good enough to probably even kill Elion because he's got the double magical defense. And yes, keeping Zeus alive, he can do a lot of damage pretty consistently, but it's worrisome.
Now they're in some trouble. The new blood in Smite 2. Everyone
you gotta kill the herd. Kill the
wondering
herd. Kill the
who tried
herd.
to
Kill the herd.
go that distance and kind of be that changing of the guard.
Good bait.
They're running into some trouble right now.
Nice
Rubenko
pull.
and company.
Oh,
Smoke break.
no.
Nice,
Good
but
beads.
the Food Drive
That
just
pluck,
couldn't get the
he should have been
driving
in range to
strike
get plucked
through. It
there.
does force the
Karmic's
beads
having
out,
some
but that's
good
all you're gonna
fucking
get.
pulls.
And that's a good play by Karmic, getting the beads out from Ikrom. It makes the siege a lot more worrisome now. But Sap the entire time doesn't worry about the fight in middle. And I like that they're not playing this game to end the game now. They're just playing to get as much gold in their pocket as they can, because in Smite 2, you've got 6 items in your starter. You're still going to be scaling. You have 6 items, or you have 5 items in your starter on Sap. Sap backs now, finishes that rod. Actually, he does have an anti-heal item also, but he will get another item to do a lot more damage. And you're now sitting at about almost an item everywhere difference. There's not he does just finish rod, which is a positive, but is he going to be able to kill Benko, Elion at this point? I'm worried that
Who's the shot
Benko's
caller
zone potential
on
right
Food
now,
Drive? Because it's
comboed
not
with
the
Johnny's
jungler.
Execute. There's just not going to be anything Food Drive
Does it
is going to
happen?
be able to do if Smoke Break plays it right. Play around your Mojo.
And can Food Drive play around this Zeus? Can they find a pick? At this point, you're hoping for a pick because you're just so far down. You almost don't even want a team fight with all that anti-heal.
Damn, if your
Karmic's
shot
not
caller
gonna
is
be
Globe,
as
you're
sustained.
fucked.
Happens not going to be as effective in keeping Globe alive anymore just because of that difference.
And now with that back, Sap has actually finished his Rod of Tahuti. So Sap's going to be kind of the playmaker, I think, at this point. He's going to be looking for the flank. He's going to be looking for Globe or Tegmir. And if Sap finds a good flank, which he's done now 2 or 3 times this game, Food Driver Globe could lose the game off of it. This is a spot where Smoke Break has very easy end because there's no tier 2s available. They don't even need the Fire Giant if they get a pick or 2 because they have the Emoji, you have the sustain, and then you also have execute potential with
Smite 2
Johnny
for
on
2
the banner.
days? Smite 2 is better than
Johnny
Smite 1 ever
immediately
was.
forced out with the ult. Still,
Sap
Sap kind of like the fight. Sap does a ton of damage. It forces Globe out on the fight. Having to move back, Happen trying to keep people alive. Karmic trying to get back into the front line. Lightning Storm had zoned them
That's a
out.
good
He'll excavate a
fucking
rock,
Urkel.
but not do much for it.
Nice block.
Will gets stunned. Got a driving strike
Good
as
ult
well.
out.
A little bit more damage, but they're not able to really find a pick and get on somebody. Petrify
No
finds
way!
it. Tank fear from Echrome. That's a lot off the table
Echrome
for
ate
Smoke
a
Break. Did they
Medusa
find the
to
pick they
face.
needed?
What?
And that's 2.
Whoa,
Sap's also down
Sap!
on the back line.
There's
threw,
Fallow.
bro.
Wondering where he could be. Johnny's right there.
They
Fallow
fucking
certainly
threw.
wants it, but you got to take your wins when you
insane.
get them. Take the Fire Giant.
That's such a
And
good
now
start
it's
to
just
the
an
fight.
unreal play by Karmic.
And
The
then they
spacing that he
overcommitted.
provides and the CC provides. The worry with Mulan is exactly that. She can't get out once she's already committed, and the team has to turn around and try and peel her out. Fire Giant goes over to Food Drive, getting them a possibility to just come back into this game. This is
Karmic
not a
is,
game-ending Fire Giant. This is
making
by no
plays.
means we are getting a Phoenix even. But you know what it does do?
It's a not losing fight.
It's a not losing Fire Giant. You slow the game down. You allow your Zeus to get another item because if you do continuously get items on your Zeus, get items on your Medusa, and you saw how much damage that Medusa ult did to Ikrom. That did 700, and that's only 4 items on this Medusa. You want to just get a couple more items on your backline. You have a really, really beautiful front-to-back
Zeus ult
combo
was
driving
bad.
Globe, and you have the CC to accompany it with Karmic on this Hercules, which, by the way,
Yeah,
Karmic is
Xander,
putting
please
on a
do.
show with this Hercules. This is the second time we've seen him play it. He's played it phenomenally. The spacing he provides, the setup he provides. It's a lot different than the Mulan. If you're playing Mulan and you're winning the game, you have really, really good kill potential. Hercules' damage is fine, but the setup
Andy's
for
team
your
was
Zeus,
playing
the
much
setup for
better,
your
but they just
Medusa,
threw a fight.
Karmic is doing it all right
That was
now.
a wild
So I
fight,
gotta
though,
shout out
bro.
the frontliners when they're doing the dirty work.
They were
I
doing
mean, what was that?
so good, and then
12K
they just
to
overcommitted.
Like 7K difference there. Look how quickly the chart has swung back up, but Food Drive still have a lot of work to do here. They still got some fight in them. They don't just lay over and die to this Smoke Break team. Finding a way to make this one competitive. There's a lot of work to do.
And I don't like how Smoke Break even engaged that last fight. You remember how it started, the Thanatos taking a ton of damage. Sap finds a lot of poke. At that point, if you just call it, that's a good trade. Your jungler just resets. I think it was whoever it was on Food Drive that got poked out. I think it was Tegvir resets also. And then you're just back at a 5v5. But Sap commits to it. He takes the fight and he goes all in, which baits Benko forward, which baits Elion forward and Echrome forward. And then they lose the fight after. If you do get an unlucky trade,
I don't know
sure, who cares?
if Johnny would
Reset,
have been
we're
able
still
to
at
execute the
12,000.
Afro.
We don't have to take every fight.
I don't know what he had
especially when you have
up.
that big of a lead. You dictate when you want to fight. I'm not loving though what Food Drive for Globe is doing here, where usually
you mean
consider,
happen kissing Tegvir instead of Globe?
actually, I forgot about that for a second, but yes, we need to see the kiss to Globe. But I don't like that they're not playing for tier 2s. They're just standing in a lane, allowing the farm to happen, to come to them. They're just kind of backing up, and they're not really cutting into this gold lead. If you just get this Fire Giant and you don't really do anything with it, you're just back in the same spot where you're still down an item and you're still on the back foot at Fire Giant. You have to get a tower or two to really slow this game down to get you a couple more items.
Now it's getting a little tighter. This next team fight, I mean, every team fight for Food Drive is important. Valo's got to be careful, though. Johnny chasing him down. Valo not going to have any assistance either. You run into Echrome, you're forced to use your ult and your blink to get out. Echrome going to abandon
Johnny?
that chase.
Okay.
Johnny!
Johnny!
Death! Where's the death strike as well? Goodbye, Valo!
And Johnny finds the pick, and at the same time, they're going for that left side Phoenix.
Karmic trying to throw a rock.
Bro, the Morgan is swapped over and can't pull.
Problems here.
Sap!
Smoke are creating those problems. Sap keeps doing that work. River's Rebuke up to try to split them up, and it works. Karmic gets forced out the rest of his team. Now he's got to catch back up. A lot of damage being done on the back line, though. He's just sitting there, and Tegvir gets the kill on Johnny. Karmic just running. That's a double kill. They're gone. All of a sudden, Food Drive might have a Phoenix here.
Kill Karmic rather than
doing
chase.
so much damage at this point, and they're trying to deal with Karmic, and they can't kill him. They can't kill Karmic.
They haven't tried to kill
Like
Karmic.
the River's Rebuke ended up
past
being what actually put Karmic in a perfect position. He's like, thanks. Now I'm back here, and I could just smack you all with my hammer or with my club.
Now imagine you don't have a Loki
and you're all dead.
on your team.
Cleans it up so
the game's
easily.
over. You win the game there.
And you're starting to see the issue with Morgan mid. If you can't kill on dive, you're not going to be able to do your job as a normal mid laner to kill frontliners. That's why I like this
Loki's being
pick
stubborn
so much.
as fuck.
Karmic is a menace right now. He is still full health. He really didn't
Drive
drop
win this
low at
set,
all in that last fight.
They
and
have to play some of the other
part is,
Loki next game, or they just
started the
won't
game
win the
off,
game.
or that fight off with a pick. Valo was dead. And then they still ran that fight down,
Loki's
and they
worthless.
lost the 4v5.
The Loki got all of his damage off the fight that he didn't win. That his team won for him, and he just cleaned up.
Take a little look at that gold lead. They might be back.
That's crazy. 4K gold deficit now. But, you know, I just want to take a look at that team fight one last time on the replay as everybody gets reset here. Because Food Drive right now putting together this comeback, trying to force game 3.
Kiss with the Aphrodite. So you're going to have to carry this team fight. If you're the one kissed to Afro, you are the hyper
Morgan needed to hit a pull when he swapped into Herc.
But
this was a really good ult from Elion.
It was
They should have
Benko.
killed
Benko was
Herc,
sitting
bro.
in
He
that.
didn't
He's
get
just taking
shelled.
a ton of damage. And the entire,
Globe
actually,
gets out.
I
Globe
realized
did
Globe was
live.
out
That's
when they
crazy.
should have killed
Look at-
Herc
look
when he got away.
At that entire time, Johnny is the one that actually gets taking all that damage. I'm going to go back to it. Johnny's build, he's just not in a spot where he can actually dive and eat all that Medusa damage. Yes, he can kill Loki in that 1v1, but that's a pretty easy matchup to win that 1v1.
Another dance around
There's
the Fire
no
Giant
build that
begins.
he would be able to 1v1
This
the
one
Medusa, Bobby.
might
What
be a
you
Fire
say?
Giant that's a winning Fire Giant for Food Drive.
He's
But
pissing me
Elion
off. There it
stops
is,
him!
finally!
You gotta run, Karmic, you're in trouble! Barely survived! Still alive, and Johnny executes
And
him!
Medusa's dead. He missed
Johnny
sight. He missed sight.
tearing him up! A lot of
the
damage
blink.
forced out on the blink. Elion trying to save him, but Valo isn't gonna let him
Oh my
live!
god, he misses
Sap is also
sight.
low. No, he's going in. Is he going in the back on the back end?
Sap does kill Valo, he's gone! Also in some trouble
He
back
missed an
there.
auto.
Smoke break somehow survived that one. 3 dead for Food Drive
Oh my
for Globe and
gosh.
only 1 for Smoke break.
Bro.
I thought Valo was
If
going to have
Johnny
another
doesn't miss his sight,
superhero
he
effort
never
on the
dies there.
backline. He
And
does
that
kill one.
Medusa
He
dies
does kill
instantly.
Johnny. Just barely. Sap gets out. Echrome also gets out. So close, and it was barely a team fight win by Smoke Break, and that's with them bursting Karmic. If they do have that capability to CC him, and Sap is able to put a few abilities in him, they can kill the Hercules. But that is like the disaster scenario.
They've started the Fire Giant. Smoke break, you win that team fight. You take advantage of those respawn timers, and you knock it down. And now Food Drive get put right back in the back seat. And they find a way to fight their way back to the front.
They're waiting on Johnny.
Hard from here.
Thank you. That's
They've already
huge.
had everything pushed back.
That's big,
Phoenixes
bro.
are all exposed here. They're actually holding it here for the respawn.
Look at
Yeah,
that
just
vision.
trying to get it in Johnny's pocket
got wards
also.
everywhere.
And Johnny at this point should just split. He should force Valo to match him because Valo can't stop his split push. Even if Valo, all ins and tries to burst, you just don't have the damage to kill Johnny, and Johnny can actually kill you. So I want to see Johnny opposite of the rest of the team, and then the other four just group around this Yemoja. It also will allow
Mulan
at
has the
least
dagger.
Valo or whoever matches Johnny.
So he can int.
On the right side is Benko. Elion's forward by himself.
Might actually,
Talisman.
that's a
It's
lot
just
of
Talisman. Actually, double actives there by Elion. They're forced into Xerxes Hexstone also, along with the Talisman. That Yemoja's a lot less safe.
bad.
She does not have beads. So if Yemoja gets plucked by Hercules, if Yemoja, takes a
That
kiss and does
sucks.
take a lot of damage, there is potential for Food Drive for Globe to win this team fight.
All the
Elion has to play a
objectives
lot
in this
safer.
game get better the
Benko's
more
gonna have
you
to be
kill
the
them.
heavy,
So
heavy
Fire
frontliner
Giant,
or Smoke Break,
first
'cause he
kill
does have that
is
beads.
one
And he also
set
does have the
stats, second
Talisman,
kill
so
is
he's got two
more stats,
opportunities
third kill is more
to beat
stats.
the CC from Karmic.
I think
But
someone said the
Karmic in
third
this
kill is
fight should just be
150
looking
strength
for a
and
fuck out of
150
somebody.
int or
He
some
has
shit
to
like
try to
that.
avoid the CC.
Which is
Now,
insane.
Echrome,
That's 3
full
items.
build. Echrome has that Heartsteel, Heartseeker. He also does have that. I can't think of the item. Hydra's Lament. He has Hydra's also. He does have a lot of burst damage to commit onto Karmic with it. And we saw Karmic last fight get hit by a little CC and then takes a lot of burst. And a lot of that comes from Echrome.
This could be a final fight if Smoke Break play it well. They'll sit at the Phoenix, but Food Drive have set everything up. Everything is warded, making sure they have all
Phoenixes
the
are
coverage.
weak.
They
They're
know where
splitting.
everybody
Thank
is
you.
for this
5M
last
won't do
defense.
this, bro.
This is their tournament life right now. And if they win
5Ms
this one, it's going to be a game
their
3.
set
They're not
if they
even
just
out of
split
it.
push
Smoke
Phoenixes
Break, if they
instead
win
of trying
this,
to 5-man it.
play another tonight.
See how
It's
they're
gonna
doing
be a
it?
long night
They
either
chi-
way.
You just chip away at the
As
Phoenix.
Karmic sitting in front, he's played so
You
well
literally
so
walk
far.
up, auto
Can he
twice,
continue to
walk
be that
away.
front
Walk
line?
up,
Happen
auto
to get
3 times,
stunned,
walk
but
away.
not enough burst damage on to happen.
You don't have to
He's gonna be
commit. You
sitting
just chip
tall.
away.
That Phoenix isn't dropping quite yet. No one on Smoke Break willing to commit just yet. Excavate from Karmic. Karmic's going to go in. Look at Valo. He's tearing him apart. Oh, with Valo. The damage isn't a question. It's a promise. Hovering Death is up. River's Rebuke is gone. Lightning Storm is gone. A lot of ultimates committed, but Smoke Break are on the run.
And Karmic hits another pluck onto Sap, and you just can kill off of it. Force out
Sap
that
shouldn't be
beat.
splitting.
You
It
have
should
that
be the
kill potential.
Thanatos and the
Karmic
fucking
again on this hurt.
Yemoja, probably.
They're running him down. Johnny's trying to run as well. We'll get a camp, but you better get back and defend your Phoenix quick. It's Karmic. He doesn't care. He's going to blink right in. He wants to brawl. Got the driving strike into the wall. They'll keep on poking the wave down before they can finally get to the right Phoenix. Karmic can split off from the group. Has to
Right
get
Phoenix
Reaver
is dead.
quickly.
They lost their Phoenix.
And that's
All they
trouble
did
because they
was
get
their
blocked
Phoenix.
out.
Their base is
and it
dying.
gets immediately out. Is it enough? The rock.
their whole base is dying.
Pretty much nothing, but you force a lot of utility
Look at
out,
that mid-Phoenix.
and True Drive are going to leave.
That's not
Wait, they're gonna
like
chase.
you end
This
up
could
trying to
be-
push down middle, and your waves aren't pushed out. You lose your right Phoenix.
Karmic.
They can't kill
He
him.
got some of that healing
They didn't
back.
even
He's
try
just
to
too
kill him. They
big.
just threw.
Techfear says, huh, you can't kill? I'm going right in.
floor's
Petrify as well. He gets knocked
Thanatos
up.
up?
He gets
No,
deleted.
he's not.
Globe finally comes alive. Benko is gone.
Thanatos
Everybody's
ult
running for their
would've-
life.
would've
Karmic
big
onto the
execute.
Phoenix in the mid lane. Johnny in the back line.
still low.
Could find a pick over here. Techfear low as well. There are a potential pick opportunity for Johnny as Karmic runs.
he got
Happen
him.
trying to prevent the retreat.
Good son, Echrome.
Melts Karmic.
And Echrome
That's a
loses
lot
one
of front line
health.
guard. Food Drive are in
big,
trouble.
big.
Here comes
Johnny!
Johnny. Sap as
Game
well.
over.
Smoke
GG.
Break, they can feel it. Hovering
it.
Death.
Get his ass.
He's going to find them.
Loki.
Goodbye,
Stop playing
Valo.
Loki,
And that
Valo.
is
It's
it
bad.
right there.
You're
Happen,
dumb.
the only one left alive. Echrom's going to be
Holy
running him
fuck,
down,
sorry, Valo. That was
stopping
rude,
that
but you
back.
gotta stop
They
playing
can
Loki,
push
bro.
through
Dog
middle.
shit.
Smoke
Game
break.
over.
2-0.
Smoke Break wins. Food Drive,
A
doo-doo-doo.
killing spree for Echrome. A deicide at the end. Beautiful. Well, how about that game two?
Fucking
How about
shit
that
Loki picked
series
30
here
games in a row,
from
dude.
Smoke Break.
Zero
They'll
damage
go right
ass fucking
through.
Loki
They
over
got
and
a
over and
date
over again.
with 5 M's in the lower bracket. Elion's going to sit
toxic.
inside the fountain and take a ton of damage here. Now all they got to do is get the kill. Techfear will get that one
Yo,
for
that's
sure.
trolls.
But all those fire minions should be just enough. And inbound. What a game and what a
dunking
statement
on
here
him.
from Food Drive for Globe as it drops 2-0 for Smoke Break. EMEA. 2 teams alive in the tournament and only 1 left for North America.
And Johnny, really good game on that Thanatos again. again. Game 1, phenomenal game. Game 2, another really good one. But you know who's sticking out to me after yesterday's games?
Johnny played great.
Echrome on this cooler
Echrome played great.
just
Sap
leveled
played
up.
great other than
He
that
did
one
what he needed to
misplay.
do. He was doing a lot in team fights, a lot of damage, and he was the one setting up fights with
I
that
don't know why they
axe,
play this meme
getting
song
a lot
after
of
every
damage.
game.
And
That's
the
how it
only
is.
reason Karmic really wasn't able to run rampant is because there was enough damage threat from Echrome. So you gotta shut out a player when he, is down after day 1, day 2, he steps up, and him and Johnny put the team on their back in that second game.
Really did. I mean, impressive stuff from Johnny too. Like
You always can shout out Johnny.
I mean, he's
So
absolutely
good.
insane. On that last team fight too, Karmic was doing so much, and then Tegveer went back. He didn't have a lot of health. Johnny was just sneaking into the back line. All of a sudden, there he goes, and Karmic just died out of nowhere. I mean, insane stuff at the end of that game. You thought Food Drive had it, but
that low-key
new
pick,
blood
bro.
get taken down
Worthless.
here in the lower bracket. But it's
Completely
definitely not the
worthless.
last I think we'll see of those 5.
No, they're definitely going to be back. They had a really good tournament. They had a really good Atlanta LAN, and these are 5 really good players. It's unfortunate that their tournament ends here, but I mean, it was still very, very good of them.
Well, we've been yapping a lot, and I want to hear Gore and company yap on the desk. Guys, what you think of that one?
Nice, they said right.
I think this one, phenomenal, right? You get a lot of back and forth. Of course, for Smoke Break and Smoke Break fans, probably ecstatic because they get the dub in the end, but even at the end there, Aggro, there's a point you just leave back and go, man, I love Hercules.
Dude, what is more satisfying than is watching a Herc do whatever he wants in a team fight? The displacement, the buying time, the knockup with the ultimate now. I mean, Karmic was so electric in that game, but then it got a little too electric, Lermy. I think that playing in front of the crowd, the energy, I don't know if Food Drive, if they're at home in front of their computers, chase it down mid with the double stampede. I think they probably stay at home a little bit more, defend that right side Phoenix, don't end up forcing an end game scenario, because it seemed pretty clear to me that Food Drive was going to end the game one way or another once they started running down mid.
Yeah, I mean, we were just kind of laughing about it, right? Double Stampede was very fun to watch them run it down, but like you were talking about Hercules getting big with the passive, maybe a little bit too big for the britches there overall. It was a good game plan, but one without an out, you might even say.
Yeah, it was even something that, you could hear Inbound mentioning towards the end, where it's like, you're running this down, your base is fault, like you are taking damage in a danger zone back home. You just have to make something happen. And like you said, maybe it's you could hunker down and hold out, but they didn't.
And like also Inbound was saying on the end there, that you got to give credit to Echrome, because we were roasting him a little bit after his performance yesterday, and deservedly so. But now you got to give him his flowers, because he played much, much better on the Uller this time around. Found that axe at the very end that turned it around, and he said it best. It was Johnny and Echrome that I think really put the team on their back. Sap made a lot of really questionable decisions.
That was crazy
in the late
that he
game
caught
that
him.
kind of opened the door
That was a
up for
filthy
Food
catch.
Drive, but Johnny just played so lights out, and then
I'm not gonna
Echrome hitting
lie,
that
if I'm
clutch
Food
axe
Drive, I'm
ends
mad
it
my
for Food
jungler
Drive.
played Loki every
And
game.
this is one of those moments. Again, Hercules,
Literally
you
no
can even
other
see
team
him in
gives
the
a fuck
background,
about
just
Loki, and this
driving how
motherfucker
everything
won't
is
leave it
going.
alone.
It's just the response from the other side is maybe a little bit stronger. That was, again, another thing that was really fun to watch. Of course, I'm saying this as Johnny died in the replay, but it was watching the engage and the way that they took their position, used their ultimates to kind of get in there and to counter engage was just really, really impressive, especially after the Hercules would kick things off so strong.
And don't forget that this game was over 15 minutes in or 20 minutes in, right? Food Drive was down by like 12K gold, 19K or some absurd amount, and really clawed back into it because of a great fight where Sap overextended by their right side, their bottom right side. So it was really impressive what Food Drive was able to do. They said in their interview that they feel like they can always win, and I think that they really showed that they meant that wasn't just lip service, that they played as if they were still going to win that game.
There's one more set.
And they really
It's
had a chance
5Ms
to.
versus
I think that this
Smokebreak.
is just the beginning for this squad. I'm excited to see how they
versus
grow as we continue
PBM.
with Smite 2.
Yeah, that is, unfortunately for them, the end of their Founders Series run. So we say goodbye to Food Drive for Globe for this weekend. But like you said, the future on the horizon for them is incredibly exciting. Especially, I mean, the tenure, when you look at everything they've done. And it's always really weird, because when you get to an event like this, when it's like, okay, you're now technically fourth. Like, you were the third team out, but like there are 3 teams that played the same 6 months that worked just as hard. 3 of them were able to say, okay, well, we're better than them. Like, that's grand scheme, the hundreds literally that we're playing, that's a damn good spot.
That's
to
not
be
bad.
in.
That's
It was
not
a
bad.
long tournament. It was a big tournament. Anybody, everywhere could play. And to get to this point is a very
5M threw all their games, bro. So I don't know how you pick Smoke Break over 5M's right now. 5M's had a lead on the Phoenix in every single game they played and threw on the Phoenix because they won't split push.
Again, we say goodbye to Smoke Break. We get to say hello to again because guess what? They're gonna be playing again. Another best of 3. And that is right. It's gonna be back-to-back going up against 5M's who played that best of 5 earlier. That's what's going to be coming up next.
Bro,
there's that question.
I don't think
you're coming off
Smoke
a
Break can
hot
beat
hands.
Risk.
You spend a little bit of time away, I guess, if you're 5M's. Do you think that's
so?
they probably
I'd rather 5M's win here just so maybe we see Risk lose.
I don't know. I think if Smoke Break had closed out game 2 in 20 minutes like it looked like they were going to, I would say I'd really favor Smoke Break. I think that because that game became pretty stressful towards the end, and because it became stressful
back-to-back
quickly,
sets too.
That feels like a lot of emotional roller coaster that I think that I like 5M's getting that mental reset a little bit more. The fact that it was a 2-0 certainly helps Smoke Break, though. I don't think they're in a bad spot.
Well, it's going to be fun to see, again, how they're going to tackle this because this is a team I feel.
Alex hasn't been playing Umoja, though. He played Ymir into Mike's Umoja like 3 games in a row.
Hey, that worked there. That didn't work there. This works for them. Let's play that then. And they adopt those strategies. So I'm really excited.
I don't know if you can ban out genetics. You just ban out what you don't want to play against.
Get harder every single step of the way. You got your 2-0, but now we can find out what they're going to do. At least how they're feeling after that next one. Maybe a little
3-1, but it wasn't a 3-1.
So we go down.
They were winning the first game. They threw. They were winning the third game they threw. And when I say throw, they threw with fire, pushing Phoenix both those games. And then they won the third game, and then the fourth game they were winning as well, and they threw in the Phoenix again.
In this set that you just played.
They just don't know how to Phoenix push.
Maybe not my best Smite, but definitely a really good Smite. I've seen way more purple in my side this time, so that's always easier, right? So I just enjoy it.
I know you can see the sign out here. EMEA, Grand Canyon, NA, which of course we had to fly over to get out here. Trelly was wondering if it's a statement on geography, but now EMEA is 2-0 over NA today. Do you feel like you've made a statement now with the second EMEA win?
I hope so, because we just have to respect the prophecy. Team Risk against Smoke Break in the final again for the 15th time this year, maybe? I don't know. I stopped counting, actually.
The prophecy's undefeated so far, but to get to that prophecy, you're going to have to add one more for EMEA over 5M's in our next matchup. Before we get to them, your thoughts on who maybe has an advantage here? You guys just got out of a 2-0 set. They played earlier on today. Do you like going into your next matchup?
Risk beat 5M's.
It's a tough choice, but I think it's better for us probably because it was like a quick set. The first game was really quick, and we were just warmed up, so it's probably better for us, I think.
Your opponents on the other side will be 5M's, 2-game set. What do you got to do against 5M's to make it to the grand final?
I don't know. I can't really
I was wondering how old Echrome is.
We're just gonna win.
I can't find
you
it.
and the team need to go discuss it. This has been Echrome, and we're going to be right back with the losers bracket finals. It's Smoke Break
Rips, maybe
versus
someday,
5M's.
maybe not. Who knows? It's a lot of Smite to play, bro. A lot of Smite to play. That was, dude, this play here was big. Sab got worked. Dude, Karmic's pulls were filthy. I'm telling you, if I'm on food drive, I'm really tilted at my jungler's picks that whole game. Anytime I lost a LAN or like a series because my teammates' god pools were small, I fucking hated it. Because you should be playing Smite 24/7. You should not have a set god pool. Gentle, you just want to play some Nox. Dude said Doomer music. 10 minutes. Oh, they're giving them a big break. Well, damn. Why would Banco play hurt? I played a little PoE too. I got bored. We did go over data mining. Dude, it's kind of crazy. Hold on. Let me pull up a tier list real quick. All right. So for this tournament, we don't know for sure, but this god's banned every game, right? We know Aladdin's banned every game. Fucking... But not worthless. Amma was pretty underwhelming. Agni went crazy, right? Hades underperformed like a motherfucker. Hades just kind of got worked. I mean, I don't even think it's one person. It's just been kind of worked. Athena's done really well in the jungle. Anubis got fucking destroyed. Hercules, I think we only saw one Herc game, right? Herc did great. Herc was like the only reason they had a chance that game. Fenrir's been big this game. Chalk was big for globe only, but it worked. I'm gonna put it in B tier. Cuckoo's kind of been pretty mid. Loki's been dog shit. Medusa's big. They haven't touched Mordred, bro. Hekate's been number one. Hekate's like the legit number one god of this land. Jingwei's been big. Mulan, I mean, Mulan did good there. I mean, it got Herc had way more impact. Have we seen Neith or Nem? Is there just a lot of god? Oh no. Hello? Why is it not working? There we go. So Honor hasn't been played, Ares hasn't been played, Bacchus hasn't been played. Baron was played by Fine OK. And it did alright. I'd say like here. Bologna's been huge. This isn't even in the game. Has CERN been played? CERN got played early yesterday and got fucking destroyed. Cupid, I don't think we've seen. TBM played Baron? He did? But it's not prioritized by them. So I'm just gonna leave it like this. I'll leave it where it is because it's not a prio. Geb has been ass. I mean, I'm a competitive, like a competitive tier list. Geb has been ass. Wait, Cupid got played? Did he get shit on? Okay, we'll put it in here. I didn't even know it got played. Danza, I don't think it's been played. Izzy hasn't been played. Kepri, I don't think it's been played. Mordred hasn't been played. Neith hasn't been played, right? Nem hasn't been played. Nuwa, I think, is really, really mid, bro. I think Nuwa's like... I mean, it's not worthless, so I'll throw it C tier. I think it's pretty mid for pro play. No Odin. Pele did fairly well, but only one person's played it. Poseidon's not touched. Raw's been good, but not great the whole land. Sobek is barely being played. Soul's never played. Wait, has somebody been played at all? Somebody got played by Awesome Jake, and that was it. And I don't think it's fair to rate it off of that because it's Jake. Susano hasn't been played. Thanatos has been really good. Morrigan has been. Morrigan's argue. Like, you could argue either. I'd say it's not prioritized, but it's good. It's like raw level. Thor has been insanely good. Bull has been as good, but not as good as I thought it would be. Yamoja's been a top pick. Ymir's been better than I thought it would be. And then Zeus has been better than I thought it would be. It's kind of funny. Look at how many gods haven't been played, bro. Whoops, I didn't even do that. Haven't been played. Zeus should be B? Okay, Zeus mid, I'd have put like F tier or D tier, right? Fucking Zeus ADC, it cooked them the other day. I'd have said A tier, but since only one person's played it, I'll put it in B. Nobody's played now. All these gods haven't been played. You know, I'm not surprised by any of these gods not being played except for Mordred. Sobek was played one game by one of the teams that lost early, so it did get played. But Mordred, it blows my mind. Crazy, it's the first touchdown of the game. Like, the fact that these are the picks, dude, is insane. Smite 2 Soul like Smite 1 Soul. It's the same, it's just weaker right now because it doesn't play good with mage builds. Yeah, these are like their heavy priority picks. Like, these are must play. I feel like these all get played if the right gods are banned. Like, if Akate's picked, then he's gonna play Raw or Agni, and his Agni did way better than his Raw. Athena's done really well for Lasbra. Herc's been good in the few games we've seen it. Fenrir's been good almost every game we've seen it. You're good, Tatted. Keynotes are tomorrow, and I think they're before the finals. I think they're opening with an hour keynote, and then they're having the finals. What do you play as a jungler if your teammates are dying early in lane? You either play Hercules and you run it down and you play more, you can just be hyper aggressive and make up, like, you know, make up for it or gank more, or you play for like mid late game and just focus on farming on any of the main junglers. Johnny, the best jungler is Torny. Why would you give it to Johnny when Lazarus' team is in the finals already? This is another best of 3. Cherry swap with Fino would 5Ms be better? We don't know because their picks are completely different. Fino K didn't play. He played fucking Raw every game. These solo laners haven't touched Raw.
Founder Series in the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. I was gonna ask if you guys have one more game in you, but it sounds like it. Let's hear it anyway. You have one more game in you, one more set.
I don't think Johnny's
It
done
looks
anything
like they
crazy either. I think he's
do.
played good.
We've
but
got two great
Lazarus
teams that have
won,
been
so he's
battling it
obviously
out.
playing
There's
good too.
one more losers bracket matchup to decide who goes to face Team Risk in the grand finals.
Well,
the first
Solo's
team
better,
up
but
who's
it's
already
good
got
in
a
the
taste of
jungle.
Team Risk, and they're out for revenge. Team up with 5M.
Sexy Magic Carpet does. Oh, PBM looks pissed. PBM's pissed.
But of course, we can't just have one team out here. You've got to have somebody to go up against, and they've had a bit of a chip on their shoulders since the Atlanta land. But they're ready. They think they deserve the grand finals. Let them hear it. It is Smoke Break.
I don't like the music they keep using for this shit.
Two teams that have a lot to prove, and
Did
they're
they
not
pick
done
that
on their
music?
road
Fuck.
yet. There is a lot of money on the line, and there is a team waiting in the grand finals that needs a strong competitor. We've got 5Ms, we've got Smoke Break, but only one goes on to the grand finals. Let's start breaking it down. Desk, over to you guys.
Thanks so much, Mal. And of
True,
course,
Lucas.
welcome back everyone to the Smite 2 Founders Series for our third and final set of the day. Best of 3.
Oh, today's been a long day of
5Ms
games,
and
bro. Holy
Smoke Break.
fuck, we're at 7 hours.
Gormizer. I
Holy
wanted to
shit.
get into the conversation, and right as I looked over, my brain was like, oh, by the way, you should introduce people just in case. So there's the introductions. Hazer and I were talking just a little bit ago about like gods that hadn't yet been played. And like some of them made a little more sense. Like we haven't really seen Neith or Mordred, right?
Or
And-
Aladdin.
yeah, well, that's the one that I was like,
Yeah, Soup.
he's up at the top. I can envision the boos that are going to
Your
go
audio's
in,
cutting out?
in about, I don't know, like 5-ish minutes
Shouldn't
or
be.
so,
I
maybe
don't
a
know why it
little
would be.
longer. When he gets banned again.
Wait, you
more than
guys good?
likely. But there are others that I'm really curious about, you know, like Poseidon and Kepri's the one, because he was, me and you kept having this conversation in one of our previous desks, where we'd be sitting there and we'd be like, oh, you know, this support's gone, or this one's taken, or this, you know, whatever. I'd be like, where is he? Nobody's playing him.
Yeah, the unfortunate part, I actually think Kepri's
Watch
okay.
your whole
The issue
shift
is a
upwards,
lot of
that's crazy.
the supports are really strong in this tournament.
Yeah.
Ymir Yamoja, really, really good. Geb, really good. Afro,
Fantastic,
really good.
yeah.
So like, Kepri's fine, but you're not banning 4 supports. So it's
Yeah,
just
so you're
unfortunately
never gonna have to
Kepri's,
get to him.
Yeah, Kepri's just to the wayside. But if I do see like 3-4 bans, I do think Kepri's probably one of the next sub supports.
Yeah, no Sobek either, I think, so far this
Yeah.
one. I don't remember seeing
Jake
it.
played it
Maybe
once.
Jake,
Jake
maybe
played it
Jake.
once.
Wow, yeah. Well, you know.
But hey,
I'm trying to say something there.
realistically, this is personally why we have your like stack of notes, so we can go back and look at all of them, so we can try and find them. Because I have some written down that I'm sure, like, I can't remember Bacchus.
Nope.
No back.
Okay, good. I'm glad I have them written down. What are we looking at? Where are we going? What are we doing? Let's look at the bracket and see where it's at. Again, Team Risk is waiting tomorrow in the grand finals. But we still have one more match today here in the HyperX Arena Las Vegas.
One of my mods
5Ms
do a
versus
Gamba?
Smoke Break. Winner
Any mods? I did a
goes
Gamba.
to those finals. Will it be
I'm
a
touching
rematch?
a
Yes,
wheel
one way
right
or
now.
another. Risk versus Smoke Break.
Oh,
Risk
fuck,
versus
dude.
5Ms. They've beaten both of these teams.
Mm-hmm.
They're the reason both of these teams are down here. One
Bro,
of them
what
is
a
gonna eliminate the
crazy
other.
turn
The
of
other
events, dude.
is going to have to carry that torch and try to take down Team Risk.
That
both for
team went from
themselves
being
and
the
for their
best
opponent.
team,
Yeah, and we said
or
Smoke
maybe not the
Break
best
needed to
team,
step
like
up
kind of the best,
last-
like what,
or
second,
during
but
last
almost
set,
best.
And they really
to,
did. Like day 1
Kiki
Smoke
Andy
Break
and
versus
just
day 2 Smoke Break,
fall
night
apart.
and day. I mean, is it the prophecy?
And then
Is it-
Andy gets
is it
asked to
Kevin
sub and
Walker?
makes the fucking
Whatever it
losers
is,
finals.
something happened where day 2 they woke up and they were ready to play. And specifically, Echrome needed to step up. And last game, the Uller, it was fantastic for Echrome. I loved how he played it. He played it aggressively, and he positioned really well.
Yeah, I don't know if he was lost alongside Deathwalker's luggage, but he seems to have arrived about the same time as the suit. Maybe that powers him up too. 'cause
Yes,
he's been
and
absolutely
it's annoying.
fantastic
I agree.
on the
It
Uller
is
since
annoying.
he
I
came
don't
into
know.
it. He looked really, really
Like
good in that
Space
set.
Jam, they put all the talent in the bag, then you can like
I've
spread
not
it
seen
out.
it.
Man.
As well, so now I'm trying to figure out if me and you are old, and that's why we've seen it. or if he's just out of the loop.
I'm pushing 30.
Yeah.
In my mind, Andy's only
I'm not
problem as
latching
a
on.
competitive
I'm
player
sorry,
is
I
that he
interrupted
plays
you.
too many games.
You were making good points.
He needs to
Absolutely
pick
okay.
one
I think
game or
it's gonna
one
be
thing that he
interesting
wants to be the
as well
best
because
at and
Cyclone's
just
thing, I feel like
go.
started off this tournament really strong and it's kind of faded out of it a bit. And now we've got Echrome coming in strong. Leon, I think, has been playing better as well. And I think that's where a lot of the action could be here in the duo lane, where we see that matchup between
And I think if you don't love the game, there's no point in playing it.
I'm really
Like,
excited to see them face off.
He's gonna find the game he loves to play and go pro. Try to go pro.
Between these two teams that I am like, I guess like bored with. Like they're all really, really exciting. I think top to bottom, every single lane here is going to be something that's like, something's going to be going on. Even if nothing's going on, something's happening, and it's going to be, you know, macro,
Yeah, he
micro
can't play
plays
all those
sometimes.
games and be one of the
course,
best.
Those are, I guess, our quick thoughts
He'll
on
be
it. I know we
good,
have,
and he'll be
some
great.
boys
Like
sitting
he'll be a
down
great
in
player, but he
booth
won't be one of the
somewhere.
best
I believe
players. You know what I
Dave
mean?
and Trelly.
That's right.
He's a
How
big
are you
game.
guys feeling?
What's up? Feeling just fine. My name's Dolson. His name's Trelly. There's a lot to talk about here, Trelly. Inbound has never seen Space Jam. I want to go there first.
I'm so proud of Gore for not going in on him for this, but
But we got all the time in the world.
Another reason for me to roast
He's had
Bobby.
some bad takes.
He's never seen
Guys,
Space
this is
Jam?
like 10 so far. Like just in the last 2 days. I think
Have
we
you
can-
tried having better takes, Bobby?
It's not that hard, honestly.
I've not seen Space Jam. It's a movie from like the 1990s.
There's nothing wrong with the 1990s, man.
I like that
color
TV
TV
was
was
invented like a couple of years earlier.
You guys see what we have to deal with. I hope that all of you see what we have to deal with.
It's such a bad take. We're using our caster check-in time to roast you about it, and I hope you understand that.
That does hurt a little bit more.
They could be talking about the matchup.
Bro,
they could say
how
what they're
has he
excited
not
for.
seen
No.
Space
Troy, I
Jam?
am curious, and Desk, maybe you can talk about it a little bit as well.
All right,
Fresh
thank
off
you.
a 2-0
I don't
win
like
versus
Bobby
playing
now.
earlier today, a little bit of downtime. Do you think there's an obvious advantage?
I do think that Smoke Break, they just heated up. They were very confident. You could see them walking around even after their game. I think it carried over, and that's gotta egg you on a little bit, right?
I would assume. Just like we're egging on Bobby, and maybe he'll have a chance to defend himself. The Desk will take it from here.
It is a Bobby thing, but like what? How? I think you have to avoid it.
Sorry, the whiplash of like the tonality.
I've seen
of
that movie.
Oh, good movie.
I can't remember. Someone was sitting a couple rows. Someone that works here. I wasn't just like watching over someone random shoulder. Was watching Whiplash on the way here, and I was thinking about how good of a movie.
Good movie.
It's a really good movie. Hey, if you want all of our three white dudes talking about movies in a podcast, no one's ever done that before.
And
I
a couple
think guys
pushing
should
30.
Yeah. Okay, pushing.
Pushing?
I was
Yeah.
gonna say we've been there. We've crossed the line. No, it's gonna be a really, really fun matchup again because of what we saw earlier. Like, it does feel like Smokebreaker kind of hitting the ramp, and 5Ms was already up there, so they're gonna hit each other right around the same time. And it feels like that level of play and that level of like aggression, drafting, whatever, is like, I mean, it's just the right time to be there for a really good set of Smite.
Yeah, and I think you're.
Yeah, Bobby is a sports guy, and he's never seen
And
Space
that
Jam.
dual lane as a whole for both of these teams.
I'm telling
I
you,
think
Bobby's
that's
just a
gonna be
bad person.
The point that I'm most excited about because solo lane. I mean, there's something to say about Cherry. I think he did not play too well in the last set against Team Risk. I think dual lane is what I want to latch onto because Cyclone had a really, really bad set. Like the Jingwei game that they ended up winning, he did like 19K. He was down like 15K to streak. They still ended up winning. I need to see Cyclone play like he did day one. Cyclone is a character player where if he
Who's
does
Bobby?
get a
The
lead,
guy
if he
talking
does,
right now
like,
with the
you know,
big beard.
get
He's
hot,
ex-pro
very,
support
very
player.
good. I want to see him get hot. I want to see him play to that lane.
Makes
So,
content.
you know, slow Echrome
He has
down
really
front,
bad
but
takes
give something
all
to
the
Cyclone.
time.
Play around that lane a little bit. Give Mike
His
something
Smite
also.
takes are bad.
Well, we've talked to
His
quite a few of
fucking
these players.
sports
throughout all
takes
of
are
this
bad. His favorite team is the
couple of
Vikings.
moments in that last
His
game, both
fucking
positive and negative.
show
that come
takes
up.
are bad.
But
His music
Smokebreak,
takes
as
are
they move
bad.
forward,
Every
one of the
take,
powerhouses
anything that he's like, yo,
assisted
I
that
like, it's a
facilitated
bad
that
take
has
every time.
been their mid laner. So let's go down and hear from him. Sap7 on the stage.
But we
Thanks,
still
guys.
love
Standing
him.
here
Kind
with
of.
Sap7, as you mentioned, the mid laner for Smokebreak, and you have
I
had
don't know,
a
bro.
heck of a
I
tournament.
don't
It's
know.
been pretty back
It's a
and
lot
forth
to
for you
commit
guys,
to.
but you're performing really well. Now, let's talk mid lane itself. As the tournament's gone on,
Yeah, he
do
thinks
you feel
Chipotle
like
is
the
spicy.
picks that we're starting to see,
Bobby takes
are
are
the
bad.
picks you're comfortable with? Do they benefit you?
I think the meta characters for mid lane right now are actually very fitting for me. So as long as teams don't figure out what I can actually pull other than the characters pulled so far, then I think we're good.
Well, after that last set, taking a big win against Food Drive for Globe, sending home a team that I'm sure you could hear the crowd was really big fans of. They're also big time on your side. What has feeding off of the crowd energy been like so far for you guys?
I mean, it's feeling great for sure. It's always nice being on the crowd side, but all in all, we're trying to focus on our game and make sure we get the job done. We're looking forward for the grand finals tomorrow.
For sure. Now, looking forward to grand
Bobby-
finals tomorrow.
Bobby
You
is
do
a
have
cool
to
guy.
get
He just
through
does have
5
horrible
M's. Now,
days.
on 5 M's, what lane is there a player? Who are you looking at? What's the
How
target?
tall
What's
is
the
Sabre? You're
focus
asking the
for
wrong
you?
question.
I wouldn't
It's
say
how
we have a
small
focus,
is the
but
guy
I
with the
definitely
mic.
think BBM is one of their strongest player, a good player with a good understanding of the game, a very strong player for sure. We're just gonna make sure that, actually they have to make sure they keep up the pace with us, to be fair.
All right. Well, Smoke Break, playing no game, Snap 7. Thanks for talking with me. Good luck to you. And Des, back to you guys.
And you hear it? I think that's a team that is locked in on what they want to do, right? And players that are locked in on what they want to do. I'm actually really, really curious about, I mean, again, just so much about what this set is going
My
to
Super
look
Bowl
like, 'cause I
takes?
feel like
I'm
it's gonna
praying the Commanders beat the fucking Lions right now, all right, buddy?
A few of these gods that
That's
have
my
not been
take.
played that I wrote down. Aladdin's the one that everybody's kind of rooting for, wants to see at least once at this point. But the thing that we're looking at, and specifically since we talked to a mid laner, and in a second we're going to talk to another, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, is
Who are the
looking at what they
Commanders?
have
I watched
both
your
in
mouth.
common and separate. And what's interesting about this is the fact that, first off, I'm now
Look at that
learning
God puddle over
that
there.
not only is the Morgan the most played for SAP, but the BiniQ doesn't really go to it.
Yo, we're getting
that's a little
subs?
surprising. He showed that he's
Easily.
played
Thank you
it
for the 5
Smite 1
gifted.
before. It's maybe something that he
I
just
appreciate you, dude.
he prefers to play the more
Revan,
traditional.
thank you for the
backline
24 months.
characters,
Welcome back.
at least in
Sin,
Smite
thank you for the
2. It is a
77.
little bit of a different character that you play.
Dude, I need
in
to, like,
Smite 1
walk
versus
around,
Smite 2.
stretch my
You also
fucking
have the
legs.
aspect, which
I've
maybe
been
has
here
a
all
restaurant
day.
with too much. But I also don't think we've seen a ton of Mori Prio in general besides Sap. I think he's the one that's really pulled it out. He has looked phenomenal on it. Like, I'm comfortable with him going back to it. And like, what is this BiniQ team going to do about it? Are they going to go towards the Mori? Are they going to try to play it? Because Hecate's one. We've all established that. Hecate is the best mid laner.
Yeah.
But like, Mori's number 2 probably for Sap.
Yeah, I could definitely see Hecate being really high priority for both teams here, and I could maybe see a Morrigan
I'm
ban
getting
coming
updates
out
on the
on the
Commanders game
side
in
of
chat.
5Ms. We'll see what they opt to do with that god. But yeah, I think
Yeah, the
Sap,
Commanders
as
aren't
he
even getting
kind of alluded
shit on.
to
You
on
guys
the
are
desk,
acting
I
like
feel
they're
he
getting
hasn't had to go
crushed.
too deep in his god pool yet, and I think he has some surprises to pull out.
What I like is you can see how far back those stats go when you've got like, oh yeah, Jingwei, Kernanos, Neath being picked up. It's like, that's not been happening for a little while there in mid. It was a fun time, of course. Now they've evolved. We mentioned Hecate, we've mentioned the mid laners, and really we've mentioned 5Ms. I'm kind of curious as to how they're going to be feeling. The best way to do it is to talk to them. We got BiniQ standing there down on the stage.
Thank you guys. Standing with BiniQ. Now, the first thing I gotta get to, because I had the fortune of casting your set earlier, which was super exciting to watch. You put on a heck of a defense. It was borderline a legacy game. Came up a little short for the team, but how are we feeling after it? You guys ready for this matchup?
Yeah, we had some time to reset and talk it over, and I think we learned a lot, and we're ready.
I hope they watch the VOD.
Now, that's really big to be ready and be excited. Now, we heard a bit of over the side of Smoke Break, what they're preparing for, kind of who they're excited for. In terms of targets,
Commanders recover a
focus,
fumble. Let's go.
over on Smoke Break, what are you guys aware of the most? What are you looking at the most when you're preparing to face them?
Best carry right now is
Not sure.
Ul, Jingwei,
Okay.
or Medusa. They're all
Now, is it a not sure?
interchangeable
You don't
depending.
want to tell me, or
I think
is it a
Medusa's
not
the best for
sure?
ranked.
We've looked at enough.
I'm just gonna keep it a secret for now.
That's what I figured. I should know enough by now about the huddles, right? Now, going to this matchup, we just looked before at your mid lane matchups and the kind of gods you guys have been playing. And I asked Sap a similar question, but do you feel like the land meta is developing in a way
Glad we were still
that kind
bad,
of supports you and the gods you like to play?
Yeah, I think all the gods I think are strong are pretty playable for the most part, so I'm happy about that.
Playable, but do you think you can win on them is the big thing against Smoke Break?
Of course.
All right, there's the confidence. Give it up for BiniQ and the side of 5Ms. And Desk, we're getting closer to game, which means we need some good analysis and some bad takes from Bobby. Back to you guys.
I don't even know why you got that.
Yeah,
I was like,
I didn't say any.
I was so ready to. I was gonna I had a whole segue. I've completely forgotten it now because you're just catching strays, man.
Yeah, I don't think I've had a bad take in a while.
You did say the streak was great, and you were right on that.
I was right on that
we've
one.
We've got to keep those top of mind.
Yeah, so streak, really good, and then
Haven't seen
that's
Space
it?
Jam. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, can we get out of roasting me? Get out of it for us.
We'll give you something else to talk about and see Look, sometimes I'll give you a shovel, whether you decide to bury yourself or bury someone else.
I'm ready.
That's up to you. And the question really is going to be, as you kind of heard mentioned, first off, confidence from Benny Hugh, and a lot of that from the mid lane. Even in that loss, that last game they played against Team Risk, he was like 6-0-6 on the Agni. I know, you weren't feeling too hot on it, and like I think there's going to be scenarios where he's good, scenarios where he's not. But that kind of performance, like to me, tells me that you can rely on Benny as a mid laner. Even if he's going to go, like, you pick up one of these 13 gods I've written down, he'd still probably make it look pretty good.
Yeah, Benny's a player with a pretty big god pool. I don't think you can ever really try to ban Benny out. I think there is a difference between this character is so good in the role. It's not like we're banning or picking it because Benny's really good at it. Like, I don't expect to see much Hecate here, or if it is, it's going to be first pick. Yeah. Whether it is Benny or whether it is Sap, that's just a character that's gone. She's just a really, really strong character. She does exactly what needs to be done. My issue with the mid lane pool currently is that I really think it's just Hecate at the top, and then it's like 4 or 5 characters that are just good. Like, you can play them, you're feeling fine. I think Agni's towards maybe the bottom of that.
Can we get to the game?
That's why I think Hecate's so important. She's a very good character. Is she as good as Uller? I think she's probably pretty even. But the difference is, like, Medusa's also good. Jin's also good. So there's characters to pick underneath them. Hecate just stands like head and shoulders above every other mid laner. And both of these mid laners played it really well. So if I'm playing either of these teams, I don't want to play it. I don't want to make them. I mean, I don't want them to play it. That's what I want. I want.
Oh, Bobby's put me to sleep.
Yeah, I actually think Benny Q's evolution as a mid laner in Smite 2 has been pretty interesting as well. We've talked a little bit about his god pool. In Smite 1, I would say that Benny had a penchant for being a bit of a hipster. He liked to play gods that no one else was playing, the Terra mids and things like that, Cthulhu mid. I think we've seen a tiny bit of that with the Rabbit. I think largely his evolution in Smite 2 has meant
having issues,
he's a better
clearly.
mid laner because he's more comfortable on the meta
Headset
pitch, happier
issues,
to pick
I'm
them
guessing,
high,
since Mike's
and I think
headset
we'll
isn't
see
on.
that with Hecate here. I can definitely see him picking it first pick.
I do want to, yeah, I agree. And the real issue is, and I say issue, quote unquote, when I'm
almost ready for retirement from Smite, or
I was gonna originally just
from
say
the workforce.
Throw a god at you guys. Like, Poseidon's kind of surprising me that we haven't seen him, because I feel like mid lane is definitely.
EQ is jacked, yeah.
I mean, it's been the
he's a
show.
big
It's
dude.
like you get her or you sit around and cry. Like, you're either really stoked. Maybe there's been a couple of the Morgans, so that's definitely like there. But like,
not enough people to
it
balance
really is
5-stack
interesting
rank.
to see this
Honestly, they're not even
variety
balancing ranked right
overall,
now.
But the fact that there are, there's 2 bans per team now, and while that is opening up a whole lot, because now it's like, hey, I can take this away, and most of them have been used. I mean, it's still kind of been 3 bans in Aladdin. It's still, enabling a lot of these gods that, hey, this guy's really good. Like Ymir, Yamoja, they're both really good. Nobody's gonna ban them because it's like, okay, yeah, if I ban Ymir, you get the Afro. Like, I'm just sad.
Yeah, and I think pointing out like Poseidon as a mid laner is a good idea because Poseidon's a fine character right now. The issue is in the meta, into Ymir, Yamoja,
Afro.
Thor, Afro.
Yep.
This is not a Poseidon meta. Yes, he farms really well, and you want your mid laner to farm well.
All right, so I'll just
but you're just
him.
Yeah, put him right next to Aladdin as not played.
Yeah, oh, there.
It's just too hard of a
They're forced to make
character play
conversations
into
right
these
now. They
current
are,
gods. I think maybe somehow
They're having technical issues, so yeah. You gotta fill the time with something.
Be a potential Poseidon, but that's what a lot of this is. Hecate is a really easy matchup into these characters because you can just fish for ults. You don't have to put
Competitive,
yourself
you
out
don't
of
use
position.
VGS.
And then you also have the safety of maybe I just turn around and ult myself out. And she also does this without really putting
Crazy,
herself
I will
apart,
look
so
at your
she has such
shit
good distance on her abilities.
eventually.
And we could sit here and talk about, why she's picked so much more than others. Her kit just flows really well in the current meta.
Well, we've been talking a lot about mid laners, both the players
commanders
and
score?
gods and things like that. Hecate really. We've been talking a lot about Hecate and then some of the other people that would get beat by Hecate. But let's look at some of the numbers behind these players, and realistically, like where they're at. First off, I think it's really interesting to see, and maybe it's I'm so support brain pilled that I instantly look at assists and compare it to like the death column, because it kind of shows to me here. Sap 7 maybe getting a little
All
more
these
in
stats
there,
are
but
troll
maybe
because the team that's won more games are always going to be better.
Benny at only 69 deaths. I feel like that is one of the biggest.
I don't know if you heard the crowd as well.
Yeah, nice. Okay, fine. Nice. 69 deaths is very, very low for Benny. Like last year, years before, Benny was
his
not a player that
KDA is
really
pretty
played
good.
for his own life. And I think that's why we kind of see that Necronomicon Raw, because he does position really well now. He is very smart with how he plays. And Sap, at least from what we've seen so far in this
Oh,
tournament,
my
he
goodness.
will play for his life. But if he sees an opportunity to go in, get a fight started, a few times, he will be the one starting fights. It doesn't matter if he dies. He's setting up Johnny to
I'm
carry.
gonna walk
He's
around
setting up
while
even
they
Ethan to
talk. My
carry as
legs
in
are
last
killing me.
set. So there is a little bit of a difference, I think, of these two players and how they play different characters. And I think that's why we don't see a ton of Mori with Benny. It's a character that, yeah, you can hyper carry, but that is not what 5Ms have really played around in mid lane.
Yeah, I think it comes down to playstyle a little bit as well between these two teams. I feel like Benny Q in mid is very much sitting back, relying on his team to set up for him, playing these long-range mages and trying to follow up on setup. Because this team like to play 5v5s, they like to play team fights. I do feel like Smoke Break are a little more individual focused. They want to have dives coming in from Banco, dives coming in from Johnny in the jungle. And I think that Sap likes to help with that. He likes to be in there diving, looking for 1v1s, looking for solo plays, whereas I feel like 5M's more team-oriented, and so Benny Q more likely to sit further back.
It really is interesting because you see that, I think, like literally reflected in all the numbers, right? Sap, deaths higher, damage taken higher, damage done technically per game was like 2,000 less, but realistically that 2,000 could be like one ultimate in a really good team fight. And so you're maybe missing out on a little bit, but it kind of speaks to this is a guy that gets in there, this is a guy that tries to crack things done. This is a guy that sits back with the carries. This is a guy that tries to hold on and binny you. So it really is kind of interesting to see the different styles and maybe how they'll clash in this one. I mean, I guess, if you're going to play Hecate, you're going to play Hecate. But if you have that taken away from you, your team's first pick or your team's second pick, you lose that or it gets banned, which honestly would not be that far-fetched considering how things are evolving. Suddenly, Hazer, you're having to figure out, well, what do I do now? How am I going to play against this god? Am I going to go, the Morrigan and go for a dive? Am I going to go, like Benny did earlier, for an Agni and just try to survive and control?
Yeah, I think despite losing that Agni game, it's a really good look for this team how well it played. I think Benny ended up 6-0-6 in a game loss and pumped out 52,000 damage. I mean, that is outrageous numbers from the mid laner. He's been really, 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 really impressive on that Agni in that game. The long range CC as well kind of plays into what this team want to do. They want to play together. They want to have extra CC coming from the backline so that they can kill frontline together.
And I think it's interesting that the mid laner styles are a lot different, but it's also like solo and jungle are also a lot different. Like Cherry and Benko don't play really similar. And it's also in jungle. There's a lot of difference in how they play there also. Johnny kind of, even though he has games where he will get involved there, he'll play the Fenrir and take fights, he is a jungler that waits and finds his opportunity. Scream is the one that is looking for the opportunity a lot of the times for either Cherry to carry the fight or Benny to carry the fight or even Cyclone to carry the fight. And it's interesting that even though the mid laners are such different players, it also transitions to other sides of the map too. Like ADC, I mean, can you really play a different style of ADC than sit back, auto attack? Not really. But in most other places, these teams are just kind of almost polar opposites. And I think saying team fighting for 5Ms, you'll have an engager or two, you'll have maybe a little bit of dive, but a lot of it is usually front to back. There's just a lot of hectic style in what Smoke Break does. And that's why I think Ikrom looks so good on the Uller, because he thrives in a hectic style where he can just run around, bunch of movement speed, fish for axes. If he finds somebody, he can just one-shot them. And it's the same thing with that Thana, with that aspect. Just run around until the fight looks good enough that you can just take it.
Yeah, that was the thing actually that was surprising earlier was the fact that Cyclone got the ul, and it didn't look the same way that it did yesterday. After we watched yesterday, we were like, give it to him, game's over, GG, like, it's done, and it's just one god. But then today we got to see that it is fallible, it does have issues, and it can fall apart. And just so you know, guys, we're not just yapping to take your time away. We are just waiting a little bit. There's some audio issues down on the stage, and they're making sure they get it fixed, making sure everything's set up again before the players get into the lobby and get everything set up. But looking at this, I'm also really happy that you transitioned, because if it had come back to me, I was going to tell people about how bored I was talking about mid laners now, and I wanted to branch out. There's 4 other players on each team. It is really fun, though, to think about the different styles. I mean, the one that you mentioned specifically in solo lane, like I didn't even think about the fact that is, I think, very, very different. But when I've talked to both Cherry and Benko at different times, like both of them did have a similar mentality. It was just a different way of hitting that, which was, we're playing for the team. It's just how they get to that point.
It's also funny that they have similar gods that they play. Like, they both play the Bellona, but they kind of play it completely differently, where Benko plays for a lot of 1v1s and to take fights that he knows he can win, well, Cherry picks it and he's playing to get fights started. Like, he's using that ultimate for engage. He's not using it really for safety. He's using it to get to the backline to take that fight. And I think it's one of those gods where, I mean, Hades is another soul laner that I think has almost completely fallen out of the meta now. Bologna's towards the higher tiers for both of these teams. Is Bologna going to be prioed top 2 pick? The Aphrodite is another one that I'm very curious about. Where is it going to be prioed? 5Ms really, really like that. There is a distinct similar gods for both of these teams, but they value them a lot differently.
Absolutely. I think, and you've touched on another place in which they have similar god pools in support. I feel like Yemoja, Afro, both El Leon, and Mike are going to definitely go towards both of those gods. I could see Afro being very highly contested in this set. And then I think that they're both comfortable going down to gods like Geb and Ymir after that. Both have played a lot of this game, well, Smite preceding it and Smite 2 afterwards, to be able to play pretty much any support in the roster of Smite 2 at the moment.
I'm curious to see if they decide to actually delay their supports, because I do think there's a lot of good supports available, and they've shown that they will play those other ones, because there is prio in the Hecate, there's prio in the Uller, there's prio in the Bologna. There might be a slight delay on where we see those supports picked, because we've seen some early Yemoja picks because Aphrodite's usually gone. Maybe that Yemoja pick goes down just a little bit because we will see a lot of prio in other characters.
Well, the good news is we don't have to wait any longer to find out. Picks and bans here for game 1 again. Smoke Break coming off a fresh 2-0, 5 M's off a slightly less fresh 1-3 loss. And you were talking about things being contested. Bologna right off the bat.
I kind of like it because I think it is a character that both teams prio. Yeah, let's get our booze out now.
At least, you know what? To put a Band-Aid over the wound, at least they did it first, so they didn't give me hope.
That's true. That last 4th pick allowed, now it stings. Thanatos also banned by 5Ms. And I think this is a good throwaway from Johnny. The Loki is really good, but Johnny with this aspect has been running games just to get rid of it. You're leaving open Yemoja.
Hecate.
Hecate too?
Surely? It's got to be Hecate, right? There we go. Good job, Benny.
And Benny, and maybe that says something about Benny in this current season of Smite 2 compared to Smite 10, or Smite 1 season 10. Benny.
So, Inbound just came back from the summer. He's been playing Smite 10, bro.
Prioing this Hecate, that's not a thing that Benny used to like to do. He's fine with it now. And if you pick that Hecate, the Yemoja's going over to El Leon, and that Uller is also available. This gives him a very strong 2v2 with also very, very good late game.
Yeah, I'm interested in whether we'll see the Morrigan now actually for Smoke Break. Hecate, a matchup that I don't know if the Morrigan would perform especially well in. That immobility for the Hecate
Just did
might
the Commanders
end up being
7
punished
plays
by,
to go 1
the
yard and
Morrigan
score a
being
touchdown.
punished. Yeah, what did I see?
It said, I want to touch Hazer, and then you read the second sign, so
Okay.
now you know the context.
Well, I'll be out there in the crowd soon. Yeah, okay. Damn, I don't think I've ever been cheered like that. Yemoja and Uller picked up for Smoke Break, though. They go for their dual lane straight away. Feed the hot-handed E-Chrome, get him straight back.
5M's already won. I don't even need to see the rest of the draft.
I like that the hot hand with Uller. I like the hot hand.
As long as he doesn't play Geb.
This is the character that I think Cherry's actually performed best with. He looks really comfortable on it. He's the one that when I see it played, he looks to proxy a ton and he doesn't take fights.
Right
We saw
guard
this
is injured,
matchup
GG.
literally last
Give
set
him a
with
fucking-
Karmic versus Benko.
Give him a shot.
But he avoided the fight where he didn't avoid the fight. I want to see Cherry avoid this fight and just look for rotations. Pairing with the Medusa, you have a very, very strong ADC to match the Uller.
Sobek.
There's a Sobek.
Sobek.
Interesting. I wonder if this points towards a plan for 5Ms. Do they want to try
Pressure
and
duo.
exploit
Pressure
Elion and this
duo.
Yemoja? Sobek,
Pressure
a god
duo,
who is
Elion dead on
very,
cooldown.
very good at locking down Yemoja, pulling her back in. In Smite 2,
Or-
obviously can also
or
ult under the
Elion
waves.
now plays the
will not be
Sobek,
trapped
and Sobek
in
dead on cooldown.
by that Yemoja ult. So very safe in that regard.
And also getting that execute, you
Susano.
anti-heal the 2. It's
Oh,
I
another
actually
god.
forget that point. Susano. This is, will you
I'm
agree?
hyped.
This is literally only a thing Stream would play. It's the same thing with Pele, where
I'm
a lot of
hyped.
people maybe don't value it a ton.
Full damage
but Stream
Susano.
likes playing
I'm
these
hyped.
characters like Susano and Pele.
Yeah, he does love it. He loves a hyper carry and he loves being able to set up for his team. He likes the mobility as well. Likes to come in and out of fights and also to just move around the map and hoover up farm. Whenever there's a losing fight for 5Ms, immediately he disengages, almost like adapting back in the day. He just escapes out of the fight, goes and hoovers up the farm and says, don't worry guys, we lost the fight. I'm getting fed, I'll carry this game.
And we see how both of these comps have kind of evolved into what we were talking about earlier, where the 5v5 for 5M
People better talk with Scream. I don't know, bro.
CC, really good front to back, easy to play. But Smokebreak's got a lot of sneakiness in it. Like Loki, you don't really know where he's going to be.
Total death this game.
Really know where she's gonna be.
Final kills 12 to 8.
You have a good frontliner in the Mulan. You have good CC with the Emoja. But you will
Cyclone's
see a pretty
like,
big difference in the style that
Cyclone's
they
got to be
play
like
towards that later portion of the game.
24.
The one question I have,
5?
you know, I see Loki, I see the Morgan. Honestly, I see the Mulan. I feel like there's a lot of
6?
dive there,
Maybe
and the
26.
Susanoo and the Thor. Like, there's a lot of people who are wanting to get to the other's backline as
Yeah, I
fast as
saw
possible.
like
We'll
that.
see
I
how it
watched,
shakes out.
I watched
We
them
finally
take
get
7
down to it. We'll
plays
jump down to our
to score
casters for
a
game
1-yard
number
touchdown.
1.
That's right, Dolson and Trelly, the striped or checkered suit gang, bringing you game 1 and 2, maybe game 3 of this lower bracket finals. And Trelly, we will add
who
a
picked
team
Loki?
to the grand finals.
Johnny's
by the
playing
end of this
Loki?
one.
All right,
Team
no, but
Risk
this
awaits.
is different.
Is it a
This is full
matchup?
damage
A
Loki
rematch
versus full
against
damage
5M?
Susanoo.
Unlucky. Somehow I feel like this is my fault.
No
And
way
I
we
didn't do
paused
anything,
again.
but I'll take
Fuck
credit.
you guys.
Or is it going to be a rematch against Smokebreak? Either way, Team Risk has seen their opponents already in the grand finals.
I love when we get to talk to Team Risk ahead of time and say, like, who do you want, you know? Because it's usually like, yeah, we'd be okay with facing 5Ms again, Smokebreak, we feel more confident against, things like that. What are they saying?
I believe Doug.
But you
And
know
Doug
what?
deserves
Can
every
I just
cheer.
say, yeah, we do. Doug does deserve it. Round of applause for Doug.
Doug is, look, don't get me wrong, everyone here working hard to
Absolutely.
put on a great show. Doug, all of production, everyone back there, they are on it 100% of the time. Us casters,
Bro,
we
there's
give
no
a
way
break
there's
every once in
500
a
people at
while.
that venue.
No,
There's
they're
just no
fully
way.
on it.
That's like
Doug's been
120
bringing us the
seats.
action all week long. Still
And I'm
has a
guessing the
couple
top
more
is another
sets
120
to
seats.
Go. 5-man grouping from 5Ms.
That's got to be
Maybe
like
got a buck
250
from PBM.
max, including the
If
top.
you can find that target, but Smokebreak aware.
Move Cam, move your mom.
Nobody gonna be caught by surprise.
If I know Mike, he
She's
didn't put a point
distracting
in any
me.
ability yet. He was waiting to see if the pluck even presented itself.
Maybe it only holds 300. I don't know. I
Still
thought
an option,
they
of
said
course, but at
500
this point,
tickets were
Smokebreak,
sold,
they
but that
know
didn't look like
that
500.
5Ms are a team that like to group up. Like to look for those aggressive plays whenever possible. And you definitely don't want to eat an axe. I bet you he still didn't level.
It's only 6 p.m. there too.
I think he's chill like that.
I'm
Tragedy, I was not
a
playing this
big
year.
mistaker of level something right away when I'm watching.
I knew
the
it. He
base.
didn't level it yet. See, Mike, he's patient. He's calm. He's collected.
Yeah, that's not me. I'm leveling something every single time, and usually it bites me. But Mike hanging out in case there was maybe an opportunity for a pluck.
Right. If the pluck opens up, great. You level it. You take it. Your team tries to kill. But if you do that and you don't kill, now you're stuck with pluck for the rest of your level 1. And that could, who knows how long that could take. You look over at Cyclone Spin. He didn't start Bluestone or anything. He went the traditional Bumba's Dagger, which means you're clear. Not going to be the best early on. Level 2 doesn't take a lot.
Well, Benko proxies out the first wave and then rotates over and steals away a couple of the camps on Cherry's
I
blue
like the
buff.
Medusa.
This solo lane Trelly is going to be one to watch all set
But
long.
Andy's getting that
Benko's
pressure
really
out.
heated up
Sheesh.
throughout the middle portion of our afternoon.
I
Cherry had a
think
couple
5Ms will have a
good
better
games in our
game
first
versus
set.
Risk, but
Also,
honestly,
a
it would be
couple
pretty
tough
hype to
ones.
see
Yep.
either team win.
Cherry's going to have to turn things around,
Unless
but
it's
this
a good
Storm
game.
pick could get it done.
Definitely could. I mean, I love the Thor solo. I think being able to rotate in and help the team always going to be a good option. But you have to watch out just how easy it is
Close.
to gank the Thor, right? He's very killable, especially if you're maxing your hammer. You're going to throw it on a wave once and realize, wait a second, there's a Loki behind me. Or, oh, Benko ulted in and now I'm in trouble. There's not much sustain baked into Thor's kit unless you're building into it. So, not exactly easy. There's the blink.
Whoa, Scream blinks
He's
in.
dead.
Could it be
That's a free
first
kill.
blood? Sap.
Wait, what?
Backing away from this engagement.
The
Scream
illusion
passes
just
forward once
fucked
again.
him.
This is a 2v2.
He's dead.
No
Miz.
reinforcements in and none needed.
I think 5Ms
could
wins
have
this game for
started a
free.
minute and a half in, and it's
I
first
think
blood on the mid
5M
lane.
wins this game like
He's
it's
on point
nothing
with
because they
Sakate.
have
I am
Akate.
baffled that Smokebreak opted to give it over
Letting
to him.
Akate
Definitely
through right
the
now
best
is troll as
mid lane
fuck. I
pick
think you're a bot.
in the tournament. Don't get me wrong, the Morgan has a very high ceiling, especially in a matchup like this. You've got Thor, you have Susanoo, you have Loki. So many great transformations at Sap 7's disposal. Can't use any of them at level 3 though. And getting Benny Q the first blood, fantastic.
Man, I mean, you're playing right alongside Scream. Gets aggressive, has the blink, uses a minute and a half in. Shirley, walk me through what you see here in this replay.
I mean, Susano is just able
Hands
to
were
get you out of
Thanatos,
position when you
Aphrodite,
think you're not, right?
Aladdin,
Blink in, you got the pull, and the
and
chase down is clean. No way Scream was going to make it, but Benny Q
I don't
hits
remember
the
the other
Mez.
one.
And that's one of the benefits of Hakate's kit.
Bologna. There you go.
It kind of trades off every single time you cast that one. Once it does a little bit of extra damage, once it has that Mez, the Mez confirmed the auto attack to make sure that first blood came through. No hammer for 5, this could be bad.
Yeah, Cherry uses the wall, the hammer is down. In from the stealth is Johnny.
Great beats.
And Cherry able to beat in the last bit of mana. Sends a hammer out. So both junglers truly active in the early portion of this game. A little bit different from those slow 10-minute burns with nothing that we saw earlier in the weekend.
Yeah, the immediate beat just shows how Cherry, he knows how to, he's been camping a lot today. And if he doesn't beat that, he says, maybe I can live, maybe I can walk away, maybe I can survive until my hammer's up. That could have been another kill immediately. So that just goes to show Cherry's like, wait a second, guys. I've been put behind multiple times already. I'm making sure that I do not die here.
Scream a couple minutes from having the blink, but Mike's got his ready to go.
Teleport in.
Slipstream.
Teleport.
That'd be risky at level 4.
That would have been a terrible teleport.
But not liking his options there. 5 seconds left on this purple buff respawn.
They went for pressure
Johnny
in
is
this
over
game,
on the
and I
right
like
side
it.
of the map, so he's pressuring out the blue buff.
They're getting ready-made, though. Ooh, Benny could be in trouble here. He's walking right into Loki. Show me Benny. I want to see the
I really
fucking
thought Scream was
fight.
going to go
Or
for it.
clear,
Just
whatever.
because he already was able to go for 1 kill. No step in. Maybe he knew the kill was coming here.
Oh, he hit level 5. He had the
gosh.
Typhoon. But yet again, E-Chrome able to escape death. Benny Q could be walking into a world of hurt transformation, and you got a Susano now running you down if you're Benny Q. But again,
that was a good play from
5M's
Sap,
able
honestly.
to narrowly escape death. Saw it from Cherry and Solo, and now Benny Q remains alive in mid.
And there's so many different ways you can try and chain together a kill there. You only get 1 set of beats if you're Benny Q. I just don't think the Susano's the play. After Johnny already went in, you could have went double Loki, you could have turned to Medusa, but sometimes you have very little time to make that decision as to what you want to transform into. And hey, Susano's a great way to get in or out, so Sap 7 was probably already hot heat towards it.
Looks like Cherry.
Aladdin has been banned
has
all
in
day
Bill of
today.
Dawn, but Johnny's over here on the right side of the map. Cherry's been proxying out a bit. Johnny, no ultimate, so maybe no
free
kill
kill.
pressure. Can't say the same for Duo. E-Chrome's been half HP or less.
Finn and Benny with your kills.
What feels like the
You're
last
feeling
couple of
good.
minutes, and I guess this is what Sobek does. 1 straight block.
I'm pretty sure
Suddenly
Sobek
you're in
Medusa is a
danger.
hard counter lane
Could be early,
to.
but could it be a Gold Fury group?
8 seconds in, it spawns. Maybe
It's not even up yet.
Bases that spawn here, but yeah.
Is this
full
shit
on
about an
group,
insta
but
die?
Here's how they want to go for it. LAO.
And he's gonna come in at all. He's not gonna pluck
How much
Andy.
steal potential does
Pluck
Demotion
Andy and kill him,
have?
bro.
We'll see.
Oh my
Man,
god,
this is
it's
speedy.
dead.
It is quick. And it is 5M's for the
7
taking. An insta Gold Fury.
7 second
Really in
Gold
5
Fury.
minutes. And now I'm starting to wonder methodologically, that's, I don't know, something like
Methodically?
that. Methodically.
There it is.
5M's had a break.
Yeah.
We're wondering if they maybe start slow. You only have a best of 3 to get your feet underneath you. You are starting fast in game 1. Seems like they did not need much warm-up time.
Dave, I've been taking stock every time a new item is built, and as far as I've seen, hold that thought, Benny Q.
Ooh, Benny could be a kill
Gone.
given back. And it is simple for Johnny on a rotation into mid. Finally, some pay dirt for
High res.
the
High
smoke
res.
break jungler who's
Okay.
had a couple opportunities.
I mean, 5M's have already shown their hand as far as I'm concerned. They pulled Gold Fury right off the bat. Cycle and spin
Bro,
goes
Gold
back,
Fury has
picks
like
up
4k
Death
HP, Mamba.
the item that just buffs your team and says, let's go in and shred objectives. They've got Medusa. They already have 2 assassin-style backline divers in Scream and Cherry. It looks like they just want to be on top of these objectives consistently, but
The objectives in this game die so fast.
Target. Pull his
Yeah.
speeds, look for the gank. They're up in
They don't
about
give
8
a
seconds.
fuck about him. High res does
But
not
Johnny
give a
and
shit.
Sap 7 are going to be consistently looking at
Really,
Benny.
Benny got picked.
Mike has a choice to
Disappointing.
make. Do you want to sit in mid and try and babysit your mid laner, or do you want to keep trying to play through Cyclone?
I'm
and
pretty
look at these
confident
goals?
that
At the
Aegis
moment,
is a
Benny's
better
farming
active
fine,
for Benny
I don't
than
think it's
Beads.
cause for alarm, but look at this. Again, Benny Q is being looked at.
But has the beads this time. And that's a transformation. Note that's a transformation from Sap.
Objective should have like
into
3 times though.
See in 100 seconds, buddy. That's what Sap said.
You
Sap
can, yeah,
hits on
Mamba.
Benny Q,
If
gets the
people aren't in
beads away.
position to like
Johnny,
be
though,
there
will
right
get
when you
that
pull
assassinate
a
up
gold,
here
you can just
quickly.
burn it. Or a
Guess
pyro, you
what?
just insta burn
He
it.
doesn't have beat, so it could be an option.
There's a lot of gods that can
ADCs
solo
have
shit.
got kind of differing storylines. Slow
Like
start from
Fenrir with
E-Chrome,
tank
really
build
picked it
can
up in the last
solo
couple.
objectives.
That Cyclone spin started hot. Maybe a slower start to today, so maybe it makes some sense. PBM putting some emphasis over towards left, but Trelia grouping here in mid. Go for Leon on this Yamoja. One stray stun could start off a fight, but no team fighting. Not for now, though. The team's starting to group up over towards the middle.
And I thought Cherry was going to go to the
Andy
sky.
stole
He
the
didn't make
red.
the rotation over. He was chilling in Fire Giant pit. Had Anvil of Dawn. Did not want to waste the wave, and honestly, I can see the reason why. Benko is the type
I
of
think
solo
if he had
laner that
Aegis
will
for low
take an instant run
keys,
with it,
he's
and
just
you
not
cannot
dying
just
as
start
much.
giving up waves to rotate to help your team this early on.
Oh, and I want to follow up on that and hear your
Granted,
thoughts.
Thor
Cherry,
if they use like
Benko, Mulan,
Morgan and a Thor dog,
are we
I
now
guess you
getting to
get
the point where maybe Cherry can flex that advantage, the semi-global
better
utility
picky.
of this Thor? You want to see 5Ms playing around it a bit.
I think you can chill for now. Gold Fury's already down, right? That's the biggest reason to rotate out of solo lane, and 5Ms
Going
did it
pro
on
in
spawn.
any game
so
requires
that
you to
gives Cherry some
fucking
leeway to
put in a
switch,
lot of
split push,
hours.
and just stay away
Streaming,
from everyone for the
playing,
time
watching
being.
VODs.
Benko's going to dominate this lane, though. I mean, Mulan doesn't care about anything that Thor does, realistically. He's got sustain. He's going to win. Anytime you hammer in, he's going to try and go for the grapple just to fight. So Cherry is avoiding him at all costs. You see it, hey, I'm just going to go proxy. I don't want to fight. Someone who's proxying the wave is not looking for any sort of 1v1. He's going to run away from Benko every chance he gets. He's behind you, by the way.
Yeah, he's right over there. But Cherio
Uh-oh.
lives to fight another day. Avoids the stun here as well. Scream set the gauntlet down early in this game. Picks up the Hydras. And a lot of that emphasis shifted towards left. We saw E-Chrome pushed back. In your mind, is that the right place to put it early in this game?
Hydras into Void
At
Shield?
this point, E-Chrome's already been put down. He hasn't had the beats down in a while, though, and that's something that I've noticed as well. I think Smoke Break has taken stock of how 5Ms wants to play.
I didn't even realize.
Yeah,
Wait, is that
remember
shifters?
Food Drive for Glow.
What is that?
Remember the screeching gargoyles that, oh man, hold up. E-Chrome's walking right into the death. Oh, you didn't know!
On to left once
Waiting
again.
for
He's so unaware!
Give it a second, give it a second!
He missed the three,
Oh
though!
no, he gets stunned immediately by E-Chrome. It looked great, but falls just a bit short. Cyclone Spin, let's have the petrify.
Oh
Now
god,
Smoke
Cyclone's
Breaks
dead.
two over
Cyclone
towards
got
left.
baited.
The stealth trading from the junglers has been massive. Smoke Break with an advantage in the River's Rebuke, and E-Chrome back from the depths and grabs his opening kill.
Scream through the last game they played. Is he going to throw this one? Because he just lost all of Cyclone's lead.
Is available. Smoke Break has the pick. Oh, an Axe is going to get some good damage. Man, this Sobek, even with your pluck block, has the Stampede. Going to just zoom out of there, no problem. But this is what I'm talking about, the adaptations. 5 beats picked up from Smoke Break. They're already fearful of the screeching gargoyles that are going to come out from 5Ms. I mean, they showed their hand early on in the tournament. Not just because you have a counter for it doesn't necessarily mean it's not going to get value. Getting your beats down for an active item is still great. But it does just go to show, Smoke Break clearly said, hold on, we do not want to get silenced and not be able
We
to
gotta
stand
see how
any
this
of our
game plays
abilities.
out
We
for
are
me
going
to say
get
who
ahead
I
of
want to
this
win.
immediately.
Because Smoke Break looks like they deserve to win.
Q.
Like they deserve to win right now.
That is ultimate. A transformation from Zap
Green
7.
doesn't look like he deserves to win.
Fly. Cyclone Spin will live. Low health on Benny Q again, seen it once or twice.
Oh.
But it's died
Manners
once.
are keeping up with
Just
the
shy on
Lions,
the
baby.
block, but a blink
So-
forward from
oh,
Scream.
he's
That
in.
puts Zap in a
Nice.
real
That's a
awkward
big pick.
spot. And 5Ms
Pyro,
get
right?
their third of the game.
Oh shit,
and
and Loki was still here.
Man, I thought Johnny was going to try and go in there looking for Cyclone.
Nice.
Could
Nice.
not find
Got
it.
him.
Good double tap.
That's a free pyro.
Johnny
Johnny
Sorry,
had to
Cyclone.
assassinate.
Assassinates
Oh,
away.
that's a free pyro. They're trolling.
Drelly, now you're starting to see maybe some of that rotation power
Oh
from
my
Cheerio out of solo.
gosh, Akate damage.
Benko,
Fucked.
moment of CC immunity. But 3 sets of beads now down, Trelly. Is that enough of an advantage in your mind for 5Ms to maybe
Good
force a
red
fight
steal
around
from
one?
Cheerio.
Absolutely. I mean,
That's a
Gold Fury's
massive
probably where
steal.
they're headed. 13
Oh, he just
seconds
stayed
of
for
the
the
death
blue,
metal from
shit.
Cyclone Spin. Benny Q doesn't have open the gates, but as long as you've got your ward coverage down, might not even need it. I'm paying attention to Mike. It looks like he wants to go back to base, but Gold Fury is a very real possibility.
One thing I've
especially if
learned
they're able
from
to
this
confirm those
is I
ward
need to
pools with
buy
extra vision.
the health chalice
You know,
as a
they're up
jungler.
right now, and I think Smoke Break's going to go phase check.
In ranked games.
That means at least for the next minute or so, I do not think 5Ms are going to try and take a stab at it. But Gold Fury is always a possibility here, just by nature of these builds.
Pluck from Mike. A real follow-up unless Benny Q
Oh
can
my
totally
God.
shred, which he can. The last bit of Omi from Leon will usher him away from this engagement. Leon has 2,500
Yeah,
gold.
he's sitting on a
Loves to
whole
go back
item.
and spend before this next fight, but is he going to have the opportunity?
They're gonna do gold.
Goes back, spends
He's
it up.
back.
Talisman of Purification now for Leon, but is the timing awkward?
Ooh.
ADCs, exchanging autos. The Gold Fury picked up,
Does
but immediately
Cyclone have
drops.
crit
So
already?
cautious are 5Ms.
Wait, what is Cyclone's build?
Back in base is Cherry.
Is he a Bloodforge?
I think where we see this Thor rotate will be pretty telling of where 5Ms have their eyes on the map.
Yeah, I mean, Benko's not rotating out. He's chilling over in solo
he
lane.
death
Cherry's
metal.
clearly
Oh, he
making
is
a path over
death
to
metal. I
where
love
he did,
Cyclone,
just to
bro.
see, hey, can I help you guys out? Should I go farm? And I think right there it was called off. Queen Naga, though, is being pulled by Smoke Break, and that's something that Mike does not enjoy, so he's going to go face check it just to
They
make
went
sure
full pressure, I'm
it's not
telling
being
you.
done under his nose.
They stopped playing careful with this game.
As you said, Dave, all
They
these
said we're going
relics,
full
they're
pressure.
coming back up. 8 seconds on Johnny and Sap speeds. It's really only
He only
LAO
got out-traded because he
who's
missed
gonna
two
have to play
autos.
safe, but
Because
take
he
a look
wasn't
at his
trying to fight,
active
he was
item.
trying to go
Went
to
back
gold.
and got another beat. 6 sets of beats on this team.
You're going to need every one of them. The 5Ms and Cherry and PBM, if they're able to play that utility lockdown style, you're going to need those beats and then some. Now, Smoke Break fell behind a little bit early on. Trelly now back to even. Who would you rather be here tied up
Cyclone was also an item down.
I mean, looking at the comps, I always favor the Loki and the Morgan late game. Like, it's just so
How?
difficult to
How
always
do you
be aware.
favor
But here you
Loki
go,
that's lost
5M,
every
they
game?
got the Queen Naga soldiers, and Goldberry's being pulled.
Oh, what can Johnny get done? He'll surprise Scream. Take away about half of his health. Block again, just shy from connecting for PBM.
That's
Open
bad.
the gates,
This is
does
really
not
bad.
connect. This is a very
You gotta stop fucking up
contentious
Akate
gold
ults
burn there.
early.
You would think from both teams. Already sensing the weight of this game one. Remember, we are in a best of 3. 5Ms have to readjust their optics from a best of 5 this morning. Much less room for error, and I think we're seeing some of that play out on the map.
But notice what just happened. I mean, Johnny goes in defense. Cherry immediately takes the bait and books it to Gold Fury. Benko says, okay, I'm going to invade your back camps and then just sit on teleporter. Benko sat there and said, are they pulling gold? They're not. Great. I'm pushing a wave under tower, and now I'm a level ahead. Maybe it's about half a level at this point, but Benko is slowly getting a lead, whereas Cherry just ticked over to level 15. It's going to start to add up if 5Ms keep baiting Cherry over with these attempted Gold Fury pulls. That's how Smoke Break is getting back into this game, and I think it's going to continue because a Fed Mulan in the backline is not easy to deal with.
And for all the pressure, Trelly, that Scream put on left early,
Smoke Break
it's
has
still
a lot
2-level
of
lead
fucking
for
levels.
3-level.
3-level lead on
Cyclone will hit
Echrome.
14
What?
Here shortly. Echrome was
one-
really focused. Remember the left side
Damn.
jungle invades? All for Echrome to catch right back up. This Uber, I have to imagine, is going to be in a really scary spot here when the next team fight breaks out.
I mean, just look at build-wise. The Cyclone Spin is not building to fight on Uller. He's building to shred through objectives and tanks. That's what the Kins and the Death Metal are going to provide. Later on, sure, Medusa's going to be fine. She's very quick. She can strafe. She can juke the axe. But for now, Echrome can little bro him every time he walks up the lane. It's just not a fight that you ever really want to take. So that's why Cyclone is just staying under tower. At the moment, not even there. They're going for fire, Dave. 15 minutes it spawns in, fully grouped up. Smoke Break's gone.
Need 4 seconds for Fire
No
Giant to respawn.
way.
It's a sneaky pull from 5Ms. Gotta let them get it, and we'll yell and scream if they're able to confirm it. Right now, Smoke Break have no idea that this is happening. All the ward coverage over on the left side of the map, and it's 5Ms now burning the FG. We can yell about it as they grab
the
it.
dagger, the
In go
dagger. Thank you,
5Ms.
Cyclone.
15 minutes on the fire.
And that's exactly what this build does. If nothing else, it shreds through objectives. The Death Metal pops
big
on
stun?
everyone.
Whoa,
All
I
these
didn't have it.
ultimates used. But you get the FG and you get out. Echrome, sure, farming up on the
That was
left
a- he
side.
just
of the
got
map.
Loki ult too.
Assassinate just to get
Oh,
Johnny out of
baby.
trouble
Andy
for now. But
caught.
LAO,
Andy's
he can
dead.
get executed here.
It's gonna
Andy is
get
so out
worse.
of
It's a
position,
kill for
bro.
Cheerio into LAON.
They're
So
gonna
the
go to
last
gold.
15 seconds, Fire Giant has been snuck away. Your support
They're going
has
to
been
defend
caught
here.
out.
They're going to
But
defend
there's some
towers,
wave
and they're going to
pressure
go.
building. All this time,
Cyclone?
Echrome knocks down a tower
Good
on the left
awareness, spin.
side.
Good awareness.
Cyclone's been sensing
That's my boy
Johnny.
Spin right there.
But how about that from 5Ms? And I think, Trelly, that plays in a bit to what you're talking about with the builds, building to shred these objectives.
Yeah, they revealed their play style pretty much immediately. I could tell from that first Gold Fury what they were planning on doing. Smoke Break wasn't prepared for it. Sure, they did fine. Echrome was able to push another wave under, take the tier 1 tower. They
Is
still
Death
got
Metal a
farm
team buff?
elsewhere.
It is, right?
But 5Ms are just trying to fast track every objective on the map and add another one to the list. Pyromancer goes down.
Yeah,
Look at
Death
the
Metal's a
difference between
crazy
gold
pickup
and
for
XP.
objective play,
That is
bro.
insane.
You don't
You
see
should
that
have
all
that shit in
often,
every
but
comp game.
5,000 experience ahead are 5Ms. Gold
The
split
Commander
right
scored
down the
again?
middle. And that's
Pick
extra surprising. Again,
Oh, dude,
considering
Lions
Echrome
ain't
is 3
shit,
levels
bro.
ahead because everywhere else on the map.
Lions getting cooked by the Commanders. Commanders Super Bowl win.
But
If
5Ms
the Commanders make it to the Super Bowl, I'm going.
That's why it's surprising me because
Can't stop me,
Echrome
I'm
has got
going.
so much of that XP difference.
I mean,
maybe meaning that Smoke Break need to fight around this left side or scream. Thought he had a chance, but again, Chrome is in a pretty good spot on this. Ooh, or blink in for Mike. Gonna leap away from
Dude, this
Chrome.
pressure is
Used the
clean.
beads as well. Riptide.
Nice try,
confirmed
spin. A little
the escape.
overkill there, buddy.
And an ultimate down from Cyclone Spin.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy.
Scream does a
Benko's
ton of
ahead,
damage. What are you talking about?
Johnny's ahead. Sap's ahead. They're all ahead.
Me by surprise.
They just can't catch up in the objective farm. They need to get better ward coverage is what it is, because I still think Smokebreak is a very solid fight. Cherry with the dunk. See you later, E-Pro.
And what a target at D-Chrome where so much of that
Phoenix.
experience is.
Stop wasting your
17
content. You're
minutes in,
pissing me
Fire
off.
Giant, and now
You
it's
know
tier
your
two
ass about to
tower
go
on
for fire.
left.
Why the fuck are we doing
E-Chrome
this?
is dead for 45
Phoenix, why are you doing
seconds.
this?
Charlie, could it be a Phoenix push?
It's a free
Absolutely
Phoenix.
could be. They've got the death metal. They're going to
Death metal,
group
it's
up
not
and go
up.
for it. Looks like it's just a bit of a bait with the runic bomb, but it's getting low.
Free.
Oh my goodness.
Free
5 M's
17-minute
after a
Phoenix.
break.
Finish it!
Press down the gas here in game
Didn't
number
finish
1.
it.
They're just shy of knocking down the Phoenix. Benko steps forward. Still 24 seconds on
They're regenning. They want Cyclone to regen.
Now down from Sap 7. A block from Mike.
Dude.
Forces away.
No. Ooh.
Another set of beads right with the talisman of
Imagine they had a
purification.
cocktail
Watch
here.
out. You're
Cyclone's
cheer. You don't
trying
want
to
to give
get
a
it.
free one right back
Cyclone's
over
got
this
dagger,
Phoenix.
right?
Low and now
Dagger.
taken down by 5M.
Let's go, Spin.
Dagger.
Good commitment,
confirms the
baby.
escape.
Wow, but Johnny was waiting
Kill
for
him,
you,
fuck him.
Cyclone. You
Yeah,
have the damage.
get out
Now
of
he's
there,
going to
little Loki
assassinate
bitch.
out. Johnny
Loki
did not
gamer
like that
ass.
engagement and immediately resets to get some better positioning. That's the best way to use the dagger, by the way. Cyclone said, don't worry, guys. I'll tank up the Phoenix. I have a second life as long as I get
What a
100,
Loki
400,
play.
500
Top tier Loki
HP.
gaming in the last
Go
2
and
days.
grab another objective for you. I mean, 5M
Loki has confirmed the rat god even in competitive play.
They are just going to own the map as much as possible. Cherry goes up to the sky just to act as a ward for his team. And they continue farming up the map. I mean, Smokebreak, it seems like everything's
Cherry's
happening
playing
too
great
fast
this
for them to
game.
react.
And what I was referencing is you don't often see is what we're now seeing. We're one team way ahead in gold, but also way behind.
I don't know why they keep playing
What is this
Loki.
telling you,
I
though,
don't
about
understand
5Ms
it.
And the way that they're playing, is this just out macroing?
Don't get it
plain
at
and
all.
simple?
Yeah, you can tell that Smokebreak is doing the right plays when it comes to just, okay, let's push the wave under, let's deny them this farm. And 5M says, go ahead, do all
it hasn't
that.
won a
We are
real
going to
game,
get
no.
the objectives. At the moment,
It's lost
it's
every
ended up working
real
out for them,
game.
right? They are getting immediate power
Meaning, like,
spikes.
good
Cherry's
players
looking
playing
good.
correctly,
Scream
it's lost.
has been in the right position. I do worry about the power spikes
It's
that
been
E-Chrome and
worthless
Sap
in
7 and
every
Johnny
game.
are going to hit. Like, that is
Like
still
that.
real. These items are there.
It's a cleanup god, dude. Anybody,
The
any
big
god
difference
could
is
do
the
it.
map sticks. That left side bird being down does mean someone is going to be hamstringed every time a fight wants to take place on the right side of the map. Usually Johnny, he's the quickest. He can get around the map quickly, but it's still, you're not going to be able to fight with your jungler for this Pyromancer or for this next Fire Giant.
You're maybe wishing, if you're Benko, that you have that global
Dude, the
utility.
player damage on the board is so low.
Push out left, rotate over to right with your ultimate. Maybe you're going to be wishing that you were alive, as Scream has found some damage onto the Mulan.
Cherry's up.
Boom.
Nobody level
Good
20
ult.
yet. Cherry had
Good
eyes
ult.
for Benko. It's tired of the way the landing phase have gone. XP starting to equalize a bit across the map. Bit of a steeper hill to climb if you're Cyclone Spin. A block from Mike. Connects onto Leon, who steps forward looking for the River's Rebuke. Finds it. Oh no, but Mike has been left
He's alive.
all alone.
Oh.
Sap 7 with the opening kill. And Smokebreak with the 5v4 advantage.
Where was
Smokebreak
his
still
front
wants to
line?
chase this one down. Pyromancer still very much alive, but without Mike.
There's literally
who's
no
gonna
one with
step up,
Mike.
Who's going to be that leader for 5M? It seems like Scream wants a pull, but Smokebreak, they've got the sustain, Dave. They have a Yamoja. They can heal up here.
Oh, Scream is spotted out in the brush. Assassinate in!
Dude,
But
who's
what
the
has
one
happened
else?
to Johnny's health bar? It's
Loki's
empty,
trolling.
says Cherry, and there's
Loki's
still a wall on the
dog
other
shit
side of the
god.
fight. This
Loki
door
boo-boo
alone,
god.
though, in the Pyromancer pit. Smokebreak
Boo-boo Loki.
not desiring to go in, sensing maybe the fight had run its course.
All Loki
There'll be a
players are
slight
on my shit
momentary
list now.
30-second
I
advantage
don't
for
care how good they are.
PDM.
If they play Loki for that game, they're on my shit
Pulled
list.
away from Benny Q as the Fire Giant respawns.
But remember, you're on a timer here if you're Smokebreak. That Phoenix is down. Fire minions are going to start to pour in, which means Pyromancer should, by all accounts, go the way of 5M. They just decide to group up and go for it. But given Benny Q's positioning
Fire
and where he
Giant.
just put his second ability,
Fire
I don't think
Giant.
they want the Pyromancer, Dave. I think they're going in for fire.
Yeah, the first Fire Giant was
back
sneaky.
up in
This
like
one may be a
5
bit more
seconds.
obvious
Fire
with the
Giant.
5Ms. Smokebreak are aware, plenty
He's
aware
waiting
that
on
this
the
is
block.
happening. That's a
Block
win
him.
forward
Kill
from
him.
Mike. A block
Work
connects
him.
onto LAO. No,
Grab
it's
his cheeks.
Benko.
Let's go.
And it's Cyclone Spin. Finishing off the kill.
Stop that
Opens the
cocktail
gates.
thing.
More a deterrent now in the solo laner for
He holds the
Smokebreak.
cocktail one
Decimated
time,
by
bro. Like
5M.
right now, if it was up.
No runic bomb.
They're
It is
backing
an
up. This is
anvil
free
of
fire. fire.
Does Cheerio just play separator here? The fire giant low. Leon dodges out the stun, but the Fire Giant dropped, and so it's Leon.
Fire Giant picked back up, and it's gone. Scream. Gonna be able to take that one, no problem, and now might as well push on forward. That Phoenix is going to spawn on the left side of the map.
She can miss her gigantic ult and still fucking out damage all the other mages.
Step 7 trying to lead them on a little bit of a goose chase. Get as much gold in your pocket as you can while Benko and Leon are still respawning. There should be at least one free Phoenix without your tanks. I mean, Smokebreak has to give this up.
Heck of a game so far from BennyQ. Ended their set earlier on with, what, 60,000 damage on the Agni, picking up right where you left off. Top damage in the game by 7 or so thousand. A tier 2, a Phoenix cleaned up on right. And Trelly, there's going to be maybe a simple Phoenix on left once you go back and spend up. How pivotal, though, has this Sobek been in this game? 6 of 8 affected kills for PBM. And this most recent fight, no different.
I mean, the immediate pull onto Benko, he had the beats just a little bit late on it and gets blown up. Benko has been such a staple to Smokebreak's team fight. He's very tanky, he's very disruptive, and without him, it was the immediate pull. Not only that, Phoenix was spawning over on the left side, so Johnny had to be gone. You've essentially, that pluck takes 2 out of the fight immediately. Mike,
there is a report system in the game. You click on their name and you click report.
More aggressive supports as opposed to something in the back line, like the Geb we saw earlier.
When he's looked his best in his career, for sure. And game 1, no different. Yeah, 5 M's, and they're able to confirm the Gold Fury. If 5 M's able to clean up game 1 here. All conversations about who has the advantage out the window. 5 M's came with a vengeance. And Charlie, I think maybe caught Smokebreak off guard.
100%.
The aggressive, objective style of gameplay, because they were down on XP for the first 15 minutes.
Wow, I mean, Cyclone, the Medusa build has been changing and evolving throughout this tournament. The Berserker Shield has pretty much become a staple, but Triton's Conch, it's going to give you strength and int, which Medusa loves, but how far are we from just seeing full tank Medusa in the lane at this point?
What the fuck is this? Yo, he's literally a buff bot.
Damage items, and the rest are just tank
Cyclone
stats.
is
it's working out,
buff-botting
right? If you're worried about getting one tap by Echrome, that'll stop you. Cherry Force, the Sky doesn't quite run away, but also doesn't go in.
Phoenix able to sustain back up to half HP.
That was clean.
Mike takes the gates
Mike.
in.
Yes, good shit, boys. Back up.
In as well, lurking in the water.
The other back up, you're fine. Just heal.
Both support ultimates.
Regen, boys, they have to defend right.
Really, 3 ultimates aside down. Junglers and carries still have them ready to go. If you can really call Echrome's ult an ult, but watch out for Cyclone spin on an engage.
Yeah, Johnny really the only one that can make a difference here once you go to the back line, but 5M's, they just want the objective. They just want Phoenix.
BennyQ just walks forward and eats half of his health in damage. Mike, regardless of ult, always a threat.
Cyclone ult is almost back up.
Beads, though. Ready to go for smoke break. Echrome with the
Cyclone is buff body a Kate. That's hilarious today.
Leon uses his beads, backs away. Phoenix shelling out some damage.
Cyclone had good immunity all there. He didn't get stunned.
Dashes away once more. Phoenix solo and maybe one more push away from being 2 Phoenixes down our smoke break. Is that your time to go? That's the question. Mike walks forward.
Dead.
Phoenix cleaned up by 5M, but they may want more. Up goes Cherry. And no, they want less. Out go 5M.
Yep, you lose the Croc. You got to go ahead and back. If I'm smoke break, I'm attempting a soft chase into a Pyromancer pull. That's all you can really go for. No one's going to lazy back. Ancient Fury's not here. You have to get as many objectives as you can in the meantime. Your right side Phoenix will spawn back. That's going to happen any second now.
Cyclone's build right now is to buff his team.
Get pulled by 5M.
He is not this build to be the hard carry.
Just being so
he is this build to make sure his team is has more stats than the enemy team.
Smokebreak can never have an organized 5v5. Even if they are able to find a pick, even if they can pull a relic, they're never grouped. It's never enough because the map is just so split.
I think Scream's dagger just didn't get used, or he used it for damage at the end.
Indicative
of
what we've seen just in this game in general from Smokebreak. Had to buy or start with 5
cents. His damage is fine on Medusa. Like, it's still really good, but he's really a buff.
Getting those cleaned up on cooldown, especially underneath Phoenix's Fire Giant buff.
I want to know what he goes last. Does he go Deathbringer? Does he go more Pen?
The 20-minute pull was more obvious.
Because Andy's so squishy, I feel like he goes Deathbringer.
Smokebreak stepping up for the next one that we'll see here in a couple minutes.
They're going to have to try, but again, it's going to be at worst, I mean at best, a 4v5, assuming that 5M's play it properly and just sort of stall until the Phoenix starts to get pressured. And if Mike is able to delete someone with a pluck, your 3v5
I don't
is
think I've ever seen Benny go muted.
That's going to go your way.
They've been going Doom Orb.
has to play this so careful. Send Johnny back
Doom
over
Orb
to left,
on everybody.
have him farm up as much as possible, and then sort of ward and wait. Fire Giant burst. definitely in the pocket of 5Ms with that Runic Bomb that Cherry was just got. The only plus side I see is that whenever Fire Giant gets low, Cherry goes to the sky, usually holds, so maybe not gonna be able. Oh
Scream!
my goodness!
Oh my God, he one-taps
See, I'm
Johnny!
telling you, Susano's damage
Maybe
is
this
fucking
equation
crazy.
now much easier
I've
for
been saying that
5Ms. They'll
forever.
group
Like,
up
the god is
and run
great, I
right
think he's
down
boring.
mid lane. Rest of Smoke Break back to base. What a play from the Susano.
I mean, he had Assassinate, died even through the ultimate. That is a
Also,
ridiculous
if you take anything
amount
from
of
this
first
land,
damage. Props to
penetration
Scream
is
for knowing
like
his
the
numbers. And now
stat
mid
to
Phoenix
go for
becomes
on
very
any
real
character
here
you
for
want to do
5Ms.
damage as.
Maybe the game if you're able to find a couple more picks. Cheerio
Literally
has ult.
void
Everyone
shields and gargoyles
has ult. You've got
everywhere.
a stun and a set of beads away from E-Chrome. Under
Phoenix?
pressure, Trelly all game long. E-Chrome has not felt safe.
Sap 7 has ult, has beads.
They're going fire.
Phoenix no longer a target. 5Ms want to play this one slow. They recognize Johnny's down for 15.
I've been
Sap
saying
has to
Loki's
clear out
dog
left
shit.
lane. This
I
is
don't
at
like
worst
it. I don't care if it
a
wins a single
5v3.
game at this point.
Can
It's
LA
dog
own,
shit.
can Benko get here in time to try and stall? That's all they can do because Mike hasn't plucked yet. He's going to go for it the second you walk up.
We have seen some funky Fire Giants this weekend. Does it get crazier? Sure doesn't. Cheerio gets the FG and he goes to the skies as well. Slams down, but it's a separator. In the back line, Cyclone spin, evaporates LAON, and it looks like Benko may follow
This guy's
suit.
dead, though.
One more pluck, one more bit of CC
Nice.
away.
He isn't gonna pluck.
Smoke Break having
He's
to
gonna get plucked.
backpedal.
Yep.
And
Wow.
5Ms pressing the gas pedal.
Patience,
One
Mike.
more for Cyclone.
They have no
They're
front
gonna
line
run
now. It's
down
over.
right. They've got 3v5 here. Smoke Break
Cyclone
playing
has
this
the
one
dagger
smart,
this time,
playing
so it
it
doesn't
slow,
get
but they
wasted.
need to find a pick. I mean, 5Ms, they can do no wrong here, Dave. They just want to grab the Phoenix. Are they
Is this
going
their
into the
third
Titan?
fire?
Sure looks like it.
This is their
Just
third
need
fire,
one more
right?
fight in order to clean up game number 1 of this best of 3.
3 fires at 28
Instead,
minutes
they're going
is
to play it smart. They
fucked.
played objectively. 5Ms has all game long. The mid lane, Phoenix cleaned up as well.
That's
Two
3
members
fires
still
by the
respawning
28-minute
for
mark
Smoke
is
Break.
insane. This
30
third fire
seconds
is
left.
3 items, by the
One
way.
more pluck. 3 sets
I'm
of
pretty sure
beads.
someone told me it was 150
No
of
talisman,
each
it's
stat, of
purification
both
ready
stats,
to go.
intel and strength.
5Ms back away. Eyes for the left side, Phoenix. Trelly really close to a
Beads
statement
on
being
Loki.
made here in game number 1. Smoke
Got
Break
Loki
in
beads for free.
desperation.
That ring around Cyclone Spin, that means he's holding the dagger. If he gets too low, has an extra life, no problem. All Phoenix is gone. 5Ms are, in my opinion, I think they're faking this, right? Sure, they don't full on dip. Maybe they grab Ancient Fury, but no Phoenix is up. Yeah, I think you sit around the corner. And
I'm
wait to
pretty
see if you
sure
can find
they came into this
something.
game and
Sap
said,
7,
we know our
possibly looking
drafts.
for a flank.
You know Conte's the best god in the game now, and I want pressure in every lane.
Such a bad idea. I mean,
Because the Thor had pressure. Maybe not pressure, but he couldn't die, right? Like, he was either pressuring or getting ganked and looking for free. Conte had pressure. The Sobek Medusa had crazy pressure.
Backpedal away. Group up.
Think about what would have happened if that Susano didn't miss his 3 on that Ul gang. This game would have been even more of a stomp.
I mean, at this point, Cyclone's not a great target. He's got the dagger and he's quite tanky. It would have to be Benny Q or Scream. Scream doesn't have
The
beads.
Sobek pick is big.
They have no real purification beads either, but Titan.
Oh my goodness. Smokebreaker sending up a prayer and so far has not been answered. Titan looked at by 5Ms. It has been clean, it's been efficient, and it is now done. 5Ms pick back right where they left off at the beginning of our morning. They dropped the first set, but Trelly, break, no problem for 5Ms.
Surgical game from 5Ms. From the first minute, the first second the Gold Fury spawned in, it was very clear that they were going to dominate every objective on the map. Smokebreak found some farm, Dave. They found some XP, but what they could not find
You didn't hit a
was
single
an objective
Hecate
to their
this game,
name.
no.
I don't think they were able to confirm a single one.
And I think that speaks to some confidence to me. Again, you play this morning, you drop a 3-1 set. High intensity 3-1 set.
Conte passive does give a fuck ton of stats,
to
bro.
Pull a 15-minute FG.
You're right. I wonder who's been getting it. Well, they didn't get a kill, right? So it's probably Cyclone who has it all the time.
Pull it away. That really sets the tone, I think.
Actually, Susano might have had it when he killed that Loki,
Exactly.
because he
Smokebreak
killed
has
that
a choice to
Loki
make now. Are they going to
a
draft
little
composition
faster
that
than I
can
would have
actually show
expected.
objectives as well? Do they try and just fight and overwhelm them? Or do they say, you know, we have to change our strategy up entirely?
Yep.
Time will tell, but I think the Medusa was very instrumental in shredding through those objectives quickly and maybe a way to try and stop them, because even though Ikram had this massive lead on Uller, it wasn't enough.
No, I don't know if we ever saw that massive lead come to
You know
fruition.
more than one
Many of
god?
these
I
team
didn't know
fights,
that.
5Ms,
That's fucked.
goodness, they're one
Okay,
game
Conte's
away
busted.
from a rematch with Team Risk in the grand finals.
Conte's
Can
busted.
they get there? We'll see what changes are made right after this.
That's crazy. I thought that only went on one god. That's insane. That's insane. Just mad stats for anyone who gets a kill. was a good game. That was a gas pedal game. That was a let's not waste our time here, boys. Let's get back to the finals game. We get an Andy potential team up. I wanted to play with Andy before they announced everything with this, but I wouldn't play with Andy with the way he games right now. He'd have to commit to a game for me to want to play with him. I don't think you can be the best player at a game if you're not playing it all the time. I think you can be good enough to play Smite competitively with your experience, but I don't think you can be one of the best players. Commander scored again? Wait, what's the score there? 31? 31 to 21 about to be? Oh, my Commanders are cooking. 31 points in a half? Yo, if they score 60 points against the Lions, I'll throw up. Thirty-one points before halftime by the Commanders. I'm telling you, they make the Super Bowl. I'm going. I'm going. I'm getting decent seats. Nothing crazy, but I'm getting decent seats.
From the treetops, went to image from a green dot. Never had no limit, but I had some Reeboks. Keep it humble, but the fees not in the game. No free spots, but I earn what's mine. Nothing less, I'ma shine.
Any builds considering adding the Smite swords? I'm gonna add tank builds for people to use if they want them. For the jungle solo builds, I think I know now, so that's good. ADC builds, bro, they're all over the place. There's like 9 of them. One thing I've learned about ADC though, Devos Loves is not a fucking item you build on ADC. So if I see another one of those motherfuckers in my games, I'm gonna lose my mind. Team Risk, it's Lasbra, Genetics, Variety, Big Man Things, and who's the ADC? Echrome?
I dream about things way beyond this atmosphere.
Hey, who's the ADC? It's not Echrome. Streak. Devos is ass on ADCs, bro. It's dog shit.
Run.
All my shitty ADCs in ranked build Devos. None of the good ADCs build it. It's dog shit. Super Bowl tickets are 10K for nosebleeds. Let's look. All right, we're gonna have to reach out to some people and pray somebody. Bro, look at this. 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 Brother. This is $17,000. $13,000. $20,000. This is $14,000 for a fucking 1 seat. Yeah, this seat. If you buy 1 seat, this is almost 20 grand with taxes and fees. The fees on Ticketmaster are disgusting. That's insane. When I had floor seats for obviously it's not the same for the Lakers games. It was 2 tickets were fucking less than this shit. Brother, 9,000. Holy fucking balls. Nosebleed 9K. Why, if you're gonna spend 9K on a nosebleed, why the fuck wouldn't you just spend 14K on one of these? Like, that's 17, or this one's was 13, right? I think. Yeah, that was 13. Why not just buy this? You're already breaking the bank. God damn, bro. So the people going to this shit are rich as balls. I could buy this, but I'm not stupid. Life experiences are awesome, but not when they're that much. I'd have to buy 2. I'm not going by myself. I'm not dropping $30,000 on fucking Super Bowl tickets. I'm not that big of a football. I'm like, I like football. I love the Commanders, but I'm not obsessed. There's no way you could buy a box. Those boxes are already, people are using them. There's no way they're not. Those boxes are probably like $1 million.
Las Vegas. My name's
Because a regular box is like 100K at like
of course, if you're
playoff
watching
games.
here in the venue, hopefully you're just having a blast. You know, drinks are flowing. You've got your merch that you're probably cozy in. Jorby walked by with one of the hoodies, and it is one of the softest things that I've ever felt in my life, and I've never been more jealous of someone not in a suit than him walking around all cozy right now. So hopefully if you're here, you're enjoying that. But if you're at home, the good news is we've got things for you too.
His name is
You're going to be
Jorby,
earning
not
drops as
Derby.
you watch the stream. Of course, yesterday, the Founders Ace title order champion badge were picked up today. If you're like me, I've earned my Chaos Champion badge and my Up the Anti-Global emote that I can't wait to get home and use. But
Bro,
tomorrow,
you got 1%ers sitting in the nosebleeds.
First, you
I
get
wouldn't
the
sit in the
Founders
nosebleeds at a
Vegas
football game
Series
anyway,
card
or
effects.
any sporting event.
And the second thing you get, if you watch 4 hours tomorrow, is the Jade Dragons
Front row,
Bologna
second
skin.
level.
It
Other than that,
looks
if it's not
just
closer than that,
as
I'm not
amazing
going.
as you could think.
I'm a snob.
I feel like every time we pull the card art up, I find something new to notice. And this time, as weird as it is, because I've been really focused on the green armor, I've been looking at the Scourge, I've been looking at the shield, the headdress, right, the dragon horns up at the top.
The colors are so nice on that skin. The blue or the green and the pink.
The set score 1-0, 5 M's. They crushed them.
Jazzberry Jam, whatever you want to call it.
There was a 0% chance
Jazzberry
of
Jam Bologna.
the fucking
no, it looks
Smoke
fantastic.
Break
And
winning.
again, it's celebrating.
Are they rogue? I gotta see this.
It's always weird to say it this way, but a very special moment in my life because I got to cast that finals. And I'm sure maybe more special for the players who actually won and got that and earned it. But of
over
course,
the
that again is
animal
tomorrow,
bullshit.
the reward for watching. And of course, the other reward you're going to get for watching is a great grand finals. There's a good reason to be here and a good reason to be around. So make sure that you're tuning in tomorrow, whether you're at home, you're in venue, or just wherever. I'll probably have it open on... No, I won't. There's so many screens around here. I don't think I need to have it open on my phone, but I will have it open on this laptop. What I didn't need to have open... there's a...
You
never mind.
almost.
Hey, guys,
It was
so
really
let's
good.
go ahead and drop that second. Smite, huh?
I thought you were going to kill it. I thought you had... Speaking of open, Dual Lane was open for Mike to
Yeah,
kind
Pirates
of dominate that
I hope his,
Sobeck Emoja lane
I
phase.
genuinely hope his viewership gets cooked. This guy's a piece
that's
of
the
shit.
only one I ever have. But that was a matchup where we kind of talked about it a little bit, where you mentioned you can
Yo,
go
he's
on
like
the
on
ultimate
all
now,
of
you have like
these.
a lot easier
He's
way
like the
to
top
execute
fucking
her,
post
you can
here.
anti-healer. It's a much more difficult matchup than it was in Smite 1. And I think that makes it a little worrisome to prio that Yemoja as high, because now we've seen the Sobek picked into it. The Aphrodite was also banned last game, so maybe Aphrodite is something we
Bro,
have to consider.
he says he's responsible
There
for
was
2
really
million
not
WoW
much
account
Elyon could
bans.
do
I hate that
most
guy.
of the entire game.
I don't know
And
him
you said
outside
a
of
little
his
bit where
fucking lies on the internet,
Mike
but I
played
don't
it
like him.
well. There was definitely room for a little bit of improvement.
Pirate
I don't
Software.
think I'd want to go back to that matchup at all if I'm Elyon. I do
He's
not want
getting
to consider
exposed for all
playing
this
Emoji
shit
into Sobek again.
now.
Yeah, it did
It's
just feel
fucking
like
hilarious.
they had no way to punish the Sobek. Even when Mike wasn't connecting on those plucks, he was able to just get in there, use his tail whip,
what are you
bait
saying,
out
Bundies?
abilities, and then fall back and make it a good fight for his team, even when the pluck wasn't connecting.
And that's 100% to do with this Morgan
Look at how
mid.
fast he
She
kills
is
this
an
motherfucker.
extremely strong mid
Oh
laner.
my
But the one thing she
God.
lacks is she just doesn't
wait.
have the true mage damage to kill the
No,
dive.
was that a
That's
Kate
not her
buff?
job.
Is
It's
this a
never been
Kate
her
buff
job.
right
Her
here?
job is to be one of the divers. And if
You
Mike
would
does
know,
get a little
Des,
bit of
is
a
this a
lead,
Kate buff?
you can't rely on just one ADC to shred, especially in an Uller who you get to late game, maybe he can shred with the Heartseeker, the Boombas, Hydra's procs, but you're
No,
not going to be
wait,
killing that
none of these
Sobek
are
in
the
this game
Hecate
doesn't go
buff?
late enough to get to that point where you can
So
actually
they don't
shred
have the
them.
Hecate
Yeah,
buff
and I think
at all.
the Morgan had another issue.
None of
there,
them
which
are
was there was
walking
a
around with the
Susano.
Hecate buff.
She
That's
was not
crazy.
able to play the game, wasn't able to look for those
I wonder if
flanks
he's just
because
not giving
if
it to
that
them.
Susano got on her, she was dead. He was going to be able to follow her with that jet stream. Even if she
Another
stealth, he knows
interception?
where
Are we gonna
she's
score
going,
before the end
and
of
He's
half?
going to take her down.
And that's with Johnny even picking the Loki into Susano matchup, where that one is who's ever getting ahead, they will kind of dominate that. The Susano got
30
ahead.
Are they gonna
early,
try to
stayed
score?
ahead, and Johnny would just get 1v1. There was like you ult away, he follows with Jetstream. He has enough mobility, he can track you with his big AoE abilities.
Wait, did Golf
The
come
ultimate
back
is
in and throw an
another thing.
interception?
I don't think I
thought
liked that
he got taken out.
Like, there was just nothing really to be done by Johnny. I mean, looking at the stats right here, it wasn't like only Johnny's fault.
I wish I
It's
could
not
stream
like
the Commanders
Loki
game,
in
brother.
itself
I wish.
is the issue. I think a lot of it is to do with you play into a team that wants to play this 5-man style really well together.
In the end
if you fall
zone?
behind
Oh,
and you're not
fuck.
able to split off in 1v1, 2v2,
If we're that
games
deep,
are gonna
though, we
look like
probably don't
that, where
score.
A pluck means a kill.
Yeah, we're
Even
not
if you
going
miss
to
this
go for a
pluck, you don't
score
have
if we're
the
that
damage to
deep.
kill the
They would
Sobek.
only go for
That's
it if
the
they
issue.
were much
So,
closer.
I'm not too worried if I'm Smoke Break, where the Susano gets ahead, the Sobek gets ahead. That's the issue. I think you just have to play and track the Susano a little bit more and probably help out your dual lane. Maybe pick a little bit more prio over there so you don't get ran over.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think, well, we touched on it a little bit on the desk, but I feel like it was a team performance by 5Ms versus an individual's performance once again by Smoke Break. I think Echrome actually got a fairly significant
See the Ashes of Crazy where he's blaming his raid teammates about insta-pulling? Yeah, and he was the one who pulled it, and he was like, I know, I did the right thing.
Before that, sneaky FG.
I don't like that guy, man.
So I think
I don't like him.
Individuals-wise, that's maybe the
I
worry
don't
you
like
would
him.
have if you're 5Ms. You might want to be looking to make sure Cyclone's comfortable.
If the next
maybe stay over
motherfucker
in
that
lane a
goes
little bit more, and
viral,
that's
blows
sort
up
of
on
the
Twitch,
bastion
isn't
of
a
hope right
semi-asshole
now
or
for
have
Smoke
some
Break. They're gonna
asshole
wanna try and
tendencies,
do that again. But
I
be
have no
more
interest in them
careful
because they're
around
fake as fuck.
objectives and be more careful perhaps with some better picks with not so much
I need to see some
single target
negative
focus.
Yeah, and I think
character
I'm a little
traits
worried,
from the
like,
next
piggybacking
big
off
content
that.
creator, or they're
Echrome has now looked
if they're a
really
streamer,
good
because
3
they're
games in a
hiding
row
something
on
if they
this
don't.
ruler. You're probably giving them first pick. They're probably taking it, I guess is a better way to say it. Is Uller maybe one of your throwaway bans? Is that something where the Bologna is very valued? Maybe that Uller has to be that second character, because you know Smoke Break has to ban the Aladdin. That's the one thing that we have in our pocket is 5X
Kyrios,
is
it
not
works by
something that's
reading the
gonna be banned.
ability.
So you have kind of this one
Each ability is
ban
different.
that you can kind of just
We'll
throw away.
never
It
see
probably might have
Aladdin.
to be that Uller if you're 5Ms.
Well, hold on, I'll do the hype part first. Picks and bans, game number 2, 5Ms, they're up 1-0, Smoke Break. Backs against the wall, that one's actually legitimate. They do have a lot to worry about here, but well, there's the Aladdin one more time. Thor alongside it, Thanatos on the others.
Ooh, the Thor band's big.
Afro will be getting through here.
I want to see Hercules for Cherio.
Afro is the thing that they
I
opt
want
to get rid
Cherio,
of. Hecate
Hercules.
open, Bologna open.
Wow.
What do they
Aladdin
want
has been
first
banned
pick?
in every
5Ms
game with an
put
NA
themselves into
player.
a great spot. You get Bologna and Uller here.
They gave him
I think those two
Hecate,
have
though.
shown that they are the best in their role.
They did beat Hecate
Especially
earlier,
with
right?
Thor being gone.
So we'll see.
I think I really like how 5Ms have set up this Bs&Bs.
I worry a little bit though about putting Cyclone Spin onto
Uller
Uller. He had
Bologna,
a
I'm
very
guessing.
quiet game on it up
Or
against Team
Yamoja.
Risk earlier on today.
Unless I don't think
and
he cares
just had
about
a
Yamoja.
pretty quiet game on the Medusa there. I worry about this
Bologna,
pick
yep.
being run over in the dual lane, but it is exactly as you said. They get the 2 picks that we do
I've
see
never
as
had
high priority.
Culver's, but
Uller and
In-N-Out
Bologna
is worse than
bumped into top 2.
McDonald's. I'd rather have
I
McDonald's.
think no matter what Smoke Break picks here, I think if you're on 5Ms, you put Mike on a god that helps you dominate this 2v2. Smoke Break has the opportunity to go the Emoja. You probably don't want to be
God saves?
So they're
That would be
actually
wild,
going
I
for the
don't know.
Emoja, potentially pairing it with the Medusa to give you some, kill potential in that lane. But you're kind of just switching your ADCs. And I think I've liked the Uller a lot more than the Medusa. Medusa has the damage. She does have the burst. But Athena for Johnny, who really dominated the beginning of the
I think Athena's a better pick for Johnny, bro. Fuck that Loki pick.
Left open here and he lost
threw.
it.
Yeah, I really like this pick, especially with a solo laner that
I haven't done an item tier list yet.
That can get into the
I did
backline
do
and
an
stay on
aspect.
them.
I did
When
a
you
tier
have
list with
this
aspect
Athena
odds on
with
it.
good damage. It's really,
And no
really
aspect.
punishing. And yeah, hopefully no aspect. I don't think I like the aspect in the jungle. Did make it work Laspra, but I'm not sure that Johnny will be doing that. On the other side, wow, we see that what was the traditional counter to Yamoja for many, many years,
Ooh,
Baron
another
Santhi,
Agni.
able to suck her
Baron.
back through her own ult when she
Baron
used that
support.
defensively.
Baron's gonna
I
suck
don't know
off
if I love this
Yamoja in
Baron
front of
pick
everybody.
Too much. It is a good matchup in Emoja, don't get me wrong. It's the original counter pick, as you just said. But if you go Medusa here,
And his
you have
Agni went
Medusa,
crazy
Emoja.
earlier.
Okay, well that just kind of foils
They're
my
building Agni
idea
normal.
of you're going to be losing that laning phase.
Full
But
pen damage.
I mean, Jingwei is just the prototypical hyper carry. She doesn't really do too much in laning phase. You want to scale to the late
People are
game.
pissed Asmon
But
called him out. Yeah, it's because
if
Asmon was
Cyclone on
defending the
Uller this
pirate guy
game
for like the
isn't
past
able to
week.
get too much going. That worries me for the rest of this set. Like, this is a best of 3. If you lose this one, you're going to game 3. As you said, Cyclone not been too hot. Echrome really been the guy on this team. That worries me going into game 3 if we get there.
I quite like this chat last bit, giving them the potential for an AoE engage, and another
Mordred.
one crossed off the list. Mordred, a god new to Smite 2, one of the coolest characters I think we see in the game. I'm really excited to see him. I imagine that this is going to be going to Scream in the Bologna in solo, but it could go the other way.
Yeah, Scream played the Bologna earlier in the tournament, and we've also seen Cherry play this Bologna. I think, I don't know how you feel about this, Paul, but with the aspect, I think she's a lot better in solo lane, the ability to just proc the Glad Shield, proc the Phoenix Shield, but how Scream plays a lot of these junglers like the Mordred, like the Bologna, he'll happily build a lot of defense and build for the Glad Shield and the Phoenix Shield. So there is potential for flex there. I like this Mordred pick no matter what, and I agree, he's super cool.
It's going to be real fun to watch. See Mordred on the big screen. The only way to get to it again. Backs against the wall for Smoke Break. Let's go to our casters for game 2.
All right. Can we end this one quick?
Seems like the crowd has a real short memory about Aladdin when Mordred gets locked in. Does that absolve? No, that guy's still not happy. Still wants the Aladdin. Unless he said Mordred, in which case he is happy. A Mordred nonetheless going into game number 2, and it is indeed Scream on the pick.
Oh, and he takes the aspect.
Walk me through it, Trelly.
So, he's got a really cool ability. It's kind of like a sort of passive ability where he gets this shoulder charge where he does a little bit of a half dash.
Yep.
If you take this aspect, it no longer stops on the first
He's gonna
dot
cook.
hit,
I can feel
and
it.
it resets its
It's
cooldown
OP, bro.
every single
It's
time
gonna
you
cook,
hit an
and it's gonna
ability.
be a core
it
god
can go
tomorrow.
crazy if you go a little bit of tank stats. If you're full damage, you're not gonna get too much value
He's
for your
gotta go
die,
defense.
But Scream has always
I don't
gone
know
a
what
bit of
he's
a hybrid
going. I'm
Mordred
hoping it's
jungle
first
anyways.
item.
The question is,
Conch?
are you on point with Pursue
Since
the
he's not
Weak?
going Soul Gem,
Arguably
it's gotta be
the coolest
Conch.
ult name that we've ever had.
Minions have spawned.
I want to see some big ults. Let's do it.
I know. Then
Scream's
Scream
auto
has
game
been
was
on
fine.
point. A
And his
great
Pele
game
game was
1.
fine other than him being a
Facilitator.
pussy and being afraid to die.
Hard to expect anything different here in game 2. I'm glad we got to watch BennyQ get poked out a little bit because maybe 5M's playing with fire a little bit here, Trelly, or Smoke Break rather, playing with fire.
Boxing for pressure.
BennyQ,
Oh, it's chalk
even in a
solo.
loss,
Yo, Benny getting
60,000
auto to
damage
death.
on this Agni, evaporating backliners. The Smoke Break have what it takes to play around this mid lane pick on the other side.
And that's the question. Little bit of a pseudo lane swap here. Echrome chilling on the right side of the map, ended up stealing away the red buff while Cherry's proxying, which actually isn't stealing it away. If anything, it's confirming it. But that's kind of been the tradition, right? Both solo laners proxy,
I know,
then they
Gio.
take
Hopefully they
each
keep it
other's
up.
red buff. That's no longer the case because Echrome takes it. I assume takes red and then flies back to duo because you don't want Leon getting
Yep,
all
Andy
this far.
versus Spin.
I mean, you don't hate it,
I
right?
like it.
It's not bad to let your emoji get ahead, but Echrome's just jungling, I suppose. It's interesting. I mean, you gotta switch it up, right? You have to change how game number 1 went, and this is quite the way to do it, but this is bad.
Oh, no! What in the world?
Rooted in the stun,
Leon alone in lane.
Yep.
Now alone.
Scream cooking with the
first
Mordred.
blood over to 5M's, a minute and a half in.
Well, that's a
Nearly
little
a
risky.
second kill as
Killing
Johnny
that shit. I got they pumps.
avoids death over in mid.
Stuttering on Smite 2,
right on
it's
it,
got to
though.
be a settings
Damage
issue
traded
because
back.
no one I know stutters with
Seems
shitty
okay.
computers or good computers.
And I'll exhale over in
So
mid.
I'd start
but the
fucking
real
with
story
settings,
is
brother.
Echrome farming the jungle.
I mean, you
now
can
it's
see that.
Yamojo who drops for first blood.
Yeah, I mean, Leon clearly was holding the wave. You could see he was stepping forward out of tower so that the tower wouldn't deny the gold. And then he just gets chain stunned. It's level 2. You can't be that far forward. Plenty of damage coming from an Ula with 2 buffs. Yeah, you gotta just let the minions die there. It's unfortunate. I understand the mindset, but as a level 1, you don't have the damage or the survivability to stand outside of the tower against level 2 Baron and Ula combo.
ADCs are doing, every
it's
start is
gotta be
different right
something
now.
different here.
So
You point
ADC's
out
not doing
from
weird
Smoke
shit,
Break,
he's just
Dueling
all
farmed up
farming off the
heavily
start.
in game 1.
It's
Never saw it
basically
really
a
come to
farm the
fruition in any team
jungle
fights.
and then
That was when they were ahead. Now
farm
they're
the
ever
lane you're
so slightly
closest to
behind.
and then head
Mike
back
and
to your normal
Cyclones
lane.
have been on the same page now in back-to-back games. Get Johnny on the Athena, Mordred for Scream, and we talked about the Mordred pick. Talk to me about pacing though in this jungle. Is Johnny able to keep up? Maybe you need a little help because set
if he had
7!
thrown it earlier, he forgot he had
Almost
it.
taken down in mid, and it has been
Dude,
Scream
Mordred
setting the
slams.
pace
Oh, he's
early
going,
in this
wait,
game, particularly.
what's he
around
going?
Zap.
Is he going
That
Reaper?
Baron's Brew almost finished the
I
kill.
think he's
It was
going
close,
Reaper
not
Mordred,
quite
and I don't agree with
the
that.
option, though. But I think Scream has infinitely more
I don't think
kills
it's
than
bad,
Johnny
but
will have
I
until
don't think it's the
level
best.
5 gets up
Yo, he's getting
better,
destroyed.
Right, level 5, that's when Johnny's able to ult over and say, oh, you thought it was a 1v1, not any longer. That's just not the case. Now you're going to see Scream.
He's gonna kill Donnie.
Dash,
Donnie's dead.
One,
Block it.
This is the real benefit
he was
of
gonna
going
block
this
it.
aspect, and you can tell he's going to
Mordred is
early
so
on.
good in the jungle.
Possibly.
I was cooking with that shit when I was playing it.
Scream hits
the other day
5.
in
He's
ranked.
definitely taking it. Oh, he's close, but not close enough.
Man.
I think Soul Gem's way better than Reaper on Mordred.
Ultimates fly. Sap 7 shoved
I
beneath
think he'll be
tower.
fine either way because he's just gonna go tank
Up and
anyway.
over goes Cyclone Spin. A jump in from an Uller. E-Chrome trading out autos.
Uh-oh,
Cyclone needs the axe, but instead it's the ultimate
suck 'em
from
off.
PBM that may save the day here. Cyclone steps forward. And there's a Mordred.
Mordred's taking purple.
Are we seeing a tower
Mordred's about to be
dive?
huge, boys.
Maybe Leon rooted
Mordred's
in
dong
place
is
solo,
about to
but
be
instead,
extra big. What? Why? Why did they show?
Scream happy with just the purple buff. Invade. Uh-oh, what's happened to Cherry? In solo lane.
He's dead.
Was gonna say solo kill instead.
That was a solo.
Benko on the trade back.
I'm giving it to him. He definitely would have soloed there. Johnny just there for the assist. Not bad at all for Benko. Recognized, hey, this guy's been proxying a lot. I'm going to head on over and take him down.
Watching
now,
this makes you want to
you
play,
gotta
but
Chuck
thinking about
try
the
and
work you
help
gotta put
out
in doesn't.
Smoke break, which is good because already a lead is starting to build up. Remember, Dave, at about this time, game number 1, Gold Fury was grouped up at. Does not seem like 5Ms have that same ability. They do have some decent damage with Cyclone and PBM, but I cannot imagine they're able to set up for it here. It's just a completely different competition.
Stacking up the Transcendence.
Yep.
No death metal start. A little bit different from 5Ms. And actually, Trey,
Instead of Tarkov, you're scrimming. Yeah, but that's during the day. I play Tarkov in the wee hours of the night because Sammy and everybody's asleep.
Leon
It's not the same.
and E-Chrome. Both a
I'd have to scrim. I'd have to be able to scrim during stream time. I couldn't scrim or like early afternoon. I couldn't scrim
solo asterisk.
from like 3 to 7. No
It was
scrims.
definitely a solo. Anytime the Storm call perfectly. That's the thing about Bologna. She's always going to Eagles rally your ult. She's always going to jump over it. But if you charge it right as she goes for the bludgeon, she can't ult. He timed it perfectly. So I got to give Benko the credit. Opted to go for Gem of Focus.
No idea, Ripster.
Which is going to be pretty strong on Chalk. I've seen strength builds. I've seen int builds. The int is really for your ult and for your heal, which if you're going for the sustain route, looks pretty good, and that's what Benko has. He did not opt into that aspect, which would have taken the
money.
healing away
A lot of
from
time
his
you gotta
range
put in to be
and
good
changing
at
the
it.
damage. He's
And
going to be going for a little bit of
no
a more
money
spammy,
involved.
more tanky style of build, I imagine, as this game continues.
Oh, man. Feels like Scream one opening away from going on a warpath of just
damn, what the fuck?
The aspect brings. Under attack. Smoke break playing ever so cautiously around. It feels like Johnny, Charlie hasn't even really
I
been
don't think I
safe
have
in
a
his
dream
own
team.
jungle. Scream has set up camp in these left side mid camps. 5M's close to the Cold
For
Fury.
me, whoever I play comp with, if I
That's
ever played
Smite card
again,
too,
it
right
would have
there.
to be just
What are you
vibes.
looking for?
It would
That's
have
as
to be good
close as
vibes.
it gets.
None of that emo
Autos
shit.
out from E-Chrome, and
Damn,
uh-oh.
Spin is getting
Smoke break
cooked.
now. Smell blood in the
Beans.
water. Cyclone Spin. Needs an axe.
turn.
No, he's got a heal from his support.
Yeah,
Rivers
turn.
Rebuke is up.
Shit.
Traps out a couple members of 5Ms who disengage
Peel.
through those
Oh, wait,
waves.
Scream is cooking.
Aaron's Brew doing some work.
They want to go back in.
Assistance of
They're gonna
Scream
go in.
makes the
Double
difference.
root. Double
Oh, and it's
root.
a Riptide.
Oh,
It's
my
all they
gosh.
need, but can Scream
might
close
get-
that
show
gap?
them, fuck
over in
this, show
mid,
me over
then
there.
Trading out damage with Johnny. Man, Scream going 2v1.
Scream is just unkillable,
no problem,
bro.
but somehow, everyone
Oh
but
my
Leon
God.
alive, and
I'm telling
finally,
you, Mordred
Pay
jungle,
Dirt
Mordred
hitting it for
solo.
5M.
It was just a
Man,
miss
Leon
in
did
this land.
everything he could to try and peel for E-Chrome, but did not end up working out for himself, unfortunately. At least your Jingwei lives to see another day. Purple buff stolen. I thought Gold Fury might have been looked at for a second, but again, not quite enough DPS to see that
Mordred
one
should have been
fall
played in the
through.
jungle this whole land.
Got Benny Q
That
on
money
dodge,
that
which
Scream
is
plays it
great
all day
damage
tomorrow.
as well. Sap 7. You've got
I bet you right now he comes out of this game like, holy
fuck,
fuck, I should have been playing that and plays it all day tomorrow.
Consistent poke. You just want to try and avoid that lane as much as possible. You clear.
Coaches are
and
not
then you
shot
leave.
callers.
Maybe
Coaches
let
are not in the
Scream hit
comms during the
bubble, see
game.
more posted up.
We've already seen the
Coaches are
Fire
there
Giants
for game
tackle
breakdowns.
the
Hey,
smoke
you
break.
guys need to
They
do
say
this
they got enough
better.
shred.
Your drafts look like this.
away this
You know,
Gold Fury. 5Ms
outside
are
aspect,
aware.
like it looks.
Just
If
have
you
somebody
like
to get
ADC,
in.
we're doing
You've
this
got
wrong.
Cyclone
This
Spin
guy's
close
doing it
by.
wrong.
And Cyclone Spin
Alright, this-
takes
yeah, this
it.
is 5M's
When
game.
an Uller's close by,
He ain't
you
fucking
gotta
around. Mordred
pray.
in.
And
he's
Cyclone
out.
Spin makes them pay. Smoke break, pull it, but they don't get it.
Man, I don't even hate the call. Leon had the thunder, but
Your
just
coach
mistimed. It
should be
didn't
your
have enough
neutral
damage
voice of
for
calling
it.
everybody
Now
on
he's
your
gonna
team
have to
out.
back up. E-Chrome, once again, probably gonna have to airstrike. Oh, chooses the beads instead.
Hey, Cyclone, you did this
I
wrong
thought it
this
would've
game.
been
You
the
need to do
over.
this.
Wanted to
Hey,
hold on to it
fucking
for the time being,
Scream,
but now
this
he's
Loki
watching
Vic was dog shit. You
purification.
should have done this. Don't do that again. Like
You're
that
gonna have
kind of
to give
stuff.
up your back camps as well. Unfortunate there.
Is that the right call in your mind from Smokebreak? You got the shred and opportunity. I mean, that's a real rough break for Cyclone Spin to come in and steal it away. Did you need to make that play happen, or did it feel a bit forced?
You definitely didn't need to make it happen, but when it's at 1K and you have Sunder, I can see where the confidence came from.
Well, what happened here? Sap has ultimate.
Nice,
Get canceled out.
He's out.
Zooming away once again if we're Scream. Johnny, though, on the hunt.
Good turns.
Little assistance from mid. And I feel like when I've seen this Athena, it's been half HP. It's just not been comfortable anywhere it's gone on the map. E-Chrome senses an opportunity. Cyclone Spin, low mana, low health.
1 year of
No
SPL,
problem.
we wanted to put coaches in the
Jump down
comms,
one more time, Charlie.
and
This
half the
dual
team
lane
said
has
they
been a
didn't want
brawl
it, so they
from
didn't
game
allow
one,
it.
Now on here into game 2, and it seems like, you know, Uller plus Afro, nobody's letting 5Ms get it.
I
Feels
think
like
having
Uller plus
your shot
Baron
caller
to
be your coach and allowing
fill
the
some of
players
that
to just
space.
play
I mean,
would
it's
open
even
up the
more
game to
lockdown,
some
it's
crazy
even more
fucking
confirmation.
It's a little bit less survivability and healing, but this Baron is deadly, as Mike showed. I mean, the second you hit level 2, wrap it up into Axe, that combo is enough to kill just about anyone without CC immunity, which Elion did not
Jungle
have.
doesn't get farm in Smite 2, brother.
Hexstone, so has a little bit more
Jungle
of that
is one of the
movement for
weaker,
time being,
harder
but
roles to
Timoja
play in
has
Smite
been
2
a
for
target
competitive,
so
it
far
seems.
for 5Ms.
Charlie, this is something that was happening to 5Ms earlier today when you're playing against that core.
Yeah,
three,
Reaper, dude.
variety
I think Stream changed his build up. I don't think he knew what he was doing. He fucked his build up.
They've only given up one more kill.
Or he changed his mind and fucked his build up. He needs if he knew the build though, if he had Conch or Soul Reaver, Soul Gems, sorry, not Soul Reaver.
Some of their
He'd be
game
cooking.
plan. They've come back with a vengeance here. Maybe Smokebreak an opportunity later in the game. Scream finally aggressively in on the ultimate. He'll have some help from Benny Q. Athena around the corner, not in time! Benny Q, this first of the game, 2 levels ahead of Sap, and the Agni has arrived.
I don't think it is fun in
Johnny, you
Smite 2.
didn't have to ult there. I think you could have gotten away from Benny Q. It was the only play he had, it seemed like.
I think it might be because of the gods in the game right now,
fine.
but
He had
like a lot of them feel weak as fuck.
So didn't seem like it needed to happen. Bombs coming through, 500 damage real quick. The shield eating up a bit of that, but the reason this game isn't completely shut out yet is because of Benko. Still the highest farm on the map. The chalk is a looming threat. Besides that, everyone on the side of 5Ms is ahead. It's really just the solo lane. So can this chalk bring enough to try and dig Smokebreak out of the hole they're in? I don't think so. I mean, purple buff, back camp, speed buff now, all have been taken away on the left side of the map. Even standing this far up, Leon's in trouble. Like, you don't want to be this close to 5M's duel.
5M sensing a rematch with Team Risk. In the
Andy
grand
is
finals
so
tomorrow.
far behind, dude. He has one item and it has no
In their
defense.
best of 1 reset.
What the fuck is Andy's build?
They're able to do so. Not in 3, but win 3.
He went hog too. Wait, they lost gold when he had hog?
Through maybe some expectations on the build here from Scream.
That's
We saw the Reaper
rough.
for
That's
Pele earlier. That life steal was so difficult to burn through, and that was Scream as well. Now seeing that item.
Yeah,
here
he
on
has
board.
Hexstone to get out of Baronal. However,
you could go Tekko
he has no first item. He has no defense. That's a tier 2 item.
An endless amount of ways you can build Mordred because intelligence does help him out a ton on his extra auto attack. So I imagine here it's going to be a lot of cooldown and a lot of just tank stats so he can get into the fight, dash around, be a menace, and then ult out if things get too tough. But Gold Fury's back up, 5M's our group, no solo laners getting involved, but Benko, he's the first one to start us off.
Could this be? Man, this would feel 5M's get the Gold Fury plus a kill. It could be a back-breaking moment
Good
early
shit. Free
in
gold.
game number 2. E-Chrome forced to dash away. Dash meaning ult and dash. So now the Jingwei a little less safe should this Gold Fury get pulled in a moment. Benny Q dodging damage over in mid. Benko, as you've mentioned, over on left. Sending some damage towards Cyclone Spin, but he's really all alone. Cyclone gives it as good as he
Cyclone
got
doesn't
it.
give a fuck.
That's opened up time for PBM to rotate over towards
Scream
left.
is top damage in the game, dude.
Mike has not shied away.
Smokebreak clears. None of these teams have played against Mordred at all. Very obvious.
It's the Athena split pushing.
Very
Watch out
fucking
for that
clear.
ultimate.
People did
Join
not
this
play
fight in a
against
hurry if
Mordred.
need be. Benko
I
sends
wonder
an
if
axe
someone
up and over,
told
half
Scream
health.
what to build on Mordred.
On the Gold Fury,
Or if he
5M
knew.
stole away the first one, and 5M's able to grab the second one, but here's your team fight. Mike caught in the River's Rebuke, but a
How
small
did they get
price
that
to pay
still?
for the Gold Fury.
How did
but
they get
in
that
goes
still?
Cherry, and back he's pulled by the Riptide. safety found nonetheless.
Man, that was a great ult from Benko. Got 2 targets very weak, and they were able to find Mike, but just not enough. Pyromancer would be a
Orchard build
decent
is like a
consolation
lifesteal
prize
item,
unless Cherry's got something to say
conch
about it.
into
Smoke break,
Phoenix
they
Shield,
need to try
Glass
and find
Shield,
something fast. This is their option. Looks
Gargoyle,
like Cherry might be letting them
probably
have it.
Void Shield.
So at the very least, they get a runic bomb to their name. But I love that play from Smoke Break leading up to, you know, the 50-50 on gold. They sent Johnny to right lane.
If he's
They
going
brought
Sphere,
over
you might be
Jeff
right.
Hunter
Sphere will
onto
cook.
this chop
Sphere is
fed
expensive, dude.
And said, hey, we need your help. You need
he went
to
Gargoyle.
disrupt the backline. You need to run these carries. He does just that. And lets Johnny get some
They
much
are heavy.
needed farm.
They're
This
not
is,
heavy
you know,
magic
really
either. I don't know why he went
not
Gargoyle
swinging. Now that
first.
Hydras and Shifters
He needs a
are online,
Phoenix,
those extra
and he needs a
auto
Glass Shield.
attacks are going to have some more oomph to him. And he's going to be much more survivable.
Any pro player that
Need it, and then
doesn't
some.
play anymore?
Johnny, 1-1-1.
I don't know. A lot of pro players didn't make this land, so I don't know if they quit or if they're just taking a break.
Scream just with the 2 assists.
And there was like
but out of 3 kills,
15
not
pro
too shabby.
players or more
Let's
from
control the
Smite 1 that
jungle.
didn't make this
Game
land.
1 was a
that were
sneaky
playing.
Fire Giants at 15 minutes. We've already discussed maybe a little less shred potential from Cyclone Spin in his build. But 5M starting to get towards the gold dominance territory of that conversation here. And Trelly, it's this ever-mounting threat of Benny Q. And the burst that this Agni
Thank God they're West Coast and it's early. It's still 7. They'll end this game by 7:30 and get a good break before tomorrow.
I'm watching out for some of that Agni damage in what could be an imminent team fight. Cyclone Spin over on the right side of the map. I think Benko will be a bit caught by surprise, but no harm, no foul. Chalk, just fine.
Yeah, I think the second Eagles rally comes out for no reason. Benko's like, I think someone else is here.
It's not 808, it's 708. 3
Yeah, I think
hours.
there's a reason that Cherry just randomly got very aggressive. And on the other side of the map, Scream getting chased down here by Johnny. Does have Pursue the Weak, which means he can zoom out at really any moment as long as he's close enough to a wall. But there's nothing to fight over here, Dave. It's not as if Purple's spawning. It's not as if Gold Fury's available. So I don't think we're going to be seeing anything. This is
Too
just
close
try and
to
get an
fucking
opening for
California.
Smoke Break. They need any bit of farm, any pick of someone just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Because if we're just going at the same
they'll be able to
pace
get out of this
started
game.
at,
Go
5Ms
eat.
are gonna fast track the
Well,
late
you know,
game,
let
full
the
Fire
let the
Giants
hype wear off. The
within a
adrenaline wear
3-spot,
off. Go eat.
I'm
Come
pretty sure
back.
they're already
Watch
looking
VOD or
for it.
two.
We
Get
have
some
seen
sleep.
some wacky voodoo magic here this weekend that have brought teams back into games that seem like a loss. Fortunately for Smoke Break, the Baron is on 5M's side, but you still need to roll those dice at some point. Panique on a rotation out of mid lane.
I've heard that a lot of the pros, especially the ones that didn't make the land, don't like Smite 2 right now.
Tower.
So hopefully we enter an era where there's more new players playing the game
5M's
at a high level.
teaching Smoke Break the hard way what a 4-man grouping with this type of gold lead can do for 5M's. And now, have to be aware, Smoke Break, there could be an objective pulled over on the right side of the jungle.
Gosh.
Zap 7 opens the gate, he sets Scream
got
back, and he's
Scream
caught him
got
out.
worked.
Smoke
Scream
Break
got
catch a
fiddled and
break,
diddled.
and it's an opening pick.
That's a beautiful play by Sap 7. Beats to get you out of the CC immunity
Holy
and send the
fuck,
gate.
Scream got played.
Get sent underneath
He
the tower.
ulted
Even
too
with
early.
Blink, no way.
He shouldn't even have ulted. He should have taken the beads as a dub.
They
He
can
fucked
translate
up.
that into a possible tier 1 tower, or maybe
That was a very good Akate play, but also
20
should
seconds
have
out
just been
Scream, but
happy with
Johnny
these.
doesn't want to get caught out there, forced to blink.
Oh, Mike still wants to fight. This is a 5v4.
Wait, Genetics isn't going to play comp after this?
Defensive
Why?
ultimate from Echrome. Watch out, Benko. They have an angle here. There's been a purification out from PBM, and PBM's an afterthought. Johnny.
Benko in the back.
That's his second of the game.
Hey, Smoke
Benko.
Break back in it.
Opportunity, but it's Cherry who he finds. Not enough damage to clean up the solo laner. Not on his
Still do
own.
coaching, yep.
Tap
Smite
7,
2,
a
I do.
great play in mid a moment ago.
I do indeed.
Now
I haven't
giving
set up
Smoke Break
pricing
an
or anything yet.
opportunity.
But I
This
will
Gold Fury is
get on
damage.
it and
I don't think he is. If he
Get
is,
things
it's
going.
very, very slow. 5M's don't get much, but Smoke Break grabbed their first Gold Fury, I believe, of the set, Trelly, and that closes
Nedex
out
is
that goal.
retiring
Man, I
after
mean,
this
you can
tournament
really start to
fully
see
from gaming.
what
Wow.
having a nice fed solo laner will do for you. I mean, Benko just zones just by
Bro,
aura
he
alone.
tweeted
Does not take
yesterday,
any sort of
tomorrow
damage.
decides
Pyromancer,
whether I'm
unless
employed
a
or
miracle steal from
unemployed.
LAON comes through. Seems like it could
Are you
go the
sure
way
if he
of 5M,
wins, he's not,
and it certainly will.
he's
So
not
that's an
quitting his
extra runic
job?
bomb in their pocket. Benko already has one, so it's not as if burst towards the Fire Giant will be overwhelming in favor of 5M's. But always good to have in your pocket.
Leon will have Sunder as well.
Both, Scribble.
Around those
It's
objectives.
more for private
Smoke Break
coaching,
now
but I
taking
do
the
both.
advantage in kills.
Because private coaching would be more than likely during the day or on a weekend.
Maybe than 5Ms would have liked. Felt
live coaching obviously
very,
cheaper
very
because you can do it while I'm
What do
streaming.
you feel like has changed in the last 5 or so minutes for 5Ms and for Smoke Break?
I mean, they just made a heads-up call. They said, we're starting to get behind Benko. We need you to get out of lane.
Salvatron, thank you for the prime. Santa Stalker, thank you for the tier 3 81, brother.
Level of confidence. Eagles rally on the LA.
Oh, man, the
full of shit. Nice disengage, Andy.
Riptides himself out. Sap 7 a target mid as
I
well.
think they gotta start Baron ulting later in the fights.
Eagles rally, life of the party.
Smite
That
2
1-2
is
punch.
10 times better than Smite 1 ever was.
Difficult to read, difficult to deal with. Johnny
Competitively, it's
starting to get a little
1,000
bit more
times better
tanky
because the
as
builds
well.
aren't the exact same. Every build in this
So
game
it's
is
really
different
that
right now.
tankiness starting to build
Every
up.
role has a
Ephraim
different.
starting
Every
to get
god in
underway
each
on
role
this
has a different
Jigway
build in this
build.
game.
Not back.
Yeah, and he has no defense. He has one defense
Starting to
item.
maybe see some opportunities.
And it's a
5Ms,
physical
they're gonna
defense
shove their
item.
pressure though towards mid lane. Send out. A little bit of damage. In goes Benko. Johnny's going to join the fight here shortly.
Dude, Chalk is doing
looking
damage.
for a taunt, and they'll get one on the Cyclone spin. A great
This is a
target for
huge
Smoke
fight.
Break to start off this fight. But it's Scream,
Scream's
who
dead.
thought he was controlling the backline, but he's left running.
Oh,
and
he
Smoke
lived.
Break, another pick.
That was a
This
good fight
time
for
on the
Smoke Break.
Cyclone.
Such a sick engage by
Chalk
Benko and
is,
Johnny. I thought he was,
doing work.
jumping the gun,
Chalk
going in a
is
little
doing
bit early,
crazy.
but Johnny has the Fender of Olympus grouped up immediately. They dive Cyclone Spin. They want a little bit more though, Dave. They've got the sustain, they have Umoja, they've got a Runic Bomb, and they have Sunder. Fire Giant started up. 5M see this, but Scream is still weak.
5Ms need to make something happen here. A stun onto Johnny. Up and over goes Cherry. He's found 2, but watch out. Sap 7 still a chance to affect this fight if he's able to step forward, and he is. As Benko buying all the space in the world, open the gates out. Cherry sustaining, Cherry living, but Johnny fixes it alongside Benko. 2 more kills for Smoke Break.
Benny Q.
Dude, his Shock Big
Only
is
one's left. They're
nasty
still
right now.
grouped around the objective. Fire Giants get low. They have not used the Runic Bomb.
Cyclone, he's back from base. Cyclone's the one with Runic Bomb. He's not in range right now. Benny Q
4K,
delaying.
buying
Fire
time.
Giant dropped. E-Chrome has
Scream
found
got
Scream.
cooked.
Smoke Break. Roar
Benny's
back
dead. GG.
into game number 2. Benny Q takes
GG.
the ultimate, and Benko on a killing
Cyclone
spree.
steals 'cause he's
Seems like
insane.
unless Cyclone Spin
Nah,
can
I
make
didn't
the
go
play
for it.
happen, it'll be a Fire Giant as well, and we are even at 20 minutes.
And this is what I was talking about. Benko is the
Dude,
difference
Scream
maker.
has only
Johnny
done
finally
800
woke up.
damage
Sap
since, like, the
7's on
10-minute
point,
mark.
And E-Chrome comes out of his shell. You gotta give props to the guys of Smoke Break. Even LAO, these Riptides have been clean.
I'll
He has
talk
been
about it when I'm
taking
doing when I have
a
coaching
beating
stuff
as far
up.
as farm goes, but he has been on point sustaining his team and getting them out of trouble.
It'll
The
probably be
movement
really
has
similar
just
to what
been
I did
ridiculous.
before.
You can watch just the
Where it's
dive
like
potential, the CC
150
that Johnny
on stream,
provides. It just makes it so easy when you have a front line
for
like
live
this.
coaching,
and Johnny
200 on
is a
stream for live
frontliner at this point.
coaching,
Take a look at that build.
250
He is
for
going as tanky as possible and still
private VOD coaching, and 300 for private live
halves.
coaching.
Here in
Private's
game number
hard,
2,
or
Smoke
sorry, not
Break
private.
down
Live
big
coaching
early.
is
I'm
hard
talking
because you
about
have to get your roll,
5,000
so you can end up wasting a lot of time
meaningful kills.
if you want to do live coaching.
Now we're right back to even XP
I
ahead.
prefer
for Smoke
VOD
Break.
coaching
Ancient
nowadays,
Fury is up
just
here,
because of the
Trevor.
time you
Fire Giant for
save
Smoke
with it,
Break
but
as well.
if it's with
a
someone wants them
defensive
down.
mindset all of a sudden from 5Ms. But can they afford to play with that defensive mindset with the comp that they've got?
You buy 16 diamonds?
The
Yeah, use my
fortune
link
pick that
though.
Scream is
One
opting to
weekend,
go
when you buy them
has
on
a very, very
Nexus.
steep fall off when you're behind. Because if you look at his build, there truthfully isn't much damage. It's a lot of just annoyance and sort of juking around. And when
Did
you're
he
ahead,
actually? Wait, who
it
said
works
it? Would he-
very well. When you're now 2 levels behind, you're kind of at the CC bot and you're hoping that Cyclone,
Chalk is
you're
doing
hoping that
so
Benny can pick up
much
some slack.
damage.
At this point, Cherry's
He's
finding
tanky
some
too, and
decent
has a
CC as
second
well. That was
beads.
a 3-man ult. There was no follow-up for it. It's not as if Benny Q or Cyclone were even near that amount of CC. So 5M's underneath the Phoenix, it goes a lot better for them. They can group up. Benny Q is always
Smoke Break
gonna
is
be in
winning,
range
and
to
they're
do
split
that damage.
pushing.
It's just
Dang,
not
baby
happening
Jesus.
So far. Obshark, Divine Ruin.
Do not send 5 people down the same lane,
About how
ever.
tanky Benko has looked.
So much pen.
You need it, right,
Yep.
Shirley? I mean,
Yep.
that's what you have to do here if you're Benny Q. Can you find the damage
Wow.
from range?
What?
Maybe it helps, as you mentioned, if Smoke Break are funneling their way towards you, Benny Q can find those openings. The call is to give up the tier 2 towers. On left and at mid, still 2 towers remain over on the
Nobody
right.
scored yet in the third
5
quarter?
minutes on
Wild.
the map. Largely not under threat because the big swing Fire Giant that puts gold back for Smoke Break. Maybe minute and a half left on Fire. maybe need to find a pick if you're considering a Phoenix, but you're
Otherwise
setting up
scored? God
for these
damn,
next
dude.
couple of minutes with all this gold spooling.
I don't hate this at all because Smoke Break, they should be confident. Their late game looks incredible at this point. So yeah, don't risk it. Don't go underneath the Phoenix. Take the towers off the map. Put even more gold in your pocket. Look, see, and that's the thing about this gold differential. If they went in 3, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that's 9,000 gold that is in their hand. That means if they fought under Phoenix, they would effectively be about 4,000 down.
Right.
That's why they didn't go in. They're like, hey, we are going to be much stronger in a couple seconds. There's no way 5Ms are going to leave their Phoenix as long as they don't know where
Sandy
we are.
prefer
So
support?
let's
I have
just
no
take
idea.
Every single
I have
bit of
no
farm
idea.
that we can off the map. Go on back to base. Make the siege look a lot nicer. I will say 5Ms, they still do have a lot of avenues to try and come back here. It's a lot based on, can Mike find some good, meaningful CC? Can he immune good, meaningful CC that's coming from Smoke Break? And can Scream get an impactful ultimate? The thing about Pursue the Weak, it could be a great escape tool. It can completely whiff and make you look foolish, or you can pick up the whole team and just win the fight for your squad. And Scream is the exact guy that I would expect to be able to make those plays. And almost like he heard me, opted into some damage. He's got the Oathsworn Spear now. He will start to chunk a little bit.
build
He's
now,
able to
Mordred.
chain together these
I
abilities.
think Mordred needs to be way
Absolutely.
tankier than damagey.
But more pen and strength is definitely going to help you
Needs
out.
to survive.
Bow, straight picked up.
He might
for
end up being
Necro.
too squishy now, but we'll see.
Drops him down to empty pockets, but an extra item slot. Fine with this. This is where we're gonna fight. We're gonna fight in the jungle. Cherry. He's got ultimate. Should he need it? Okay, he's all right. He'll wander away with about a third of his health missing. No fire giant to be missing at this juncture, not just yet. FG is now falling off. Good news for 5Ms, all of your Phoenix is on the map. Bad news, all of that gold has now been spent for Smoke Break. Those jungle corridor fights. We got a Mordred on one side, a Fina on the other. Front line of Smoke Break has felt near unstoppable though, and that's been the difference maker, and they continue to be.
Man, Benko gets a full Soul Reaver as well. This is going to be a ridiculous amount of burst.
He's gonna
thought
hit
he was chunky
hard.
before. I mean,
And I did.
The Storm Call, charge up into Blink, into Slam, into Defender of Olympus Slam that him and Johnny have been doing are going to one-shot Cyclone and BennyQ. Like, if they're able to find the carries with this ability, it is going to be a ridiculous amount of burst. And not to mention, nigh unkillable. He's got Stampede, he's got Prophetic, and he's got Beads just in case he needs it. 2 Runic Bombs, 1 Sunder, and Fire Giant started up, but 5Ms are here. What are they going to do to try and cook this up? Probably been Cherry, but here's life of the party.
Mike has to use his ultimate to get out of the engagement. Johnny blinks off to the left-hand side. Eagles rally up and over. That's Cherio looking for
Ekrom's getting cooked.
Can Scream win it?
Scream was
no, he
trading
can't.
with the
In fact,
ADCs.
he's got to
No,
get
he's not,
out.
he's not, he's not,
And
he's
he's
not,
able
he's
to
not,
for
he's not,
now.
he's
The
not.
shielding, will it be
He's not.
enough?
Oh, he's not.
No. Johnny cleans up the opening kill.
Wow.
The low health Death Walker, but they've
That's
got to
crazy
stay.
that they
5Ms
lived.
isn't quite
Everyone
left,
was
but Cherry
so low
needs
there.
to go on back to base. Cyclone Spin, trying to find some poke, but he's got to stay away.
Man,
They've
Mike
got
is
good
slow.
burst gear day, but Smoke Break has 2
Look
Runic
at
Bombs.
Thoth. It's
They
not
have
a lot
so
of power
much more.
anymore, bro.
In
It's been
a
nerfed into the
perfect
ground.
world, there's no way Smoke Break drops this, but we don't live in
Soul
perfect
Gem's
world.
just too
We sure
good.
don't.
It's more power
There's
and
a
it's
lot of
cool
room
and
for
it's
error
cheaper.
here. And Cyclone, he's got some burst to his
instant.
name.
Beads instantly from Cyclone Spin.
Get low.
Great reaction time. You'd rather not have to use them. Can Cyclone Spin make some magic happen? Turns his eyes instead to Benko, and that's really all you can look at. When the
They're
Chalk is
dying.
running you down,
Chalk is
Smoke
1v4
Break
in full health.
back to the FG and second of the game, but oh no!
He's
Jerry
dead.
is stuck around and should go into the
There he
ground
goes,
in
he's
just
dead.
a moment. Johnny on a rampage.
Johnny's
and
going
Smoke
crazy
Break
with the Chalk
another
combo.
FG.
Man, punishing them for grouping up.
Damn, dude. The Chalk Athena combo is clean, but I think Akate should have never been let
this
through.
extra lightning, and now mid Phoenix, left Phoenix, all under assault,
Kugu's
and
still
here
be
comes
fast.
Smoke Break.
BennyQ has gotta rain down some damage here because the mid lane Phoenix wiped away as if it were an afterthought for Smoke Break.
Oh, I don't
Benko,
want to see a game
just
3.
been
I'm so
dominant.
tired
Leon
of the game.
surging back into this game, but Johnny with 5 in a row has been the story to follow. Ekrome well underway in the
I
build.
don't think they can kill Chalk.
Mid, left Phoenix with ease for Smoke Break. Like we said a moment ago, they've now got gold to go back and spend again, Trelly. That Cheerio pick, very costly.
Yep, holding on
The
to about
Aladdin,
10K
nah, it's
roughly
the
after
EU
this
team
Ancient
that's
Three will
banning
definitely
Aladdin.
help them out.
They're not gonna let it
Gonna
through.
shut off the right tier 2 tower, at least slow it down. But Smoke Break, I mean, they have been absolutely surgical. There really has not been much.
no one picked up
5Ms
Dagger?
had a pretty solid dot in Cherry and Scream Gods in the backline, but what you'll notice, LA Own, you may think he's at the bottom of the damage chart because he's just not chunking. No, he's not casting. He's using his heal. He's spamming Riptides and heal. That's the only thing that he's doing. And you're going to notice it when he's in the backline. These tanks are staying tanky because of the amount of sustain and peel that comes from a Yamoja and an Athena. And you know what? It's exactly how you're supposed to play Yamoja to a composition like
makes
this
him tanky as
you're not
fuck,
against
brother.
first. Agni and Ullr, yeah, they've
They
got
all
some, but
blink
it's
mid
more so
ult,
the
land it
trickle
too,
down.
and they're
We're gonna
unkillable.
sustain you. We're going to CC you. And Smokebreak have found a way to deal with it. Let's just make sure no one ever gets too low, and we'll never have to worry about you getting a kill. Hasn't worked in a while. When was the last time you saw someone drop in favor of 5Ms? They've been at 3 kills for quite some time.
One of the rare instances where trickle down actually works and benefits us. Smoke break, real close to sending us on to a game number 3. And an all-important game.
Scream has 0
winner
stacks on Reaper.
would go on to the grand
What a
finals.
terrible
Loser
pickup.
be watching tomorrow.
0
Right side Phoenix, the
stacks
last one
on
standing
Reaper,
in
bro.
Base of 5Ms.
He got no kills this whole game.
Delay out these minions a bit longer.
Trying to build up a super wave.
That's right. And that sounds
Nah,
pretty
his
sweet.
Mordred build's bad to me.
Love to see the
He's
super
not tanky
wave
enough.
work its way in. It'll poke
And
damage
I
out
don't
of
like
Mike, but
Reaper. I think he should have gone
doing
Soul
too
Gem.
much. Cheerio around the left side, and Eagles rally could make all the difference. And the alarm bell's going off for 5M, sensing something amiss here.
What?
Can Cheerio find an opening? No, he can't. It's a runic bomb on the right side, Phoenix.
Bro, imagine
Mid,
the
left,
alarm started
right,
going off. They had
all
to replay
gone.
the game.
Cheerio left alone. Does he have a chance? Does anyone here have a chance? 5M's trying to play through chaos here. And in goes Scream. Back towards the fountain. Johnny charging up. The dash in, the taunt, the blink away from Scream makes the difference.
Scream's got low HP, but Smokebreak has not decided to step in yet. The Titan is about half HP
doesn't
already,
sound like a
despite
fire
nature of
alarm,
poke
but-
damage. Smokebreak's got to go in here and go for a unified assault, but they don't want this Titan to drop.
One of the weirdest casting moments of my life. If you're here in venue, you know what's going on, but we're casting through it, and so are Smokebreak.
3K,
Bye-bye
it's
game 2, and hello game 3.
Smokebreak with the bounce back off the shoulders of the Chalk
The alarm might be
solo.
somebody hitting the jackpot,
Right, what
like
the
right
hell is
outside the
going on
fucking
right
venue,
now?
the doors.
I hear you. This is unbelievable. The strobe lights letting us know what's going on here. Smokebreak. Man, they run
I think somebody
down
hit a
the
jackpot,
5Ms.
bro. Right outside. That's
Again,
what it
weirdest
sounds
casting
like.
moment of my life. Does not take away though, Trelly. And this is how dedicated we are to our craft.
Yeah.
We're sticking it through.
Yeah, we'll be here at game 3. Me and Dave will. I don't know about everyone
Yeah,
else.
we'll be right here. Smokebreak though, what a turnaround after going down big early.
Yeah, I mean, the duo lane was all but lost, but I told you, man, that Benko did exactly his job. Farmed as much as possible, came ahead and said, hey, I'll rotate out early. Johnny, go get farm. I got your back, team.
Trelly, I love you, but we're going to take a quick break. We're right back with game number 3.
on game 3. I think Ul doesn't get played next game.
I've been used by the useless. My whole body's covered in bruises.
Who am I voting for? Someone to win? I don't know, bro. Whoever wins needs to fucking put up a fight versus Risk. That's all I care about. This is the longest series ever. It's never gonna end. Bro, Smite game lost like 3,000 viewers. God damn. I've got to support Andy. I'm his bro. I played with Cyclone and been friends with Cyclone for 13 years. I played with PBM and been friends with PBM for like 9 years. Oh, is it actually a fire alarm going off? I thought it was somebody winning a jackpot. Oh.
Jumping ship to watch you sink. When you look back and I'm still standing. Remember every time you help me, it makes me stronger than before. When you
Oh man. 15 minutes. Yo, they must have to clear the venue or something, bro. Oh. Is the Luxor the one that they redid like 6 years ago? Drops work. Link your account, your Smite account, your Twitch account. Watch the stream. It's the pyramid one. I forget which ones I've stayed at. Because we stayed at one that was remodeling and it was awesome because there was like nobody in there. But I've stayed at like, I've probably stayed at every bigger hotel. I just don't remember the names. Bobo, it's already been data mined that the next gods after the 5 are Awilix and Artemis. They had issues with their fire alarm system before. RIP.
Yo, the Smite goat.
Yo, thank you, Okan. 3 I gotta get up and walk around, bro. I'll be back. I will be back.
I ain't tryna build, I was tryna lead a mill, getting to it before I hopped up off the block. I was still going through it, friends doing pills. Ain't came faster than it should've. I was Buddy Hill, shooting at a pace soon as I pull up, dropping buckets. Yeah, like it's nothing. In the kitchen chopping onions. Yeah, tears falling down. Underdog is finally overcoming. Cause I'm dropping buckets. Hey, yeah, like it's nothing. Earn my respect and burn a budget. Ay, tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming, baby. Yeah, I'm dropping buckets. Drop some cash for me, don't worry about my past for me. I'm driving with no gasoline, this life I live's a fantasy. Yeah, I do this for my dogs, all my day ones and my family. My life gon' live through them if I end up in any tragedies. I hope y'all understand this shit got bigger cause it had to be. I always knew I had it, but just not at this capacity. I recognize the gravity, closer to the summit, stacking chips and counting nuggets. I've been stunting, baby, cause I'm dropping buckets. Hey, yeah, like it's nothing. Hey, in the kitchen chopping onions. Hey, tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming. Cause I'm dropping buckets. Hey, yeah, like it's nothing. Hey, earn my respect and burn a budget. Hey, tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming, baby, cause I'm dropping buckets. Earn my respect and burn a budget. Tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming, baby, cause I'm dropping buckets.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. calling. Phone and progression, that's all that I wanted. A foe in affection, I summon and dub it.
TikTok's gone, boys. TikTok's gone. Time to blow up on Instagram, gamers. I'll see ya next week. Oh, they scored right when I walked away. They scored. Fuck. I hope the Commanders win too, bro. Oh, hold on. I'll be right back.
Jackpot. Every time I want the last shot, championship ring. Rank starter from a mascot, went to rollies from a G-Shock. Brand new kettle, no teapot. You should know I don't play. Go sicko mode like I'm T-Scott. Eagle vision from the treetops, went to image from a green dot. Never had no limit, but I had some Reeboks. Keep it humble, but the fees not. In the game, no free spots, but I earn what's mine. Nothing less, I'ma shine. SOS, thought you was a threat. I do real life, do no tip for tat on the internet. When I do that, see I've been a threat, and I've been a vet. Thought you knew that way I'm cashing checks. I don't owe no debts. I've been through that. See you SOS, SOS, SOS. See you SOS. Need a life vest, need no mic check. SOS, SOS, SOS. See you SOS. We don't talk checks, we get to it.
Finally frozen, no more emotion. Started escaping, now everything's numb. Dove in the deep end, stuck and I can't swim. So out of breath, I know I don't have long. Yeah, this is way too much just. Yeah, this is way too much just. I'm done explaining my pain, this is way too much. I wanna feel you, hurry up, give me the rush. Cause it's the last time that I romanticize the riptide that's trying to drown me. Full of excuses for way too long. Don't wanna sing another hopeless song. Cause it's the last time that I romanticize the riptide. It's a riptide. Explaining my pain, this is way too much. I wanna feel you, hurry up, give me the rush. Cause it's the last time that I romanticize the
Still not started. Another interception. I literally just walked away again. What is happening? I literally just fucking walked away. What the fuck? Well, we win in this game, baby.
I'm done explaining my pain, this is way too much. I wanna feel you, hurry up, give me the rush. Cause it's the last time that I romanticize the riptide that's trying to drown me. Full of excuses for way too long. Don't wanna see another hopeless.
Hey there, Smite fans. Just wanted to give you a quick update. As you can see, the flashing is still going. Yeah, so the alarm went off throughout the I guess hotel, casino, all of the above. Everything is okay. Things just went off. But ultimately, everybody is okay. Everybody is safe. But we are going to be waiting it out. You can tell, at least hopefully by the audio, that there is no longer the alarm itself actually going off, but the lights still are. And to make sure that that doesn't mess with the players or anything, especially while they're playing games, because the flashing could affect them, we want to make sure that we wait that out as long as possible. So it's going to be a little bit, pretty much we're just waiting out these lights. And then once it's done, we'll be back with game number 3. So thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for tuning in. Use this opportunity, bio break, whether you want to get some snacks. I mean, depending on where you are, you know, get up and stretch to make sure you can stay awake just the extra little bit. But thanks for hanging out with us.
All right.
And we'll be back after this break.
Wait, another break? Wait, what did they say? What did they say? What did he say? Oh, stand by. What is this? Bro, there's no fire. Just end the games. Flip a coin, dude. Rock, paper, scissors. Did I buy the Trump meme coin? Fuck no, I'm not buying that shit. Oh, my money's going into the stock market and paying off the rest of my house. It's going nowhere else. Have some snacks, bro. I'm not even hungry. I've drank, dude. How much? Hold on. These are this bottle. This bottle is 40 ounces, and I've had 3 of these today. I'm not hungry. I ate. I had some snack stuff. Bro, I was in crypto when you were in diapers, my boy. I mined fucking Ethereum. I don't fuck with crypto anymore. Crypto is not the future everyone makes it out to be. It's gonna be around forever, the big ones, but it's not the future people make it out to be. People aren't intelligent enough for it to be the future. Too much of the human race does not have the IQ to process it. Unfortunately. That's old worlds content. For how I don't know how long this is gonna be. Dude, I didn't realize CapCut was also getting banned in the US. I know you do, Woody. But you understand it and you work at it. It's different. Yeah, TAA is off for me. I can get 5090. I am, yeah. Zydax gonna build me a new computer here soon. I'm sad. I had Nvidia a long time ago, and I sold it when it doubled. When I wasn't investing then. I was just fucking playing around. Wish I had invested then. The Washington nickname? Which nickname? People calling them the commies? Cardiac commanders? No. Buy my used computer? No, I don't sell any of my computers anyway. I just stock them up in case I need them for something. This room I have 5 computers in it. Well, 2 I'm using and 3 more that I'm not right now. My soul and my bro, what's another big one that's like similar to soul? What's up, Quoted? Thank you for the 5 gifted. I have Soul and I have something else. And I don't know how much I have. Probably like only like 5,000 of each. No, not SUI. I don't even know what SUI is. Fuck, I wish I could remember what it is. I want to say it starts with an R. I'm thinking it might be ADA, but I feel like it might start with an R. Maybe not Ripple. I don't know. They're in a different exchange. They're sitting in an exchange that I haven't logged into in a while, and I don't feel like swapping it over from my old phone. I don't even know what they're worth. Ever try to get the 50% off filet? No, I haven't had one since then, bro. Oh, heck yeah. I have XRP and I have Solana. I have like 5K of each, I think. Sitting in one of the bigger exchanges. I just don't know which one it is. I have to look at my phone. I had to figure something out. I put $2,000 into like a family friend who was using it to do real estate investments. And I don't know whatever happened with that. I'll have to get my wife to ask because it was her family that told me about it. It might be worth more than that. I don't know what it's worth. I'll look when I get a chance, Woody. Crypto and stocks just starts to stress me out after a while, so I just put money in and don't look at it again. And every like 6 months, I look at my stocks so I can reinvest the what's it called? The earnings, whatever the fuck they're called. At 225 now? Holy shit. Dividends, there you go. My brain is fried, dude. This is the most I've ever streamed in a week in my life. I'm pretty sure. At least stream for content. Like when I'm grinding a game and I'm not reading chat 24/7, it's different. I've grinded games this much, but fuck me, dude. I'm at like 60 hours here soon.
Continue to move forward, as you can see, delightfully. The lights have stopped, so we can keep moving.
Hey, we're back.
I believe the players have gotten back in place on stage, and so once they're ready,
we scored already.
We're more than likely going to try
45 points. It's the most points we've ever scored.
Talk a little bit about game 2, if you guys remember what happened. It feels like so. Hazer had to come in. Me and Inbound sat down and we went, wait a minute. There's a lot that's going on right now. What just happened? Hazer had to give us the lowdown.
Yeah, I think what I said was 5Ms were dominating. Banco was playing check. Banco's the GOAT. He rotated over. He dominated. The team fight was better. The Athena and the check, especially, really performed well here for Smoke Break. I don't know if they were playing so hot they set off that alarm, or if it was that 5Ms.
We're winning now. We're already winning, bro.
Yeah,
What's your fucking mouth,
I heard at least
CTLD?
one groan in the crowd, by the way.
I'll give it to you, though. It wasn't bad. I just did not like the Bologna pairing with that Mordred. I don't think they worked very well.
Nah, crypto is something you guys gotta like read and learn about and take some time before you start throwing money at it.
There's no way that they're gonna get
That's why I mined it, because I wanted to understand it a little bit.
The dive threat is too much. The engage is too much.
I spent like,
to your point,
like tons of hours learning how to mine.
Just really
and how that shit works.
For the chalk, you just slow the Bologna's attack speed, you farm very well into it, and it kind of negated a lot of what Bologna wanted to do.
Yes, I am a Redskins fan. I've been a Commanders Redskins fan since I was little.
Johnny came over and stole it.
Never liked another football team.
It slows down this Bologna so much that I think the chalk.
Yeah, that's a lie. I like Peyton Manning
much better that
when he was playing, but other than him, I've never liked anyone. Never cared for anyone else.
Look forward to the second game. I'm curious where
the Commanders shitting on the Lions is fucking great.
There's a bunch of characters.
I wish I was friends with Ninja so I could fucking shit talk him.
These are characters we're gonna have to think about. There's the Thana, the Athena, the Aphrodite, the Hecate, the Bologna. I'm worried about, do they drop Bologna prio too much? I don't think the Bologna was really that bad.
I think Chalk might be dumpstering everybody.
Mordred just looked atrocious.
Andy's playing way better today than yesterday.
The Bologna is still good. But Cherry has looked good on this pick this weekend. I don't think he's a guy.
A big thing for them is just making it to late game. He's been playing good late game.
I mean, this is a very
experienced team. Like his late game has been solid.
They'll have been talking.
It's been really solid. His early game, he's underfarmed a lot.
There, and I think they'll.
That might be their strat.
They have opted to go for the first pick side, so
you get offended. I know that's why I do it.
First pick that Hecate, if they feel that was the difference maker in that game.
And it's been a pretty big deal pretty much all day. I mean, since we saw for sure.
Also, Woody, I checked. Yesterday. You were right about the ad rate.
And it is something where that will be
it
part
was
of
90.
Dictating
Damn.
P's and B's. And I also think
Yeah, I checked the ad rate. You were like kind of spot on. I think you were actually a little low.
Ban nearly guaranteed because it's not really something
I think it'll be a little
5Ms
over
wanted to play. I think
what
it's just
you
a
estimated.
ban, break up the chalk,
And that's without me pushing it more and getting all the builds up yet. So we'll see.
Kind of
I've got so much grinding to do for this game. Builds on Smite source, fucking items tier list, fucking aspect tier list, role tier list, YouTube videos to record.
What I don't want to see again, paired with that Mordred, or just in general, I really didn't like the Baron. I really liked the Sobek matchup into that.
We are way past Bobby's bedtime.
Last game, I was a little surprised about the Baron. I mean, we've talked about it being a little bit of a counter pick into Yemoja back in Smite 1, but that Sobek looked so good. And I don't know if it was just
Woody, this is something I should have asked you a while ago.
Yemoja that made the Sobek so much more appealing. But
I had a fuck ton of Ethereum in a staking platform. I'd have to go figure it out. It was through one of the major wallets.
The Sobek can interrupt with a tail whip or look for the pluck.
I don't know if I ever got what was being like the return on the stake. I think I just got my Ethereum back. It was supposed to like when Ethereum 2.0 happened or whatever. It was supposed to do something.
Cherry 0300.
And I gotta figure out if I got it.
Very quiet.
The investment.
Yeah, I agree with Bobby. I think that the
I'll tell you in a second.
didn't like the build particularly in the jungle there. Using the aspect, but not really having many procs to take advantage of that dash resetting every time you connect.
It was in Mew. It was in a Mew wallet.
Really made that struggle to have as much impact as it could have.
I know in the jungle, at least.
I'm gonna see if I can figure out like.
It's always unfortunate.
Like
I think
where it went
typically, if
from
you're
the
in the
Mew
400s,
wallet,
which Leon was, that just kind of goes to show, first off, for a support like that, you're not getting maybe as much. Like 500 is.
It was staked.
Hey, we've been able to keep up, but cutting down.
It was powered by stake. Ethereum staking and powered by
cutting below that though, especially for the jungle, despite having the 2 kill assists. I think that kind of goes to show, like, yes, the Mordred, had its moments maybe.
I'll talk to you about it whenever we talk about Smite source shit.
Right?
Because I don't know if I ever got my.
Just never really got to have that moment either.
Yeah, and I do think part of the Mordred's issue, on top of, I don't think the build is very good, the aspect combination.
His Mordred build was not good.
Diving into the Emoja also, she just sustains a lot of your damage. The
It's a
Bellona
scam,
and
bro. It's not a
Mordred
scam.
don't have that threat into the Emoja sustain. And we kind of talked
about
the
series Virtuoso are the ones,
maybe that's
the wireless ones that connect to more than one thing. The Max, they're the new ones.
Yeah, I would quite like to see that.
Virtuoso Max.
I feel like he's played this god so many times in this event so far.
All right, here we go. Finally starting the last game.
Is he as good on
all the players got iced.
No, 5Ms. Sticking with the
my Hawk Tua coins. You're getting Hawk Tua these nuts because I ain't buying that shit.
I think it is a good ban against Johnny. Johnny looks very, very comfortable on it.
Game
Johnny,
so fire, the alarms went off.
They work fast. A lot different.
Afro ban. That's an interesting one.
Yeah,
Woody. You would think this would be something that they would look to take first pick. Maybe this means they have their eye on something else, perhaps a Thor, or maybe that Hecate.
My issue here,
though, is now
the
stocks. You just need to put money in the S&P 500.
You're kind of comfortable in the spot that you're at. They do throw away ban that Thor. Should be an insta-lock Hecate.
I would really, really expect so. Maybe seeing the discomfort.
Get a Roth IRA or a 401k or both, where you can do the investments, put all the money into a fucking S&P 500, and never think about it again.
These games.
Have the money reinvested that you get from dividends and shit reinvested automatically. You don't even need to look at it.
I'll stay silent.
I do think the
I'm not an accountant or a financial planner.
Yeah, I like that one. And Smoke Break just going right back to the Emoja.
All over live stream fails, Brazy, and on Twitter the last few days.
Okay, anyway.
But PCBs are so important. They fly through these. I have to get my stuff in.
Good point.
The Emoja.
TikTok is banned. Yep.
He looks really good on it.
No, Chalk. Well, Chalk's gonna get picked.
For 5Ms,
Smoke's taking Chalk here in the bottom two.
They got. I mean, Mike, if I'm Mike, Sobek is locked in, right? I mean, you could delay.
And Ahmad put up a prediction if it isn't up already. Because I gotta put all my money on whoever picks Chalk.
Game 2 and Game 3. You said it's a good matchup into Athena. It's still a good matchup into Emoji.
And the Chak will come through in solo one more time. We're gonna have Chak, Athena, and Umoja, the same frontline combo last game that kind of dominated in all of these team fights comes through.
Yeah, I use CapCut, bro. When I need to do quick edits, I use CapCut.
And 5Ms.
I didn't know CapCut was gonna be gone. That shit fucks me up. Even though I have an editor, so I just. But when I wanted to do my own shit, I use that because it was easy.
I don't know. I still am just not
I know how to
a fan
use all the
of
other
how
ones, but I hate
5Ms
them.
played this.
CapCut was for
Smokebreak
like
would happily run back
easy
the exact
peasy
same
shit.
comp. They're comfortable with it. Yes, they don't get the Hecate, but it's
The
just going to be a
Hecate?
Morgan pick. Now they have Morgan Chalk.
I don't like Geb, dude. Geb's solo in the chalk, brother.
That guy's
Here we go.
Hazer got distracted. Geb, Pele locked in. Wool, Hecate, Ymir, we see it all.
US
and the
government
change up in
banned
the mid is
TikTok.
the Morgan.
I am
supposed to go down
so
to 12,
happy
but it went down to
if you-
10:30
or
for
if
some
you
reason.
are a Smokebreak fan, you should be so happy with this comp that they have drafted. This is exactly what they
Double
want.
chalk
and I assume
engaged.
this is
It's
exactly
over.
kind of what they
We
would
lo- we
expect to
lose.
have if you
5
can kind of let them
Ms
redraft
about to
other than
get
the Hecate. This is
dumpstered, and I don't
flawless
want. Like, I don't want them to get
dive
dumpstered.
They have a backliner who's unkillable. They have engage. They have sustain.
I would put-
on the other side. 5Ms.
I would put a
their
large
comp
amount of money
5
on
man
Smokebreak winning
is
this
strong,
game.
But Geb is a difficult pick to play into Chalk. Chalk can just blink ult. If he hits more than one person, the Geb is included. You can just one-shot before Geb shields can come off. I just do not like what 5Ms did in this Bs and Bs.
I think my only concern here would be Sap on this Morgan. He's done a really good job so far of staying alive.
His Morgan
of
has been
managing
great.
to survive
He's
this
the
early
only one
pressure
playing
into
mid Morgan
But the
like
Hecate
multiple times.
and the Pele and the Geb and the Ymir, all 4 of these gods I feel like have a pretty good matchup into this Morgan. Gotta be able to pressure around.
Smokebreak
She's gonna
can't get
lose
shit
a
on
lot
too
of
hard
farm in
early.
the early game
If
if
they
play
get
this
shit on
properly.
early, 5
I want
Ms
to
win. I'm
see
surprised 5
focus
Ms picked
onto that
Ul
mid
though.
lane. The mid jungle
I
fight
thought we'd see
goes
Medusa from 5 Ms.
handedly in 5M's favor. They need to snowball this game.
This is the last
off
game of
that
the night.
advantage.
Yeah, and echoing that sentiment, Scream needs to play around Morgan as this
Games
Pele.
have
It's a
been
good
so
matchup
long.
for Pele because she can knock up and
So
find where
long.
she is very easily, and you can have a lot of bursts to kill Morgan before she can transform.
We'll have to see where they go. It is do or die.
I
You
saw
get
some
knocked
things
out
talking
of the
about
tournament
TikTok
if you
being
lose this
banned
one.
in China.
5Ms versus Smokebreak. Let's go to the casters and get it going.
There is a lot to unpack here, Trelly.
All right.
Right prior to a game 3, game 2 is about to end.
Game
The
starting,
fire
I'm getting my
alarm's going
last
off,
snack
and
of the
we
night.
power through.
Give me 2
And
minutes.
now we're in here to a must-win game 3. 5M's smoke break. Winner take all. Winner to the finals. Loser goes home. Watching from the stands tomorrow. Man, these Mike teams have had some high-intensity, important semifinal and final matches over the last year or so. This one no different. And Cherry on the Geb, Mike on the Ymir. Going double Guardian here in a must-win game 3.
I mean, shouts out to PBM's parents. They have to deal with this stress
I know.
every single year.
They're down there.
They're down there, and they're dealing with it just fine. They know. They got faith in their son. He's pulled it off many times before, Dave.
Wonder if they just win in 3? Like, no, they can't. There's drama.
Yep, always has to be. And you know what I will say? There's some high points and low points to both drafts, right? You get Benny Q on the Hecate. That has been the most contested pick of the tournament, and it's in his hands. Scream looked fantastic on the Pele. Mike's on something aggressive with the Ymir.
Yep.
Cyclone has had hot and cold games on this Uller, but when it's a knockout situation, when your tournament life could end, he goes to it. I think that shows confidence, and I respect it.
I don't want to harp on the alarm and taking a break, but that actually slows down a bit of the momentum. You know, Smoke Break run through the last 10 minutes of game 2. A moment for both teams to reset then and readjust their draft a little bit. Now, Benko got huge by the end of game number 2, Trelly.
Oh, yeah.
Running back that chalk. You know, talk about Benny Q on the Hecate. Cyclone Spin still on the Uller. Is there enough to shred through this late game chalk should we get there?
I mean, they definitely have the damage to do something about it right now, obviously, if we're talking about like when you're able to.
He's got one axe and a dream.
There's the ability to shred through a tank. It's certainly there, Dave. It's just going to be about how much free farm is Benko able to grab. And Cherry is not going to be stopping him from getting any of it. You're on Geb here, so he's likely just going to be trying to proxy himself and stay as far away from Benko as possible. New addition, Smite 2, Geb getting a bunny hop in the middle of the rollout, well, towards the end of the rollout, I should say, does mean you get hit the wave twice, which is great if you have conduit gems. That's why Geb is so good in the solo lane currently. You just kind of jump on the wave twice and it's gone. Feels really solid.
And traditional Smite here, no aspects for anyone on either side. Cyclone Spin and PBM over in duo. We have seen a back and forth time over in duo lane.
I didn't get a snack.
Really, and it's gonna be LA back on the Emoja.
Got water instead.
You point out, nice little freeze. That's a nice wall from Mike. You point out, though, in game 2,
Who's winning?
by the end of that game, all Leon really needed to
always
do
with
was
that early
auto,
lead.
heal up, sustain up your front line. And the Emoja looks pretty good. So that's got to be something 5Ms are aware of, dealing with this Emoja.
Rogue said all the snacking is gonna migrate from your big ass head to your stomach
A lot
here
of people in
soon.
my rank game
Smell
just
my
spam their one.
balls, buddy.
That's not the benefit of the Emoja pick. Eat Chrome.
Oh, nice Riptide.
Has Andy played the Emoja every single game, by the way?
Knows, hey, I'm going to get healed. I'm going to get Riptide.
Because I'm
Not a
pretty
lot of
sure if
Omi
he makes
regen
it,
at the
if they
moment
win,
for
he's
LAO,
never
but
playing
it'll come
Emoja
with time,
tomorrow.
It'll come with levels, it'll come with builds, so just relax, you know.
Because
He's
they
gonna
won't
be
have to ban
spamming.
Aladdin. Nobody will have to
That's
ban
the thing,
Aladdin.
which means anti-heal has
So
to
he'll
be a
never
top
play
of
Emoja tomorrow.
conversation.
Yep.
Brawlers, Onk.
I worry that if Smoke Break wins, they have 0% chance of beating Risk. And it's going to be the most boring finals
That's
ever.
just how much sustain has been offered to you by picking this Emoja. Not to mention Benko on the chalk. I mean, last game he was building
This is also
a ton of tank stats, but
5M's
also a ton of
7th game today,
intelligence,
right?
Which will help. Cherry has Blink.
Has Blink, has ultimate, uses the ladder, saves the form.
Overkill.
Just the presence. Over in mid, also an ultimate let fly. Sap 7 transforms.
I will say them getting
Chalk,
iced
Benny
by the
Q,
alarm
open the
cooked
gates
them.
as well.
I already know it cooked them.
So a Chalk, you know,
The
one is
only way
annoying
it
enough
didn't
to
cook
really
them
get
is
it.
if they
There's
all
some
went
good
and chugged
Morgan
energy drinks.
transformation
And I
options for
guarantee
Sap
you they
7
didn't.
here in a very
Because that's how
pivotal game.
Smite players are. They're too stubborn.
Hold that thought. Just see if there's any skirmishes breaking out as Mike rotates.
But I
over
know
towards
for a
mid.
fact
No
when you get
ultimate
iced like this, it fucks up the
7 largely
vibes.
safe, but can you say the same for Johnny? That's his dash. In goes Scream. It's in a solo.
He's dead.
Oh, he just needs his cooldowns. He's got him.
That's a lot of early
First blood to
damage.
Scream in the jungle.
Man, Johnny didn't have a Blink. He opted to go for beads. I guess he was fearful of all the CC that 5M's has, but the Blink would have definitely got him out of trouble there. Did not hit level 5. And Scream was able to get that Volcanic Lightning. No
I don't
problem
understand
at
the
all.
beads.
Not a great start
For Athena when you could just go second item active beads.
By something like Pele, especially with a lead.
Obviously, it's not as good as Gargoyle, but
Walk past each other in the jungle
it's
because they
better for your
recognize
team.
we are both no threat to each other.
Sap 7 walled off by Mike.
Wait, no, I didn't catch him.
Should be okay.
If Mike hits that wall, he's
When
dead.
you're worried, Trelly, about finding the backline later in the game, can you get to this Jing Wei? The first blood onto the Pele. A great way to start things off. I saw Scream locked in between games here during that smoke alarm break. Had the headphones on, unfazed, and right back at it here. Little extra gold in hand to start things off.
He was full Michael Phelps in it, and he loves to stay locked in that way.
Slapping his shoulders.
Yep, exactly.
Right.
I saw him do the butterfly. It was
They're just swimming right down the hallway. It was great.
It was crazy. He was
Also
swimming.
remember,
But something that's been
either
top
one
of
of
the
these
conversation this
teams,
game has
whoever
been
wins
objective
has to
goal
play
theory,
Risk,
just
and if they beat
touchdown.
Risk
Once
in a
again,
best of
this
5,
isn't the Medusa,
they
this
then
is
have to
cool.
play a best
Cyclones
of
doesn't
1.
quite have the same level of DPS to just shred through a
And
gold
whoever wins
fury.
the best
But
of
it
1
has to
wins
be on
the
both
wins
teams'
the champion.
minds. Smoke break. Have Benko. He already has the Gem of Focus online. He could make a rotation, but look at this. They were. Oh my goodness, he got.
Oh,
bonked.
Terrio.
Yeah, he got bonked backwards,
Oh,
but
he
it's
didn't
Terrio
taunt.
now the one who's actually in trouble. Has Blink, has his ultimate,
he
use the
might actually
ladder,
be
but
fine.
saves the former until he
Yeah,
doesn't.
I don't think he
Blink's
needed
away.
to blink, but I
so
respect it.
The presence alone from Johnny has been important.
Yeah, so this is a double
EBM has had the
elimination.
presence over in mid.
So whoever
Uber
wins
Gates actually
this
pulled back
has
Sap.
to play Risk in a
Uber
best
right to
of
the
5.
waiting arms of PBM, and it's
And
an
if
Uber
they win
transformation.
the best of 5, if one
Serve
of
the
these teams
purpose
wins
and
the
they'll
best
leap
of
away.
5, they then have to play a best of 1
Shaky
against
moments
Risk.
here.
Yep.
Early
For the
in
championship.
game 3.
Because Risk
Cherry's
hasn't
been
lost
on the
yet.
back foot.
Oh.
Sap 7 has as well.
Yeah, he's just going for the
This
base.
is why I
That's how
don't
we
like
the solo
best
ball
of,
and the gold
or
is waiting for
like
the team
double
to show up.
elim in.
Open the gates a little bit off the mark.
in,
He was
like,
going
team
for
games.
Leon. Ended up hitting Sap 7, who didn't quite have the beads.
Sounds
but
lame, it
used
does.
that transformation, no problem. Just shows, I like that Benny Q just sends it out sometimes, right? Early
why
on,
not?
you've got decent enough CDR with the Soul Gem. Why not try and see if you can make a play happen? No beads available for Leon. Opted into the Phantom Shell, fearful of what PBM can do on this Ymir. With things like that, walled off Johnny, didn't quite hit the freeze, but now Mike's in trouble.
Mike has been active, but it may bite him. A River's
He is
Rebuke up,
cooked.
the waves crash down, and LA
This isn't good, boys.
the delivery
Smoke break.
of
Hey,
a
they're
kill
still
over to Smoke
down.
Break.
Smoke break's still
Mike
down,
a
but
bit
they're
too
looking good,
active,
though.
maybe, in the Smoke Break side of the jungle.
I mean, didn't expect the rotation from Benko, that's for sure, but didn't have access to Blink either. That would have been a big deal.
It is definitely not a disadvantage for winning. You're trolling.
That's down.
Both pipes are getting evaded.
Echrome has ultimate. Cyclone Spin will not chase further on. An early Jingwei, bit of aggression here. Has the Braggies still stacking up
For
Transcendence
losing?
and Cyclone Spin.
Oh yeah, of course. That's the whole point.
Man, Charlie, we are not going to
If
stop
you
there.
lost
We're
already,
fighting on the
that's one of
right
your
side of the
double
map
LM.
now.
So if you've lost
Jerry
already,
gets
you're
his
at a
ultimate back.
disadvantage, of course.
Scream. Avoids the knockup
That's why I don't
from
like
Benko.
these. I like when the
Over
two
out of
teams in the
mid
finals
is
have never played
Sap7.
each other.
Everyone low on smoke break, but no follow-up from range for 5Ms.
They want this blue buff. 5Ms has Mike showing up. He's got his blink back, and
Yeah,
there's
Cody,
the
that's
gates.
what we said. We said the same thing.
They're open.
For Benko.
It should be a best of
Now they're
5, and if the
Now they're
losing
close.
team wins the best of
Nobody
5, it should
taking
turn into a best of 7.
No one went through.
But if the winning team wins the best of 5, it should be
game has been
over.
important here early on, Trelly. 5Ms feels like they've been asking a lot of the questions. Smoke break, not giving up any
Because going to a 1-of-1 is just
kills just yet
crazy.
outside of that first blood. Scream finding an invade, but 5M's wanting to stay active after a game.
No, the alternative isn't playing 45
not wanting
games.
to shy
So, I mean,
away from this big moment.
they literally could just turn it into a best of 7.
Scream is just getting way more aggressive than Johnny, and I think that's by nature of that first blood, right? You have the extra gold in your pocket, you finish some items a little bit quicker, and that means that Johnny, even if he could trade, which he can't just yet, can only get active onto immobile characters like Mike. Missed the rocket jump, but has the blink. Is that enough?
Oh, he gets knocked up on the backside.
Okay,
Benko.
that's huge.
No, it's Sap on the transformation, who's forward. Mike lives this time, but man, that Ymir has just been the target. Blink down, let's jump on top of him. LA on River Rebuke. Maybe you wouldn't be surprised to see those walls come up around the Ymir here in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, there's no Phantom Shell built, so you might as well use it as much as possible to try and bully the few people that can actually get stuck inside of the walls.
Is that surprising? No Phantom Shell?
Yeah, it's a choice, right? But the Ymir, I think you need to get aggressive. Mike knows that, so it's a risk he's willing to take. He can blink out of the walls if he needs. It's not gonna happen every single time, but you know, this case, he's able to stay safe. Doesn't have the blink.
Yeah, if
now,
Mike dies again right out of
5M's gonna have
base,
to
dude.
Watch out and just wait for
Your
walls
shot caller's
from
that far behind.
try
This is
and
the first
initiate.
game Mike's been behind Andy.
I still think that Sap7 and Leon.
This is not looking good, bro. I think Smoke Break wins this game.
Problems in the mid lane.
Sure are.
If Scream is not hanging around, he's kind of been that X factor. Now he's hanging around duo lane.
Scream will run left. Double rip time from LA.
Rumors that Haddix pulled the fire alarm to try and stop the set, bro. Come on.
Melee's been all over the place here, Trelly. Again, first blood, been just shy of a couple more kills. You're seeing.
I mean, this football game's over, bro. The Commanders are up 45 to 31. That shit's over. Commanders beat the Lions.
You'd prefer to have one than give one up.
My Commanders decided to play.
That's built up.
Shocking. Who do we
Keep
play
my
next?
eyes on the solo laners. I mean, Benko and Cherry have still been very clear about where they're trying to get active, where they're trying to make their rotations to. Cherry's been really on point with just proxying waves to make sure he doesn't
Rams or
anything,
Eagles?
but
Oh,
Benko's
God. We
been
can
on
beat the
point with
Eagles.
taking the side farm, and more specifically, those little cinders that spawn at Fire Giant. It's only like 1 to 2 intelligence each time you grab it, but Benko stacks that up to the point where late game,
2 intelligence
he's
for each of
chunking
them.
a lot
What do you mean
more
1
than
to
you would
2?
expect, and it is something that Cherry has not even attempted to go
Smoked by
for.
Philly?
Scream gonna hit pay dirt yet again.
Pretty sure
no,
your dumb ass
Sap7
was saying
makes
that
it
about the
away, open
Lions,
the
too. You
gates.
don't get to say it back to back.
This is again
You're already
from
wrong
Benny
once.
Q. Man, PBM walks forward. Smoke break do as well. Rivers Rebuke catches out the Ymir. And it's Smoke break starting to ask some questions to the 5M support.
And that's just a great call by Smokebreak. They recognize, hey, our team's getting really aggressive over on the Sap. We got to make something happen on left lane, and they do just that. I think if Mike knows that his team is fighting over
Yeah, we did just
and
beat the
not
Eagles.
afford to step up that far, but look at this. Augment have been dropped on the Pyro. Scream and Benny just trying to DPS it down. They don't have much, but there's no one even close.
Philadelphia just lost to us.
far,
What do you mean?
Game of missed opportunities.
What's
for
your
Scream.
excuse for that one?
3 levels up. We talked
I
about
think PBM's sleepy,
Des talked
dude.
about XP per minute. Pyromancer, not a missed opportunity for 5M.
Okay, yeah, Scream is big, dude. Scream is big. Different build out of Pele as well.
The Des talked about that XP per minute.
Completely different Pele build this game.
Just shy of hitting the mark on E-Chrome.
I wonder
Scream
why.
was behind there in
Why
game
no
2 by a
lifesteal?
pretty healthy margin to Johnny. I imagine the script flipped a bit there. Yeah, 200 ahead of Johnny, who is third to last on the XP per minute charts. So Scream has been farming, has been active. So that's worth something.
You guys see that Eagles fan get permaban from all Eagles
The
games?
same thing that happened last
being
game
a
is happening
fucking
here
asshole?
over in solo. Benko is getting a lead because he owns the side farm. Everything on the right side of the map, everything in Fire Giant belongs to the Chalk.
He was
And if
yelling
history
in
repeats itself,
this
like I think it
Packers
might,
woman,
we're gonna
this
see
female
Chalk start to
Packers
rotate
fan's face
towards
calling her a
mid soon.
cunt.
Maybe after prophetic close.
And then I saw another video of a dude taking the guy's seat from him.
But targets like Benny Q, like
Eagles fans are a piece of
Cyclones that
shit.
are just full damage, are gonna start to chug. And look at that.
And you know
He's
they're
got
pieces of shit because
12
all the
stacks
people
already.
around
That
that
is a
Eagles
ton
fan
of strength
weren't
in
saying
it.
anything about it.
Scream gonna find a kill this time.
Oh,
He should,
yeah, he's
and
in.
he does.
Wait, he's
Johnny
cooking.
ults to the
He's
side,
actually
but it's not
cooking.
far enough.
I don't think they.
But Scream still has some gas in the tank. Making a double for Scream on the Pele and
locked
mid.
in, boys.
And the 3-level lead has come to play in the mid lane.
Man, I can't believe Johnny opted to ult. Maybe he just had to ult as quickly as possible for CC immunity, but to the person that's still in the waking arms of Scream, Gold Fury started up. Echrome not very close. Leon doesn't want to go for it. Another neutral objective going the way of 5Ms.
5Ms have been on it. Now they have to maintain this right for the next few minutes because Smoke Break clawed themselves back in game number 2. Scream has been fighting Trelly.
The downside of Athena is if Athena doesn't have the team to follow up, she gone.
Watch out, all happen. Gets the knock.
She's also weak right now. It's super early, Athena, so she's not tanky yet.
Bailing, I'm gonna go in here.
He's
You
cooking
could
on
have got
Pele, though.
Johnny
Mike
out.
got a really
I think
good
that's
wall
a big
stun here.
difference maker. Unfortunately, doesn't happen. And
Dude, this
because
point of
great
view
ball from
would be
Mike
so nice for
sets
them
up
to
the
swap
double kill.
into during the
Just
fight.
a heads-up play. Johnny said, "Bro, I need you to get me out," and he said, "What if we killed them?" And they did.
What if we maybe pick up a couple of kills? Seems
I'm surprised Cyclone hasn't built Pen earlier
that
yet.
much gap,
but I think he
On
could have
ult.
got him closer to tower.
Now, remember Scream earlier on built the Reaper, right? That was a pretty important piece of that build. Totally different style of build here for Scream in game 3.
Yeah, Stampede,
Super, they even
reaching
the 13
gargoyle,
months.
Just going for more base damage and active items. I'm going to CC you, I'm going to be slow immune, I'm going to run away. It's worked out for him, but this is also what happened in game number 1 when Benko got a lead and Johnny got behind. They did a swap. Johnny is now clearing solo lane and Benko's sort of fishing around. Can I find a kill on a Cyclone Spin? Can I find a speed buff invade? So far, nothing's sticking, but the Chalk is looking to make a difference. If Cyclone Spin gets too far forward, like he is right now, Benko could chase him down easily. And remember, Johnny has ult. There could be an Athena here in seconds.
Any moment, Johnny
He didn't
can
see
join
him.
this fight.
Chalk is still like if they hit late game, the Chalk
Stay
Morrigan
alive.
fight is gonna be crazy.
The looming threat, this level 16 Chalk. I'm talking plenty about the Scream level lead in the jungle.
Why
You're
no
shouting out
chatters in
Benko with
here?
his
Are
level
you
lead.
trolling?
2-level lead over in solo
Welcome for the
lane.
movement. I think you're
Is that
dumb.
okay though for 5Ms? Are you okay
I've been streaming for
with
10
Geb
hours. My
taking
movement's
some
in your
time?
mom's fucking
You just
throat
needing
right
him
now.
Later on with a third Screeching Gargoyle for your team in the team fights.
I mean, we'll see. At the moment, Sherry gets the job done. I've been really impressed with the pre-Cataclysm Blink CC that he can set up for his team.
Yeah,
It makes it very
so it's
easy
good.
for Benny Q to go for as well. But something that's been going under the
Sorry,
radar
buddy.
here, Echrome level 17, most fed on the map by a wide margin level-wise. He's been just AFK farming. This Jing Wei is an absolute threat. Like, you don't quite have the itemization to just shred through everyone, but it'll show up.
Leon is
All right,
here. Is he gonna get
Scream,
behind
chill.
Scream? Is Scream going to be able to pick up a kill first?
Okay.
Avoids a lot of the oncoming damage,
This
but a
is-
Chalk
okay.
has sent an ultimate
Wait, they're
on
fine.
towards Scream, who
Wait, this is
dashes
still a
away.
fight. This is still a
avoids
good
the
fight.
onslaught, but he goes back
This is still a
in.
good fight.
Johnny is going to be in
Oh
this
my
fight here any
goodness,
moment.
that's a lot of actives.
Joins, and that should be the disengage. Cherry, made me
Wait.
think twice.
Chalk didn't
The
blink?
tower over and right. No kills.
Oh, that was
PC.
Morrigan
Make no
blink. That was
mistake,
Morrigan blink.
Sap 7. Benko was cleared.
I didn't even realize that was the Morgan as Chalk. It wasn't real
at the
Chalk.
moment, just trying to get farm wherever he can and sort of let his team do their own thing. No sort of towers dropping on the left side of the map. But the
Nah,
tier
you
one
can
over
say
on
something
right.
stupid if you're a
More
regular.
gold
It's when the
pocket
randos come in
5M.
here and try to talk shit
I
that
mean,
they catch
Cyclone knows
fans.
exactly when he can make these aggressive
You don't
plays.
need to be a
step
regular.
up
If I
for an
recognize your
action, for
name,
a
you're not gonna
combo.
get hit
The
with that
second
shit.
anyone, he gets the inkling that someone's nearby, he beelines for his farm and runs away, which is the mark of someone who's locked in. You don't get over aggressive because you think
He
you can win
said
the
throat
1v1.
goat, question
You only
mark?
take as much as you're allowed to without getting too overzealous.
What did he say though? He said I was view botting. Where are the chatters? And then all the chatters told him to smell their balls
16
and
minutes,
laughed at him.
the 1 kill for Echrome, the difference maker. 1 Gold Fury added for 5Ms a few moments ago. Don't let it be lost on you, because it almost got lost on me. 5,000 gold
Bro,
in the
we've been
meter,
we're
5Ms
10
through
hours
objective.
deep. We just came off of like a
Neutral camp
30-minute
control,
downtime.
1,000 experience as well.
And nothing's
A lot
happening
of eyes
yet.
have been on Mike as the 2 lone deaths here.
We just have a 3-0 Pele.
5Ms. But really, the
Chilling.
rest of the map has been going well. We have not seen that double chalk big team fight. We might see it here if this Pyromancer gets stuck.
Scream from the left side of the map, only one not around, but Benny Q is set up
I
to get a
remember
massive
exactly a
open
month
gate,
ago when
hiding in
Haddock
the
said I'd
grass.
fallen
Can he
off
find
as
the
a
mess
streamer,
into it? No.
and he was growing.
Leo knows it's coming, jumps into the riptide in.
Oh,
You can tell
how
when the
1
pyro
month
fly
can
in from
change
Echrome. He
things.
shows up,
They're doing it.
nothing gets pulled yet.
5Ms on the Pyro. Echrome's eyes turned towards Scream. Knockup avoided.
Oh,
Pyro
how
drops,
the
reset, reach
turntables.
back a couple of times. Belting at a medium
And my
pace.
commanders won
happening.
today.
on the objective.
I'm winning.
Smoke break, a steal
What's
chance,
that
an axe
Fortnite
from
kid?
Benko could take it away.
I'm not gonna look it up. I'll take it
And
out.
Cyclone Spin confirms the
Oh,
Pyromancer.
shit.
But now, fight is
You're
on.
fine, you're fine, you're fine.
If you're Smoke break, 5M's
Cock's
want
still
nothing
looking.
to do with it. Objective and out.
Scream could get cut out.
Yeah,
if
he
LAO
said that to
shows
me.
up in time.
It was when he
Remember,
was
no Phantom
view-botting.
Shell available. Do you have the ult?
Beats in 5 seconds.
Would need a Riptide to set it up.
Whoa.
Oh, Gold Fury's getting.
Oh, it's a solo
Scream
Gold Fury
called
here
his
for
ass.
Echrome,
Oh!
but in goes Scream. A River's
Wait, he
Rebuke.
fucked
It's
the emoji ult
defensive,
up.
and
He didn't really
Scream
fuck it up,
would
but-
wiggle his way out of the left side.
I think he could have fought that still.
Fury stalled. Echrome no.
Your right tower is
The
under
half.
attack.
And the rest of 5M's
And he needs to stop playing
surging
Marvel Rivals
behind
and
their
focus on
jungler here
Smite.
the
I
left
don't
side.
think
I mean, it
Andy
looks like a
loves
wasted
Smite.
ult, but
I
Scream
could
did
be
his
wrong,
job there.
and
He
you
got
know, I
Fire
hope,
Giant
you know, I
done,
don't hope,
River's
you know,
Rebuke
whatever
down.
it
That's
is.
well worth it.
But
for
I don't think he
5Ms
loves
and
Smite.
the Pele. Especially if that Gold Fury goes down.
I think if Andy doesn't love Smite, he needs to stop putting any time into it and go fucking grind and go pro in whatever game he wants to.
Absolutely spreading through the squishier targets. I mean, he's 7 levels up on Mike. You got to think about how a tank is going to try
And
and
he can go
stand up
pro
to
in
the
whatever
Jing
game he
Wei.
wants to if
Even
it's the
Scream
only
was like,
thing
I
he
don't-
works
I don't
on.
want to mess with this guy.
Is it his job? Scream?
Scream does have to get in his face, but I think Cherry is going to be a big help with that, right? The Geb, the shield, the blink, the movement. You can sort of wiggle in and out of
is
aggro
Deathwalker.
and try and, you know,
And he wore a
whittle
suit.
down the damage before
I don't
your
know why he
AD
wears a
goes down.
suit at
Zap
lands, but he
7 has
wears
been
a suit.
consistently going into Benko. So 2 chocks in the back line as well. Makes it very hard to try and dive a Jing Wei. You know, that's a lot of disruption, damage, silence. Echrome should be relatively safe with Beads, ult, and these frontliners in front of him.
Jing Wei, one of the safest picks.
The suit to intimidate, brother.
Maybe a trap set here.
I'd be more intimidated if
There you
Andy
go.
wore a
Let's see
sleeveless
much of
shirt
him in
than
these
if
fights. Blink away in an ultimate from
Deathwalker
Benko.
wore a suit.
Initiation utility now off the map, and a 5-man grouping from 5M's over on right. But Shrelly, Smoke Break, a bit of an envelopment here. Sap 7 over in mid.
Sap's in the back line trying to
He's
find the
there for
assassinate. Fire's
business.
not getting low. This is a fight.
5M
What was that?
turns.
Cherry fucked his blink
misses his
up.
ultimate. Is that now
Cherry
an
fucked
escape
his blink
tool
up.
for 5M's? They missed
Cherry
their
fucked
cataclysm.
his blink up. No.
Looks like it is.
Cheerio, wake up,
Start
buddy.
On the FG.
Chug
Look
a
for
Red
the
Bull or
fight.
something,
They come up
man.
a bit short.
Don't get walled.
Now Smoke Break will get walled off. Sap 7 knocks up a few. Open the
Cyclone
gate.
took 0
Oh no, it
damage.
pulls back Benko.
How did Cyclone not take any
Mike
damage?
turns the tables, looks back. One stray wall
How did
could make the
Cyclone
difference
in the
here.
mid not take any
In
damage?
goes Scream, and Benko is deleted.
There's Rivers of Butte to try and split it up. Looks like everyone's going to be okay with that one. 5M setting back up towards the Fire Giant. Smoke Break has one ultimate
Somebody
and a
break
key
that
throw,
down for me.
but the
He
target
just chalk
is
ulted
the Fire Giant.
Cyclone
There is
and
a
Akate,
bomb
and
for
they
Cherry.
didn't take any damage.
Confirmed for 5M's. 5v4.
Akate shielded herself, probably.
Forces
There you go.
BQ on the
Cyclone's
back
cooking.
foot.
And he doesn't
Cyclone
live,
spit
no.
from downtown.
Cyclone
Forces Johnny to get back in
Cyclone,
this fight.
cook him.
Mike survives
Scream.
thanks to his jungler. And Scream
we're
on
not
a
doing fire?
warpath
Oh,
at
Mike did a reset.
4-2.
But any Q's gone. The health bar's
Hold
too
on.
low.
Time
5M's
out.
have to give up
You
on
guys
the
all
Fire
saw that,
Giant
correct?
for now.
We all saw
I saw a
Choco
lot
hit both
good
carries,
lot
and their
bad
health
with that
did not
engage.
move.
I mean, Sap 7 just doesn't have the
It literally
DPS
didn't move.
to
There's
come
no
out of
shell.
stealth in the middle of 3, especially with
There's
the
no
ultimate
shield.
down.
There's
That all
nothing
starts
other than a Kate
with
shield
BBM
for
getting
one
a
of them.
beautiful wall to force
how the
out that
fuck
ultimate
did
defensively.
Cyclone not
on the
take
Sap
damage?
7. The Morrigan with no
Did
transformation
Cyclone leap it?
is not much of a threat.
If
at the moment.
Cyclone
Maybe
up
later
downed
on
it
in the
and
game
Benny
when you
Q
have
shielded it,
a bunch of intelligence
that is
going, you
insane.
can one shot, but that is not where we are currently.
Choco was magic.
Scream on this
Is Chuck
tanky
Fizz?
style Pele build.
For some reason, I thought he was magic. I don't know
So
why.
annoying to try and deal with. I mean, even with the DPS that Smoke Break has built through Echrome, through Sap, through Benko,
Oh, then yeah, then
they cannot see
okay,
the
maybe
chop
it was
to that
Geb
health
shield
bar.
on Akate and
Double
Cyclone
runic
leaped it. That
bombs
was
now.
nuts. It looked like it hit
Fire
both of them
Giant.
and neither of their health moved. It
Ultimate's
had to have
coming
been
back up.
Geb shield. Because
Wall
there's
out
no
of
shells.
EM
In,
separates
like,
this
their
fight.
team has
Fire
0
Giant.
shells.
About a quarter of the way down. DPS is there, but not committed to. Axe finds its target. It's Benko.
Your starter wouldn't have been proc though, right?
Wall, for better or worse, is
Don't you get the shield
Western
after your
Benko back in
CC?
the FG pit. 5M's, I mean, very cautious around this Fire Giant. Not full-on commitment.
Same plays, bro.
Initiate.
Same plays.
Good moment.
I don't know, that was weird.
Just
It
pausing.
looked like
Good
their
moment
health
to
did
maybe
not
look
move.
back and see exactly what Scream was able to get done in that last fight.
No fuck.
They got the wraparound play.
Ooh, okay. Scream's
Exactly
positioning there
what he
was
did in the
crazy.
backline with ease. But at this point, you're just picking off the free targets, right? Everyone
I
else
mean,
is
he
creating
zoned
space for them.
Jingwei,
If
and
he goes
then
down,
his
sure,
team won the other part of the
this
fight.
Pele has slow immunity. has a silence and has plenty of lifesteal, hiding in the grass, waiting to see if Smokebreak is going to step forward. Again, it's been Mike. The Ymir is still the initiator. Cherry, I've seen this Geb go for plays many a times.
That might be right, Jelly. I don't know.
Usually off the back.
Aw, man.
He would have to say, you know.
Hello. Well, hey, how you doing?
Not good.
Not great.
Not at the moment.
No, we're 6K down, 5K. Thanks for
It
asking.
didn't take any
I think
damage,
Cherry
it seems
right now
like.
is
What the
checking blink
fuck?
through this wall, because that's what happened last time.
Wait,
Yeah,
is it a
he ulted
Morrigan
into that wall
bug?
because he didn't blink over, and he's like, okay, can I put it here? Can I go here? I know I can blink over this wall. I've done it before. Done it thousands of times.
Oh, they
but
did get
Benko
support
by
shielded.
himself,
Okay.
surrounded by 3.
And Cyclone Spin, make no mistake, has plenty of damage.
Spin
So
is
does
cooking,
Benny
double
Q
pen,
from way
baby.
over the wall.
Double
And what a
pen.
target. Now one of the 2 chalks, presumably one guaranteed chalk off the map.
EBM still looking to wall. Not quite pulling the Fire Giant just yet.
Sap.
Sap 7 descending.
That's a clone. That's not really Sap, that's a clone. And Trelly, the Fire Giant, finally committed on.
Scream has a wraparound once again. They're not privy to
Yo,
this. Smoke
wait,
doesn't know if
they're
Haley's
gonna
right
fight
behind him.
Oh, they caught him.
Turned around does E-Chrome. Fire Giant low, but he's half HP.
Kate.
Gates open, but B's down. By Smoke Break.
Emoji's
Rivers
dead as
Rebuke up,
fuck.
and down goes
Melee in the
Leon.
back.
But
Cut
Scream
him
is
off.
still in the back, and he's
Scream's
nearly
fine.
deleted Sap
Yeah, he's
7.
fine. Sap's
The
dead.
damage is
Oh.
flipped just a bit.
Ooh, Sap
and in
just got
comes the
out. Wait, Cyclone
cavalry,
chase.
but it doesn't
Cyclone
matter
chase.
because
No, no, turn
E-Chrome
back.
has turned things around.
E-Chrome gets some good damage. Cherry, Scream,
How did
very low, but
PBM
Cyclone
die?
and Benny Q go untouched this fight. The carries of 5Ms are worth their weight in gold at the moment with the amount of damage they can get off. They have to back up though, despite
Banner's
having the
got a
one-man
dub,
advantage.
baby. We're back.
Don't feel too confident going for any sort of Fire Giant pull. Just far. Just take your buffs.
Jungle build for Mordred is Soul Gem
No way
or
of knowing this, but Pyromancer would be absolutely
Conch
free if they
into
went for it
Phoenix
here.
Shield,
But they want
Glad
that ward
Shield,
cover.
Gargoyle,
That's the thing. You have
and then
vision. Oh, you want that.
probably
You have to
Void
give them free
Shield
Pyro Ball.
and
now we can sort
either
of test that burst and keep it pulling over our heads
Brawlers
all game.
or
Not going to be the
the
call.
fucking spear,
Instead,
the pen spear, I forget
you're
what it's
sort of
called.
grouping around the objective. Now if they go in, you got to worry about Scream. You got to worry about Cherry. It's
Right.
too little, too late. Let's do a relic roundup. Shell from LAO down for about 50 seconds. Beads from Johnny, very important relic, down for 80 seconds. But not like 5Ms are much better off. I mean, Cherry can't blink in for 3 minutes. No beads for about a minute and a half from Scream. And Pyromancer juggled, but ultimately dropped by 5Ms. They didn't feel too good about it yet.
Cyclone Spin.
I mean, the Commanders weren't supposed to win this game, so I wouldn't be worried about it. They weren't even supposed to win in the first place.
Great spot here.
They're the underdogs no matter who they play.
The gold lead, around the situation that we saw game 1 immediately flip on its head. Right around when Benko got a little more tank. Johnny got a little more tank. Starting to get to that point.
Invis Rock.
Rolling forward is Chalk. E-Chrome's had to airstrike away. Scream still has his ultimate. Big piece of utility now gone if E-Chrome has to step forward and fight.
Yeah, I mean, there was a stealth rock coming towards you. Could have had a big cataclysm, and Cherry's still looking to find it. LAO might be the target. Here comes Sap.
What are they going to do? What are 5Ms looking for? And open the gates, catches out LAO. But Cyclone Spin, sending out the axe.
Wait, did they waste Shell?
For what could be
No, they don't have
final.
Shell. They didn't build
Fire
Shell
Giant
against Yamojo.
confirmation.
That's so
Benko
disrespectful.
lets his own axe go forward. Smokebreaker
That
here.
is insanely disrespectful.
CC, but look at the
Well,
target.
Scream.
It looks like
Johnny
Johnny's
can
in trouble.
Scream! Eyes Johnny and Scream and Benny Q get him!
Game over.
Cyclone Spin with another!
Game
5Ms
over.
have
Toxic will
arrived!
die
They've
here.
looked for
Spin
this
chases
team
in the
fight,
game.
and they've been able to pick up
clean.
nearly a
Backed
fourth
off for
as
fire.
Benko escapes with a blink.
Benko has to run. This Fire Giant is all but confirmed. Sap 7 said, you know what, I've got ult, I have beams,
Aladdin's
I want
banned every
nothing to
game,
do
though.
with that
Why would they
engagement.
think Aladdin
Was
is
not
weak?
grouped with the team. And now you lose your Fire Giant forward. There was some low health bars, but again, Benny Q, Cyclone Spin, untouched. The carries. Dave, no one's getting to him. I mean, Benko can't afford to step up.
I'm not
There's
gonna
so much
lie,
CC
whoever was
coming their
saying,
way.
is Johnny the
LAO
best jungler in
doesn't
the
have any
game?
sort of CC immunity
I
that
think
he
you
can
got your
use.
answer.
So he ends up just getting locked off there. There was no way he was going to get rip-tided out because they have so much CC that they're covering the jungle with.
Few tier 2 towers left, a couple runic bombs as well. The big difference, I said, this is around when Smokebreak came back in game 2. 5Ms was never able to confidently
Sakate, best
secure a
god
Fire
in
Giant with the lead
competitive.
they had in game 2. Now, momentum on their side. Surprisingly, 26 minutes, this would be the second Fury of the game. should
You're not
confidently go
deity.
over
I
to
can see
5M.
that you're gold, you
Smoke Break
bot.
over on right, 5M's on left. You got a couple runic bombs.
You have a little check mark under your rank.
I think they don't have to split up here. I mean, at this point, Smoke Break is looking
Oh,
for an
yeah,
ambush.
you're
They're
past
looking to
gold.
group
Sorry,
up and
you
find
are
themselves
plat.
a lone pick. I want to see 5M as a unit 5 strong. They certainly can do a little 3-2 here for the tier 1s, but if you're stepping into tier 2, you better have your whole squad. Unless you have the information that Smoke Break has given to you. That they have 2 carries on the right side of the map grabbing tier 1 tower. That means this is effortless. Step forward, grab as much as you can. They've already showed themselves on the wave.
Aladdin's the best god in the game,
over here.
and the NA teams know it. That's why the EU teams ban it from them.
Your team has Obsidian Dagger for screen.
They're scared of it,
Shout outs to
buddies.
Doug.
They're scared.
Yeah, he always. More damage to the tier 2 in mid.
I think if all the series were a best of 5, we would have seen an Aladdin
Wrap
game.
around behind, but
it's too risky to give up a match in a best of 3.
Your right tower would have caught screen.
EU hasn't scrim played it at all in scrims.
Look for that initiation. 5Ms also can suddenly initiate. Mike, though, a minute and a half for Blink. Missing some of that gap close on the Ymir.
Cherry wants to go over the wall, man. He still has that invis helmet, could go in at any moment. Mike, a good wall. Could be the start. Open the gates.
Why?
Gets
All
the
right,
bees
these
out.
They
No
also
one
been
gets
shit.
pulled, but that's a good active to have
But why
down.
the fuck are we not
forward
as big?
freeze.
PBM's
On
a
the Bitco. Where did he go?
PBM is
Dropped.
a big dick.
And the floor being mopped with Smoke Break. 5M step forward. Still a couple runic bombs. And those could go down onto this mid lane Phoenix. The one pick is all 5M's need.
Phoenix
Smoke Break is
has to
EU.
go down
They
here.
just had
Still some
Leon.
low health bars. Got to take this one slow. Mid Phoenix
Get back
dropping.
right now? Nope.
5M's are going to retreat.
That's the second time he did it to him.
First dub.
I mean, that was a
Of many
shitty
to try and
Akate ult.
break open the
PBM
base
just
of
made it
Smoke
into
Break.
something.
I didn't hate
PBM took
the
some dog
damage that I
shit and
saw
turned it
coming
into
in from
gold.
Smoke Break, but you got to expect by now, if you see some CC coming your way, it's going to be chained together. And Cherry, once again, still has some CC left to knock up.
If you
to
look
set up
closely, when he
His
went through the
ultimate's coming
Akate
up,
ult, he
pulled
whipped out
any
his
second
dick and
now.
just
Another
plopped it on the
open
fucking
Could
swipe
just
map.
be the end of this
That's
set.
why Chalk died.
Pivotal game 3.
No one else hit him.
5M's. One fight away. 1 moment away from heading back to the grand final.
Whoa.
Oh, it's a big wall and a big kill. Benny Q and
Why did he
Sight
just sound
Bones
like that?
been combined for
It's a
2.
big wall.
And Smoke Break without their jungle
And the game.
Got some tanks and they
And
have
the
E-Chrome.
game. I know
5M
Cherry is low.
feel like the end
And
call.
the
Seems
game.
like no.
Please
They're
end
going
the
to
game.
retreat this one. What a beautiful wall from PBM. You can't be grouping
They're losing
up.
fire
If
soon.
you're
They're gonna
stopping
wait.
Johnny,
Scream,
neither
go
one
away.
can
Wait,
get
they're
over
not
that
gonna
wall.
wait.
Unless you use their ult. I made a mistake. They're not leaving, Dave.
No,
They just wanted
they're
the
still here.
minions. They might be
They have
stepping in
ults.
to end
They
this
have every
game.
ult but
PBM
Gibble.
started 0-2. He has since gone
He's
0, 1, and 12. 5M's resurge after game 2, and we'll see you tomorrow.
We're back, boys. We're back. Now all they gotta do is win a best of 5 and then a best of 1.
A big moment after game 2, and Trelly, the fire alarms are going off.
Yep.
Smoke Break back in, and like we saw in game 1, a slight pause, a slight break actually serves 5M's well.
Yep.
And they set the pace, lay down the gauntlet, and run over Smoke Break in game 3.
They're able to recollect. And honestly, this crowd is very 5M's
know.
favorite. They were
know.
very excited, but you got to give your props to Smoke Break. They came a long way.
Yep.
They gave us a hell of a last set leading into the grand finals and brought us to 3.
And Trelly, think about this. Not if 5M's are able to win 3 tomorrow.
That's true.
This is not the last
That's a good
one
point.
game that they have to
I
win.
think
to take
PBM
it all.
said
They
something
could go
like, we've got it
3-0
tomorrow, or we've got it for tomorrow.
Against Risk tomorrow.
Like
And then
he cracked the
reset
code
to
or
a best of
something.
1, and they got to win 1 game again. So they got a little practice depending on how tomorrow goes.
Yeah, that is the penalty for falling down to the losers bracket, but they fought their way back in. And they seem pretty hyped about it. I can see them celebrating over there. And they deserve it, man. Great adaptations. I love the way they changed up
yeah,
the
it's
draft.
almost 12,
They realized
bro.
what
I've
was
been
working,
streaming
what
for 10
wasn't working,
hours again.
And they played.
I got
their
a
God
12-hour
picks
day this week, an 11.5 hour day this week.
Good one. between
Yesterday was
5M's
10 hours,
Smoke
and
Break,
today is 10
5M's
hours.
On top.
And then I streamed
Masterclass
the other
from
2 days for
Cyclone's
5
been here
hours
in
each night.
Just so
Playing
good,
ranked.
in fact, we'll talk to him on stage.
And we got one more day. Tomorrow,
Thank
tomorrow
you guys
will be 10
up there.
hours.
Awesome
Oh,
cast.
spin!
And congratulations to 5M's and Cyclone Spin who's standing here with me. You guys had a long day. How was it holding things together to make a long day end on such a good note?
After we lost the Risk, we kind of just took a break and collected ourselves, and then we just came together for this game.
Now take me through the fights throughout that game, because there were moments, especially in Game 3, where it felt like Smoke Break was starting to recapture that energy they had in Game 2. How were you guys able to kind of keep them calmed down to give yourselves the win?
We just kept reminding ourselves to calm down, and if like we group up together and play together, we wouldn't lose the fight.
Makes a lot of sense. A lot of signs out there for you specifically. And now tomorrow, you've made it to the grand finals, a rematch against Team
It's
Risk
a
from
one
today.
sign. It
Do you guys
pans the
think you took
whole
enough
crowd, and he's
lessons
like,
from
"That's
your
a lot
matchup
of
today? Are you
signs."
ready for the match tomorrow? You think you can take him down?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, God.
There you go. I don't know if there's anything else needs to be said. Thanks for talking with me. Cyclone,
That's so awkward,
congratulations.
bro.
And Desk, time to break
These
it down,
interviews
guys.
have been horrible.
Thanks so much, Mal, and
They
of
have
course,
been
thanks
horrible.
to everyone who's been
They've
tuning
been painful,
in so
boys.
far today, as we finally get to close things down. So for, I guess, for the last time on this Saturday,
No, Rizzy, no
I've
one
got
saw your name.
Inbound, and I've got Hazer sitting with me, and we are going to have a treat. I mean, what a feast of a game is the way I would describe it. It's so much that goes right, again, on both sides. But really, the engage, it feels
All right,
like
I can't listen to them talk anymore, boys. I'm tired. I will be on tomorrow. Finals. All right, so at 2 p.m. tomorrow is the Titan Talk, which is like the roadmap for this year. So I will be on around 1:30 because I'm assuming that's gonna go live at. It's at 2, right? Wait, is it at 3? I think it's at 2 East, right?
In that game, and then
I was trying to see if they were showing a schedule. I will be on around 1:30 for the Titan Talk at 2 p.m. Game is at 3. That Titan Talk should be very interesting. They should be covering, I'm assuming, the future of esports. They should be covering the gods coming up, and then what the timeline is for the rest of the year. So we'll watch that, then we'll watch the finals, and then I'll fuck myself. Have a good night. I will see you all tomorrow. I'm dead.